Chocolate City. A History of Race and Democracy in the Nation's Capital. Chris Myers Asch and George Derek Musgrove. Chocolate City. Introduction. Always a chocolate city. Surely nowhere in the world do oppression and persecution based solely on the color of the skin appear more hateful and hideous than in the capital of the United States, because the chasm between the principles upon which this government was founded, in which it still professes to believe, and those which are daily practiced under the protection of the flag, yawns so wide and deep. Mary Church Terrell, 1906. Washington, D.C., seemed to be at its finest on August 28, 1963. Despite dire warnings of racial violence and chaos, the city welcomed more than 250,000 peaceful protesters for the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Amassing near the Lincoln Memorial, the crowd listened to an interracial lineup of inspirational speakers, culminating with the dynamic young preacher from Alabama, Martin Luther King Jr. The civil rights movement had come to this hallowed spot, King insisted, to make real the promises of democracy won. Across the world viewers saw newsreels of King's speech and images of the smiling, sweating, sign-toting throngs who represented a broad cross-section of America, black and white, young and old, northern and southern, Jew and Gentile. The march was vivid evidence of vibrant American democracy in action. Beautiful, orderly, and welcoming, the nation's capital appeared to be the ideal staging ground for what King called the greatest demonstration for freedom in the history of our nation too. At the end of the day, most protesters piled onto buses to head back home, but roughly 10% of the march participants already were home. They were D.C. residents, natives of a city that was at once a shining symbol of America and a glaring rejection of democracy. Unlike other U.S. citizens, D.C. residents had no representation in Congress and lacked basic self-government. Theirs was a city run by 3 presidentially appointed commissioners, not locally elected officials. Washingtonians of all races had no voting rights that any elected representative anywhere was bound to respect. King's call to make real the promises of democracy struck a particularly resonant chord in D.C. because it was the first majority black major city in the nation. The crowd at the March on Washington may have epitomized an ideal of interracial unity, but D.C. itself was in a state of racial turmoil and flux. Just 3 years earlier, the Census Bureau had given statistical confirmation to the massive demographic transformation that was remaking the city. In 1950, D.C. claimed more than 800,000 residents, almost 2/3 of them white. By 1960, the city had lost a third of its white population and was roughly 54% black. 3. White neighborhoods and schools that a decade before had been protected by restrictive covenants, federal law, and social customs now were almost entirely black. As jittery white families left Washington, city planners pushed urban renewal plans that paved over the majority black neighborhoods of Southwest D.C. with highways to all white suburbs, generating racial bitterness and spawning neighborhood protest movements. A new generation of black activists and their allies challenged federal and local authorities to provide adequate housing, equal educational opportunity, and basic political rights for the black majority. To such activists, the March on Washington only highlighted the vast gulf between the ideals that Washington represented and the realities that D.C. residents faced. As black educator Mary Church Terrell articulated at the turn of the 20th century, no city better captures these ongoing tensions between America's expansive democratic hopes and its enduring racial realities than the nation's capital. Contentious racial issues that have challenged our nation from slavery to civil rights to urban violence have played out with particular symbolic and substantive power in D.C. Yet Washington is not simply emblematic of our larger national struggle for racial equality. It is a city like no other in the country, and its racial history is a peculiarly fascinating tale. Created by constitutional fiat and controlled by Congress, the District of Columbia is the voteless capital of a democracy, a seat of government highly sensitive to shifts in national politics, a city situated in the South but torn politically and culturally between North and South. Unlike other major eastern cities, it was planned from the beginning and grew under the watchful gaze of national leaders. Almost alone among southern cities, D.C. was home to a strong and public abolitionist movement, and its educated free black community made the city a beacon of black opportunity even during slavery. In contrast to other urban areas, it failed to develop any meaningful industry aside from government and did not attract a substantial population of white immigrants. Cosmopolitan yet parochial, emblematic yet unique, D.C. has served as a symbol of America yet stood apart from the nation. Chocolate City traces the political, economic, and social history of race and democracy in this extraordinary city, from its inception as a slave capital through the racially tinged mayoral election of 2010. In that time, the city experienced massive transformations from a sparsely inhabited plantation society into a booming metropolis, from a center of the slave trade to the nation's first black majority city, from a self-governing town to a federal fiefdom and back again. It has endured corrupt leadership and congressional meddling, weathered the Civil War and the crack epidemic, and survived urban renewal and multiple waves of gentrification. Race is central to Washington history, so Chocolate City is not solely a history of D.C's African American community. Instead, we explore how questions of race and democracy have shaped life in the capital city for residents of all races. Thus we begin the study with the first racial battles to envelop the region, those between European settlers and Native Americans, and end with the 21st century demographic revolution that is dramatically reshaping the city's racial contours. Race, above and beyond other factors, including class, region, politics, and religion, has proven to be the most significant explanation for social, economic, and political divisions in the city. Race may be a social and historical construction with little basis in biology, but it is also a powerful lived reality that has influenced how, and where, Washingtonians of all races have lived, worked, voted, and interacted. Since the city's inception, race, racial tensions, and the changing racial demographics of the city's population have been animating forces in the lives of capital city residents. The district's undemocratic political status has had a debilitating effect on race relations in the city. Washington is home to many marble monuments to freedom, yet it still suffers from the political tyranny that angered patriots during the American Revolution, taxation without representation. The city's lack of political power and basic self-determination has profoundly affected its history, limiting its political and economic growth, placing it at the mercy of federal lawmakers, and forcing the city's residents into a frustrating role as dependents and claimants rather than full citizens. This lack of democratic outlets has inflamed racial divisions in the city because race has been a primary factor in D.C's ongoing disenfranchisement. Chocolate City examines how being the nation's capital has had both a catalyzing and at times demoralizing effect on local racial struggles. As America's capital city and home to national leaders and foreign observers, D.C. has often served as a battleground for national fights over the meaning of race and democracy, as well as a laboratory in which national ideas and agendas have been pursued on behalf, and at the expense, of local people. Washington is the living room of the nation, a black educator told President Dwight Eisenhower in 1953, a symbol of the country that is held to a different standard than other cities. Placed in the national microscope, its racial struggles have been magnified and distorted. 4. This book helps explain why racial mistrust is so deeply ingrained in the nation's capital and the nation at large. Racial divisions, which parallel and accentuate lines of class, extend back to the founding of the city in the late 18th century, they deepened in the generations after the Civil War, they exploded during the tumultuous decades of the mid and late 20th century, and they continue to define life in the city in the 21st century. Washington has been marked by fears of racial domination, deadly race riots, and deep-seated racial bitterness. Though the election of the nation's first black president in 2008 inspired some residents to imagine a post-racial society, the city's history of racial mistrust still implicates and at times envelopes newcomers and natives alike. Yet the history of race and democracy in D.C. is not simply a litany of fears, riots, and antagonism. It is also an inspiring history of hopes, alliances, and interracial cooperation. Even as residents have struggled with racial conflict, Washington has attracted committed reformers who have worked across racial lines to build a more egalitarian city. The racial barriers that can seem so resilient have been remarkably fluid at different points in history. The extraordinary biracial movement to abolish slavery, the interracial attack on segregation, and the citywide effort to block freeways from destroying neighborhoods are examples of how Washingtonians have battled fear and mistrust to create positive change. We are writing this book to deepen popular understanding about the ways that race and democracy interact in our city and nation. Too often, our public conversations about race lack historical awareness or an appreciation of the roots of many of our racial divisions. Contemporary racial struggles in housing, education, law enforcement, politics, and elsewhere are not simply phenomena that have emerged suddenly in the 21st century. They are the product of more than 4 centuries of racial conflict and mistrust that have helped create the context in which we live and interact. The story we tell in these pages shows that racial progress is neither linear nor inevitable. It takes serious, difficult, often discomforting work, and advances can be, and often have been, reversed. We know that this story may agitate, frustrate, and anger our readers as it should. But we hope, too, that it will inspire them to commit themselves to the struggle of building a more just, egalitarian, and democratic city that embodies the best of what our nation can be. 1. Your coming is not for trade, but to invade my people and possess my country. A Native American World Under Siege, 1608–1790. We shall by degrees chong their barbarous natures, make them ashamed of their savage nakedness, inform them of the true God, and the way to their salvation, and finally teach them obedience to the King's majesty and to his governors. William Strachey, 1612. The Anacostia River effectively splits Washington into 2 separate and unequal parts. To its north and west, the hills slope upward toward the monuments of the federal city and the affluent neighborhoods of northwest Washington. To its south and east lay the flood-prone flats and hills of far southeast and far northeast. Cut off physically and psychologically from the rest of Washington, these east of the river communities historically have suffered from political neglect, economic deprivation, and social isolation. The river itself reflects the area's stagnation. Up through the early 19th century, the Anacostia rivaled the Potomac. It was a bustling trading channel deep enough for ocean-going vessels to travel to Bladensburg, Maryland, beyond the district's northeastern border. But as tobacco-exhausted soils upstream eroded into the river, the silted Anacostia became too shallow for commercial use. The area's economy shriveled. Despite the impressive efforts of local environmental groups, in the 21st century the Anacostia remains a litter-strewn barrier between a flourishing capital city and its poorest, blackest neighborhoods. 1. The word Anacostia, a term almost synonymous with black and poor in modern Washington, has its roots in the first racial struggles in the area that we now call the nation's capital. The word emerged as a Latin pronunciation and spelling of Nacostine, the tribe of Native Americans who lived at the confluence of the Potomac and Anacostia rivers. 300 in number at the dawn of the 17th century, the Nacostines lived in Natchitoches Tank, a sprawling village that dominated the river plain on which now sits Joint Base Anacostia Balling Point 2. Situated just below the fall line, a ragged break in the land where the Piedmont drops off to the coastal plain, Natchitoches Tank rested along the frontier that separated the Algonquian-speaking peoples of the Tidewater from the Iroquoian tribes of the hinterland. The two groups carried on a lucrative trade, gathering by the hundreds each year to hawk beaver pelts, copper, shell beads, and other goods. Using the natural advantage of their location, the Nacostines acted as intermediaries and profited handsomely. The frontier brought prosperity, but it also brought danger as warriors from northern tribes such as the Susquehannock and Massawomack staged frequent and destructive raids into the upper Tidewater. Villages close to the fall line, including Natchitoches Tank, were particularly vulnerable to attack. They sought protection from paramount chiefdoms, entities in which a chief of chiefs commanded tribute from subject tribes in exchange for military protection. 3. The Nacostines allied themselves with the Piscataways. From their base on the massive peninsula created by the Potomac River and the Chesapeake Bay, what today is Prince George's County, Maryland, the Piscataways held sway over roughly 7,000 people. Natchitoches Tank stood along its western border, and the Nacostines paid tribute to the Piscataway chief, who made his capital at Mayonne, just 15 miles downriver where Piscataway Creek empties into the Potomac. To the south and east of Natchitoches Tank lay the Piscataway's rival, the mighty Powhatan Confederacy, named for its formidable leader. Based at Werowocomoco, on the York River in what is now Gloucester County, Virginia, Powhatan dominated the tidewater from the southern shores of the Potomac all the way to the Neuse River in modern-day North Carolina. He commanded tribute from 30 subject tribes containing 15,000 people. 4. When English colonists established an outpost on the James River in spring 1607, they settled amid this large, fractious, and politically sophisticated Native American population. Initially, they were interlopers in a Native American world, subject to the whims of its established rulers. Yet within just 100 years that native-dominated world was gone, and the few Native Americans who remained in the area had become wards of the English king. In their place lived English settlers, servants, and slaves in the colonies of Maryland and Virginia. To understand how this transformation took place, we must explore the first struggles over race and democracy in the area that would become the capital of the United States. 5. We shall by degrees chong their barbarous natures. Native Americans encounter European explorers. Natchitoches Tank received its first European visitor, Captain John Smith, in summer 1608. Born to a family of farmers in Willoughby, Lincolnshire, Smith had, through force of will and sheer luck, transformed himself into a gentleman and adventurer. Fleeing an apprenticeship at the age of 16, he spent a decade as a mercenary in France, a privateer on the Mediterranean, and a slave in Turkey. On his return to England, he held the title of captain and moved in respectable circles. Still restless for adventure, Smith left London to join the Virginia Company's efforts to establish a permanent colony in the Chesapeake. 6. By the time that Smith landed at Natchitoches Tank, he and other English colonists had been in the Chesapeake for well more than a year. In May 1607, they had settled nearly 200 miles to the south, in the heart of the Powhatan Confederacy. On a low-slung, swampy island they christened Jamestown, the colonists erected a palisade fort and set about their appointed task of building England in America. The project went poorly. By September, inept leadership, disease, hunger, and hostilities with the surrounding Native Americans had cut their numbers nearly in half. 7. Powhatan watched from afar as the new arrivals struggled to survive. He might have left the colonists to starve or dispatched a raiding party to wipe them out, but he saw in the intruders an opportunity to expand his economic and political power. The Chesapeake Algonquians believed that copper and translucent beads acted as conduits to the spirit world, and chiefs derived their power, in part, by controlling access to these precious objects. The Jamestown colonists had brought prodigious amounts of copper and beads from England, and iron tools as well, to trade for food. Powhatan, whom one Englishman described as of a daring spirit, vigilant, ambitious, subtle to enlarge his dominions, determined to gain exclusive access to these goods by incorporating the colonists into his paramount chiefdom. 8. In December 1607, Powhatan commanded Smith and the colonists to leave Jamestown and settle at Capayowosic, just downriver from his capital. If they did so and provided him with hatchets and copper, Smith wrote, Powhatan promised to give me corn, venison, or what I wanted to feed us. And none should disturb us. 9. Though starving and harried by their Native American neighbors, the colonists must have thought Powhatan's offer absurd and humiliating. They had crossed the Atlantic fully intending, indeed with instructions from the Virginia Company, to subjugate the natives and convert them to Christianity. We shall by degrees chong their barbarous natures, make them ashamed of their savage nakedness, inform them of the true God, and teach them obedience to the King's majesty, wrote William Strachey of the colonists' intentions. But the desperate winter of 1608 was no time for such condescension. Smith agreed to the terms, and Powhatan sent food, fulfilling his part of the bargain. 10. Virginia/discovered and described by Captain John Smith, 1606, graven by William Hole. Published in 1612, this map shows the Chesapeake region and Native American place names. Chief Powhatan is depicted inside a longhouse in the upper left-hand corner. Library of Congress. The colonists, however, reneged on the deal. Not only did they remain at Jamestown, but Smith began probing the soft edges of Powhatan's territory to assess the military strength of the local population and map King James I's new domain. In June and July 1608, he made the first of 2 voyages up the Chesapeake and its tributaries, sailing in an open barge with a crew of 14. The men surveyed several river systems of the eastern shore before recrossing the bay to explore the Patapsco and Potomac Rivers. 11. Unsurprisingly, Powhatan took offense and directed his subject chiefs to hound the exploring party. Along the banks of the lower Potomac, all the woods were laid with ambuscades to the number of 3,000 or 4,000 salvages so strangely painted, grimed, and disguised, shouting, yelling and crying as so many spirits from hell could not have shewed more terrible, Smith wrote in his diary. 12. The harassment ceased only when Smith passed out of Powhatan's domain to the upper Potomac, where he became the first European to explore what is now Washington, D.C. When he reached Moyawans, Natchitoches Tant, and Toags in mid-July, he wrote, "The people did their best to content us." The 3 villages were part of the Piscataway Confederacy and likely greeted the explorers warmly because they hoped to ally themselves with the English against Powhatan, who had been expanding up the Potomac in recent years. 13. If Powhatan initially had viewed the colonists as troublesome but nonetheless valuable allies, he now saw them as a threat. On Smith's return to Jamestown, Powhatan summoned him to a tense meeting at which the chief accused the colonists of harboring grand designs on his territory. "Your coming hither is not for trade but to invade my people and possess my country." Within a few short months, relations between the English and the Confederacy deteriorated into warfare. The First Powhatan War, as the colonists and their descendants came to call it, lasted for 5 years and temporarily halted colonists' exploration of the Chesapeake. With the English hunkered down in Jamestown, the Nacostines saw few Europeans and experienced little disruption to their way of life in the decade after contact. 14. They knew that our trade might hinder their benefit. English traders disrupt native networks. Though John Smith was the first Englishman to see Natchitoches Tank, none knew the village and its inhabitants better than the trader Henry Fleet. Born to wealth in Chatham, England, Fleet came to the Chesapeake in fall 1621 as part of the delegation accompanying his second cousin, newly appointed Virginia Governor Sir Francis Wyatt. No more than 20 years old when he disembarked at Jamestown, Fleet hoped to make his fortune in the New World. Initially, this looked to be an easy task. Wyatt and his delegation had traveled to Virginia to assume control of a growing colony seemingly at peace with its Native American neighbors. In 1614, the colonists won the First Powhatan War, and as part of the negotiated peace Powhatan agreed to supply the English with food and honor their claim to the prime farming land they had captured along the James River. Capitalizing on John Rolfe's experiments with tobacco cultivation, they used this land to raise a crop of 2,000 pounds in 1615. The plant fetched a high price back in England, where it had become fashionable among the royal court. Having found the colony's cash crop, the Virginia Company imported hundreds of indentured servants, expanded cultivation, and exported 40,000 pounds in 1620. By the time Wyatt arrived, the colonists had become so focused on tobacco production that they had neglected their charge to explore the Chesapeake and convert the Native Americans to Christianity. His principal assignment was to refocus their energies. 15. Wyatt never had the chance to implement his reforms. On the morning of March 22, 1622, just 5 months after Wyatt had arrived, Powhatan warriors casually walked onto the 80-odd plantations scattered along the James River, asked to borrow hoes, shovels, and other tools, then proceeded to beat and hack their hosts to death. Within a matter of hours, they had killed 347 men, women, and children, fully 1/4 of the English population. Opeshan Kana, Powhatan's younger brother and the mastermind behind the assault, aimed to force the English to retreat to Jamestown and pay tribute to the Confederacy. 16. The attack brought calls for blood from London. Concluding that the natives were hopelessly savage, Virginia Company officials abandoned their dreams of assimilating and converting the local population and instead called on colonists to destroy them who sought to destroy us. 17 Wyatt and his lieutenants launched the Second Powhatan War in 1622 and spent 10 years conducting harvest raids against hostile chiefdoms. They stole corn, burned villages, and left their foes hungry and exposed on the eve of winter, a practice the English had pioneered in the 9 Years' War against the savage Irish. Ever aware of their economic interests, the governor and other plantation owners used the purloined corn to feed their indentured servants, who in turn devoted their labors to growing tobacco. 18. Unlike during the First Powhatan War, Natchitoches Tank did not escape the violence. Scrambling for allies, the English approached the Petawimks, an independent chiefdom that dominated the area around present-day Quantico, Virginia. The Petawimks sought their own benefit in the hostilities, and they consented to an alliance if the English joined them in a raid on their sworn enemies, the Piscataways to the north. The English agreed, and together they set upon Natchitoches Tank, killing 18 men, plundering the food stores, and burning the houses. Among the raiders that day was Henry Fleet. 19. The Nacostines struck back in March 1623, when Fleet returned to Natchitoches Tank to barter for corn. Nacostine warriors overwhelmed the English traders, killing 20 and taking Fleet hostage. Governor Wyatt sent a military expedition against the Nacostines. He bragged that they burnt their houses and a marvelous quantity of corn, but Fleet remained in captivity until the colonists paid a ransom for his release 4 years later. 20. Ironically, Fleet's time in Natchitoches Tank gave him the skills necessary to establish the English as the dominant traders on the Potomac. He became intimately familiar with the geography of the river and better proficient in the Indian language than mine own, he recalled. After his release, he and his 2 brothers set out to monopolize trade along the upper Potomac. In spring 1632, they scoured the area for furs, even stopping at Natchitoches Tank, where they came away with an impressive haul of 800 pelts. Though open to trading with the fleets, the Nacostines balked when the brothers attempted to deal directly with the tribes above Great Falls. Some years before, the Massawomacs had pushed south from above the falls, viciously attacking the tribes of the upper Potomac. They designated the conquered Nacostines as their intermediaries who would, in Fleet's words, convey all such English truck as cometh into this river. Determined to maintain their favored status, the Nacostines sought to withdraw me from having any commerce with the other Indians, Fleet wrote, because they knew that our trade might hinder their benefit. Undaunted, Fleet ignored his former captors, sailed up the Potomac, and sent his brother Edward several days' journey by foot to meet the 4 kings of the Massawomacs. Impressed by the fleet's wares, the kings agreed to cut the Nacostines out of the upper Potomac beaver trade. 21. The success of Virginia fur traders such as the Fleet brothers drew interest from enterprising investors in London, including the Jesuit Sir George Calvert, the first Lord Baltimore. Animated by the prospect of significant profits as well as a desire to save native souls, Calvert asked King Charles I for a charter for the land between the 40th parallel and the Potomac River. Calvert died days before his request was granted, and proprietorship of the new colony, Maryland, passed to his son Cecilius. On his arrival in the Chesapeake in 1634, Cecilius Calvert hired Fleet to help him conform to the customs of the country. Fleet did this and more. He introduced Calvert to the Piscataway chief Mus, who granted the Maryland colonists the abandoned village of Yacomoco on the St. Mary's River, 100 miles downstream from Natchitoches Tank, for settlement. 22. Though their trade networks had been disrupted and English colonists now occupied a permanent settlement on the lower Potomac, the Nacostines remained upon their land, largely undisturbed by the foreigners, save a few traders and Jesuit missionaries, for another 30 years. To occasion a greater quantity of tobacco to be made, the English supplant the Nacostines. The Nacostines' fortunes began to shift in the 1650s, when a decline in beaver prices led Maryland colonists to turn from furs back to tobacco. Tobacco required land, lots of it. The little colony, which had not grown much beyond the immediate vicinity of St. Mary's City in its first 2 decades, expanded rapidly in the 1650s and 1660s as planters moved north along the Potomac and cleared much of the arable land at the water's edge. 23. Colonial settlement eventually reached the Nacostines. In 1663, Lord Calvert granted patents on the land at the confluence of the Potomac and the Anacostia, then called the Eastern Branch, including an 860-acre tract to nobleman Thomas Dent, who dubbed the estate Gisborough after his home village in Yorkshire. Under a treaty between the Maryland Assembly and the Piscataways 3 years later, Calvert created what came to be known as the Reserve. Though the agreement stipulated that the Several Nacons a forest among the Manacos Tank shall continue upon the places where they now live, Calvert centered the reserve on the Piscataway capital Mayonne, forcing the Nacostines to abandon Natchitoches Tank and settle several miles to the south. A small number stayed closer to home, moving to Analyston, now Roosevelt, Island in the Potomac River. The colonial government did not resist the encampment, and remnants of this group occupied the site into the next century. 24. By 1670, colonists had claimed all the land in what would later become Washington, but they considered the area a dangerous frontier due to continued raiding by tribes from the north and east. Most of the landowners lived in St. Mary's City and left their claims untouched. In the 1680s, they began sending indentured servants and enslaved people to the area to cut tobacco fields out of the forests. Life in what were called the out-plantations was lonely and difficult. Workers lived on isolated outposts with rudimentary accommodations and suffered repeated assaults from Nacostine and Piscataway warriors unwilling to accept displacement. All lived in fear of an invasion from the north. As late as 1689, rumors of an impending Seneca assault caused planter John Addison to dash off a letter to the sheriff of Charles County requesting arms, being these parts is so very naked and lives at so great a distance. 25. Addison was the first European of rank to make his home on Nacostine territory. A sailor and owner of a trading company, Addison settled in Maryland in 1677. Following his marriage to the wealthy widow Rebecca Dent, he purchased the upper half of the Gisborough tract, which covered much of the river plain on which Natchitoches Tank once stood. By 1688, he had built a handsome brick house on a point jutting out into the river, not far from the rotting remains of the Nacostines' old palisade. 26. In the following decade, Addison and the colonists of the out-plantations secured the frontier. In 1692, the Maryland Assembly commissioned forts along the colony's northern border and the movement of white soldiers between them. Addison directed the construction of the Charles County Fort on the Potomac at Little Falls and subsequently received orders to raise 5 men and a captain to range from the flails of Potomac to the Falls of Patuxent or in other places where it shall be needful to make quest after all skulking Indians. 27. Addison and his rangers patrolled the area, helping clear the way for English settlement north to present-day Bladensburg, Maryland. Having gained the upper hand along the frontier, the colonists turned on the remaining Piscataways and Nacostines in their midst. They wanted native land to, as Governor Francis Nicholson put it, occasion a greater quantity of tobacco to be made. The Assembly responded by carving Prince George's County out of Upper Charles County, appointing Addison colonel in command of the county militia, and empowering him to hear and determine all personal differences that may happen or arise between the Indians and English. 28. Many of these personal differences turned violent, as the Nacostines and Piscataways resisted this latest English incursion on their land and autonomy. 29. Addison responded sternly to native assaults on colonists. A 1697 attack on one of James Stoddart's slaves drew such a threatening rejoinder that the Piscataways and the Nacostines temporarily fled the reserve for the hills of northern Virginia. They returned, only to leave permanently in 1701 after accepting an offer from the Pennsylvania governor to settle a reservation on the lower Susquehanna River. In subsequent years they continued to move north and west, fleeing the forward line of European settlement and melding with other Native American groups until, in the late 18th century, they disappeared from the historical record. 30. Back at the confluence of the Potomac and the Eastern Branch, Addison and his fellow colonists created a plantation society ruled by a landed aristocracy. By 1708, Prince George's County boasted well more than 400 English households. Thomas Addison, who succeeded his father as colonel of the county militia, deemed the area secure enough to disband the Rangers. In the coming decades, the wealthier among these colonists turned increasingly to enslaved Africans and greatly reduced the supply of indentured servants who had served as the base of the colony's white population. 31. In both Maryland and Virginia, the first towns on the upper Potomac were extensions of the plantations. By 1730, enslaved workers were producing so much tobacco that the Virginia colony established the Hunting Creek warehouse on the western bank of the Potomac to gather the crop for shipment downriver. The settlement was incorporated as the town of Alexandria in 1749. 4 years earlier, Maryland planter George Gordon established a tobacco inspection station at the place where a rolling road that stretched north to the farms of the interior met the Potomac. The area around the warehouse became Georgetown in 1751, though the Maryland legislature did not issue a charter until 1789.32. The landed families of the region, including the Dents, Addisons, Youngs, and Beals, used the wealth from their plantations to dominate the region's elected offices. Their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren would intermarry, inherit land, assume offices, and monopolize Northern Virginia and Southern Maryland politics for the next century. Indeed, Addison's great-grandson, Maryland Governor George Plater, signed the Act of Cession that deeded the territory on the Maryland side of the Potomac to the federal government for a capital city in 1791.33. The cumulative effects of war, disease, and subjugation decimated the Native Americans of the upper Potomac. Thousands lived in the river valley in 1608, but by 1708, just a few hundred remained beaten, scattered, and subject to the crown. Contact itself initially brought little change to Natchitoches Tank, with few Europeans visiting the village before the 1620s. With the start of the Second Powhatan War, however, the Natchitoches were drawn into the violent rhythm of raid and counter-raid that characterized native-white relations. The English emerged from the hostilities strengthened and eager to expand, while most Native Americans, including the Natchitoches, were greatly weakened. During the next 30 years, they were cut out of the valuable trade networks of the upper Potomac and made subject to the Maryland colony. By the 1660s, the Natchitoches, their numbers depleted and their trade networks disrupted, moved first south and then north and west, scrambling to distance themselves from European settlement. On their abandoned lands, the colonists created a plantation society. The few Native Americans who remained watched in anguish as their hunting grounds and cornfields were transformed by European indentured servants and enslaved Africans into tobacco farms. Their trade routes made links in a transatlantic commerce joining the Chesapeake to New England and beyond to Europe. The area that would become the nation's capital, like the colonies that stretched north and south along the Atlantic seaboard, was cleared through wars of conquest and settled with coerced labor on stolen land. When Andrew Ellicott began his survey of the 10-mile square that would become the nation's capital in 1790, the Natchitoches were long gone and Natchitoches Tank was a distant memory, so much so, in fact, that when Thomas Jefferson inquired about the name of the Native Americans who lived along the Eastern Branch, no one could remember. Native American artifacts littered the ground on the sites of the old villages for a century after the founding of the district, but these were later gathered by Smithsonian archaeologists and amateur collectors. In the early 20th century, the site of Natchitoches Tank was buried in landfill to make way for a military airstrip that became part of Joint Base Anacostia Bolling. Today, the only remaining trace of the Natchitoches is the river that bears the Latinized version of their name, Anacostia. 34. 2. Of slaving blacks and democratic whites. Building a capital of slavery and freedom, 1790–1815. E'en here, beside the proud Potomac's stream. Who can, with patience, for a moment see the medley mass of pride and misery, of whips and charters, manacles and rights of slaving blacks and democratic whites. Away, away, I'd rather hold my neck. By doubtful tenure from a sultan's beck. In climes, where liberty has scarce been named, nor any right but that of ruling claim d. Then thus to live, where bastard freedom waves her fustian flag in mockery over slaves. Thomas More, from the city of Washington, 1808. At the southern end of the L'Enfant Promenade in southwest Washington sits Benjamin Banneker Park, a circular expanse featuring a granite fountain and an appealing overlook of the Potomac River and wharf. Developed in the late 1960s and renamed in honor of Banneker in 1971, it was the first federal park to be named for a black person, celebrating the prominent African-American astronomer who helped survey early Washington. Envisioned as part of an effort to create a vibrant waterfront connected to the National Mall, the park now is a relatively inaccessible oasis amid concrete clutter. Like much of the history of early Washington, it is easily overlooked and underappreciated. 1. Misinformed tour guides claim with a laugh that Washington was built on a swamp, a dismissive description that defies the geography of the place. In the late 1700s, before the city existed, the land where Banneker Park sits was coveted farmland, prime plantation country with rolling hills and gushing streams that flowed into the teeming Potomac. Barely 100 feet from Banneker's fountain stood Notley Young's mansion, the heart of an 800-acre plantation that stretched for almost 2 miles along the Potomac to where it met the eastern branch, covering much of southwest D.C. Built about 1756, the Young mansion was perched on a raised riverbank 200 feet from the shore, offering panoramic views from the pillared back porch. Visitors arrived via a tree-lined entrance leading to a stunning 2-story brick structure that featured more than a dozen rooms and 4 impressive chimneys, punctuating each corner of the roof. It was not inferior to the palaces of some European princes, remarked Irish visitor John O'Connor in 1788. Adjacent to the mansion stood a small chapel where Young, a descendant of one of Maryland's leading Catholic families, could host Mass without leaving the premises and violating the state ban on public Catholic worship. 2. Notley Young's wealth and prominence could be measured by and indeed derived in large part from his status as a slave owner, one of a handful of slaveholders in Maryland who owned more than 100 slaves. Young enslaved 265 people by the time George Washington selected a 10-mile square area centered on his plantation for the new seat of the national government. Although a handful of Young's enslaved workers lived in the manor house, the rest stayed in wooden huts downriver. They worked the tobacco and corn fields that stretched from the riverbank hundreds of yards inland. Their labors gave Young and his descendants the wealth and time to become prominent public figures, first in Maryland and later in the budding city of Washington, where Young's son-in-law Robert Brant served as the first mayor. 3. The area that became Washington was not a tabula rasa, not an uninhabited, swampy wilderness. It was a fully functioning slave society, a land dotted with tobacco plantations owned by powerful slaveholding families. Slavery and the aristocratic political lifestyle that accompanied it defined life in the fields of southern Maryland and northern Virginia that became the national seat of government. The city that grew atop those fields incorporated slavery into every aspect of life. Indeed, from its inception Washington embodied the contradiction endemic to America itself, the paradoxical juxtaposition of freedom and slavery that bedeviled the nation and ultimately led to the Civil War. Washington was at once the capital of the world's first republic in more than a millennium and a city where slave labor was integral to economic life. It was a symbol of an aspiring democratic nation and evidence of the racial limits of American democracy. It was a citadel of liberty and a center of slavery and the slave trade. Few observers could miss the enslaved people in the nation's capital. They worked on public construction projects, they were bought and sold within sight of the capital, they drove the hacks that crisscrossed the city, they waited on the men who ran the nation. Early Washington was a southern city that was immersed in slavery and benefited immensely from it. Another contradiction embedded into the fabric of the city harked back to the American Revolution. Self-government died early in the district. Not even a generation after Americans went to war to protest taxation without representation, Congress stripped Washingtonians of democracy's basic unit of currency, the right to vote. Though citizen protests forced Congress to include a modified form of home rule, even elite Washingtonians lacked basic voting rights. The city became a political colony, a district whose fate rested not with the local people who called it home but with the national political leaders who resided there temporarily. Never just a city, Washington became a staging ground for national political battles as free black people, white elites, European immigrants, enslaved people, and national political leaders struggled to determine what freedom and democracy would mean in the new capital. To sweeten it a little, the South wins the capital. The three men already were legends in revolutionary America when they sat down for dinner in June 1790. One had penned the words that would come to define America and inspire freedom movements worldwide. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Another had provided the intellectual framework for the U.S. Constitution, while the third man at the table was in the process of laying the foundation for the nation's economic system. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and Alexander Hamilton had helped to shape many of the fledgling nation's institutions, and over dinner at Jefferson's home in Manhattan they would add one more, the nation's capital. Before dessert was served, these three would come to a momentous agreement on where the permanent capital would be located, a compromise that would have fateful consequences for the future District of Columbia. The dinner had been Jefferson's idea. He saw it as a way to resolve two intertwined debates that dominated the first Congress to convene after the Constitution was ratified in 1788. These debates, one over the financial power of the federal government and the other over where the federal government would be located, not only revealed the depth of the differences between the North and the South but also set the course of D.C. history by ensuring that the capital would be founded as a slave city. The day before the dinner, Secretary of State Jefferson had been heading to a meeting with President Washington when he ran into an agitated Alexander Hamilton. A war hero now serving as Secretary of the Treasury, Hamilton animatedly told Jefferson that he was growing increasingly alarmed by the nation's economic crisis, which had paralyzed Congress and threatened to rip the country apart. Not even a decade after the Revolutionary War ended in 1783, America's debt, largely incurred while fighting the war, was spiraling out of control. If the country failed to pay its debt, Hamilton feared, it could be shut off from world markets as foreign governments and individual investors, worried that their loans would never be paid back, simply refused to work with or invest in the United States. The young economy would be crippled, perhaps permanently so. 4. To avoid default, Hamilton proposed a series of financial reforms that included assumption having the federal government assume all state debts and commit itself to paying their full value. He hoped to turn the economic liability of debts into a political asset, national unity and the strengthening of the federal government. But many members of Congress, particularly from Jefferson's native South, vociferously objected to assumption, in part because many of the southern states had already paid off their debts. 5. Generally supported by the commerce-oriented North and opposed by the agricultural South, the assumption debate highlighted contrasting visions of the role of the federal government. To Hamilton and his allies, including President Washington, a dynamic trading nation required strong, centralized financial institutions and a federal government that could wield powers not specifically spelled out in the Constitution. Hamilton's opponents generally viewed such centralization as suspect, fearing an overreach of federal power and rejecting Hamilton's insistence that the Constitution's necessary and proper clause allowed fiscal measures of such huge scope. They believed that the federal government could wield only those powers indispensable to its existence. 6. The issue was explosive, producing what Jefferson called the most bitter and angry contests ever known in Congress. 7 opponents of assumption threatened secession, and they had enough votes to block the measure. Hamilton knew that Jefferson had substantial credibility among the Southern opponents of assumption, and as he and Jefferson paced in front of the President's house, he implored the Virginian to help break the impasse. Jefferson suggested a dinner with Madison, envisioning a compromise that involved the other major political stalemate that had paralyzed Congress, where to place the national seat of government. At least since 1783, when a band of Continental Army veterans held a raucous protest outside the Pennsylvania State House where the Congress of the Confederation was meeting. Many of the nation's leaders had argued that the national seat of government should be directly under the federal government's control. The Confederation Congress had not been the target of the protest. The veterans sought back pay from the Pennsylvania Executive Council, but political leaders such as Hamilton and Madison used the incident to generate fears that the national government could be held hostage to state interests unless it had full control of its capital. Having an independent seat of government separate from existing states, they believed, would strengthen the national government and insulate it from state pressure. 8. By 1787, this idea had become commonplace among the men who met for the Constitutional Convention. They wrote it into Article I, Section 8 of the Constitution, which authorized Congress to exercise exclusive legislation in all cases whatsoever, over such district, not exceeding 10 miles square, as may, by cession of particular states, and the acceptance of Congress, become the seat of the government of the United States. From this single clause grew the city we now know as Washington, D.C. The Constitution was specific about the maximum size of the district but not its location. In late 1789, Congress began deliberating about where to locate this seat of government. At the time, few people used the word capital, a word with a sense of grandeur and scale that seemed ill-fitted to a fledgling republic. Instead of a monumental city akin to Paris or London, many Americans, including Thomas Jefferson, envisioned a humble federal town that would house the government and little else. Humble or not, the seat of government promised prestige, prosperity, and power for the place that claimed the prize. Jefferson himself figured that the federal city would generate roughly $1 million in economic activity annually, more than $1 billion in 21st century dollars, and many observers assumed that it inevitably would become a thriving political, economic, and cultural center. 9. Political leaders and city boosters proposed more than a dozen sites, and in 1789, the House of Representatives voted to place the seat of government on the banks of the Susquehanna River in Pennsylvania. During the next year, however, the Virginians who envisioned a Potomac River capital, including Jefferson and Madison, as well as President Washington, helped engineer a remarkable coup to reverse the House vote and persuade Congress to place the capital in the South. They sought a Southern capital for all the reasons their Northern colleagues did: power, prestige, and economic growth, but also to protect the central institution in Southern life, slavery. 10. The three men at Jefferson's table well understood the national reach of slavery. For nearly 200 years, since a Dutch ship first deposited 20 enslaved Africans in Jamestown in 1619, slavery had been a thoroughly national affair. By the time of the American Revolution, race-based, hereditary slavery was entrenched in all the English colonies, from Georgia to Massachusetts. There were regional differences, however. In the North, yeoman farmers on small plots of land struggled with short growing seasons and relatively infertile soil, making slavery economically viable only on a small scale, if at all. Nearly all Northern slaveholders owned one or two slaves. By 1790, enslaved people composed just 2% of the Northern population, and less than 6% of enslaved Americans lived in the North. But slavery was critical to many Northern industries, including shipbuilding and sailmaking, and Northern companies and individuals financed and dominated the African slave trade in North America. 11. In the South, slavery flourished in the milder climate and more fertile soil. After failed attempts to subjugate local Native Americans, Southern planters turned to African slavery to provide the labor for their agricultural economy. Though most Southern slaveholders had fewer than 5 slaves, a significant minority owned dozens, sometimes hundreds, of enslaved people who lived and worked on massive plantations with hundreds or even thousands of acres devoted to staple crops such as tobacco and rice. 2 of the 3 largest slave states were Maryland and Virginia, the states from which the District of Columbia would be carved. About 1/3 of Maryland residents were enslaved, as were about 40% of Virginians. Together, the 2 states in 1790 were home to nearly 400,000 enslaved people, about 55% of North America's slave population. 12. Despite these differences, political leaders during the colonial era generally were committed to preserving the slave system. The Mason-Dixon line, named for two surveyors who charted the border between Maryland and Pennsylvania, made a cartographical distinction between North and South, but it did not harden into a cultural and ideological barrier until the Revolutionary War era. In the 2 decades before the war broke out in 1775, an international movement began to challenge the intellectual underpinnings of slavery. For budding slavery opponents, the stirring words of the Declaration of Independence only highlighted the glaring contradiction between the freedom the new nation espoused and the bondage that about 1 in 5 of its people endured. As English writer Samuel Johnson caustically observed about American patriots who complained of British tyranny, "How is it that we hear the loudest yelps for liberty among the drivers of Negroes?" Many enslaved people themselves began framing their demands in the language of the Revolution, forcing American slaveholders into the uncomfortable position of denying freedom to black people even as they fought for it for themselves. 13. Some Americans, particularly in the North, began to see slavery as an evil anachronism in an age of freedom. Among the most committed anti-slavery leaders during the Revolutionary period was Alexander Hamilton. The brilliant, illegitimate son of a Caribbean slaveholder, Hamilton believed that slavery relaxes the sinews of industry, clips the wings of commerce, and introduces misery and indigence in every shape. 14. He was a founding member of the New York Society for Promoting the Manumission of Slaves, one of dozens of anti-slavery organizations that sprouted across the North in the 1780s. By the time of the Constitutional Convention in the summer of 1787, 5 of 7 northern states had banned slavery. Many Revolutionary War-era leaders believed that slavery was a moribund institution that would die out of natural economic causes. The institution appeared to be on the wane, not only in the North but also in the Upper South. In Maryland and Virginia, the state legislatures altered their laws to make it easier for owners to emancipate their slaves, helping to encourage the growth of free black communities. Even many Southern slaveholders expressed concern about the institution on which their way of life depended. In his widely read 1784 essay Notes on the State of Virginia, Jefferson fretted about the unhappy influence of slavery on the American people. The whole commerce between master and slave is a perpetual exercise of the most boisterous passions, the most unremitting despotism on the one part, and degrading submissions on the other. Washington, too, felt that slavery was incompatible with a nation built on freedom. Influenced by his own experience as a slaveholder and the arguments of his vehemently anti-slavery friend the Marquis de Lafayette, he claimed, "There is not a man living who wishes more sincerely than I do, to see a plan adopted for the abolition of slavery, which he considered the only unavoidable subject of regret." 15. For all their intellectual anguish, however, few Southern slaveholders made the leap between the abstract idea of freedom and the concrete action of emancipation. Even slaveholders sympathetic to the moral dilemmas of slavery shrank from the social ostracism and economic loss that emancipation entailed. Washington, despite his private laments, held his slaves until his death. So, too, did James Madison, who worried about the potentially revolutionary impact that freedom could have on the slave system. After having lived in Philadelphia for 4 years during the war, Madison feared that one of his enslaved people, Billy, was too thoroughly tainted to be a fit companion for fellow slaves in Virginia. Though he recognized that Billy coveted that liberty for which we have paid the price of so much blood, and have proclaimed so often to be right, and worthy the pursuit, of every human being, Madison sold him. 16. Slavery remained the bedrock of the Southern economy, and questions about its legitimacy only heightened the sense of siege that many white Southerners felt. At the Constitutional Convention, slavery lurked as an unwelcome reminder of the growing differences between the two regions. It seemed now to be pretty well understood that the real difference of interests lay, not between the large and small but between the N and Southern states, Madison wrote with dismay halfway through the convention. The institution of slavery and its consequences formed the line of discrimination. 17. That difference of interests revealed itself during the debate over where to place the nation's seat of government. Feeling besieged by the more populous North and the ever-expanding West, Southerners feared that placing the capital in the North, particularly anywhere near Philadelphia, the locus of the American anti-slavery movement, ultimately would undermine slavery and diminish Southern power. Their fears only grew in early 1790, when a group of Quakers presented Congress with 2 petitions demanding an end to the African slave trade. A third petition from the Pennsylvania Abolition Society, led by the esteemed Benjamin Franklin, encouraged Congress to abolish slavery altogether. The petitions triggered a tremendous backlash in Congress and stiffened Southern resolve to place the nation's seat of government within the slave South. 18. As the spring of 1790 wore on, neither the debate over the capital nor the battle over the financial system had been resolved. Hamilton and his supporters lacked the votes they needed to get assumption through Congress, while Madison and his allies struggled to secure enough votes to put the capital on the Potomac. Jefferson, hardly a disinterested observer, stepped in to broker a deal over dinner at his rented home at 57 Maiden Lane in Manhattan. The meal was prepared by Jefferson's enslaved chef, James Hemings, the 25-year-old unacknowledged half-brother of Jefferson's late wife, Martha. Hemings recently had returned from serving Jefferson for 5 years in France, where he learned to speak French and witnessed the revolutionary fervor that gripped that country. His enslaved sister, Sally, soon would become Jefferson's mistress, bearing 4 children with a striking resemblance to the future president. Sally Hemings's children eventually would be freed, as would James himself. The only enslaved people Jefferson ever manumitted were kin to Sally Hemings. Like the issue of slavery itself, Hemings's quiet presence at the dinner was an ever-present reminder that the weighty discussions about freedom among the brightest minds of the young American nation were made possible in no small part by the enslaved laborers in their midst. 19. At the dinner, Hamilton, Madison, and Jefferson hammered out the essence of an agreement. They came to terms first on the Assumption Bill. It was observed, Jefferson recalled, that this bill would be peculiarly bitter to the Southern states, and that some concomitant measure should be adopted to sweeten it a little to them. The anodyne would be to place the capital on the Potomac. Thus, in exchange for Southern votes in favor of assumption, Hamilton would persuade his Northern allies to allow the seat of government to be located in the South. Hamilton, one of the nation's leading anti-slavery advocates, in effect had sacrificed his principles on slavery to pursue his national economic agenda. 20. The legislation that emerged from the deal was titled the Residence Act of 1790, for it determined where the government would reside. Passed in July, the law gave President Washington the power to choose a spot for the national capital along the Potomac somewhere between the mouth of the eastern branch and Conococheague Creek, 70 miles upstream. Maryland and Virginia would cede the necessary land to the federal government. As a sop to Pennsylvanians who had hoped for a Susquehanna River site, Congress agreed to move the federal government to Philadelphia for 10 years while the new seat of government was under construction. Congress would appoint 3 commissioners to oversee construction and prepare for the government's arrival in 1800. The compromise secured the nation's financial future and legitimated the doctrine of implied powers, 2 enormous victories for Hamilton and the Federalist Party. But the deal had devastating consequences for the future city of Washington. "I have always regretted that the capital of the United States was moved from New York or Philadelphia," wrote D.C. civil rights leader Mary Church Terrell in 1940. "If it had been located in the North, East, or West, the status of colored people would be far better than it is." 21. Safely ensconced between 2 of the country's largest slave states, the new city likely would support slavery and the domestic slave trade. Instead of having its roots in the North, where the seeds of anti-slavery already had taken hold, Washington would be tethered to the slave South. Rather than being nurtured in a bustling, cosmopolitan, urban area, the capital would grow in plantation country and would retain its rural, Southern character for generations to come. Instead of commingling with the strong and growing free black and anti-slavery communities in Philadelphia, Washington residents and visitors would witness slave traders marching their coffles of enslaved men and women through the city. The grand bargain struck over Jefferson's dinner table came with a tremendous price. Not excelled for commanding prospect, visions of a grand capital rising on the Potomac. For James Hoban, the proposed national capital offered the chance of a lifetime. Born in Ireland, Hoban was a skilled architect from the renowned Royal Dublin Academy who moved to America shortly after the Revolutionary War. Settling in Charleston, South Carolina, he accommodated himself to local custom, becoming a slave owner with a trusted team of enslaved carpenters. Together, they built the Charleston County Courthouse, a magnificent building that caught the attention of George Washington during a presidential visit to the port city. In 1792, President Washington and the city commissioners selected Hoban as the winner of a design competition for the president's house in the new national seat of government. 22. Like the capital itself, Hoban depended on enslaved labor to make the most of his opportunity. He moved to the city late that year, bringing 5 enslaved men with him: Ben, Daniel, Harry, Peter, and Tom. Though Hoban later would sign a petition calling for an end to slavery in the city, he remained a slave owner until he died in 1831. Hoban's slaves joined with more than a dozen white carpenters, as well as dozens of unskilled laborers, white and black, to work on the massive project. Hoban particularly sought out Irish immigrants, whom he encouraged to join the local militia that he formed. Hoban's racially mixed crew of free and enslaved laborers worked feverishly to meet the timeline demanded by Washington and the commissioners. 23. President Washington selected the site for the seat of government where Hoban and his crew worked. An austere, intimidating visionary universally revered by a grateful nation, Washington was given wide latitude to select the site and plan the capital. The president embraced the challenge with the vigor of a young lieutenant and the passionate interest of a speculator. An unabashed nationalist, he embraced Alexander Hamilton's vision of a commercial nation that would expand westward and develop into an economic power, and he viewed the Potomac as the natural opening to the West. Before he became president, he helped launch and run the Potomac Company, which planned to turn the Potomac into a bustling waterway that connected the Atlantic to the abundant Ohio River Valley. The president saw the federal city as the embodiment of the nation's aspirations. The site on the Potomac, he believed, was a blank slate for which he envisioned a grand national capital that would outshine the cities of Europe and become a proper citadel for the growing republic. Building this symbolic city would be a fitting capstone to his own career and would help ensure the long-term survival of the nation he helped create. Commercial considerations were at the forefront of his mind when he chose the site for the federal city. Given a range of 70 miles along the Potomac from which to select a site, Washington focused immediately on the area he knew best, the southernmost section, less than 2 miles from his hilltop home of Mount Vernon. The site, Washington boasted, was not excelled for commanding prospect, good water, salubrious air, and safe harbor by any in the world. It was far enough upstream from the Atlantic Ocean to make a foreign naval invasion unlikely, and it stood just downstream from Great Falls, the northernmost extent of navigable water. I have no doubt, he wrote to a friend, that the capital, from the advantages given to it by nature, and its proximity to a rich interior country, and the Western Territory, will become the emporium of the United States. 24. In January 1791, President Washington told Congress that he had selected the area at the confluence of the Potomac and Eastern Branch, including the existing port village of Georgetown, Maryland. He implored members to amend the legislation so that the seat of government also could include the town of Alexandria several miles south of the mouth of the Eastern Branch. The decision had significant implications for the racial development of the capital city. At the time, Alexandria was a growing port of more than 2,700 people, almost 20% of whom were enslaved. By the 1830s, its many slave dealers would help D.C. become the top slave trading city in the nation. Incorporating the flourishing port into the boundaries of the federal district solidified the hold that slavery would have on the fledgling capital. 25. Congress assented to Washington's selection. Maryland ceded roughly 70 square miles, Virginia ceded about 20, and another 10 were covered by the Potomac. Washington then appointed as commissioners 3 close friends who served as directors of the Potomac Company and shared his vision of making the new capital a commercial center as well as a seat of government. Thomas Johnson was a feisty former governor of Maryland who had taken over the company after Washington resigned. Daniel Carroll of Rock Creek was a cosmopolitan Catholic. His brother Bishop John Carroll helped launch Georgetown College, who was among the few Southerners in Congress who had switched their votes on assumption to secure the capital on the Potomac. David Stewart was a Dewar, Virginia planter and doctor who became the president's son-in-law when he married the widow of Martha Washington's son. 26. All 3 men, like the new capital's most prominent supporters, President Washington and Secretary of State Jefferson, owned enslaved people. Johnson enslaved 38 people on his Frederick, Maryland, plantation. Carroll owned more than 50 slaves on his plantation in what is now Forest Glen, Maryland, and Stewart and his wife had a 1/3 interest in the 300 enslaved people who worked on their Abingdon plantation in Alexandria, where Reagan National Airport now sits. 27. The first order of business was to conduct a thorough survey of the area to locate boundaries for the new city. For that task the commissioners chose 38-year-old surveyor Andrew Ellicott, a Quaker and Revolutionary War veteran who came recommended by James Madison. Perhaps the nation's top surveyor, Ellicott often worked with his 2 brothers, but they were committed to other jobs when Jefferson summoned him to the Potomac. Needing an able assistant to accompany him, Ellicott invited Benjamin Banneker, a free, self-taught black mathematician and amateur astronomer who lived alone near Ellicott's cousin George in Baltimore County, Maryland. 28. It was an inspired choice. 60 years old in early 1791, the white-haired Banneker had retired from tobacco farming due to rheumatism, but he remained a sharp astronomical observer. Taught to read and write by his white grandmother, Banneker went to school for only a few weeks in his life, but he was a quick study. He learned astronomy by watching George Ellicott conduct observations. Ellicott loaned him books and instruments, and soon Banneker began conducting his own observations and detecting discrepancies in generally accepted calculations. By the time Andrew Ellicott called on him, he had spent more than a year making nightly observations and calculations. Though Ellicott was initially wary of bringing on an unschooled black man as an assistant, he hired Banneker and the 2 made their way to Alexandria in early February. 29. Their task was to survey and mark the city's boundaries, battling the elements, wildlife, and skeptical property owners along the way. Ellicott had a team of 6 laborers who spent 2 months hacking through brush, wading creeks, and charting the 10-mile sides of the diamond-shaped federal district. After they blazed an initial border, they returned to clear 20 feet along either side of the boundary, placing stone markers every mile. 36 of the original markers remain visible today in or near their original spots. Banneker, too old to do much of the heavy physical work, concentrated on the intellectual tasks of calibrating instruments, making mathematical projections, and calculating distances accurately. He spent much of his time in the observation tent using a variety of scientific instruments to observe the stars each night. During his off hours, he worked on an almanac that he published later that year. 30. Banneker's work earned the respect of local white people, including the commissioners. As George Ellicott's daughter recalled, his striking superiority over all men of his race whom they had met, led them to disregard all prejudice of caste, and converse freely with him, and enjoy the clearness and originality of his remarks. The Georgetown Weekly Ledger claimed in March 1791 that his abilities as a surveyor and astronomer clearly prove that Mr. Jefferson's concluding that race of men were void of mental endowments was without foundation. 31. Banneker, however, rejected the idea that he was somehow uniquely talented and thus deserving of exceptional praise. Instead, he insisted that with freedom all black people could develop into contributing members of society. He made this argument directly to Thomas Jefferson in a remarkable August 1791 letter, which he sent to the Secretary of State along with his almanac. Having himself abundantly tasted of the fruition of those blessings which proceed from that free and unequaled liberty with which you are favored, Banneker challenged Jefferson to extend those blessings to all black people and eradicate that train of absurd and false ideas and opinions which so generally prevails with respect to us. Back during the Revolutionary War, Banneker reminded him, Jefferson clearly saw into the injustice of a state of slavery and penned the immortal words of the Declaration of Independence. How, then, could he justify detaining by fraud and violence so numerous a part of my brethren under groaning captivity and cruel oppression? 32. Impressed with Banneker's work, and perhaps by the boldness of his letter, Jefferson responded quickly, writing in a public letter, "Nobody wishes more than I do to see such proofs as you exhibit, that nature has given to our black brethren, talents equal to those of the other colors of men, and that the appearance of a want of them is owing merely to the degraded condition of their existence both in Africa and America." In private, however, he questioned whether Banneker had done the work himself. 33. Banneker's accomplishments and the success of Ellicott's interracial survey team raised at least the possibility of a capital city founded on free, rather than enslaved, labor. In the afterglow of the Revolutionary War, with egalitarian rhetoric fresh in the public mind, there was nothing inevitable about the imposition of slavery in the new federal city. But the decisions of the city commissioners and the federal leaders who supervised them would soon foreclose that possibility. As Ellicott and his team surveyed the land, Washington turned to his highly regarded wartime advisor, Peter Charles L'Enfant, to design the city. L'Enfant shared Washington's vision for a sweeping, symbolic capital that would become the center of a vast Republican empire. Presented with Jefferson's draft of a simple federal town laid out along a familiar grid pattern, L'Enfant responded contemptuously, calling all such grids tiresome and insipid. Instead, he developed a stunning plan for a grand city with wide boulevards, abundant parks, and diagonal streets resembling rays of light, to represent liberty and democracy, radiating out from the capital. Rejecting the decorative government buildings of European capitals, L'Enfant chose classic Greek architecture. He wanted to give the new city what the commissioners called a republican simplicity that contrasted with the trappings of monarchy of the Old World while also communicating the timeless aesthetic appeal and values of Athenian democracy. 34. Plan of the City of Washington in the Territory of Columbia. This facsimile of a 1792 engraving shows surveyor Andrew Ellicott's rendition of Peter L'Enfant's plan for Washington City. The plan extended as far north as Boundary Street, today's Florida Avenue. Library of Congress. President Washington embraced the plan, but L'Enfant, impetuous and impolitic in temperament, antagonized Jefferson and others whom he might have been wise to court. When the commissioners asked for copies of L'Enfant's plan to prepare for a government land auction that would finance the construction of the city, the haughty engineer demurred. The standoff resulted in L'Enfant walking off the job, forcing Washington and the city commissioners to turn to Andrew Ellicott to develop a usable blueprint for the city. Having worked closely with L'Enfant on the plan, Ellicott, not Benjamin Banneker, as a later myth would claim, was able to recreate the original plan, to which he made some revisions. With less than 10 years in which to build the national seat of government, the commissioners hustled to attract investors, laborers, and residents to the area. Convinced that the Potomac capital would become a commercial hub, President Washington and the commissioners confidently proposed to auction off land to interested buyers. But the first land auction, held in October 1791, was a disaster. Only 35 of 10,000 lots sold. The auction's poor results were an ominous sign that the city would not grow as rapidly or smoothly as its boosters hoped. 35. Not only did district commissioners struggle to attract land buyers, but they also found it difficult to secure free laborers. Initially, they were bullish about the labor market. "People are on tiptoe to come to Washington from all parts," they wrote to Secretary of State Jefferson in April 1792. "We might probably have 2,000 mechanics and laborers here on very short notice." Jefferson was less confident, and he urged them to consider importing workers from Germany and elsewhere in Europe. 36. The commissioners soon recognized that there were relatively few white workers to be found in the rural area, and that scarcity only made labor more expensive. The anticipated boom in immigration of European workers simply did not materialize. As one French visitor put it, "The few available workmen are unreliable and very expensive to hire." Without significant appropriation from Congress and unable to raise sufficient money from the private lot auctions, the commissioners felt pressure to keep costs down and were unwilling to pay high wages for labor. They realized that there would not be enough white workers to get the job done at the price they wanted to pay. 37. But they had an alternative: slaves. A very useful check. Enslaved workers build the nation's capital. The commissioners embraced slave labor as a powerful way to control white laborers and minimize costs. The provisioning of workmen draws after it so many expenses, and so much waste that we have hitherto left them to provide for themselves, the commissioners explained to Jefferson in early 1793. Hence, they needed to find new laborers, a part of whom we can easily make up of Negroes and find it proper to do so. Those we have employed this summer have proved a very useful check and kept our affairs cool. 38. In other words, by offering a cheaper alternative, enslaved workers helped the commissioners keep white workers in line. The nascent capital city committed to making enslaved labor an essential part of its workforce because it was simply too economical and expedient to do otherwise. Instead of purchasing slaves outright, the commissioners resolved to hire good laboring Negroes by the year, the masters clothing them well and finding each a blanket, the commissioners finding them provisions and paying £21 a year to their masters, roughly $55, equivalent to about $27,000 in 21st century dollars. They instructed the city's labor supervisor, Captain Elisha Williams, to keep the yearly hirelings at work, from sunrise to sunset, particularly the Negroes. In one advertisement, they wrote, "Wanted, at the city of Washington, a number of slaves to labor in the brick yards, stone quarries, &c., for which generous wages will be given. Also sawyers to saw by the hundred or on wages by the month or year." 39. Williams, himself a slave owner from a nearby plantation, spent much of his time recruiting and hiring enslaved workers. By 1794, the city had contracted with plantation owners to hire at least 46 slaves, and that number would grow to more than 100 in the next few years. That same year, the first slave auction was held within the city limits when Edward Burroughs put 9 enslaved people, including a mother with 2 children, up for sale. Combined with the use of enslaved labor by private companies and supplies, more than 300 enslaved workers were building the nation's capital in 1795. That August, Georgetown enacted an ordinance that banned slaves from drinking liquor and levied a $5 fine on anyone found assisting a runaway slave. 40. Enslaved laborers worked alongside free workers and did all kinds of jobs. There were few free black laborers, but one who made a mark on the commissioners was Jerry Holland, described by one surveyor as justly entitled to the highest wages that is due to our hands because he was the best hand in the department. On daily rations of salt meat, bread, and cornmeal, they felled trees to make way for the broad avenues and spacious federal buildings, they dug ditches to mark the planned squares, wells to support the local population, and foundations for expansive buildings, and they sawed wood, made and laid bricks, and quarried, hauled, and hoisted stone. They were so crucial to the city, Williams told his bosses in 1793, that he could not have done without them this summer. 41. Enslaved workers were particularly prominent in the 2 primary public projects of the day. About half of the 200 laborers building the President's House and the Capitol were enslaved. When Polish visitor Julian Nemcewicz toured Washington in 1798, he noticed enslaved men working in large number on the new Capitol, laboring with their free white counterparts. When white workers disappeared to drink grog a few times a day, Nemcewicz observed, "The Negroes alone work." He initially thought that the black workers were regularly paid laborers but soon discovered that they were not working for themselves, their masters hire them out and retain all the money for themselves. What humanity! What a country of liberty! If at least they shared the earnings. 42. Slavery became such a powerful local institution that it proved irresistible even to newcomers with anti-slavery ideals. William Thornton, a British Quaker who won the competition to design the Capitol, moved with his wife, Anna, to Georgetown in 1794 to become one of Washington's commissioners. Born into a slave-holding family on the West Indian island of Tortola, Thornton was a Renaissance man, a painter, sculptor, doctor, and architect. As a young man, Thornton rejected his family's embrace of slavery and became an early advocate of emancipation. As commissioner in 1795, he proposed to alleviate the city's shortage of masons by buying 50 intelligent Negroes and offering them their freedom if they agreed to work for 5 to 6 years on the Capitol. 43. The idea went nowhere. Indeed, the longer he stayed in Washington, the less anti-slavery Thornton became. In late 1795, he and his wife purchased a nearby farm, becoming the owners of several enslaved families in the process. Despite his professed beliefs, the economically unstable Thornton did not emancipate his slaves during his lifetime, and Anna Thornton ignored his will and chose not to free them after her husband's death in 1828. An incident at home with one of her enslaved men triggered a race riot in 1835, see Chapter 3.44. Many of the enslaved workers in the city were hireling slaves hired out from their masters for a contracted period, though without any provision for future freedom. This arrangement offered advantages for the city, slave owners, and even the enslaved workers themselves. For the commissioners, hiring slaves on a short-term basis was a way to get relatively cheap and often skilled labor without bearing the full costs of ownership. Enslaved workers proved easier to manage and supervise than free ones, and their housing, medical care, and long-term employment were the responsibility of the slave owner, not the city. If an enslaved worker did not show up, then the commissioners simply docked the pay they gave to the owners. If one got sick, the commissioners could have him treated at the owner's expense. 45. Local slave owners liked the arrangement because selling enslaved labor on a temporary basis provided income at a time when their reliance on labor-intensive tobacco farming was waning. More than a century of tobacco cultivation had depleted soils in southern Maryland and northeastern Virginia. One French visitor in the mid-1790s noted that the countryside around Washington featured barren and bad cultivated lands. As planters shifted to different crops and farming techniques that required fewer workers, they found themselves with an excess of labor. Many families sought to preserve the status that accompanied slave ownership, so instead of selling their enslaved workers, they hired them out. With each hired slave earning between $55 and $65 a year, the practice was lucrative enough that slave owners from as far away as Charles and St. Mary's counties in Maryland sought to hire their enslaved people out for work in the capital. 2 of the commissioners and some of the city's labor overseers joined in as well. 46. For the enslaved workers, being hired out offered a sliver of freedom in an otherwise impervious system. They often were hired for extended periods of time, months or even a full year, which required them to find housing in town. Though they worked in harsh conditions, they did so far from the oppressive oversight of the master and his minions, and they worked alongside free laborers. The prospect of working off the plantation proved tantalizing for some enslaved people, and they ran away to the city. One Maryland slaveholding family put out an ad for 2 slaves, Clem and Will, who were last seen on their way to the city of Washington with their broad axes and some other tools. Clem and Will, like many black people in their time and in generations to come, may have seen Washington as a step closer to freedom. 47. For white laborers, the turn to slavery as a source of labor in the nation's capital was an economic disaster. Slavery undermined the economic leverage that free workers could use to bargain for higher wages. As the commissioners well understood, enslaved labor provided a very useful check on white workers. It was difficult to fight for higher wages or better working conditions when employers could hire dirt-cheap replacements off nearby plantations. Once established as a common source of labor, slavery created a self-perpetuating economic cycle that depressed wages and discouraged white migration to the area. Initially, with an unproven project and a limited budget, city leaders struggled to recruit sufficient free labor to get the job done. The limited supply of labor pushed wages higher, making it economically more expedient and tempting to use enslaved workers. As slaves played a larger role in building the capital, the city became even less attractive to white workers. Knowing that employers could hire enslaved competitors, white workers had to accept lower wages and harsher working conditions than they otherwise might have tolerated. These conditions, in turn, made it even harder to recruit white laborers as potential migrants avoided Washington in favor of northern cities where they did not have to compete against slave labor. Despite their lack of leverage, white workers in Washington regularly resisted the commissioners' efforts to keep wages low. Sometimes, their complaints revealed their resentment of their black co-workers. In 1794, white stonecutters working on the president's house demanded that they be allowed to take on only white apprentices. The commissioners acquiesced. 3 years later, a group of white laborers complained that enslaved workers on public projects were overpaid. In response, the commissioners temporarily banned black carpenters from working on the Capitol or the president's house. 48. But such collective efforts to ban enslaved and free black employment foundered on the shoals of economic incentive. For the commissioners, the black presence allowed them to build the city far more cheaply and quickly than they otherwise could have, and they would not relinquish that valuable option. Because slavery quickly became a well-used source of labor, racial divisions became embedded into the fabric of the new capital. Congress's decision to put the city on the Potomac, President Washington's selection of a site that incorporated the cities of Alexandria and Georgetown, the appointment of 3 slaveholders as the city's first commissioners, the commissioners' turn to slave labor all had the effect of turning the district into a city heavily dependent on slavery. By the time that the federal government officially moved to Washington in November 1800, the city's population had swelled to 14,000, including more than 3,000 enslaved residents. Within Washington city itself, not including Georgetown, Alexandria, or the unincorporated county areas, enslaved people made up more than 25% of the population. The presence of significant numbers of black people, both enslaved and free, shaped the contours of the new city. A collection of slaves in the bosom of a nation of freemen, D.C. Residents challenged taxation without representation. For all the boosterish rhetoric about its potential, Washington remained a rural backwater when the national government moved to town. The completed President's House and north wing of the Capitol gave a glimpse of future grandeur, but the surrounding area remained undeveloped. "I look in vain for the city and see no houses," lamented Margaret Bayard Smith, a newlywed from Philadelphia whose husband, Samuel, launched the city's most prominent newspaper, the National Intelligencer. L'Enfant had intended for Washington to be a city of magnificent distances, but in an era before mechanized transportation his plan made the place magnificently inconvenient. The exceptionally wide boulevards are never repaired, deep ruts, rocks, and stumps of trees, every minute impede your progress, and often threaten your limbs with dislocation, groused one English visitor. 49. The city was undeveloped politically as well as physically. Devised as an experiment in congressional planning and control, Washington was saddled with an ambiguous political status and an undetermined economic future. Though touted as a citadel of liberty, it was profoundly undemocratic. As in the rest of the United States, the vast majority of the population, women, the poor, and people of color, enslaved and free, were systematically excluded from public life and decision-making in the city. But what was unusual about Washington was that the poor shared their disenfranchised fate with the city elite. Almost but not quite from its inception, D.C. was denied the basic rights of democracy. As Washington was being built, Congress mandated that residents abide by the laws of the states that had ceded the land. On the eastern bank of the Potomac they were governed by Maryland's laws, while on the western bank Virginia's laws ruled. The Constitution gave Congress the power to exercise exclusive legislation in the federal district, but few in Congress would have predicted that the citizens of the national capital would be denied the rights and privileges of residents of a state. James Madison argued in the Federalist Papers that the states that ceded land for the district would safeguard the rights of city residents and that a municipal legislature, for local purposes, derived from their own suffrages, will of course be allowed them. Men such as Notley Young, the white, male landowners of the city, continued to vote in local, state, and national elections through November 1800. In the presidential election of 1800, Young and other eligible Washington City residents trekked to Bladensburg, Maryland, to cast their ballots along with other free American voters. 50. That soon would change. The elections of 1800 brought Thomas Jefferson and his Republican allies to power, spelling the end of Federalist rule. The peaceful transition from one party to its opposition is rightfully hailed as a signal achievement in American politics, but the election exacted a heavy toll on democracy in the district. During the several months between the election and Jefferson's inauguration, the lame duck Federalists in Congress scrambled to consolidate as much power in the federal government as possible before their small government Republican foes took control. The two parties had spent the previous decade sparring over the scope of many of the powers enumerated in the Constitution. One last battle loomed: what to do with the District of Columbia. Federalists interpreted the exercise exclusive legislation clause as broadly as possible to advance their larger agenda of centralizing federal power. An initial bill proposed by Federalist Virginian Henry Lee in December 1800 empowered Congress to serve, in essence, as the local legislature for the federal city. While Georgetown and Alexandria would retain their municipal governments, residents of Washington City would have none, and no district residents would be allowed to vote in national or federal elections. 51. As word of the Federalist bill spread, Samuel Harrison Smith's New National Intelligencer newspaper gave residents daily reports on congressional activity concerned. White Washingtonians objected vociferously. Much of the city's white community supported having Congress remain in control of the district. A petition signed by more than 200 residents, including Notley Young and James Hoban, called on Congress to assume the jurisdiction of the territory and to create a code of laws for the government thereof. They did not want the district to remain under the jurisdiction of Maryland or Virginia, fearing that if Congress did not assume control, then Washington might lose its hold on being the seat of government. There were still plenty of members of Congress, particularly from Pennsylvania, who hoped to woo the capital back to the north. 52. City residents, however, refused to concede that congressional control implied a loss of their rights to self-government and suffrage. Perhaps the most impassioned advocate for self-rule was a 26-year-old New Yorker named Augustus Brevoort Woodward. Woodward, who would later go west and earn lasting fame as the first Chief Justice of Michigan and a founder of the University of Michigan, was an unforgettable character. Gangly-limbed with a prominent nose, he had an eccentric manner that struck his admirers as a sign of brilliance and his detractors as evidence of pomposity. An attorney by trade but a visionary by temperament, Woodward authored a series of 8 essays that began appearing in the National Intelligencer in late 1800, when Congress first debated how to govern the district. 53. Woodward's essays brimmed with indignation at the idea of Congress serving as the city's local legislature. No policy can be worse than to mingle great and small concerns, he argued. The latter become absorbed in the former, are neglected and forgotten. Congress, he feared, would be too easily distracted by national concerns to regard with proper attention the minute necessities of a town, a city, or a district. Not only was congressional control simply bad for the district, it would also impair the dignity of federal authorities to be occupied with all the local concerns of the territory of Columbia. Woodward laid out in painstaking detail how the district could remain a federal city under congressional jurisdiction yet enjoy both self-government and representation in Congress. 54. Federalists in Congress ignored such nuance. After debate on the district was interrupted by a national electoral crisis that consumed congressional attention for a month, Congress hurriedly passed the Organic Act in late February 1801, proving Woodward correct that local concerns routinely would get trumped by national issues. The bill consolidated Congress's control of the capital by placing the 3 developed areas of the district, Washington City, Georgetown, and Alexandria, under the exclusive control of Congress and the President. It organized the unincorporated territory within the district into 2 counties, the County of Washington, on the Maryland side, and the County of Alexandria, on the Virginia side. No longer were the residents of these areas considered citizens of Maryland or Virginia, no longer could they vote for president, no longer could they help choose representatives in Congress. Instead, they were disfranchised federal subjects. Or, as Representative James Ashton Bayard of Delaware kindly explained, D.C. residents are children, over whom it is not our wish to tyrannize, but whom we would foster and nurture. 55 Just a generation after no taxation without representation had been the rallying cry for the Revolutionary War, district residents lost the right to vote in all elections. Not for the last time, their rights were sacrificed for the sake of a larger national agenda. Continued complaints from local advocates of self-rule encouraged the new Republican Congress to incorporate Washington City and establish a municipal government consisting of a mayor appointed by the president and an elected council. Georgetown and Alexandria retained their municipal governments. This limited home rule allowed the city's small population of white male landowners to vote, and in the election of 1,802 about 90% of them did. Given the limitations on voting, there were only 233 votes for a slate of 23 candidates. Despite the concessions, the federal government remained firmly in control of the district. Not only did the president appoint the mayor, but Congress also retained veto power over any local legislation. With such restrictions on their ability to govern themselves, district residents can regard ourselves in no higher light than a collection of slaves in the bosom of a nation of freemen. Seated Woodward. 56. The demise of political democracy. Even the district's highly restricted democracy would haunt the city. Even the most elite Washingtonians remained supplicants who could petition, protest, and plead for congressional support and approval, but they could not hold their political patrons accountable. Within a few months of the city's birth as the national capital, not even a full generation after the Revolutionary War, the disfranchisement of district residents was codified into federal law. More than 2 centuries later that political impotence remained. The lack of genuine self-government or representation in the national legislature meant not only that district residents lacked basic rights but also that the city inevitably would become a pawn in federal power struggles and a laboratory for congressional experiments. Able to control Washington directly yet unaccountable to its citizens, Congress and individual lawmakers could exert far more influence on local matters in the city than they could elsewhere. Just as Federalists used the district's uncertain political status to advance their larger agenda about federal power, members of Congress routinely used local issues to pursue national ends. This mingling of great and small concerns would have a profound effect, though not always a negative one, on efforts to achieve racial equality long into the future. Most of the inhabitants are low people, or Negroes, workers, enslaved and free, in early Washington. For most of the city's residents, the lack of political representation was hardly noteworthy or unusual. Most Washingtonians were neither educated like Augustus B. Woodward nor landed like Notley Young. Instead, they were poor, uneducated, and landless. As Treasury Secretary Oliver Wolcott complained, most of the inhabitants are low people, whose appearance indicates vice and intemperance, or Negroes. 57. Secretary Wolcott may have betrayed the condescension of his class, but he had a point. Most of the city's residents were low-income manual or domestic laborers. Because the city remained in a seemingly permanent state of construction, the white people whom it predominantly attracted were laborers who had to work alongside and compete with enslaved and free black workers. Of the white men whose occupations were identified in the 1800 census, 75% were laborers, while less than 8% were professionals or gentlemen. Just 233 of 4,000 white males in the city owned real property worth $100 or more. 58. Many of the city's white workers were Irish, about half the city's white population, according to one early observer. Although that estimate was exaggerated, Irish workers and artisans, often called mechanics, were a vital part of the growing city and would play an important role in its racial history. Whereas the United States had broken free from its colonial masters, Ireland in the late 18th century remained under British control. The American Revolution inspired many Irish to flee their native land in search of opportunity across the Atlantic. As one optimistic Irish businessman proclaimed on a sign outside his business, Peter Rogers, Sadler, from the green fields of Erin and Tyranny, to the green streets of Washington and Liberty. 59. The first Irish immigrants arrived in what would become Washington in the 1780s. Like many unskilled white immigrants, they were indentured. They owed a term of service to the Patamac Company, which paid their passage to America. About 200 Irish workers helped dig a canal around the impassable Great Falls of the Potomac, just north of Georgetown. Unlike future generations of Irish immigrants, many of the early Irish came to America with little knowledge of English. Irish Gaelic was their native tongue, and they learned English only haltingly. They faced serious discrimination from other white people, particularly Englishmen and Scots, who carried traditional animosities toward their Old World neighbors, and like other white workers they were disdained by the city elite. The lower order of whites are a grade below the Negroes in point of intelligence and 10 below them in point of civility, sniffed First Lady Abigail Adams. They look like the refuse of human nature. 60. White workers struggled to gain an economic foothold in a city where slavery flourished. Though in time the city would become known for its strong free black community, in 1800 nearly 85% of Washington's black residents were enslaved. Most lived in households with a handful of enslaved people. Only 10 families, including Notley Youngs, owned 10 or more. Enslaved women, who outnumbered their male counterparts by 3 to 2 in 1800, served primarily as domestics who cooked, cleaned, and raised children in the homes of white people, while enslaved men did a variety of jobs, from manual labor to domestic service. Because many slave owners in the city had ties to nearby plantations, slaves, particularly men, often shuttled back and forth between city and country as seasonal work demanded. 61. Washington developed a reputation among white people for being a relatively benign place to be enslaved. In D.C., wrote Englishman John Tolbert, this unhappy class of men are treated with greater humanity than in most of the slave states. Irish writer D.B. Warden claimed that most Washington slaves were well-clad and nourished. White slave owners often prided themselves on treating their slaves well. I find that it is not necessary to treat these people harshly in order to be well served, counseled Rosalie Steer Calvert, mistress on a plantation just outside the city. You must only be firm. 62. Though this reputation was selfing, it was true in a relative sense. Compared to life on a rural plantation, slavery in the capital did indeed offer greater opportunities for enslaved people. On isolated plantations, slave owners had almost dictatorial power and could treat their slaves as they pleased. In the city, they had to submit to local authorities, as well as the unwritten pressure exerted by their neighbors' opinions. The urban environment gave enslaved people a chance to spend time beyond the gaze of their owners, and often in the company of free black people. Because city residents generally did not produce most of their own food, tools, or clothing, they bought needed items at city markets such as Center Market at 7th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue NW. This task generally fell to enslaved women, who used their market time to visit with friends and family. Urban households typically had less work for slaves to do, so owners hired their enslaved workers out to other families in the area. These enslaved people often could live independently, and many lived in small houses along F Street NW and behind St. Patrick's Church on 10th Street NW. 63. Charles Ball knew firsthand that the experience of a slave in Washington could be far better than life in the country. Born enslaved on a Calvert County, Maryland, plantation, Ball was raised by his grandfather after his mother was sold away and his despondent father fled to the north. Laboring under a cruel, parsimonious owner, he and his fellow enslaved workers suffered greatly for want of sufficient and proper food and very much from the cold. His owner hired him out to be a cook on a warship anchored at the Navy Yard in Washington, which proved to be an eye-opening experience for the 20-year-old Ball. 64. In the enjoyment of a profusion of excellent provisions, I felt very happy, he later wrote in his 1837 memoir, A Narrative of the Adventures of Charles Ball, a Black Man. The officers on the ship gave him clothing and money, and my duties, though constant, were not burthensome. Allowed to spend Sunday afternoon in my own way, Ball roamed the streets of the city, often walking as far as Georgetown to see the new and splendid buildings. During his 2 years in the city, Ball interacted with many other black people, enslaved and free. He noticed that city slaves tended to be treated better than those on the plantation because, Out of a sense of shame or pride, slave owners provided their enslaved workers tolerably with both food and clothing, when they know their conduct is subject to the observation of persons, whose good opinion they wish to preserve. 65. For all its relative opportunity, however, slavery in Washington remained a harsh institution driven by economic considerations and backed by violence. The institution was particularly disruptive for enslaved families. Slaveholders often separated husbands from wives and parents from children to maximize the efficiency of their workers and the profitability of their enterprise. Owners regularly transferred enslaved people from one property in the city to another in the country, splitting families up in the process. If owners' economic fortunes changed or slave prices rose, they might decide to sell off their property. Rosalie Steer Calvert, the plantation mistress who boasted about not treating her enslaved people harshly, frequently discussed selling them. "We sold your girl Lucy for $2.25, she casually informed her parents one October. The slave trade flourished in Washington. Charles Ball frequently saw large numbers of people of my color chained together in long trains, and driven off towards the South. 66. Running away was difficult. It was a rare thing to hear of a person of color running away, and escaping altogether from his master, Ball noted. Nonetheless, after meeting a free black sailor whose descriptions of free life in Philadelphia charmed my imagination, Ball began plotting an escape. Before he could flee, however, his owner appeared at the Navy Yard and informed him that he had been sold. Ball returned to plantation life and got married. But not long after his second child was born, he experienced a slave's worst nightmare. His owner sold him away from his family. "My heart died within me," he recalled, as he was padlocked into a neck collar, chained to 51 other slaves, and forced to walk nearly 500 miles to an auction block in Columbia, South Carolina. Ball eventually escaped and walked back to his family in Maryland, where he lived as a fugitive until 1830. Recaptured and returned to slavery, he escaped again and fled to Pennsylvania. 67. A slave coffle passing the Capitol. Enslaved men walk in handcuffs and shackles in front of the Capitol before it was burned by the British in August 1814. Slavery was embedded in the nation's capital from its inception. Library of Congress. Despite the low probability of success and the harsh consequences of capture, enslaved people repeatedly attempted to run away both from and to Washington. Almost from the day it began publication, the National Intelligencer ran ads offering rewards for runaways. The first appeared in December 1800, for the ironically named Negro Fidelio, well known about the city, who was thought to be lurking near the plantation where his wife lived. Lurking was a specialized term that flummoxed slave owners used to describe fugitive slaves who sought to disappear into the city and assume a free identity. 68. The newspaper ran notices posted by the D.C. Marshal, who often caught suspected runaways and put them in the local jail, and it listed enslaved people for sale. John Peter Van Ness, a former New York representative who later became Washington's mayor, advertised a Negro boy for sale, assuring customers that the 13 or 14-year-old was healthy, able, honest, and strong. 69. Some enslaved people, particularly women, turned to Washington's courts for redress. They took the initiative to hire white attorneys and file freedom suits and freedom petitions demanding manumission. Savvy about the context in which they lived, they timed their suits carefully to take advantage of shifting legal, political, or familial circumstances. Mina Queen was among those enslaved people who took legal action. Descended from a large family of free and enslaved Marylanders, Queen hired attorney Francis Scott Key and filed suit in January 1810. Key was a Georgetown resident and nephew of Maryland Congressman Philip Barton Key, who had represented members of the Queen family in court in the 1790s. Frank Key had not yet gained fame for writing the Star-Spangled Banner. 70. Queen claimed that her great-grandmother, Mary Queen, had been a free woman, and thus she was legally entitled to freedom. Lacking documentation for this assertion, she relied instead on family oral history establishing that she descended from free ancestors. Her owner, Washington County planter John Hepburn, countered that Mary Queen had been enslaved all her life. During the remarkable trial, he called Simon Queen, a freeborn black man, to testify against a free Christian white person. Despite the defense's objection, the court allowed his testimony. The jury, however, ruled against Mina Queen. 71. Queen appealed. Her case, Queen v. Hepburn, eventually made it to the Supreme Court in 1813, but the justices dealt a double blow to enslaved people. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Marshall dismissed the use of hearsay testimony to establish one's legal status, ruling that in legal terms enslaved people were considered property. If the court allowed such hearsay evidence, Marshall argued, no man could feel safe in any property. Justice Gabriel Duvall gave a brief but powerful dissent. People of color, from their helpless condition under the uncontrolled authority of a master, are entitled to all reasonable protection, Duvall wrote. A decision that hearsay evidence in such cases shall not be admitted, cuts up by the roots all claims of the kind, and puts a final end to them, unless the claim should arise from a fact of recent date, and such a case will seldom, perhaps never, occur. 72. The Queen ruling, like the court's infamous Dred Scott decision in 1857, undermined the ability of enslaved petitioners to attain freedom through the courts. But enslaved Washingtonians did not abandon the fight. They continued to seek legal avenues to freedom all the way up to the Civil War. From 1800 to 1862, roughly 500 enslaved people filed freedom suits in D.C. Another way that enslaved people pursued freedom was through self-purchase. For economic, familial, or moral reasons, slave owners sometimes agreed to allow their slaves to earn and save money to buy their freedom. Other times, slaves had to accumulate funds in secret and use white intermediaries to make the purchase. Sisters Alethea Browning Tanner and Sophia Browning Bell used both methods to become free. Born enslaved on a plantation along the Patuxent River in Prince George's County, the entrepreneurial and determined sisters capitalized on opportunities in the nascent capital to escape the hard outdoor labor of the tobacco fields and the emotionally and physically taxing inside work of the big house on the plantation. 73. Sophia cultivated a small garden plot, taking her vegetables each day to market in Washington City. Unbeknownst to her mistress, she began saving a portion of her earnings. She eventually accumulated $400, about $7,800 in 21st century dollars, which she entrusted to a local Methodist minister to purchase the freedom of her husband, George Bell, who lived on a plantation nearby. George Bell later bought the freedom of his wife and their 2 sons, both of whom were purchased while running. They had fled the plantation and remained at large when their owner consented to sell them. The Bells moved into the city and became leaders in Washington's free black community. 74. Alethea, too, turned food into freedom. With permission from her owner, she ran a produce stand near President's Square, today's Lafayette Square, and counted President Thomas Jefferson among her customers. By 1810, she had squirreled away more than $1,400, about $28,000 in 21st century dollars, which she used to buy her freedom through a white intermediary. With no children of her own, her husband died young and she never remarried. Though she kept her married name Tanner, she focused on freeing her extended family and, later, her close friends. Continuing her lucrative business for another 3 decades, she earned enough to buy freedom for 25 more people, including her 16-year-old nephew John Cook, who would become a pioneering educator and pastor. Tanner remained active in the community all her life and owned what one observer called a handsome property on 14th and H Streets NW, 2 blocks from the White House. 75. The Browning sisters joined a small but growing free black community in Washington. As the region's tobacco industry declined and the need for slaves in the city waned, more and more enslaved people either purchased their freedom or were manumitted by their owners. The number of free black people grew much faster than the enslaved population in the early decades of the 19th century. Washington City had 400 free black people at the beginning of the century, nearly double the number of eligible voters in the city. Within a decade, that number had nearly quadrupled, and free black people were more than 30% of the black population. Most free black people maintained close connections to their enslaved counterparts. Though their legal status was very different, free and enslaved black people did not lead separate lives in the city. They were linked through family. Many free black people had spouses, siblings, parents, and even children who remained enslaved, as well as through churches and other community institutions. 76. Free black migrants were attracted by both work opportunities and the relatively open and tolerant nature of the city. As the national capital, Washington became home to a diverse population of national and foreign government officials. Northerners and foreigners often commented about how southern Washington seemed, but the city's cosmopolitan mission softened some of the harshness that black people experienced in other southern cities, and free black people had more freedom of movement than elsewhere in the South. One of the free black community's top priorities was education. Denied the chance to attend the public white pauper schools that the city had established in 1804, black Washingtonians relied instead on a small number of private schools, supported by both free black and white donors. In 1807, Sophia Browning Bell's husband, George, joined with fellow ex-slaves Moses Liverpool and Nicholas Franklin, all of whom were illiterate, to establish the Bell School at 2nd and D Streets SE, the first school open to black children, free or enslaved. In the next several years, several small schools appeared, including one founded by Anne Marie Hall, a native of Prince George's County who became the city's first black teacher. An English widow named Mary Billings began allowing black children to attend her classes alongside white children. After white parents complained, Billings simply established a new school for black children in Georgetown. In 1820, one of Billings's students, an extraordinary black 15-year-old named Maria Beecraft, opened a girls' school of her own. It later became a boarding school, and Beecraft went on to lead the female seminary at Holy Trinity Church in Georgetown. 77. Table 1. Washington's black population, 1800–1830. Initially, these schools catered to both enslaved and free children. Yet, although Washington had no laws forbidding the education of slaves, white pressure forced the schools to focus exclusively on free children. The liberating potential of education, as well as the opportunity to interact regularly with free classmates, proved too much of a threat to the established order. Schools for black children were not the only perceived threat in the early decades of the 19th century. The growth of the free black community, the intermingling of slaves and free black people, the founding of autonomous black institutions all generated fear among many white Washingtonians. City leaders used the law to keep slaves, free blacks, and mulattoes, people of mixed racial origin, in line. In 1808, with the tacit approval of Congress, the city corporation passed its first black code, adding to the slave laws of Maryland and Virginia that remained in effect in the district, and broadened it in 1812. The code required free black people to give satisfactory evidence of their freedom to the city register. It prohibited black people from assembling in a disorderly or tumultuous manner, and it imposed a curfew, 10 p.m. during the spring and summer, 9 p.m. in the fall and winter, on all black people, free and enslaved. Enslaved people who violated the code faced up to 39 lashes, while free black people could be imprisoned or fined $20.78. The black codes revealed the racial fears embedded in white Washington life. Despite the city's reputation as a relatively tolerant place for black people, Washington at its founding was a racially charged city. White workers resentful of black competition, free black people clutching at any shred of opportunity, white leaders desperate to develop and protect the city, enslaved people searching for freedom, all mingled uneasily on D.C.'s streets. Racial tension seethed below the surface of the new capital to the point where, 2 years into the War of 1812, Margaret Bayard Smith worried less about a British attack on the city than the potential that the enemy at home, slaves, would use the war as an excuse to rise up in rebellion. 79. Not only had the nation's capital been built in part by enslaved people, but it was constructed atop the fully formed slave societies that existed on Notley Young's plantation. By 1802, when Young died and his son-in-law took the reins as Washington's first mayor, Young's former plantation was peppered with the streets, homes, and churches of a growing capital, a city that could not shed the lasting imprint of slavery. 3. Our boastings of liberty and equality are mere mockeries. Confronting contradictions in the nation's capital, 1815–1836. Cash for 500 Negroes, including both sexes, from 12 to 25 years of age. Persons having likely servants to dispose of will find it to their interest to give us a call, as we will give higher prices, in cash, than any other purchaser who is now, or may hereafter come into this market. Franklin and Armfield, Alexandria. Advertisement in National Intelligencer, 1835. The narrow, leaden grey building at 1315 Duke Street in Alexandria does not stand out much from its surroundings today. Sandwiched between two red brick structures, the unassuming site could be mistaken for just another quaint shop in Old Town Alexandria, its tall red door and glass gas lamp exuding old-fashioned charm. But in the 1820s and 1830s, this block of D.C. real estate Alexandria remained a part of the district until 1846 commanded the attention of slaveholders and abolitionists across the nation. It was the headquarters of Franklin and Armfield, the nation's largest and most profitable slave trading firm. The company owned the entire block, with the three-story Duke Street office serving as the nerve center of a massive operation that sold more than 1,000 enslaved people annually. Visitors in the 1830s certainly would not have mistaken the site. It was easily distinguished as you approach it, wrote Ethan Allen Andrews, a Yale-educated Latin professor from New England who visited Franklin and Armfield's headquarters in 1835, by the high, whitewashed wall surrounding the yards, giving it the appearance of a penitentiary. It was indeed a prison, a holding pen for enslaved people from across the Washington area before they were sent downriver to slave markets in New Orleans and Natchez, Mississippi. 1. The block-long complex featured a tailor's shop, a kitchen, and a small hospital, along with barracks where up to 150 slaves spent their nights chained together on the dirt floor. A handful of armed white men stood guard over the prisoners, who spent their days unfettered but separated by gender in 2 yards. The enslaved people anxiously awaited their trip south, either by water on one of Franklin and Armfield's custom-built vessels or by foot overland in a chained coffle. Slave traders had a reputation for being, in the words of one English visitor, sordid, illiterate, and vulgar, but Isaac Franklin and John Armfield cultivated a gentlemanly image. Armfield, a former North Carolina stagecoach driver who married Franklin's niece, ran the Alexandria office while Franklin oversaw the firm's Mississippi site. They built an innovative operation that capitalized on business advances associated with the nascent market revolution. The firm used year-round advertising to generate demand, purchased its own ships to sail its product to southern markets, offered customers a reliable packet service with ships heading south on the 1st and 15th of each month, and employed the latest accounting techniques to track profits. 2. With a modern appreciation of the power of good public relations, Armfield welcomed visitors with wine and refreshments and graciously offered tours of the Duke Street site. The firm appealed to the sophisticated slave buyer with its promises of first-class vessels and a studied concern for the health and welfare of its property. Knowing that well-fed, well-dressed slaves fetched higher prices on the auction block, the firm gave each enslaved person 2 suits for the trip south and worked hard to keep their chattel relatively healthy. 3. Their methods were extraordinarily successful. Franklin and Armfield was perfectly positioned to take advantage of the shift in American slavery away from the spent soils of the Upper South toward the flourishing fields of the Lower South. As slaveholders in Virginia, Maryland, and Delaware sold their plantations or shifted to less labor-intensive crops, they looked to Franklin and Armfield and other district slave dealers to unload what they considered surplus property, their crop of human flesh, in the words of English abolitionist Joseph Sturge, who visited Washington in 1841. It was a lucrative business. In the 1830s, the price of slaves was monstrous high, Armfield trumpeted, and they were in demand across the Deep South. Children sold particularly well in the Carolinas, he noted. By the time Franklin retired to a Tennessee plantation in 1835, he was reputed to be a millionaire, while Armfield's wealth was estimated at $500,000, roughly $600 million in 21st century dollars. Franklin and Armfield was one of the biggest businesses in the entire South, exceeded only by the largest sugar or cotton plantations. The firm's success helped to transform the district into what Sturge called the chief seat of the American slave trade. Indeed, the nation's capital was the largest slave trading city in America in the 1830s, with 4 major slave trading firms in Alexandria alone. 5. Franklin and Armfield's Duke Street slave pen revealed how the nation's capital prospered from the burgeoning domestic slave trade. In the decades after the War of 1812, slavery and the slave trade in the city invited domestic and international criticism as the movement to abolish slavery focused its efforts on the district. Though some insisted that Washington should remain the neutral ground betwixt the jarring and conflicting sections of the nation, both the institution's defenders and its critics disagreed. 6. For Southern slaveholders such as Senator John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, Washington was the South's Thermopylae, its weakest point where Southern leaders had to focus their energies. If D.C. should fall to abolitionism, then so, too, would the rest of the South. For abolitionists, Washington was, in William Lloyd Garrison's words, the first citadel to be carried in the battle to end slavery nationwide. As abolitionism became a national force in American politics in the 1830s, the national battle over slavery was waged in large part in and about the nation's capital, and local abolitionists, black and white, actively challenged slavery within the city itself. 7. Washington became the national battleground over slavery not only because it was the seat of government but also because of the city's political impotence. In the capital of a budding republic, residents could not vote for representatives to the very Congress that called the city home, and they enjoyed limited powers of self-government. Because Congress had veto power over any legislation passed by the city's local council, national leaders could, and did, use Washington as a pawn in their political power struggles. Angered by the lack of local democracy, many white Washingtonians protested for expanded political rights. The 1820s witnessed the beginning of protracted Democratic agitation as poor white men clamored for the right to vote and residents of Georgetown and Alexandria sought to regain the political rights they had lost when their homes became part of the national capital. These democratic movements, combined with the local and national effort to abolish slavery in D.C., frightened elite Washingtonians and contributed to the escalating political and racial tensions that would explode in 1835. I didn't want to go, the first stirrings of an anti-slavery movement in Washington. Up until the late fall of 1815, Anne Williams had lived a relatively uneventful life. Born enslaved in Bladensburg, Maryland, she had managed to carve out a space for herself and her family within the confines of slavery. She married a man from a nearby plantation, and the couple had 2 daughters before she was sold to her husband's owner, uniting the family on one plantation. When the girls were aged about 6 and 3, the owner died, and Williams's prospects changed dramatically. The owner's profligate son took over the estate and proceeded to rack up so much debt that he began selling off his assets, including his slaves. One day while her husband was working in a distant part of the plantation, a slave trader appeared and whisked Williams and her girls away. He marched them to Washington and held them in separate cells in a slave pen above George Miller's Tavern on F Street while he amassed more slaves for an overland coffle headed south. 8. The city that Williams and her girls entered was still reeling from the devastating War of 1812. In August 1814, red-coated British soldiers had descended on the ineptly defended capital, suddenly made vulnerable after American soldiers suffered a disastrous defeat in the Battle of Bladensburg. Not so much a battle, really, as an ignominious retreat that critics in the press dubbed the Bladensburg Races. Among the British troops were soldiers from the Corps of Colonial Marines, an all-black unit of some 200 runaway slaves from Chesapeake area plantations. The men had responded to British Vice Admiral Alexander Cochrane's proclamation offering freedom to any slave who supported the British. Their unit served admirably, and after the war they settled in Canada and Trinidad. The presence of black troops among the British forces particularly incensed Francis Scott Key, one of the district's militia officers who fled from the Battle of Bladensburg. When he later penned a paean to American bravery during the war, Key included a line in the third stanza that warned, "No refuge could save the hireling and slave / from the terror of flight or the gloom of the grave." Few Americans today sing this part of what is now known as the Star-Spangled Banner. 9. The British troops sought to punish and humiliate the upstart Americans by burning their capital city. They torched the President's house, the gleaming Capitol, and nearly all other public buildings. "The city was light and the heavens reddened with the blaze," wrote a terrified Margaret Bayard Smith. The Americans rebounded to defeat their former colonial masters, but the process of rebuilding the Capitol had barely begun by the time Anne Williams arrived in Washington. Like much of the city, the Capitol lay in ruins, a charred hulk unfit for public use. 10. Williams and her daughters had been caught in the vortex of the growing domestic slave trade. Though George Washington and other Revolutionary War leaders expected slavery to wither away over time, Eli Whitney's invention of the cotton gin in 1793 revitalized the institution and fueled a global textile industry that generated ever-increasing demand for cotton fiber. Slavery expanded rapidly across the Lower South even as it declined in Maryland, Virginia, and the Upper South. The Constitution had outlawed the importation of African slaves in 1808, which meant that planters eager for enslaved labor turned instead to domestic sources. The result was the rise of the domestic or internal slave trade. Slave traders, often called Georgia men by Washingtonians, prowled the fields of the Upper South in search of healthy slaves who could capture top prices in the flourishing slave labor camps in Georgia and what would become Alabama and Mississippi. "All the slaves here have a great dread of being sold into Georgia and seem to consider it as much an evil, as their having been torn from their native soil," noted one white observer. By the time of Williams's sale in 1815, some hundreds of slaves were sold in Washington each year, according to Francis Scott Key. 11. As she sat in the pre-dawn darkness in her cell, Williams likely pondered the future that she and her daughters faced. After a forced march of hundreds of miles, they would be put up for auction and sold to the highest bidder, not as a family but as individuals. They would endure endless days of toil and a high likelihood of death in the southern sun, separated, without each other or their husband and father. "I didn't want to go," she recalled later. Williams chose an option that was at once frightful and courageous. Confused and distracted at the prospect of being forced to leave the world she knew, she leaped from the third-floor window down onto F Street below. Remarkably, she survived the fall, but she broke both arms and shattered her lower spine. As she lay sprawled on the street, her cries woke the neighbors, including Mayor James Blake, a physician, who tended to her injuries. 12. Williams's desperate act, which she later came to regret, did not save her family. Arriving that morning to find her crippled, the trader simply left her behind, taking her daughters along with a coffle of strangers on the lengthy trip south. The tavern owner, George Miller, claimed her as his slave and she lived with him for nearly 2 decades. After she recovered, she reconnected with her husband and the couple had 4 more children, but she never saw her eldest girls again. Williams was not the only slave who took desperate measures to resist being sold that winter. An enslaved woman who lived near Francis Scott Key in Georgetown was unexpectedly taken away by a slave trader. Described by Key as a faithful servant who had always behaved well, she slashed her own throat on her way to George Miller's tavern, where Williams remained. She, too, survived, but arrived at the tavern with a bloody wound that had to be sewn up. Yet another local woman, on learning that she had been sold, promptly grabbed a meat cleaver and hacked off one of her hands, rendering her unfit for sale in the eyes of the slave trader. 13. Anne Williams leaps from a third-story window to escape being sold south. She was depicted on the cover of Jesse Torrey's 1817 anti-slavery tract, a portraiture of domestic slavery in the United States. Library of Congress. Williams's leap and the desperate resistance of other enslaved people helped launch the long movement to ban the slave trade in Washington. In 1805, Representative William Sloan of New Jersey had introduced a bill to emancipate the district's slaves. It was soundly defeated, 77-31, with only one yes vote from a southern state. Little progress against the institution had been made since then. A few weeks after Williams landed on F Street, she granted an interview to Jesse Torrey, a white 28-year-old physician from Philadelphia who was visiting the capital as part of an anti-slavery tour. Her story stunned Torrey. He later depicted Williams, who remained anonymous, jumping out of the window on the cover of his bristling 1817 Denunciation of Slavery, a portraiture of domestic slavery. Torrey's book was the first anti-slavery tract to place Washington directly in the crosshairs of the growing movement to abolish slavery in the United States. Later that year, The Philanthropist, a new anti-slavery publication out of Ohio, joined Torrey's call to abolish slavery and the slave trade in the District. 14. Torrey's interview with Ann Williams was only one of many disturbing incidents that he experienced during his time in Washington. As Torrey prepared to leave his lodging house near Capitol Hill one morning, a young boy burst through the door stammering, "There goes the GEGE orgy men with a drove o' niggers chained together 2 and 2. Torrey followed the boy outside to investigate, and in the distance he saw a light-covered wagon, followed by a procession of men, women, and children, resembling that of a funeral. Paired up and bound with ropes and iron chains, the enslaved people walked within sight of the Capitol, where Torrey caught up with them. Horrified, he stood on Pennsylvania Avenue and watched as 2 slave drivers marched the sullen slaves toward the Potomac River in the distance. Just then, a black hack driver, today, he would be called a cabbie, passed by. Pointing to the coffle, he cried, "See there! Ain't that right down murder? Don't you call that right down murder?" 15. The words penetrated Torrey's conscience. As he passed by the blackened Capitol on his way back to his room, he thought it fitting that the grand building had been burned. In words that would be echoed half a century later in Abraham Lincoln's second inaugural address, Torrey wrote, "Would it be superstitious to presume, that the sovereign father of all nations, permitted the perpetration of this apparently execrable transaction, as a fiery, though salutary signal of his displeasure at the conduct of his Columbian children, in erecting and idolizing this splendid fabric as the temple of freedom, and at the same time oppressing with the yoke of captivity and toilsome bondage, 12 or 1,500,000 of their African brethren." Most incredibly, Torrey continued, slaves are employed in rebuilding this sanctuary of liberty as they had helped construct it 2 decades before. 16. As Torrey thundered about the symbolism of enslaved workers rebuilding the nation's emblem of freedom, rumblings of discontent arose within Congress itself. In March 1816, barely 3 months after Ann Williams's leap, Representative John Randolph of Virginia gave a remarkable speech condemning the slave trade in D.C. A blustery, quick-tempered slave owner who later fought a duel with Secretary of State Henry Clay, Randolph had a complicated relationship with slavery. His stepfather had penned a stunning 1,796 anti-slavery treatise, and his brother had freed all his enslaved people and given them 400 acres of land. Randolph himself denounced slavery in private and eventually manumitted his slaves in his will, but in public he defended the institution. He believed that the federal government had no constitutional right to interfere with slavery or the slave trade in the South. 17. The district, however, presented a different case. Because it was controlled by Congress, Randolph saw no constitutional barrier to federal action against the slave trade in the city, and he called on Congress to stop what he called a crying sin before God and man. The existence of a thriving slave market in the nation's capital harmed America's reputation in the eyes of the world, Randolph argued. As an international city that attracted foreign dignitaries and visitors, Washington was uniquely susceptible to international outrage. Randolph recalled being mortified when a foreign dignitary commented that Europeans would be horror-struck and disgusted by slave trading in the national capital. Visitors such as Englishman Henry Bradshaw Fearon dismissed Washington as enfeebled, by the deadly weight of absolute slavery, while the esteemed Marquis de Lafayette, appalled by ads for runaway slaves in the National Intelligencer, condemned slavery in the capital during his highly publicized tour of the country in 1824. Foreigners' disgust with slavery and slave trading in the district would only grow in the coming decades. 18. Randolph volunteered to chair a select committee to investigate the inhuman and illegal traffic in slaves in the district. The committee focused on two particularly disturbing features of the trade: the frequency with which base, hard-hearted masters broke families apart at selling time, and what Jesse Torrey called the outrageous and abominable practice of seizing and selling into exile men, women, and children whose freedom and moral rights are guaranteed by our national and state constitutions. The committee took testimony not just from Torrey, whom critics might dismiss as an emotional rabble-rouser, but also from well-respected local leaders, including Judge William Cranch, a nephew of former First Lady Abigail Adams and a stately magistrate who would serve on the U.S. Circuit Court for the District of Columbia for more than 50 years. Cranch confirmed Torrey's allegations that free black people routinely were being stolen and sold as slaves by traders eager to capitalize on the high prices being offered in the South. 19. Another local leader who volunteered to help the committee was Georgetown attorney Francis Scott Key, who had represented Mina Queen in her freedom suit in 1810. Pious, philanthropic, and idealistic, the 37-year-old Key was the slave-owning master of the Terra Rubra, Red Clay, plantation near Frederick, Maryland. He developed a reputation for being a racial humanitarian, a slaveholder who believed it was his Christian duty to protect and help enslaved people. When Randolph's committee began asking questions about the slave trade in the district, Key testified passionately about the abuses he had witnessed, including the separations of husband and wife, parents and children, and the frequent seizure of free persons who are hurried off in the night, brought to the city, and transported as slaves. 20. Key freed 7 of his slaves during his lifetime, though he still owned 8 when he died, and as a lawyer he pursued dozens of cases where he could help to secure the freedom of enslaved families. One such case involved none other than Anne Williams. In 1828, 13 years after Williams jumped from a third-story window rather than submit to being sold, Key helped her file suit for her freedom from the tavern keeper who still claimed her, George Miller. It took 4 more years of legal wrangling, but the court eventually brought Miller to trial. An all-white jury supported Williams's petition. She was free. 21. To extinguish a great portion of moral debt, the colonization movement in D.C. Francis Scott Key was no abolitionist. Though he helped individual slaves such as Anne Williams whom he deemed worthy, he wrote toward the end of his life, "I am still a slaveholder and could not, without the greatest inhumanity, be otherwise." Black people simply were not prepared for emancipation, he believed, and thus it was unjust and even immoral to free them and expect them to flourish. And yet, the man who immortalized America as the land of the free also recognized the fundamental contradiction that slavery presented to American democracy. The status of black people in the United States, both enslaved and free, was, in the words of Key's good friend and clerk of the Supreme Court Elias B. Caldwell, a monument of reproach to those sacred principles of civil liberty, which constitute the foundation of all our constitutions. 22. The two men embarked on an ambitious, and controversial, effort to reconcile that contradiction. Key and Caldwell were men of the post-revolution era who believed that their generation had to address the contradiction implicit in a white man's democracy that contained within its borders more than 1.5 million enslaved black people. "We say, in the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal, and have certain inalienable rights," Caldwell wrote. "Yet, it is considered impossible, consistently with the safety of the state, and it certainly is impossible, with the present feelings towards these people African Americans, that they can ever be placed upon this equality, or admitted to the enjoyment of these inalienable rights, whilst they remain mixed with us." 23. The only solution, then, was to remove black people from the country. Key and Caldwell helped Virginia slaveholder and legislator Charles Fenton Mercer write a bill calling on the national government to buy land either in the North Pacific or on the African coast where freed slaves could be resettled. The bill passed in December 1816, the first legislation to embrace what came to be known as colonization, a movement led by Caldwell's brother-in-law, the Reverend Robert Finley. 24. To its white supporters, colonization seemed to offer a simple solution to a vexing problem. Through congressional appropriation and private philanthropy, leading white Americans would buy land in Africa and repatriate free black people and former slaves, conveniently ignoring the fact that enslaved Americans were a diverse lot with roots in a variety of regions of Africa. Doing so, Key and other advocates believed, would benefit all involved. The country at last could claim, truthfully, that it was indeed a democracy. White people would be happier and more prosperous without the stressful presence of black people, and black people themselves would get to enjoy full rights and privileges as free citizens in their own land. White supporters saw colonization as a benevolent enterprise. Ralph Randolph Gurley, a Presbyterian minister who served as chaplain of the House of Representatives, believed that colonization would improve and regenerate the character of black people and bring civilization and Christianity to Africa. By helping free black people return to their homeland, white Americans could claim the moral high ground. As Speaker of the House Henry Clay of Kentucky put it, if, instead of the evils and sufferings which we had been the innocent cause of inflicting upon the inhabitants of Africa, we can transmit to her the blessings of our arts, our civilization, and our religion, may we not hope that America will extinguish a great portion of that moral debt which she has contracted to that unfortunate continent? 25. If the revolution was hatched in Boston and abolitionism developed in Philadelphia, colonization grew largely out of Washington. Slave owners in Washington and the surrounding region often had excess slaves whom they could not keep, did not want to free, and felt it was inhumane to sell. They also lived in an area with a large free black population. Colonization, they believed, offered the most just and responsible way to deal with what they considered a serious and growing problem. In December 1816, Key and Caldwell helped organize the founding meeting of what would become the American Colonization Society, ACS, the nation's foremost organization for facilitating black resettlement in Africa. Half of the 50 original signers of the Society's constitution lived in the city. The ACS attracted men who considered themselves enlightened on racial issues, including such well-respected Washingtonians as architect William Thornton, Judge William Cranch, and editor William Seaton of the National Intelligencer. They found in colonization a compelling movement that melded practical concerns with philanthropic ideals. 26. Though advocates of colonization brought a wide range of motivations, they generally opposed the abolition of slavery. At the founding meeting of the ACS, Key himself insisted that the organization's bylaws clearly state that it had no intention of abolishing slavery. Slave owners such as John Randolph saw colonization as essential to maintaining slavery in perpetuity. Free black people stood as one of the greatest sources of the insecurity, and also unprofitableness, of slave property, Randolph argued. Sending free black people out of the country would enable the master to keep in possession his own property. 27. The colonization movement was rooted in the particular economy and paternalist impulses of the Chesapeake region, but it captured the imagination of white leaders nationwide. Prominent politicians including Presidents James Madison and James Monroe joined the movement. Within a decade, and with a $100,000 appropriation from Congress, the ACS helped establish the new colony of Liberia on the west coast of Africa and financed the migration of several thousand former slaves there. 28. The idea of leaving America and enjoying full freedom also appealed to some black people, and the movement's white leaders worked hard to promote their opinions. William Seaton used the National Intelligencer to Leonize Paul Cuff, a half-black, half-Indian Massachusetts Quaker who had resettled groups of former slaves in the British colony of Sierra Leone and who was working with the ACS to coordinate resettlement voyages when he died unexpectedly in 1817. A few black Washingtonians expressed support for colonization, at least in principle. One group of colored citizens of Washington City passed a resolution arguing that leaving America was necessary because we think it impossible for us to enjoy that franchise liberty which distinguishes the citizen of a free state. 29. Yet even black people who sympathized with such arguments overwhelmingly rejected colonization, which they feared could lead to forced deportation to Liberia. If they supported leaving the United States at all, they preferred emigration, a voluntary, black-driven migration to Haiti, the only black-led nation in the Western Hemisphere. Isaac N. Carey, a prominent black abolitionist who served as a local agent for Freedom's Journal and other anti-slavery newspapers, promoted emigration to Haiti, which more than 8,000 black people did during the 1820s. In general, however, free and enslaved black Washingtonians preferred to fight for equality within the United States rather migrate elsewhere. Black leaders aggressively attacked colonization in the press and at public meetings, leading ACS leaders to complain that opponents had prejudiced the minds of the free people of color against this institution, which had its origin in an honest desire to promote their happiness. Former slave Thomas Smallwood initially supported colonization but later came to see the movement as an ill-disguised effort to remove black people from the country of their birth, and he worked vigorously to oppose it. He estimated that not 1 in 100 could be induced to go to Africa. Colonization, one enslaved Washingtonian told a visiting journalist, had done black people great injury by lessening the little interest that was before felt for them, and increasing the wish to get rid of them. 31. Black people were right to be suspicious of colonization. The movement grew out of fear that anti-slavery agitation would eventually lead to emancipation, fear that emancipated black people could never be assimilated into American society, fear that free black people would undermine white democracy and slavery. Colonization sent a powerful message about who could and could not enjoy the blessings of American freedom. Though Liberia settled only a minuscule portion of the nearly 4 million enslaved people who eventually lived in the United States, colonization appealed to many generations of white Americans who believed that free black people could never have a place in their country. The American Colonization Society reached its zenith in the decades before the Civil War, but it remained active into the 20th century, finally shuttering its doors in 1964.32. The Constitution knows no distinction of color. Free black people stake a claim to the city. Support for colonization in Washington grew in direct proportion to the size and strength of the city's free black community. By 1820, it was clear that D.C. was becoming a magnet for free black migrants from nearby slave states. Surrounding states clamped down harshly on their free black populations as owners recognized the threat they posed to the institution of slavery in Virginia. Any slave manumitted after 1806 had 1 year to leave the state before having his or her freedom revoked. Washington looked more promising by contrast. The city had a thriving free black community and many black-run institutions. Free black residents lived and worked throughout the city. They enjoyed relative freedom of movement in the urban environment, and they even could watch congressional proceedings. During the debates that led to the Missouri Compromise in 1820, one newspaper noted, the galleries were crowded with colored persons, almost to the exclusion of whites. 33. As black migration to the city increased, so, too, did the number of manumissions through self-purchase and by last will and testament. Even after Mina Queen lost her Supreme Court decision in 1813, enslaved people filed claims and occasionally won freedom through the courts. Migration, manumission, and lawsuits sent the city's free black population soaring. It jumped 75% in the 1810s and another 67% in the 1820s, more than double the rate of the white population, while the enslaved population plateaued. By 1830, most of the city's black residents were free. Among southern cities, only Washington, Baltimore, and St. Louis had majority free black populations before the Civil War. 34. Free black workers pursued a variety of economic opportunities in the city. Women, who were the majority of the black population throughout the antebellum era, served primarily as domestic workers who washed and ironed clothes and linens, delivered babies, and cared for children, cooked and cleaned homes for white families, or worked as seamstresses. Men generally found employment as construction and maintenance workers on public and private building projects, as cooks, waiters, and barbers in the city's numerous restaurants, hotels, and boarding houses, and as hack drivers, draymen, and hod carriers on city streets, particularly around the bustling area near the Navy Yard. Black workers were not able to secure well-paying clerk positions in the federal government, but only one federal agency, the Postal Service, barred their employment altogether. 35. A small proportion of free black Washingtonians became professionals, teachers, ministers, business owners, and began to buy property in the city. Among the most successful was Beverly Snow, a confident, sharp-tongued entrepreneur from Lynchburg, Virginia, who moved to D.C. shortly after being manumitted by his owner in 1829. Trained as a chef while enslaved, Snow opened what one newspaper writer called the stylish and excellent Epicurean eating house at the corner of 6th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue NW. Offering the finest meats alongside Snow's specialty, green turtle soup, the restaurant was an astounding success, attracting crowds of well-off patrons. Other black businessmen thrived in the city as well, including Lynch Wormley, a Virginia transplant who rose from driving hacks to running a livery stable and owning property on I Street NW. Wormley and his 10 children became one of the city's most renowned free black families. Several Wormleys were among more than 120 black Washingtonians who owned property by 1840.36. As their numbers grew, free black Washingtonians sought more autonomy in their lives and began to build their own religious institutions. During the city's early years, both enslaved and free black residents attended white churches, but they faced physical segregation and endured regular reminders of their subordination, such as when some white ministers objected to touching black children during baptism. Angered by discrimination in Montgomery Street Church in Georgetown, more than 130 black congregants broke away in 1816 to found the city's first black church, the Little Ark, renamed Mount Zion United Methodist Church in 1846. Though it was led by white pastors through the Civil War, Mount Zion played an important role in supporting Georgetown's black community. In 1820, black members of Ebenezer Church abandoned their slave-owning pastor and formed the city's first autonomous black congregation, Israel Bethel Colored Methodist Episcopal Church, located on 1st Street SE at the foot of Capitol Hill. When Israel Bethel faced losing its building several years later, Alethea Browning Tanner and her brother-in-law, George Bell, stepped in to purchase the church. 37. Black initiative and resources, sometimes supplemented by donations from sympathetic white residents, launched and sustained 14 antebellum black churches, including Asbury African Methodist Episcopal on 11th and K Streets NW that had more than 600 members. All these churches were Protestant. Black Catholics remained for a long time within white-run churches, in part because priests administered the sacraments to black and white parishioners alike. Not until the Civil War did black members form their own church, St. Augustine's. These antebellum churches became vital community institutions that nurtured racial pride, encouraged black leadership, baptized and educated children, connected free and enslaved kin, and at times offered sanctuary to fugitive slaves. 38. Black Washingtonians also asserted their growing self-confidence by creating their own secular institutions, particularly benevolent societies. These mutual aid organizations pooled resources to help community members deal with financial distress, medical emergencies, and burials. One successful example was the Resolute Beneficial Society, founded in 1818 by a group of free black men, including George Bell. In addition to a traditional focus on illness and funerals, the society launched a school for free black children. It called on the full community to support the school through dues and subscriptions, though to assuage white concerns and avoid disagreeable occurrences the group pledged that no slave children would be taught. The society, like other community institutions, both reflected and nurtured black Washingtonians' emergent autonomy and sense of self-reliance. 39. Michael Shiner embodied the hard-earned but tenuous success of many black Washingtonians. Born enslaved in 1805 near Piscataway, Maryland, Shiner later moved to D.C., where his owner hired him out as a laborer at the Navy Yard. After his owner died in 1827, he was sold as a term slave for $250 to clerk of the Navy Yard. Thomas Howard Shiner was to be freed after serving a term of 15 more years. He married an enslaved woman named Phyllis, and the couple had 6 children. They became active members of Ebenezer Church, which offered adult Sunday school classes where Shiner likely learned to read and write. A diligent worker who earned the respect of his workmates and bosses, he began jotting down his observations of daily life in a remarkable journal that revealed fascinating insights into working-class antebellum Washington. 40. But the Shiners could not settle comfortably into family life. After Phyllis's owner died in 1833, his son paid off family debts by selling Phyllis and 2 of the Shiners' children to the slave trading firm Franklin and Armfield. "They were snatched away from me and sold," wrote a desperate Michael Shiner in June. In great distress, he spent several nerve-wracking days rustling up every white contact he knew to help get his family released. Shiner's persistence and his canny understanding of power paid off. He enlisted a major general from the Navy Yard, who helped get a court order that not only forced Franklin and Armfield to relent but also arranged for the manumission of Shiner's wife and children. It took a week, but the Shiners were reunited. Shiner also tenaciously pursued his freedom. When his owner, Howard, died and the executors of Howard's will threatened to break the terms of his emancipation, Shiner challenged them in court. With the help of white attorney James Hoban Jr., son of the first architect of the White House, he filed an 1836 freedom petition that charged that he was being unjustly and illegally held in bondage. He won. He thrived as a free man, working at the Navy Yard for more than 2 decades, accumulating property, and, after the Civil War, becoming active in local politics. "The only master I have now is the Constitution," he later declared. Precarious though it was, the modest success of the antebellum free black population in securing employment and acquiring property helped lay the foundation for what would become the nation's largest, wealthiest, and most educated black population by the turn of the 20th century. It also sowed the seeds of class divisions within the black community. Many free black Washingtonians had white ancestry and identified, and were classified in the census, as mulatto, mixed race. Their lighter skin color testified to the fact that racial boundaries in Washington were more fluid and porous than fixed legal distinctions implied. With closer connections to the white community, many mixed-race residents had greater access to education and employment than their darker-skinned peers, and they often enjoyed higher status. These divisions would grow over time, particularly in the late 19th century. 41. The dramatic growth and success of Washington's free black population alarmed many white residents who viewed free black people as a menace. Local writer Anne Royall complained that black people have absolute possession of the city, and assail people with their insolence, noise, and stones. Royall blamed Congress for preferring the black to the white people and claimed these Negroes engross all employment and all the cash. And even our females, leaving nothing for the poor starving white people. Secretary of War James Barber believed that free people of color are ignorant, insolent, and demoralized and earn their keep only from prostitution, from theft, and from begging. Getting rid of them, he said in 1824, was an object of our first desire. 42. The city's white leaders shared such concerns. They sought to discourage free black in-migration by passing a series of increasingly restrictive black codes. Every imaginable form of humiliating restriction upon the personal freedom of the colored people, both bond and free, pervades these laws, noted one later observer. It seems to have been assumed that these humble and patient beings were ready for riot, insurrection, and every species of insubordination and wickedness. 43. After Congress granted the City Council new powers in 1820, Council members passed a law that gave all free persons of color, whether Negroes or mulattoes, 30 days to appear before the mayor with the papers of freedom or evidence of freedom, along with a certificate from 3 respectable white inhabitants who could attest that they live peaceable and quiet lives and are industrious and honest souls unlikely to become wards of the city. If the mayor accepted this evidence, then the free black applicant had to post a $20 bond promising good, sober, and orderly conduct. Failure to abide by the provisions could lead to a $5 fine, imprisonment, and forced departure from the city. 44. But white leaders seeking to curb free black people ran into a problem: William Costin. Costin cut a remarkable figure in early 19th century D.C. He was the unacknowledged nephew and grandson of former First Lady Martha Custis Washington. His enslaved mother, Anne Dandridge, was Washington's half-sister, and she was raped by Washington's son and bore his child. Born free, Costin may have grown up on President Washington's Mount Vernon plantation. He had a rich mixture of African, European, and Native American blood, giving him a light brown complexion. With an aristocratic bearing and a steely determination to claim what he believed to be his, he was not someone to be trifled with. 45. Well respected by both the white and black communities, no less than John Quincy Adams remarked that Costin, though he was not white, was as much respected as any man in the district. Costin built a home on A Street SE, now part of the Capitol grounds, worked as a messenger for the Bank of Washington, and served as president of the Resolute Beneficial Society. His 7 children attended a small, integrated private school on Capitol Hill, and he purchased several relatives out of slavery. 46. In 1821, Costin created a storm of controversy when, nearly 3 decades before Henry David Thoreau's celebrated act of civil disobedience, he deliberately refused to obey the city council's new law requiring him to appear before the mayor with free papers in hand. Instead, he dared authorities to enforce it. When they arrested him, he sued, arguing that the law violated both the city charter and the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution knows no distinction of color, Costin insisted. All who are not slaves are equally free, and people of color have a right to come here and claim all the privileges of citizenship. Rejecting the founders' racial exclusivity, Costin claimed American democracy for men of all races. His was an astounding, novel interpretation of the Constitution as a colorblind document, an argument more than a century ahead of its time. The case found its way to Circuit Court Judge William Cranch, whose enigmatic 1821 decision in Costin v. Washington offered both hope and frustration for the city's black community. Cranch ruled that the law must be construed prospectively, and not retrospectively, and thus did not apply to Costin and other free black people who currently lived in the city. In its revision of the city charter, Cranch wrote, "Congress did not seek to banish old and long-established inhabitants of the city who can neither be reproached for, nor suspected of any crime." 47. But the cautious judge severely limited the scope of his decision. He claimed that the city had the power to deny to some of its citizens some of the political rights enjoyed by others, including the right to vote. The city also could take steps to target groups who threatened to corrupt the public morals, so it was within its rights to require security for good behavior from free persons of color, as well as from vagrants, and persons of ill fame. Cranch's ruling was a victory for Costin personally, but not for the future free black community. The new law would not be enforced on Costin and other current black residents, but the court had affirmed the council's primary message: new black migrants were not welcome. 48. William Costin had tried but failed to force the nation's capital to apply the Constitution to a group whom the founders had intended to exclude: free black people. The court explicitly rejected black claims to civic equality. All who were not enslaved were not equally free in the eyes of the law. Although, as Judge Cranch acknowledged, Costin and other longtime free black residents were useful members of society who had contributed to the growth and improvement of the city, they were still beyond the scope of constitutional protection. The size and vitality of the city's free black community and the willingness of black residents to stake their claims to full citizenship generated fears among white city leaders, who then passed repressive new laws that won court approval. This cycle of black strength, white fear, and legal repression would repeat itself throughout the city's history. The birthright and inheritance of free men, the push for white democracy in Washington. As William Costin struggled to win legal protections for free black people, Thomas Carberry pushed to win political rights for another excluded group: poor white men. The son of a timber salesman, Carberry was a devout Catholic whose Irish ancestors settled in rural Maryland decades before the Revolution. 21 years old when the War of 1812 erupted, he joined the military and helped man the city's defences when the British invaded in August 1814. Carberry was a dashing young man with a genial manner, an eye for fashionable clothing, and a burning political ambition. Shortly after the war, he built Carberry's Wharf near the new Washington City Canal, roughly along what is today's Constitution Avenue, and turned it into a booming business that catapulted him into social prominence. In 1818, he moved with 5 slaves, 3 sisters, a nephew, and a niece into a stately federal mansion at 17th and C Streets NW. He assumed the presidency of the National Metropolitan Bank and soon launched his political career, winning his first term in the city council in 1819. By 1822, the 30-year-old bachelor had set his sights on the mayor's office. 49. Carberry seemed to be precisely the kind of virtuous citizen whom the founders envisioned serving as the natural leaders of communities across the new nation. Scion of an established family, a record of patriotic military service, a distinguished business career. These were the makings of a political star. Carberry, however, challenged the reigning political orthodoxy by championing the common man. Like Elias Caldwell and Francis Scott Key, Carberry was a child of the post-revolution generation, and he, too, recognized the limitations of the founders. While Caldwell and Key sought a solution to America's racial contradictions, Carberry focused on the economic contradictions embedded in the fledgling nation. The founders had embraced a republican form of representative democracy, but they assumed that the political arena would be reserved for members of what they deemed the natural aristocracy of educated, propertied white men. Only men with property, they believed, had a stake in the long-term well-being of the community, hence, only they could be trusted with the power to rule. Carberry, by contrast, embraced General Andrew Jackson's broader vision of white democracy. Though he was relatively well off, Carberry supported the rights of the thousands of white men without property who made up the majority of Washington's male population. 50. Carberry's view of democracy may have stemmed in part from his Catholic faith, with its emphasis on moral obligation to the poor. He was among the most visible members of Washington's small but influential Catholic community. Many Catholic families, such as the Youngs, the Brents, and the Carrolls, had been well established in Maryland for generations, and they worked diligently to assimilate into Washington's political and economic establishment. Like their Protestant counterparts, the most prosperous of these families, including the Carberrys, owned slaves. Indeed, slaveholding was a sign of elite status. Some Catholic slave owners converted their enslaved people to Catholicism, both for spiritual reasons and because they believed that, as former Georgetown University president the Reverend John Grassi put it in 1818, Catholic slaves are preferred to all others because they are more docile and faithful to their masters. 51. Washington's Catholics maintained their religious and cultural traditions. Even as the city's political leadership petitioned Congress in the 1810s for the right to ban vagrants from the city, the Catholic community helped poor immigrants find work and welcomed them into local congregations. Most of the Irish immigrants in the early 19th century arrived in town without homes or jobs. The local Catholic community offered resources such as the Washington City Hibernian Benevolent Society, formed in 1818 by Irish taverners, contractors, and workers to aid destitute Irish families. Georgetown University, founded by Bishop John Carroll in 1789, became an employer of first resort, often hiring newly arrived immigrants as cooks, tailors, or farm workers until they could find regular employment. The experience of Irish immigrants, then, contrasted sharply with that of free black Washingtonians, who had few community resources to draw on and often were expected instead to be a source of support for their enslaved kin. 52. As a congregant who worshipped with Irish immigrants and a builder who worked alongside manual laborers, Carberry developed a sense of shared interest with them that differentiated him from other members of the slaveholding elite. His political ascent worried more traditional leaders in the district, particularly when he ran for mayor after Congress changed the city charter in 1820. Congress expanded the powers of the city corporation and replaced the council-appointed mayor with a popularly elected one, giving district voters the chance to choose their mayor every 2 years. This expansion of elected self-government would last for more than half a century. 53. Carberry ran for mayor in 1822 and won, prompting outrage among the city's elite. With legal representation from Francis Scott Key, they filed a lawsuit charging that Carberry had encouraged unqualified, that is, poor, voters to cast ballots. A majority of the Board of Aldermen refused to swear in the new mayor, prompting a near riot at City Hall that required police intervention. After Carberry took office, his opponents passed a controversial $100 law that limited voting rights to those white men who were assessed as having $100 or more in property, an economic value of more than $70,000 in 21st century dollars. Carberry vetoed the bill, but the council promptly passed it again after he lost his 1824 re-election bid. 54. Intended to keep the government the preserve of the privileged, the law angered white workers. The United States Telegraph, a New Jacksonian newspaper run by an ornery former brigadier general named Duff Green, became the voice of working-class anger against the odious and abominable $100 law and leaders who sought to establish a moneyed aristocracy among us. Workers heartily supported Carberry when he ran again for mayor in 1826, but the voting restrictions limited his base of support. Carberry lost. The white poor would have to wait more than 2 decades before they could exert widespread political influence in city politics again. 55. The Jacksonian emphasis on political power for the common man inspired calls for Alexandria and Georgetown to be retroceded, or returned, to their original states of Virginia and Maryland, respectively. Angered by their political impotence, more and more white residents in the port cities began to question the wisdom of remaining part of the national capital. Just a generation before, prominent leaders in both Alexandria and Georgetown had been among the most enthusiastic boosters of placing the capital on the banks of the Potomac. Before the War of 1812, the towns grew smartly and their citizens generally shared a national orientation. But the war exposed Washington's vulnerability, prompting many in Congress to talk openly of relocating the seat of government. The city's defenders defeated the relocation challenge but still struggled to win sustained attention from Congress. Though federal lawmakers committed themselves to rebuilding the Capitol and other public buildings, they routinely refused to appropriate sufficient funding for Washington and neglected to draft a legal code for the city. In short, complained one letter writer to the National Intelligencer in words that echoed Augustus Woodward's arguments decades earlier, Congress was too focused on the higher and greater interests of this immense empire to concern itself with local matters. 56. Many Alexandria and Georgetown residents blamed congressional neglect for their growing economic woes. Because Congress mandated that all federal buildings be built within Washington city itself, the central city blossomed as the government grew. The port cities stagnated, particularly after 1820, when the bottom dropped out of the overseas trade along the Potomac. Alexandria was especially hard hit. Its population grew by less than 14% in the 1810s and less than 1% in the 1820s, while Washington city's population expanded by more than 50% in the 1810s and another 30% in the 1820s. Many Alexandrians felt increasingly isolated economically. 57. Retrocession advocates argued that congressional neglect stemmed in part from the want of political freedom, in the words of one white Alexandrian. It is impossible for any community, deprived of liberty, to flourish when surrounded by free states. In defiant language, retrocession supporters described their political predicament as slavery and bemoaned the indifference that their congressional masters showed. They channeled their anger into petitions, called memorials, to Congress and letters to the editor in which they pleaded for redress from what one resident called the state of groveling disfranchisement and colonial vassalage. Returning Alexandria and Georgetown to their home states would not only help residents regain those inestimable privileges, the birthright and inheritance of free men, proponents argued, but also lead to higher land values, a larger population, and more trade. 58. But the movement for retrocession, like the struggle for white manhood suffrage, was not universally popular. Washington city leaders in particular feared that it would undermine support for keeping the capital on the Potomac. They also worried that if Congress were to allow retrocession, then it might very well pull back on even the limited funding it provided for the city. In an 1822 memorial submitted by Washington's Board of Aldermen and Common Council, architect James Hoban and other city leaders flatly rejected any changes in the federal-city relationship. They preferred to brighten the chain which binds this city to the nation, rather than to remove the smallest link. The district, they argued, is more fully and ably represented than any portion of our country because it is represented by the whole assembled Congress. 59. Without unified support among white people, particularly without the unqualified support of white elites, the retrocession campaign failed to make a compelling case in Congress. It was not until the movement to abolish slavery upended local and national politics in the 1830s and 1840s that retrocession would command congressional attention. An evil of serious magnitude, the abolitionist movement targets Washington. John F. Cook came of age with abolitionism. Described by one white contemporary as having a complexion about halfway between the Anglo-Saxon and the doomed race, Cook was a shoemaker by trade and an educator by calling. He gained his freedom at age 16 in 1826 when his aunt, Alethea Browning Tanner, paid $1,450, about $36,000 in 21st century dollars, to buy the freedom of his mother and his 4 siblings. 2 years later, he enrolled in John W. Prout's Columbian Institute, one of more than 100 black students in the burgeoning school at 14th and H Streets NW. 60. Cook initially struggled with his studies. But after a shoulder injury fortuitously forced him to seek less physically strenuous labor, he read voraciously and developed into a scholar. Embracing a leadership role within the black community, he established a debating society for black people, free and enslaved, called the Young Man's Moral and Literary Society. By 1834, he was accomplished and respected enough to succeed Prout as the head of the Columbian Institute, which he renamed Union Seminary, and 7 years later he founded the first colored Presbyterian church, later renamed 15th Street Presbyterian. He enjoyed a remarkable 20-year career in education and community uplift before his untimely death in 1855 at age 45.61. As a former slave with kin who remained enslaved, Cook despised the peculiar institution and eagerly imbibed the ideas of freedom and opportunity that percolated through Washington's free black community in the late 1820s. For years, free black Washingtonians quietly condemned slavery, helped individual fugitives escape to freedom, and pursued freedom suits in the courts, but few publicly supported abolition. By the time Cook gained his freedom in 1826, however, anti-slavery sentiment was spreading across the North, and more people began calling for an end to slavery altogether. 62. Whereas most white anti-slavery advocates supported colonization or gradual emancipation, a new generation of free African Americans began to articulate a different vision: freedom, now, without any talk about leaving the United States. Black abolitionists in Boston formed the General Colored Association in 1826, and the nation's first black-run newspaper, Freedom's Journal, began publishing in New York the next year. In 1829, David Walker issued his bracing appeal to the colored citizens of the world, which denounced slavery and colonization and challenged Americans to live up to the ideals of equality written in the Declaration of Independence. "America is more our country than it is the whites. We have enriched it with our blood and tears," Walker wrote. Black abolitionists' bold rhetoric and uncompromising demands fundamentally altered the course of American abolitionism, inspiring black and white anti-slavery advocates alike to become more militant in their demands. 63. In his appeal, Walker called on black men to use education, religion, and temperance to lead the fight for freedom. John F. Cook wove all three into his life's work. At the Columbian Institute, the teenaged Cook likely heard about and discussed this set of aggressive black leaders and the ideas they espoused. Headmaster Prout was one of the city's most outspoken black abolitionists. An authorized agent for Freedom's Journal from its inception, Prout was a vocal opponent of colonization and later was arrested on charges of assisting a fugitive slave. Cook shared Prout's sense of urgency. One of his first acts of community leadership was to organize a benefit for a young man about to disenthrall himself from slavery. 64. By 1830, free black people such as John F. Cook were the majority of the city's black population. The growing size and strength of their community worried white city leaders. In 1827, the city council passed a revised black code that imposed higher fines for breaking curfew, required all black males above age 15 and black females above age 13 to show evidence of freedom, and prohibited anyone from employing or harboring a black person who could not produce freedom papers. Anyone caught without papers would be assumed to be a runaway and jailed. This clause was critical, members of the House Committee of the District of Columbia explained. If black people caught without papers were assumed to be free, the city would become the favorite resort and receptacle of fugitive slaves, which would be an insupportable annoyance. 65. The law further allowed the city jailer to sell any black prisoners whose owners did not claim them and who could not pay the jail fees, raising the possibility that free black people captured and assumed to be runaways could be sold into slavery by district authorities. Slave dealers learned to stop by the jail to see if there were any alleged fugitive slaves for sale. 66. With such laws in place, Cook and his free black neighbors could build schools and churches, they could own their own homes and business, they could establish and lead community organizations, but they could not assume that they would be safe on the streets of the city. Though congressional leaders considered the false imprisonment of free black people as beyond all rational possibility, the district's slave pens sometimes held free black prisoners such as Benedict Harper. Arrested in 1831 on charges of theft, Harper was taken to a slave pen rather than the magistrate. He feared that he was to be sold and managed to escape through a third-floor window of the pen. 67. Solomon Northup was not so lucky. A free black musician from New York, Northup was visiting the city when he was ambushed and thrown into William H. Williams's slave pen on 7th Street and B Street, now Independence Avenue, SW, just south of where the Hirshhorn Museum is now located. Known as the Yellow House for its painted plaster walls, the two-story building presented only the appearance of a quiet private residence, Northup later wrote, but it was so constructed that the outside world could never see the human cattle that were herded there. Behind the 10-foot brick wall that encircled the grounds, through the iron doors, inside the 12-foot square cells, Northup and other prisoners faced horrific beatings, endured sleepless nights without beds or blankets, and spent miserable days and weeks before being sent south. 68. Strange as it may seem, within plain sight of this same house, looking down from its commanding height upon it, was the Capitol, wrote Northup ruefully. The voices of patriotic representatives boasting of freedom and equality and the rattling of the poor slaves' chains, almost commingled. Sold into slavery in Louisiana, Northup struggled for 12 years before he regained his freedom. He told his terrifying story in 12 Years a Slave, published in 1853.69. The Yellow House sat in a thriving neighborhood of slave pens south of the National Mall. It was an ideal location for a slave trader. Just a few blocks south lay the wharf, where traders could send their chattel downriver. A few blocks north were the humming markets of Pennsylvania Avenue, where buyers and sellers could be found. Across 7th Street and a bit south of the Yellow House was Robbie's Tavern, described by abolitionist Edward Abdy as a wretched hovel surrounded by a 14-foot wooden barrier with posts outside to prevent escape. On that same block were two more pens, one run by Joseph W. Neal and Company, the other by William H. Richards. 70. Enslaved people also were held, and sold, along the Pennsylvania Avenue thoroughfare connecting the White House to the Capitol. James Birch, the sadistic trader who held Northup captive, often used the pens in two downtown hotels, the United States Hotel and the St. Charles Hotel, where management assured slave owners, the proprietor of this hotel has roomy underground cells for confining slaves for safekeeping, and patrons are notified that their slaves will be well cared for. In case of escape, full value of the Negro will be paid by the proprietor. 2 blocks east of the White House were 2 other pens, one at Lafayette Tavern and the other in the courtyard of the Decatur House. At Center Market on 7th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, currently the site of the National Archives, shoppers could buy enslaved people along with their groceries. 71. Though not an everyday occurrence, the kidnapping of free black people in the nation's capital became a flashpoint as the debate over slavery, the slave trade, and the status of free black people in Washington intensified in the late 1820s and early 1830s. Slavery was on the wane in the city as Washington became more of an urban area. There simply was less demand for slave labor, and many owners found it more profitable to sell or free their enslaved people rather than maintain them. The district's slave population reached its peak of 4,520 in 1820 and dropped steadily thereafter even as the rest of the city grew significantly. 72. Yet the institution remained an inescapable part of city life. Enslaved people were highly visible as waiters in the best hotels, hack drivers on the streets, shoppers in the public markets, and sometimes prostitutes in local brothels. In the homes of elite white residents, slaves took care of cleaning, cooking, gardening, grooming, ironing, tailoring, washing, and a host of other everyday chores. Enslaved Washingtonians served prominently as servants of Southern members of Congress and at the President's house as well. Of the first 12 presidents, 8 were slaveholders who brought enslaved people to serve them in the nation's capital. 73. Slave coffles regularly wended their way through downtown, and each day readers of the National Intelligencer could find ads from several slave traders, including Franklin and Armfield, as well as a variety of runaway notices from owners offering rewards for the capture of fugitive slaves. Not only did the slave trade enrich individuals, but it bolstered the local economy and funded civic projects. In 1834, Congress used the $400 licensing fee on slave traders to help the city fund the dredging of the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. And it benefited private institutions as well. When Georgetown College faced financial difficulties in 1838, school officials decided to sell 272 of the enslaved people who worked the college's Maryland farms to 2 Louisiana planters for $115,000, more than $60 million in 21st century dollars, thereby preserving the institution. 74. Abolitionists set their sights on the district for both symbolic and pragmatic reasons. As the nation's capital, Washington represented the highest aspirations of the American people, and abolitionists argued that it should not be tainted by the sin of slavery. Slavery is certainly disgraceful in any part of the Union, but more particularly within the limits of the District of Columbia, under the immediate notice of Congress, and ministers from different governments of Europe, wrote the editors of Freedom's Journal in 1828. May not the latter exclaim with propriety, upon viewing the revolting scenes which daily present themselves, that all our boastings of liberty and equality are mere mockeries. Ending slavery in Washington, abolitionists argued, would send a powerful message about the priorities and principles of the nation. 75. From a practical political perspective, it also made sense to concentrate on Washington rather than elsewhere in the South because the federal government alone had the power to determine slavery's fate in the city. Southern slaveholders could not claim, as they did regarding slavery elsewhere, that the matter should be left to local legislatures. Congress was the local government. The subject of slavery in the District of Columbia is one which is completely within the power of Congress, acting as the legislature of the district, abolitionist Ethan Allen Andrews wrote. And should they even adopt a plan of general emancipation, provided the rights of their constituents in the district were regarded, the South would have no more reason to complain, than of a similar act on the part of the legislature of Virginia or Maryland. 76. Washington, almost alone among Southern cities, buzzed with anti-slavery activity. By 1827, a dozen formal anti-slavery societies had been established in Maryland, the District, and Alexandria, according to Freedom's Journal. Humanity entreats, self-interest urges, religion commands us to act to remove an evil so pernicious in its consequences, so disgraceful in its character, wrote the leaders of the Society for the Abolition of Slavery in the District of Columbia. White abolitionists such as Quaker Samuel Janney of the Benevolent Society of Alexandria lent their expertise and resources to freedom suits, including a successful 1827 case in which 12 black petitioners filed suit against local slave traders and 1.77. Much abolitionist energy focused on the slave trade, which by the late 1820s had grown into a substantial and lucrative business. District slave traders, led by Franklin and Armfield, were dominant players in the industry. The graphic, everyday brutality of the slave trade fueled anti-slavery outrage. Anti-slavery writers and artists filled their journals, pamphlets, and broadsides with vivid depictions of the trade in action: manacled men and women marching through the city, auction blocks where families were ripped apart, cramped and fetid slave pens where human beings awaited a horrific fate. While the orators in Congress are rounding periods about liberty in one part of the city, proclaiming, alto voce, that all men are equal, the auctioneer is exposing human flesh to sale in another, charged Scottish writer Thomas Hamilton. 78. The slave trade did not disturb some members of Congress, however. Although violence may sometimes be done to their feelings in the separation of families, concluded in 1829 report by the House District Committee, enslaved people sold south benefited from a more genial and bountiful clime, and their condition is more frequently bettered, and their minds happier by the exchange. 79. White anti-slavery activists in Washington mobilized in 1828 to prepare a petition signed by more than 1,000 area residents calling on Congress to abolish slavery in the city. Many signers, crowed Freedom's Journal, belonged to the influential classes, and some the holders of slaves, including former Mayor Thomas Carberry. Slavery, the petition argued, was an evil of serious magnitude, which greatly impairs the prosperity and happiness of this district, and casts the reproach of inconsistency upon the free institutions established among us. The petitioners called for gradual emancipation, beginning with enslaved children born on or after July 4, 1828.80. The petition was an extraordinary achievement for the local anti-slavery movement, but it masked the growing rift between abolitionists and colonizationists. Members of both groups signed the petition, but they did not share the same political goals. Samuel Janney, the white Alexandria abolitionist who helped draw up the petition, believed in immediate abolition, but knowing the prejudice against it in the minds of the people, he acquiesced in calling for gradual emancipation. Many other signers, meanwhile, wanted to make clear that they supported gradual emancipation only on the condition that the freed slaves would be sent to Liberia. 81. This rift was exemplified by two prominent white abolitionists who sought to make the city their home in 1830, Benjamin Lundy, the publisher of perhaps the leading anti-slavery journal of the day, the Baltimore-based genius of universal emancipation, and his assistant, a brash 24-year-old named William Lloyd Garrison. Slightly built but energetic, the sharp-witted Lundy courageously challenged slaveholders and slave traders in his monthly 4-inch wide tract. Like most anti-slavery white people at the time, he favored gradual abolition, and he saw colonization as a palatable post-emancipation option for free black people. Garrison admired Lundy, but he grew to reject his mentor's approach. Influenced by David Walker and black abolitionists whom he had met in Baltimore, the impatient Garrison was becoming known as a fiery advocate of immediate emancipation and an implacable opponent of colonization. He grew increasingly restless working under Lundy and proposed running a branch office of the genius in Washington. Lundy dismissed the idea, so in early 1830 Garrison decided to start a D.C-based paper on his own. Pro-slavery leaders in Washington wanted nothing to do with him. When Garrison contemplated purchasing the printing office of the Washington Spectator, a financially strapped, colonization-friendly paper, officials of the American Colonization Society mobilized to stop the sale. Prevented from setting up shop in Washington, Garrison instead went north to Boston, where he launched The Liberator, an aggressive newspaper loathed by Southern slaveholders. With his protege thwarted and himself facing legal troubles in Baltimore, Lundy reconsidered Washington. He moved his printing operation to the city in late 1830 so that he could focus his efforts on the question of the gradual and total abolition of slavery in the District 82. Lundy tried to massage the uneasy tension between abolitionists and colonizationists, but the split became irreparable after the pivotal year of 1831. Garrison began publishing The Liberator that January, and his blistering attacks on slaveholders and colonizationists alike helped propel the anti-slavery movement into a more confrontational phase, both nationally and locally. Later that spring, free black Washingtonians held a public meeting at the African Methodist Episcopal Church at which they denounced colonization. Chaired by educator John W. Prout, the group resolved that the soil which gave them birth is their only true and veritable home, and that it would be impolitic, unwise, and improper for them to leave their home without the benefits of education. 83. In August came a cataclysmic event that stymied abolitionist momentum. In Southampton County, Virginia, about 180 miles south of D.C., a charismatic, enslaved preacher named Nat Turner led 70 slaves in a bloody rebellion, killing several dozen white people before being repulsed by the state militia. Turner's revolt, combined with a massive slave rebellion in Jamaica a few months later, triggered white fears of widespread slave insurrections across the South. That fall, the Georgetown municipal government strengthened its Black Code, prohibiting publications that would excite insurrection or insubordination among the slaves or colored people, and particularly a newspaper called The Liberator. Local white churches, which had offered integrated Sabbath school classes, closed their doors to black children. Always wary of abolitionists, many district leaders, particularly colonizationists such as Francis Scott Key, who now served as the city's district attorney, came to see the movement as a mortal threat. 84. Tensions escalated in the early 1830s as abolitionists called for a massive petition campaign to convince Congress to end the slave trade in Washington. Like Jesse Torrey more than a decade earlier, the abolitionists of the early 1830s used the language and imagery of democracy and freedom to highlight the hypocrisy of slavery in the nation's capital. Juxtaposing images of the Capitol with scenes of slave coffles and auction blocks, abolitionist literature challenged Americans to flood Congress with petitions. Tens of thousands of petitions poured into Congress, causing mailrooms to overflow. 85. Slave Market of America. The American Anti-Slavery Society produced this 1836 broadside during its massive petition effort to abolish slavery in Washington. The last scene on the bottom right shows enslaved people at the Alexandria, D.C., headquarters of Franklin and Armfield, the nation's largest slave trading operation. Library of Congress. Under added scrutiny and pressure, white leaders in the district and Southern leaders in Congress abandoned the apologetic defenses of slavery so common since the American Revolution. Recasting the institution as a positive good, they charged that abolitionists were the true threat and that anti-slavery agitation would spark bloodshed. The question of slavery in Washington was an explosive subject, warned the editors of the American Statesman, and any steps must be taken with the caution and circumspection with which the lighted match is applied to a train of gunpowder. 86. I've got just as much right to freedom as you, the snowstorm and trial of Reuben Crandall. The explosion happened in late summer 1835. On August 4, an 18-year-old enslaved man named Arthur Bowen spent an evening drinking and debating with a group of free and enslaved black men at John F. Cook's Debating Society. Bowen was perhaps the favorite of 5 slaves owned by Anna Thornton, the beloved widow of famed architect William Thornton. By the time he stumbled back home after midnight, thoroughly intoxicated, Bowen's mind spun with ideas of freedom he had been discussing. 87. He wound up standing listlessly in the doorway of Anna Thornton's bedroom with an axe in the crook of his arm, only to be confronted by his mother, Maria, who slept in the same room as Thornton. Maria managed to push her son out of the bedroom while Thornton ran out a back door to get help. Minutes later, 2 neighbors arrived to hear Arthur Bowen pounding on the bedroom door, shouting, "I've got just as much right to freedom as you." 88. Police apprehended Bowen without bloodshed later that week, but the incident unnerved Washington's white community and touched off 2 weeks of tumult in the nation's capital. As the city's newspapers bristled with outrage over the most bloody tragedy, a mob of white mechanics, skilled workers, descended on the city jail in hopes of exacting revenge on Bowen. The mob, wrote Michael Shiner in his diary, hoped to get Mrs. Thornton's mulatto man out and to hang him without judge or juror. 89. Many of the mechanics were primed for racial conflict. At the Navy Yard, white workers had walked off the job a week before to protest a disciplinary crackdown, but free and enslaved black workers remained on the job, angering the mechanics. The Bowen incident gave them a way to vent their rage. The situation became so dangerous that District Attorney Francis Scott Key sought federal aid, and a company of Marines was sent from the Navy Yard to barricade the jail and restore order. 90. To many local white people, Bowen was a nightmare come alive, a normally contented slave, at least according to his mistress, corrupted by free black people and their abolitionist ideas. In making their case that slavery was a positive good, slave owners argued that enslavement was a natural state of being for black people and that enslaved African Americans lacked the capacity for independent thought and action. By such logic, Bowen could not have demanded freedom and attacked his master on his own. A white abolitionist villain must be lurking behind the outburst. With Bowen safely in prison, white leaders placed the blame squarely on the shoulders of the abolitionists and their allies. William Lloyd Garrison's American Anti-Slavery Society had sent 175,000 petitions through the mails in the previous month alone, an act of detestable villainy that contributed to the fanatical spirit of the day, fumed the editors of the National Intelligencer. The attack on Thornton was simply the first fruit of the incendiary publications with which this city and the whole slave-holding portion of the country have been lately inundated. Bowen, many white observers alleged, had been stoked to anger by reading abolitionist literature. If the kindly Thornton could be attacked, one worried white Washingtonian wrote, then what have the other citizens to expect from the free blacks and slaves that have congregated among us for the last 20 years? 91. But railing against faceless abolitionists was not enough. White accusers needed a scapegoat, and they found one in an unassuming white botanist and physician named Reuben Crandall, who had recently moved to the area. Crandall's sister, Prudence, was an outspoken abolitionist, but Reuben was not a passionate opponent of slavery. He never belonged to an anti-slavery organization, and he did not speak publicly in favor of emancipation. A visitor to his shop, however, had seen abolitionist literature lying about, and he warned Crandall that such pamphlets would not do here, the latitude was too far south. The visitor borrowed a pamphlet, and rumors spread about a new abolitionist in town. Yet not until after Bowen's attack and the mob threats of the weekend did District Attorney Key act. Seeking to quell the growing discontent, he ordered Crandall's arrest and charged him with publishing malicious and wicked libels, with the intent to excite sedition and insurrection among the slaves and free-colored people of this district. 92. Crandall's arrest triggered another spasm of violence. As Crandall was being led to jail, a man yelled, "We ought to take the damned rascal and hang him up on one of the trees," but the Marines remained in formation around the jail. Unable to get their hands on either the uppity slave Bowen or the suspected abolitionist Crandall, the mob of mechanics turned instead to another community that they loathed, free black people. 93. The mob first targeted Beverly Snow, the free black owner of the upscale Epicurean eating house. Though Snow cultivated friends among the white elite who frequented his establishment, white workers saw him as an affront to the racial order. The purveyor of perhaps the most luxurious food in town, Snow was educated, prosperous, and perhaps a touch condescending. He was rumored to have boasted that he could get any mechanic's wife or daughter as he pleased. That rumor, along with allegations of latent abolitionism and a general spirit of lawlessness, led an enraged mob of several hundred men and boys, in the words of one white eyewitness, to get Snow and tar and feather him or something worse. 94. Snow fled the city with the help of white friends. In his absence, the mob ransacked his restaurant. It then moved on to destroy John F. Cook's school, where Bowen was suspected of having been indoctrinated in abolitionism. In advance of the mob, white neighbors hurried to Cook's house on K Street and told him to get out because the mob was killing all persons helping Negroes. "Don't stop." Cook fled to Philadelphia and did not return to the city for a year. The mob torched another school and continued its rampage through the free black community. Only the presence of federal troops and the return of President Andrew Jackson from vacation a few days later ended the snowstorm and restored calm to the city. 95. The mob's targeting of Snow, Cook, and the free black community revealed the economic dimension of the city's racial divisions. Economic resentment ran deep among white workers, particularly in the Irish community, which had burgeoned when the Chesapeake and Ohio Company recruited more than 1,000 Irish immigrants to construct the C&O Canal in the late 1820s. On the canal and other projects, white workers competed against black workers, enslaved and free, and they often won out. The road between Baltimore and D.C. was laid by Irish workers even though, one observer noted, the country which it traverses is teeming with colored men, who stand greatly in need of more profitable employment. White workers also won the contract to pave Pennsylvania Avenue with macadam in the early 1830s. 96. Yet Washington's white workers complained that their black counterparts dominated public construction projects, and they blamed black workers for the low pay and poor working conditions that they all endured. When they acted collectively to improve their conditions, as in the Navy Yard, they often found their bosses able to turn to black workers instead. In 1834 and 1835, white workers in many northern cities routinely rioted to register their frustration with both their bosses and their competitors. The numerous riots led one white Washingtonian to write, "We have mob fever in the country." The snowstorm in Washington was part of a string of riots that erupted in cities all along the eastern seaboard in the summer of 1835, many of which targeted free black people and the schools that educated them. 97. The reason of all these attacks on the blacks is, that they enter into competition for work at a lower rate, explained the United States Telegraph, a pro-slavery, working man's paper in Washington. Their standard of comfort being lower than that of the white laborer, they are able to underwork them. The anger that white workers felt toward free black people was a prime reason why the South should resist emancipation, argued the Telegraph. No sooner did emancipation take place, than the North would be closed to the blacks because northern white workers simply would not tolerate black migration. Then Washington and other southern cities would be stuck with a massive free black population that would destroy the white community. 98. White workers lashed out at black people not simply because they could do so with relative impunity but also because of their frustration with pervasive market changes that undermined their autonomy and challenged their sense of independence. Like rioters in other cities during the mid-1830s, the Washington mob had grievances against their social and economic betters. It had been more than a decade since the social and economic elites of Washington had made it clear to Thomas Carberry and his supporters that men without sufficient property, whether white or not, would be excluded from the political process. In a city where upper-crust society mattered a great deal, white workers were shut out from power. Riots often substituted as a means of expressing grievances. 99. Politically impotent, economically dependent, socially subordinated, white workers raged at the upper class, but they chose to use violence against the only groups more degraded than they, black people and their abolitionist allies. At a time of economic dislocation and racial tension, wrote the editors of a new working man's paper, The Washingtonian, the abolitionists and slavery is of more importance to us than anything else we can think of. The editors later called on Southern legislatures to hang every man that comes among them to interfere with their slaves. 100. The rage of white workers and the perceived threat of free black people frightened white leaders, and during the next year they sought to reassert control over the capital city. One central figure in this process was District Attorney Francis Scott Key. Beginning with the trial of Arthur Bowen through the prosecutions of Reuben Crandall and several members of the snowstorm mob, Key sought to re-establish the order that he believed the city had lost. Key had come a long way in 2 decades. As a young man, he shared the conviction that slavery was a dying institution. It certainly was in his city, and he pursued what he considered to be a noble and humane solution to the problems that would accompany slavery's demise: colonization. For a time, it seemed as if colonization could indeed work. Liberia had been founded in the early 1820s, and thousands of former slaves now lived there. By the mid-1830s, however, colonization had been eclipsed by abolitionism, a movement that included those favoring some form of gradual emancipation and a militant minority that demanded an immediate end to slavery, with free black people remaining in the United States. Abolitionism threatened to overwhelm colonization and undermine its moral legitimacy. More and more anti-slavery white people came to agree with John W. Prout and other black abolitionists who denounced colonization as a devious, morally repugnant plot to strengthen slavery and remove black people. As abolitionists became increasingly vocal, some leaders within the colonization movement sought to blunt their attacks by distancing themselves from slaveholders and other Southern supporters. Part of this effort included an 1833 attempt to remove Key, as well as Judge Cranch, National Intelligencer editor William Seaton, and other D.C. leaders, from the American Colonization Society's Board of Managers, on which they had served since the group's founding. Though the effort failed, Key vigorously sought to reassert his place on the board and re-establish colonization as the most humane solution to the problem of free black people in America. 101. Bowen's trial, which began in November 1836, was relatively swift and the verdict in little doubt. Though Anna Thornton sought to protect her slave and insisted that he meant no harm, other witnesses contradicted her. Key deftly convinced the judges not to allow Bowen's state of drunkenness to excuse his behavior, and he hammered away at the frightened sensibilities of the white jurors. After the defense rested, it took the jury 15 minutes to find Bowen guilty of attempted murder. He was sentenced to death, but Thornton refused to give up on him. Using her social connections to the White House, she pleaded directly to President Andrew Jackson, who, after months of petitions and requests, acquiesced and granted Bowen a pardon. As part of the pardon deal, Bowen was sold to a friend of the president and taken from the city. 102. Reuben Crandall's trial, by contrast, was a sensational affair. Financed by wealthy abolitionists, Crandall secured 2 top lawyers and made a powerful case before a courtroom crowded with congressmen and other notables. Representing the people of the city was the ubiquitous Key, who argued that this was one of the most important cases ever tried in Washington. His closing argument to the jury was remarkable, a keen reflection of the anxieties that drove many white Washingtonians. The case, Key insisted, represented the clash of 2 great conflicting rights: our right, and the right of the whole slaveholding community to self-protection, and the right of others to prostrate its laws and disturb its peace. Without the power to prevent abolitionists from spreading their hateful message, local white people would have to surrender and suffer the consequences, including emancipation and race mixing. White people who object would have to flee the city, Key thundered, and the friends of human rights and amalgamation can come and take our places. 103. When the defense quoted at length from Key's anti-slavery speeches from years past, Key responded that emancipation was a far greater evil than slavery itself. The true friends of black people, Key insisted, were the slaveholders themselves, particularly those who had helped establish Liberia and funded the emigration of thousands of former American slaves. 104. Despite Key's pleas, the jury acquitted Crandall of all charges. The verdict did not necessarily reflect an embrace of abolitionism. The jurors may simply have concluded that Crandall himself had not planned on inciting Washington's black community. Though free, Crandall emerged from 8 months in prison a sick and broken man. Within 2 years, he would be dead of the tuberculosis that he contracted in the unhygienic city jail. 105. In the aftermath of the riotous proceedings of late summer 1835, many local white people grew more nervous. "We are overwhelmed with free Negroes," complained one letter writer to the Washingtonian. "The expanding free black population was a volcano," warned another white resident, "that would continue to grow with inconceivable rapidity beneath our feet unless new, more stringent measures were taken to discourage black migration to the city." In response to the public outcry, the next year the city council passed a harsher black code that required black people to put up a bond of $1,000, signed by 5 white residents, prohibited them from holding meetings after 10 p.m., and barred them from getting licenses for any trade except driving carts and carriages. 106. D.C.'s revised black code coincided with a concerted national effort to remove slavery from public discourse altogether. It was simply too dangerous, many pro-slavery leaders in Congress believed, to keep arguing about slavery in the public sphere. So, in May 1836, Congress passed the Pinckney Resolutions, collectively known as the Gag Rule. Insisting that it ought not to interfere in any way with slavery in the District of Columbia, Congress resolved not to take any action on all petitions, memorials, resolutions, propositions, or papers, relating in any way, or to any extent whatever, to the subject of slavery, or the abolition of slavery. 107. When anti-slavery Representative Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania attacked the Gag Rule, the editors of the Washingtonian fired off a response: "We, the people of the district, don't care a pin for him or his resolutions. The niggers are our own, and we hold them by right and by might." 108. The Washingtonian editors and pro-slavery members of Congress may have hoped that the Gag Rule and D.C.'s restrictive black code would effectively silence black Washingtonians and discourage black migration to the city. But despite the vitriol, black residents refused to succumb meekly to the new restrictions. The city's free black community was too strong and deeply rooted to subdue completely. 2 days after the new black code took effect, Isaac and Carey, a free black barber and friend of Beverly Snow, applied to renew his license to sell perfume in his shop. An outspoken abolitionist, Carey was accustomed to bucking authority. After the mayor rejected his application, he defiantly kept selling perfume anyway. City officials arrested him and fined him $50. Like William Costin a decade and a half before, Carey took the city to court and won. The circuit court struck down the license restriction, calling it repugnant to the general law of the land. Judge William Cranch, whose 1821 decision in Costin v. Washington had tiptoed to the edge of racial equality, offered a striking defense of black rights in Carey v. Washington, 1836, 109, although free-colored persons have not the same political rights which are enjoyed by free white persons, yet they have the same civil rights. Among these civil rights is the right to exercise any lawful and harmless trade, business, or occupation. Cranch's decision protected black businesses and helped preserve the city's reputation as a relatively open place for black entrepreneurs, even though the rest of the Black Code remained in force. 110. Isaac Carey's resistance to and partial triumph over the 1836 Black Code laid bare a fundamental question facing the fledgling nation in the early 19th century: what place did black people have in American democracy? The passage of the stringent Black Code was in one sense a triumph of self-government. An outcry from voters prompted local elected officials to respond relatively swiftly with a new solution to a perceived problem. But that solution targeted a racial minority that was systematically excluded from the political process. Without political recourse to defend their interests or hold elected officials accountable, black Washingtonians built their own institutions and turned to the unelected judiciary to shield their community from democratic tyranny. Francis Scott Key and other white colonizationists argued that black people simply had no place in American democracy and advocated removing them from the country entirely. But black Washingtonians refused to go. Instead, they staked a claim to the soil which gave them birth. Their only true and veritable home, as abolitionist educator John Prout put it. They married, raised families, and cared for one another despite material poverty. They built churches, schools, benevolent societies, and other community institutions that bound enslaved and free black residents together and sheltered them from the harshest effects of white supremacy. They worked diligently, opened businesses, bought property, and sometimes even prospered in the face of white resistance. The district's white political leadership, like the editors of the Washingtonian, insisted that white people remained fully in control of the city and its institutions, but Ann Williams, John F. Cook, William Costin, Isaac Carey, and other black Washingtonians proved that such control was precariously held. White power would be tested severely in the next 2 decades as the issues of race and democracy, of slavery and freedom, would rip the city and the nation apart. 4. Slavery must die. The turbulent end to human bondage in Washington, 1836–1862. Whatever may be the case in the states, slavery in the District of Columbia is a national affair. Our affair. North Star, May 1848. The National Building Museum on F Street NW between 4th and 5th Streets is a stunning red brick structure that consumes an entire city block across from the Judiciary Square Metro. Designed by Montgomery Meigs in the 1880s to house the Pension Bureau, which cared for veterans of the Civil War, the building was modeled on Michelangelo's Palazzo Farnese in Rome, with a massive interior Great Hall featuring 75-foot marble Corinthian columns and an elegant fountain. 1. In the 1840s and 1850s, the site where the museum now sits marked the spot of a more modest edifice, the notorious D.C. Jail. Built in 1839 on the northeast corner of the lot facing G Street, the 3-story jail was derisively known as the Blue Jug for the hideous light blue color of its plastered walls. It had barred windows and slatted shutters, offering cells of stone as well as an iron cage for more serious criminals. Back behind the jail, through what is now the Great Hall and Judiciary Square, a slimy tributary of Tiber Creek trickled toward City Hall. 2. The Tiber has vanished from view in modern Washington, entombed in underground pipes. But it once dominated downtown, growing from a dribble near the Soldiers' Home in Northwest into an 800-foot wide watery expanse by the time it reached the Potomac River just in front of the White House. Despite a name that appealed to antiquity, the land originally had been part of a plantation called Rome, whose owner christened the creek. By the middle of the 19th century the Tiber was a wretched mess. It flowed into the Washington City Canal, which was built in 1815 as part of Peter L'Enfant's plan to connect the Potomac with the eastern branch. One Washingtonian recalled that the Tiber stretched in ignominious stagnation across the city, oozing at last through green scum and slime into the still more ignominious canal, which stood an open sewer and cesspool, the receptacle of all abominations, the pest breeder and disgrace of the city. 3. The fetid canal symbolized the economic stagnation of the city itself, which by mid-century had clearly failed to live up to George Washington's dreams of a commercial hub. Local leaders nearly bankrupted the city in an ill-fated effort to build the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal, which they had hoped would open Washington to the markets of the West by connecting the Potomac to the Ohio River. They invested $1.5 million in public money, more than $414 million in 21st-century dollars, in the C&O Canal Company and borrowed to cover the interest on the city's debt, but costs spiraled out of control. By 1834, Washington City was more than $1.7 million in debt and needed a congressional bailout. The rapid rise of the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad made the canal obsolete even before it was partially completed in 1850. The silting of the Potomac River and the eastern branch compounded the city's economic problems, and without good transportation the city failed to generate significant private industries. Washington grew dependent on the federal government in the decades after the War of 1812, and the businesses that sprang up tended to cater to government workers and projects. Between 1820 and 1850, Washington's population more than doubled, from 23,336 to 51,687, but it failed to keep up with other urban areas in an age of stunningly rapid growth. New York's population quadrupled to more than 500,000, New Orleans grew nearly sevenfold to 116,000, and Cincinnati expanded from fewer than 10,000 people to more than 115,000. Washington had been the nation's 9th largest urban area in 1820 but dropped to 18th 3 decades later. 5. English writer Charles Dickens famously dismissed D.C. as the city of magnificent intentions on an 1842 visit. Spacious avenues that begin in nothing, and lead nowhere, streets, mile long, that only want houses, roads, and inhabitants, public buildings that need but a public to be complete, and ornaments of great thoroughfares, which only lack great thoroughfares to ornament are its leading features. With a minuscule population and commerce that is scarcely worth mentioning, one Irish writer bluntly concluded in 1855, the federal metropolis must be considered a signal failure. 6. The city also suffered from significant crime, particularly in some of the rough neighborhoods that grew along the canal and the Tiber, including the Irish stronghold of Swampoodle, north of today's Union Station, and the red light district of Murder Bay, now Federal Triangle. With a steady flow of thieves, brawlers, and prostitutes plucked from the streets of the crime-ridden city, the blue jug was in frequent use. But the blue jug was more than just a pen for petty criminals. The pale eyesore was also a central stage in the growing drama over slavery. Despite Congress's attempt to squelch public debate with the gag rule, the question of slavery in the nation's capital would not die. Frustrated abolitionists, unable to overcome what they called the slave power, went underground to help Washington-area slaves escape to freedom. As more and more enslaved people absconded, the term often used in advertisements for fugitives, city leaders struggled to preserve the peculiar institution by capturing and punishing runaways. One controversial way in which they did so was by throwing suspected fugitives into the blue jug even if they were free. In Washington, wrote an incredulous Dickens, any justice of the peace may bind with fetters any Negro passing down the street, and thrust him into jail. No offense on the black man's part is necessary. The justice says, I choose to think this man a runaway, and locks him up. Public opinion empowers the man of law, when this is done, to advertise the Negro in the newspapers, warning his owner to come and claim him or he will be sold to pay the jail fees. But supposing he is a free black, and has no owner, it may naturally be presumed that he is set at liberty. No, he is sold to recompense his jailer. 7. Between 1826 and 1828, a total of 101 runaways were committed to the blue jug. Of those, 81 were delivered to their owners and 15 were proven to be free and discharged, the other 5 went unclaimed and were sold to recover jail fees. 8. For abolitionists, the blue jug came to embody the evils of the slave system as the national debate over slavery intensified after a brief and triumphant war with Mexico ended in 1848. The question of whether to allow slavery in the newly acquired Western territories could not be squelched by any gag rule, and the nation's two political parties, the Democrats and the Whigs, began to splinter along sectional lines. Slavery dominated congressional debates, leading Representative William Sawyer of Ohio to complain during one 1849 debate over the slave trade in D.C., "It is Negro in the morning, the poor Negro at noon, and at night again this same Negro is thrust upon us." 9. With the nation tilting ominously toward civil war, slavery's opponents and its defenders placed Washington on the front lines of the struggle over human bondage in America. A subterranean railroad, the growth of D.C.'s biracial anti-slavery community. Thomas Smallwood and Charles T. Torrey were an unlikely pair. In an age where few people formed genuine relationships with members of another race, Smallwood and Torrey shared a mutually admiring bond. Born enslaved in Prince George's County in 1801, Smallwood learned to read and write as a child, and he scraped together enough money to purchase his freedom by age 30. He moved to Washington and became involved in anti-slavery efforts, serving as the local correspondent for the Albany-based Tocsin of Liberty. An iconoclast and contrarian, he bristled with indignation at the timidity of local black clergy and questioned the motives of white abolitionists. He believed in more aggressive tactics to fight slavery, as did his wife, Elizabeth, a free black Virginian. Elizabeth worked in a 13th Street N.W. boarding house run by an anti-slavery white woman named Mrs. Paget. One of Mrs. Paget's boarders was a white New England abolitionist named Charles T. Torrey. Educated at Exeter and Yale, Torrey was bookish but bold, a passionate and at times intemperate young man who arrived in D.C. at age 28 to serve as a local correspondent for several northern newspapers. He immediately provoked anger among white elites by attending black churches and crashing a slaveholder convention in Annapolis in early 1842. Yanked from the convention and tossed in jail, he encountered 13 members of a black family who were being detained until they could be transported back into slavery. With visions of becoming the next William Lloyd Garrison, Torrey wrote impassioned letters condemning slaveholders as human hyenas and proclaiming, "Now God has written upon the walls of Annapolis jail. Slavery must die." On Torrey's return to Washington, Elizabeth Smallwood arranged a meeting between the two brash activists, and they grew into committed allies as the anti-slavery movement moved in a new direction. 10. Thomas Smallwood scorned most abolitionists but considered Torrey a beloved friend. They challenged the prevailing sentiment in Washington's anti-slavery community. In the aftermath of the 1835 Snow Riot, the subsequent crackdown on free black people, and Congress's imposition of the gag rule in 1836, many anti-slavery activists in Washington saw little hope of abolishing slavery in the city in the foreseeable future. In response, some white abolitionists used funding from wealthy Northerners to purchase individual slaves and set them free. Smallwood and Torrey disdained that idea. They felt that buying slaves only legitimized and enriched an immoral institution. Instead, they sought more direct and confrontational action. With support from Elizabeth Smallwood and Mrs. Paget, Thomas Smallwood and Torrey planned and implemented secret escapes, helping interested slaves in the Washington area make their way to freedom in the North along a clandestine network of safe houses. Some swear that there is a subterranean railroad by which they travel underground, wrote abolitionist Representative Joshua Giddings of Ohio, and women and children all go, whole families disappear. What came to be known as the Underground Railroad was not a national network coordinated by abolitionist movement leaders, rather, it consisted of countless local networks and involved small cells of black and white activists who sometimes were tied loosely to other abolitionists and philanthropists farther north. 11. The success of the local Underground Railroad depended on the courage and connections of free and enslaved black Washingtonians, coupled with the strategic assistance of white allies. Fugitives in the Washington area often turned to local conductors such as Leonard Grimes, a free black hack driver who lived at the corner of 22nd and H Streets NW. Light-skinned enough to pass for white, Grimes grew up in the district and often worked for white slave owners whom he drove on excursions into neighboring states. Having witnessed the horrible conditions that enslaved people endured, he committed himself to helping escapees find freedom. He helped many runaways before being arrested in Northern Virginia in 1839. He served 2 years in prison. The location of Grimes's home is now memorialized with a plaque on the George Washington University campus. 12. Smallwood and Torrey expanded the Underground Railroad in Washington. The two claimed to have helped 150 slaves escape in their 2 years of working together. After several harrowing brushes with the law, Torrey was arrested in Baltimore in June 1844 and charged with aiding a runaway. Imprisoned once again, he became a hero among abolitionists nationwide, but his health deteriorated quickly while he was incarcerated. He died of tuberculosis in prison in 1846. Smallwood fled the city for Canada, where he opened a hardware store, wrote an autobiography, and became a leading member of Toronto's growing black community. 13. Though Smallwood and Torrey's partnership was cut short, the Underground Railroad endured as enslaved people continued to seek freedom from their owners throughout the 1840s and 1850s. Slaves are running away from the district almost daily, white abolitionist Theodore Weld wrote excitedly when he arrived in the city in 1842. Fugitives sometimes found sanctuary in local churches, including Mount Zion United Methodist Church in Georgetown. Mt. Zion members hid escaping slaves in a burial vault in the church cemetery on Q Street NW, and church records noted members who were taken away, captured by slave patrollers, gone away, escaped to the north, or lost. 14. Fugitive slaves, as well as free black people ensnared by slave traders, often enlisted sympathetic white allies to help them escape through the Underground Railroad or the courts. A Virginia slave owner grumbled that black Washingtonians used white attorneys to pry into every man's title to his Negroes. One such lawyer was David Hall, who had come to D.C. in 1820 to study law with his mentor, colonization advocate Elias Caldwell. Hall came to reject colonization and became an anti-slavery activist who sometimes bought enslaved people to free them. He provided legal assistance to John Bush, a free black man who had been arrested for helping Smallwood and Torrey on an 1843 escape, and won his acquittal. 15. Nationally prominent white abolitionists also got involved in the local Underground Railroad. Representative Joshua Giddings, a bellicose frontiersman from Ohio, was perhaps the most confrontational anti-slavery member of Congress. He lived with other anti-slavery representatives and activists in Ann Spriggs' First Street NE boarding house, which they dubbed Abolition House. With their public denunciations of slavery and their personal, behind-the-scenes efforts on behalf of individual slaves, Giddings and his fellow boarders offered moral and material support to enslaved black people determined to be free. 16. The growing strength of Washington's biracial anti-slavery community accelerated the calls for retrocession in Alexandria. Many residents wanted all the district land west of the Potomac to be retroceded, or given back, to the state of Virginia. As abolitionists gained strength in the mid-1830s, as thousands of anti-slavery petitions deluged Congress, and as more and more enslaved people took flight, many white Alexandrians came to see retrocession as a way not only to gain political rights and prosper economically but also to protect their right to own and trade slave property from the unpredictable whims of what one Alexandria letter writer deemed an experimenting Congress. 17. Those two core issues, democracy and slavery, were mutually reinforcing in the minds of retrocession supporters. Because D.C. residents had no political rights, they could not defend their property rights, and in a time of the gag rule, property was often a euphemism for slavery. Washington had become a field for legislative experiments. Upon the rights and property of the people, complained one retrocession advocate in the Alexandria Gazette. By 1840, support for retrocession had increased dramatically among white Alexandrians. A retrocession referendum that year passed by a nearly 3-to-1 margin. 18. Local advocates took their case to the State House of Delegates, where the issue got caught up in political wrangling between leaders in mountainous western Virginia, where there was little slavery, and slave-holding representatives from the eastern tidewater part of the state. Adding Alexandria would bolster the power of the eastern planters, and they helped push retrocession through the Virginia House in early 1846. Congress gave its stamp of approval that summer, and in September white voters in Alexandria voted overwhelmingly, 763-22, in favor of retrocession, triggering massive celebrations. 19. Black Alexandrians feared for their future. As the votes were announced every quarter of an hour, the suppressed wailings and lamentations of the people of color were constantly ascending to God for help and succor, wrote free black businessman Moses Hepburn. We expect that our school will all be broken up and our privileges which we have enjoyed for so many years will all be taken away. Indeed, within a year of retrocession, Alexandria's black schools were closed. In-migration of free black people essentially stopped, and many longtime residents left the city. By 1850, Alexandria's free black population had dropped by almost 30% from its 1840 high. The port's slave trade, now safe from federal interference, continued to grow as abolitionists focused instead on the truncated nation's capital. 20. We can drive slavery out of this district at once, the Pearl Escape and its consequences. In April 1848, Washington witnessed the largest slave escape ever attempted in the United States. The plot began with Daniel Bell, described by one contemporary as a robust, worthy, industrious free black carpenter who worked at the Navy Yard. Bell's wife and family, 9 children, 2 grandchildren, were also free, but their former mistress was taking legal steps to try to get them back. In desperation, Bell approached William Chaplin, who had replaced the late Charles Torrey as D.C.'s highest-profile white abolitionist. A Massachusetts lawyer and grandson of a Revolutionary War hero, Chaplin had come to Washington to serve as the editor of the anti-slavery Albany Patriot. Working with Bell, Chaplin helped arrange financing for an elaborate escape involving a ne'er-do-well white Philadelphia ship captain named Daniel Drayton. 21. The plan was for Drayton to sail his schooner, the Pearl, into Washington with a cargo of timber. After unloading the timber, he would fill the ship with escaping slaves, sail it down the Chesapeake Bay, and then head north to freedom. To recruit willing escapees, Bell found allies in Paul Jennings, a former slave of James Madison who now served as Senator Daniel Webster's valet, and Samuel Edmondson, the enslaved son of a free black farmer in Montgomery County, Maryland. 22. The timing of the escape was symbolically rich. By early April, word had filtered across the Atlantic about the February Revolution that had brought the promise of democracy to France. As the Pearl docked in Washington on April 13, the Democratic Party hosted a series of celebrations in honor of the Revolution. During an open-air speech, Senator Henry Foote of Mississippi exclaimed that the age of tyrants and slavery was rapidly drawing to a close. What happened in France, Foote argued, offered the world a promise of the universal establishment of civil and religious liberty. Enslaved Washingtonians certainly hoped so. By the time the Pearl was ready to go before dawn on April 15, 76 of them had clambered aboard, including 13 children, at least one of former First Lady Dolly Madison's slaves, and 5 of Samuel Edmondson's siblings. 23. The ship set sail early that morning and immediately ran into trouble. The wind died, the tide rolled in, and the ship drifted, squandering the head start the fugitives hoped to get on the slave catchers who would surely pursue them. When slave owners across the city awoke Sunday morning to find their enslaved workers missing, they immediately formed a posse. They gleaned key information from an enslaved black man named Diggs, who may have been angry with the escapees. 30 men armed to the teeth, wrote a breathless New York Herald correspondent, then commandeered a ship and raced after the Pearl, catching it 140 miles later as it sat in the water near Point Lookout, Maryland, where the Potomac River empties into the Chesapeake Bay. Capturing the Pearl's passengers and crew without bloodshed, they headed back to Washington. Their return to the capital of the Republic was hailed as a triumph, wrote one witness. A wild joy thrilled through the city after the ship landed at the 6th Street Wharf and the fugitives were marched toward the Blue Jug. A white mob assailed the group, raining their wrath down particularly on Drayton and the 2 other white men on the Pearl's crew. Unable to prevent them from being put safely in prison, angry white Washingtonians turned their attention to other white activists assumed to be collaborators. During the following week, Representative Giddings faced repeated threats, but the mob focused primarily on the city's only anti-slavery newspaper, the National Era, which many in Washington, including some members of Congress and President James Polk himself, believed had instigated the escape. 24. Founded a year earlier by Gamaliel Bailey, a conciliatory advocate of gradual emancipation, the National Era refused to vilify Southern slaveholders and boasted a wide circulation, even in the South. The newspaper later gained national fame when it serialized Harriet Beecher Stowe's story of a slave with a Jesus-like capacity for suffering and forgiveness. First published in June 1851 and continuing until April 1852, the series proved wildly popular and Stowe published it in book form as Uncle Tom's Cabin. But Bailey's relatively moderate anti-slavery beliefs did not soothe the mob, now several thousand strong, which attempted several times to destroy the newspaper's presses, only to be stopped by the local auxiliary guard. One splinter group aimed to tar and feather the frail Bailey, who confronted the mob on his front porch and convinced its members that he had nothing to do with the attempted escape. 25. Bailey avoided retribution, but the fate of the captured Pearl fugitives was swift and terrible. Within just 10 days, they all were sold and scattered across the South, one anti-slavery reporter wrote. A few well-connected slaves managed to get bought by sympathetic white people. Daniel Bell's wife and 2 children were purchased and freed by local white abolitionist Thomas Blagden, 2 Edmondson sisters, valued higher than the other slaves, $2,400, because of their light-skinned physical beauty, inspired a massive Northern fundraising campaign that brought in enough money to buy their freedom. For the vast majority, however, the desperate attempt to find freedom led to a life of misery in the Deep South. 26. The Pearl Affair, as the escape attempt became known, exacerbated the tensions between North and South, and many fearful slaveholders in the area jettisoned their slaves. Sales skyrocketed in the 2 years after the Pearl. Scarcely a day passed that gangs of chained slaves did not pass through the city, William Chaplin wrote in spring 1850. The Pearl became a rallying cry among abolitionists. This attempt of the 77 to conquer their freedom is the grandest event for the cause of anti-slavery that has occurred in years, Chaplin wrote. If our abolitionists will take hold, we can drive slavery out of this district at once. One fundraising flyer sent throughout Boston shortly after the fugitives were captured declared, "Whatever may be the case in the States, slavery in the District of Columbia is a national affair, our affair." 27. Led by Representative Joshua Giddings, anti-slavery members of Congress linked the Pearl to the democratic revolutions in Europe and grew more explicit in their denunciations of slavery and the slave trade in Washington. On the floor of the House, Giddings shocked Southerners by defending the right of enslaved people to use violence to protect themselves. "Were I a colored man, as I am a white man, I would not hesitate to slay any slave catcher who should attempt to lay hands on my person to enslave me." In December 1848, Giddings introduced a bill calling for a referendum on slavery in the district to be voted on by all male residents, white and black, free and enslaved. Giddings's call for black suffrage frightened his colleagues in Congress, who quickly tabled the matter. The Giddings bill, chided the National Era's Gamaliel Bailey, was calculated to arouse feelings of fierce hostility. 28. Just a few weeks after Giddings's slavery referendum died, one of his housemates at Abolition House offered a very different proposal to end both the slave trade and slavery in the district. Abraham Lincoln was a reedy, lame duck congressman from Illinois in the last session of his first and only term. During his short time in Washington, Lincoln had seen firsthand the gruesome nature of slavery: the slave pens near the Capitol, the kidnapping of one of Abolition House's hired slaves, the sale of the Pearl fugitives. Though he shared Giddings's moral opposition to slavery, he favored less incendiary tactics and sought a politically feasible solution that could earn support from white district residents, as well as both Southerners and Northerners in Congress. He had long agreed with abolitionists that Congress had the power to abolish slavery in the Capitol, but he insisted that the power should be used only if the people of the district supported it. 29. Lincoln proposed gradual, compensated emancipation that would take effect only after district voters approved it. His bill included an exemption for slave-holding members of Congress who would be allowed to keep enslaved people while serving in office. Before he introduced the bill, he met with District Mayor William Seaton and was led to believe that Seaton and other local leaders would support it. When Lincoln later learned that Southern members of Congress had persuaded Mayor Seaton to oppose it, however, he dropped the issue. Lincoln never introduced the legislation, and instead he shifted his focus from emancipation in the district toward stopping the extension of slavery into the Western Territories. 30. After Lincoln left Congress in early 1849, tensions over slavery in Washington escalated. The issue became one of the last sticking points in the negotiations that eventually led to the Compromise of 1850, a series of bills that collectively helped avert a threatened sectional war. Shepherded through Congress by a dying Senator Henry Clay of Kentucky, the Compromise of 1850 admitted California into the Union as a free state and banned the slave trade in Washington, two important concessions for the North. In return, anti-slavery members of Congress had to accept a stronger fugitive slave law, one of the White South's top priorities. With the new law, Northerners would be held criminally liable if they were found to be aiding runaways. The law empowered slaveholders to go to the North and forcibly remove enslaved people they claimed as their own. Abolitionists responded by extending the Underground Railroad into Canada. The Compromise of 1850 rescued the Union from almost certain disaster, but it did not resolve Washington's racial questions. Though black Washingtonians and their anti-slavery allies rejoiced at the demise of the slave trade in the city, their triumph was limited. Washington no longer served as a depot for interstate commerce in slaves, but that meant less than it may have appeared. Slave dealers did not go defunct, they simply crossed the Potomac and continued their business on the other side. The push for white democracy that led to the retrocession of Alexandria 4 years earlier limited the impact of the slave trade ban. As abolitionist William J. lamented, something was indeed gained to the character of the national capital, by prohibiting the importation of slaves for sale, but nothing to the cause of humanity, since the traffic was only transferred from Washington to Alexandria. 31. The slave trade provision only banned the importation of slaves into Washington from slave states for resale elsewhere. City residents could still buy and sell local slaves, including at public auctions, and visitors still gawked at the occasional slave coffle trudging through the streets long after the slave trade ban took effect. Though the proportion of enslaved Washingtonians continued to decline, as it had for decades in 1850, less than 27% of the black population was enslaved. By 1860, barely 22% slavery remained very visible in Washington, and the institution had powerful political and economic interests behind it. 32. The Fugitive Slave Act made running away riskier, but many enslaved people in Washington and the surrounding area nonetheless pressed for freedom by escaping. Black Washingtonians such as Anthony Bowen stepped up to help them. Born enslaved in Maryland in 1809, Bowen hired himself out from his owner and saved $425 to buy his freedom in 1830. He later purchased his wife out of bondage as well. He moved to Washington, got a job as a clerk in the U.S. Patent Office, and settled into a home at 85 E Street SW, not far from Federal Center Metro Station today. Bowen's home became a locus of black organizing activity. In 1853, he began hosting meetings for what would become the nation's first black YMCA, and 3 years later he started holding services for a new religious institution called the St. Paul Society, later known as St. Paul's Church. The home also became a sanctuary for fugitive slaves who arrived by boat at the 6th Street Wharf, where Bowen would meet them and whisk them to safety. 33. Fugitives put themselves at considerable risk. Anna Maria Weems was a 15-year-old enslaved girl, described by one abolitionist as bright mulatto, well-grown, smart and good-looking. She lived on a Maryland plantation just north of the city with a hard-drinking owner whose wife was cross and peevish. Local white abolitionist Jacob Bigelow had worked with William Still, a black abolitionist from Philadelphia, to purchase Anna Maria's mother for $1,000 and her sister for $1,600, roughly $30,000 and $50,000 in 21st century dollars, but the owner refused to part with Anna Maria. Fearing that she might try to run away, her owner forced her to sleep in a bedroom with him and his wife. She finally escaped in fall 1855 by dressing up as a boy with the alias Joe Wright and making her way to Washington, where she found Bigelow. "The city is full of incendiaries," warned Bigelow, and they had to avoid slave hunters who dangled rewards of $100 or $200 in hopes of enticing someone to betray a runaway. Bigelow smuggled Weems through the city and on to Philadelphia, where Still was waiting. He helped her get to New York and, with assistance from famed abolitionist Louis Tappan, on to Canada. 34. White abolitionists often shared the risks with the fugitives they sought to help, though the consequences they faced paled in comparison to what a captured black person endured. Shortly before the fugitive slave law took effect, William Chaplin, one of the masterminds behind the Pearl escape, attempted to help two fugitive slaves, Garland White and Allen, who belonged to Georgia's 2 U.S. senators. As they crossed the district border into Silver Spring, Maryland, the trio encountered a posse of heavily armed police and private slave catchers. After a dramatic gunfight, Chaplin was arrested. Wealthy abolitionist friends posted his bail, but he abandoned the city for New York and never came back. The two fugitives did not fare as well. Allen was caught and immediately sent back to his owner. White ran off, but he eventually turned himself in and authorities forced him back into slavery. He later escaped and wound up serving as a chaplain for a black regiment in the Civil War. 35. Enslaved people also pursued freedom through self-purchase. Throughout the antebellum era, and particularly in the 1850s, slave families worked together to purchase the freedom of individual members. Though it took many years and often required the intervention of white intermediaries or free black kin, self-purchase offered a relatively safe and legal way for black families to remain intact and ultimately enjoy freedom together. Because the required certificates of freedom cost $50 and could be hard to obtain, family members thus purchased did not always register as legally free. In the eyes of the law they remained enslaved, but they enjoyed the privileges of freedom and lived as freemen and women. Enslaved people's initiative in pursuing their freedom by self-purchase may have helped convince Jacob Bigelow and other local white abolitionists to lay aside their personal misgivings about the practice. By the early 1850s, they began tapping the wealth of Northern abolitionists to purchase the freedom of district slaves. 36. Washington's biracial network of anti-slavery activists also collaborated to improve life for free black people in the city. One example of this cooperation was the private school for colored girls, which opened in December 1851 with 6 pupils crammed into a 14-foot square room in a home at 11th Street and New York Avenue, NW. The founder of the school was a stern and sickly white New Yorker named Myrtilla Minor. 36 years old, single, with a fierce stubborn streak, Minor had seen firsthand the horrors of slavery while teaching school in Mississippi in the 1840s. The experience transformed her into an abolitionist, and Minor returned home committed to educating free black girls who, she believed, would teach a future generation of the formerly enslaved how to make the most of their freedom. She chose to open a school in Washington, the southernmost city where it would be legal. 37. Minor's plan for a school initially worried some local abolitionists. Gamaliel Bailey of the National Era ignored her pleas for assistance, and black educator John F. Cook, who himself had established a school for black children, feared that anything savoring of abolition would meet resistance. But Jacob Bigelow offered help, and Minor launched the school with start-up money primarily from Northern abolitionists. As the school grew, she won over the city's interracial anti-slavery community. Despite threats from many white opponents, Minor and her interracial staff of teachers did not shy away from controversy. Students learn traditional subjects such as home economics and the 3 R's as well as politics. They read Frederick Douglass's North Star, William Lloyd Garrison's Liberator, and other abolitionist literature. Local rowdies threatened her students on the street and sought to run Minor out of town, but she refused to be intimidated. She slept above the school with a revolver at the ready. "Mob my school! You dare not," she yelled at one group of would-be attackers. "There is no law to prevent my teaching these people, and I shall teach them, even unto death." 38. Minor's School for Colored Girls, like Anna Maria Weems's courageous flight to Canada, showed the extent of interracial cooperation in the decade before the Civil War. Though not immune to the assumptions of superiority inculcated in almost all white Americans, white abolitionists such as Myrtilla Minor and Jacob Bigelow worked with and for black people in the district at a time when most of their white peers could envision black men and women only as slaves or servants. Their interracial efforts were all the more remarkable because they came at a time when the city, like the nation, endured escalating racial and political tension in the wake of the Compromise of 1850. No city of refuge, white officials clamped down on free black Washingtonians. Few white Washingtonians embraced abolitionism. More typical of the city's white leadership were men such as Walter Lennox. Born and bred in Washington, Lennox was the son of a Scottish-American carpenter who made a fortune investing in D.C. real estate. After attending Yale, he returned home to practice law and pursue politics. Bearded with a slowly receding hairline, he was known as a ladies' man with a rollicking bachelor's pad that he shared with his friend, and future mayor, Richard Wallach. Lennox rose quickly in local politics. He was elected to the city council at age 25, became president of the board of aldermen soon thereafter, and then eked out a victory in the 1850 mayoral race, at age 33. 39. Lennox's election campaign inaugurated a turbulent, partisan era in local politics. In 1848, a generation after the Democratic agitation surrounding Thomas Carberry's election and after a decades-long national push for universal white manhood suffrage, Congress removed the economic barriers to voting, extending the ballot to all white men who lived in the city for at least a year. The effect on local elections was dramatic. The number of votes cast in mayor's races more than doubled, and the elections became more partisan and contested as poor white men rushed to the polls. Lennox triumphed in 1850, but he was turned out 2 years later. No district mayor in the 1850s won a second term. 40. Lennox took office amid the raucous debates that led to the Compromise of 1850. Like Senator Henry Clay of Kentucky, he was a member of the Whig Party who saw the preservation of the Union with Washington as its capital as the nation's top priority. But Lennox, like other white leaders in the city, also was a slaveholder with Southern sympathies. Indeed, most white Washingtonians considered themselves Southerners, and as partisan conflicts in Congress took on sectional tones, they tended to side with the South. Though some prominent figures, including Mayor Seaton, had supported a ban on the slave trade to deflect criticism of the city, they were livid at Congress for undemocratically imposing its will. The slave trade ban raised a troubling question: if Congress had the power to outlaw D.C.'s slave trade, could slavery itself be next? Slavery in the district may not have been a growing institution, but it was a crucial barometer of Southern power. For Southerners terrified of being dominated politically and economically by the more populous and faster-growing North, a failure to defend slavery in the nation's capital would be a sign that the South was doomed to perpetual weakness. When the Georgia legislature listed the specific offenses that it would deem worthy of secession from the Union, ending slavery in Washington was number 1 on the list. 41. Local white officials also feared that the ban would trigger a migration of free black people into the city. With a long-standing free black community, government jobs, a network of small but important schools, a sizable number of black-owned businesses, and a variety of black-run churches, the district already attracted free black migrants from the surrounding area. More than half of D.C.'s black residents had roots in Maryland or Virginia. In the 1840s, Washington's free black population grew by nearly 55% to more than 10,000, almost 20% of the city's total population and nearly 3/4 of black residents. Now, with the ban in effect, white leaders such as Georgetown Mayor Henry Addison worried that free black people would flock to the District of Columbia, as to a city of refuge. 42. The stakes could not be higher, as Tennessee Senator, and future presidential candidate, John Bell explained during a last-ditch attempt to scuttle the ban on the D.C. slave trade. If the colored population shall increase hereafter in the ratio of the last few years, it must soon become an intolerable nuisance in the district, he warned. The white inhabitants, unless Congress shall interpose its authority, will be driven to the alternative of expelling them by force, or become a prey to continual disorder. One or the other must yield. Like many white leaders in the district, Senator Bell promised to support emancipation in the district only if there were a provision to remove the freed slaves from the country, the dream of colonizationists stretching back more than 3 decades. 43. Table 2: Washington's black population, 1830–1860. Unable to prevent the ban on slave trading, Mayor Lennox and D.C.'s elected officials made a concerted effort to discourage black migration into the city. Beginning in late 1850, they passed a series of amendments to the black codes to make life less attractive for free black people. Black migrants were required to register with city officials within 5 days of their arrival or face a fine and expulsion from the city. Secret meetings were prohibited, and any public meetings of black people had to be personally approved by the mayor. Free black residents also had to pay $50 for a certificate of freedom, a measure designed to make it prohibitively expensive for them to settle in the city. $50 represented several months' wages for skilled work. 44. These legislative tweaks were accompanied by selective and brutal enforcement of the law. Shortly after the passage of the Compromise, the Washington City Council doubled the size of its police force. Throughout the 1850s, black people were 3 times more likely to be arrested than white people. One incident, reported by New York journalist Frederick Law Olmsted, involved 24 genteel colored men who had been discovered in a secret meeting. The object of their meeting appears to have been purely benevolent, Olmsted wrote, but they were arrested and hauled before the magistrate. The men were found to have a Bible, as well as a subscription paper to purchase the freedom of an enslaved woman. To Olmsted's horror, one of the men, who was enslaved, was sentenced to flogging, while 4 others were sent to the workhouse. The rest were each fined $111 more than $3,500 in 21st century dollars and set free. 45. The Black Codes and increased enforcement made Washington a harsher, less tolerant city. Black migration to the city slowed in response. After decades of substantial growth, during the 1850s the free black population grew by barely 1,000, an increase of only 10% compared to a 60% increase in the white population. The enslaved population, meanwhile, declined by more than 13% as many owners decided to either sell or manumit their slaves rather than wait for a possible congressional ban on slavery. The percentage of black people in the city decreased to less than 20% by 1860, the lowest point in Washington's history, before or since. 46. In such an environment, Myrtle, a miners' school for colored girls, became a target. In late 1856, Miner began raising money to build a boarding school that would offer secondary education and teacher training to free black students. The planned expansion sparked a backlash that ultimately destroyed the school. Leading the charge was former Mayor Walter Lennox. Lennox feared that the boarding school would attract black migrants from all over the region until, he warned in a letter to the National Intelligencer in early 1857, "Our district is inundated with them." Teaching black students beyond the primary branches would lead to social upheaval, Lennox continued, because it would create a restless population, less disposed than ever to fill that position in society which is allotted to them. White opposition successfully crippled the school, and Miner soon abandoned her expansion plans. Her health, never strong, deteriorated rapidly in the late 1850s, and she left the city to recuperate. Attendance dwindled in her absence, and the school closed its doors in 1860. 47. Worthy white men, Irish immigration, the know-nothings, and political violence in white Washington. Laws alone cannot explain the relative decline in Washington's black population in the 1850s. Another factor was immigration. Washington began attracting thousands of foreign-born white workers, thanks in large part to a federal building blitz intended to fortify the Union and show a renewed commitment to maintaining national unity in the wake of the Compromise of 1850. In addition to a long-awaited expansion of the capital, Congress funded several labor-intensive projects, including a new aqueduct and sewer system. With so much public building, there was heavy demand for laborers of all kinds, skilled and unskilled, immigrant and native alike. The nation overall experienced an immigration boom in the 1850s, but Washington's foreign-born population grew at 1.5 times the national rate, reaching a peak of 16% of the city's white population in 1860. Many of the city's new arrivals were Irish. The blight that ravaged Ireland's potato fields in the mid-1840s pushed more than 1.2 million Irish immigrants, predominantly poor and Catholic, to American shores in the next decade. Most wound up in Boston, New York, and other northeastern cities, but thousands made their way south to Washington. The city's Irish population more than tripled in the 1850s to roughly 7,200, more than double the size of the next largest ethnic group, Germans, and more than double the size of the slave population. There are, already, more Irish and German laborers and servants than slaves, wrote Frederick Law Olmsted in 1855, and the proportion of white laborers is every year increasing. 49. The immigrants came to a city with an established Irish community that boasted taverns, businesses, and churches, particularly St. Patrick's on F Street NW, which installed an Irish immigrant, Father Timothy O'Toole, as priest in 1854. Many Irish found housing in a marshy area along the edges of Tiber Creek about a half-mile north of Capitol Hill, not far from the construction sites where they worked. Just a rough mingling of shanties at first, the neighborhood grew into Swampoodle, a linguistic combination of two prominent features of the area, swamp and puddle. The lyrically named area became the heart of St. Aloysius Parish and, eventually, Gonzaga College High School, a community fixture into the 21st century. 50. Swampoodle was fiercely Irish and utterly poor, known for street violence, overcrowding, and clashes with the black community. Though legendary Irish leader Daniel O'Connell had condemned American slavery and likened the black struggle for freedom to Ireland's fight for independence, the Irish in Washington tended to adopt the mores of the local white population and developed a volatile relationship with the city's black residents. Unlike Germans and Scots, most Irish immigrants arrived in the city without marketable skills, so they competed directly with unskilled black workers, male and female alike. They faced a competitive disadvantage: black labor, enslaved or free, tended to be much cheaper. 51. To combat what they perceived as unfair competition, Irish immigrants resorted to collective action, banding together with other white workers to force employers to choose between them and their black counterparts. In early 1852, for example, as the federal building boom was getting underway, more than 260 white workers petitioned Congress to ban the use of free Negroes and slaves in the public buildings and instead employ worthy white men, who were the main support of the country in time of war or civil commotion. The public office, the petition concluded, was never designed for the people of that color, but for the free white citizens of the United States. 52. Collective action, combined with the legal framework of discrimination against free black workers, helped give the Irish a foothold in the low-skill economy. Irish women stereotyped as Bridgets just as black domestics often were called mammies gave employers an alternative to free black women, and they quickly came to dominate the domestic servant market. As demand slackened, fewer and fewer free black women migrated to the city. The same held true for black men. Famed black abolitionist Frederick Douglass observed in 1853, "Every hour sees us elbowed out of some employment to make room for some newly arrived emigrant from the Emerald Isle, whose hunger and color entitle him to special favor. These white men are becoming house servants, cooks, stewards, waiters, and flunkies, the very kinds of jobs held by black men." 53. Clustered at the foot of the economic ladder, many Irish fiercely resisted any implications that they belonged in the same class as black people, even though in 1860 Irish families owned but an eighth as much property as non-Irish white Washingtonians. Their economic circumstances forced them to do low-class work, and they sometimes proved to be prickly workers. Frederick Law Olmsted noticed differences between Irish and black servants during his stay in D.C. He found that the aged Negro who helped him set his fire at his guest house was more familiar and more indifferent to forms of subserviency than the Irish lads. The black fireman did not enjoy being subservient, but he seemed more resigned to his fate, Olmsted observed. He held an expression of impotent anger in his face, and a look of weakness. 54. Olmsted's observation illustrated a profound difference in outlook between free black people and Irish immigrants, which stemmed from the basic differences in their access to power. Though Washington offered black residents more economic opportunities than other southern cities, most free black people could rarely expect much more than the low-income work in which they already were engaged. There was little upward mobility. Indeed, by being free, they had reached the pinnacle. Though they themselves were poor, many free black people had enslaved family members who looked to them for help. If the black fireman in Olmsted's room showed an expression of impotent anger, it was because he had few economic, legal, or political opportunities through which he could change his situation. The Irish lads, by contrast, had higher expectations. They came to the city by choice and arrived to find an established Irish community that worked to connect them to jobs, homes, and social networks. If they ran into trouble, they could rely on a network of Catholic institutions built to aid the poor. They could become naturalized citizens and eventually vote, run for office, and participate fully in civic affairs. The Irish lads in Olmsted's room may have appeared less familiar and indifferent to subservience because they could more easily envision a future in which they would not have to be subservient. Washington's Irish considered themselves white, claimed privileges associated with being white, and often proved sensitive to perceived slights about their social status. "They are unwilling to associate with the blacks," wrote one Irish observer, "and their constant effort is to free themselves from the shackles of servitude." Yet by taking the low-status work typically associated with black workers, the fair-skinned Irish faced significant class and religious bigotry. White ethnic boundaries have blurred in 21st-century America, but in the mid-1800s they stood out in sharp relief. The district's Irish were a wild-looking, undisciplined, and turbulent people. Both men and women being much given to fighting and drinking, one white Washingtonian of Scottish descent generalized, reflecting typical prejudice. It was believed, and was probably true, that no one could control them except their priests. One slave owner told journalist Olmsted that Irish workers were dishonest, would not obey explicit directions about their work, and required more personal supervision than Negroes. 55. Before the annual St. Patrick's Day parade, it was not unusual for residents in Irish neighborhoods to find stuffed patties hanging from nearby trees. Filled with straw, empty liquor bottles protruding from the pockets, these effigies played on stereotypes of Irish drunkenness and stupidity. Irish workers also had to confront the stereotype of dumb paddies, which Olmsted defined as Irishmen who do not readily understand the English language, and who are still weak and stiff from the effects of the emigrating voyage. 56. Irish immigration helped reinvigorate nativist sentiment among white Americans nationwide. Nativist critics accused the Irish of being heavy drinkers prone to crime and violence, and they worried that Irish involvement in politics would lead to voter fraud, bloc voting, and control of local government by the Pope in Rome. Washington had experienced a short-lived nativist movement in the 1830s, but that movement had rejected religious bigotry, in part because its leadership included many Catholics. The nativism of the 1850s, however, was profoundly anti-Irish and anti-Catholic, and it spawned an enigmatic, nationwide political movement officially called the American Party but that came to be known as the Know-Nothings. Originally meeting in secret when asked about the party's doings, members would respond, "I know nothing." The movement took hold across the Northeast. The Know-Nothing Party rejected both major political parties, offering a third way that appealed to many economically anxious working and middle-class white voters. In Washington, Know-Nothings tapped into both ethnic prejudice and class resentment. With the liberalization of the city's voting rules, poor white men now had access to the polls. Many native-born white laborers flocked to the Know-Nothings because they viewed it as anti-establishment. A vote for the new party was a vote against both the arrogant, wealthy class and the foreign Catholics in their midst. For decades, Washington's local elections had been state affairs dominated by men such as W. W. Seaton, the respected editor of the National Intelligencer who served as mayor throughout the 1840s. But with the rise of the Know-Nothings, Washington's municipal elections became confrontational and tinged with xenophobia. 57. For 3/10 years, the Know-Nothings infused local politics with drama and violence, much of it targeting the Irish community. The party roared to power in 1854, winning a majority on the Common Council and the Board of Aldermen and capturing the mayor's seat despite being opposed by what one observer called a large majority of the reflecting portion of this community. In a brazen incident that same year, a gang allegedly linked to the Know-Nothings broke into the Washington Monument construction site, absconded with an enormous stone that Pope Pius IX had donated to the project, and dropped it into the Potomac. During the 1856 elections, the Evening Star reported, a line-breaking incident at a polling station grew into a massive melee in which the Irish were pursued and beaten and pelted with stones and brickbats, with little resistance on their part. Local police, filled with Know-Nothing appointees, did little to stop the violence. 58. The Know-Nothing movement helped bind the city's Catholic community together. The early Catholics in Washington descended from old Maryland slave-holding families. Patrician Catholic leaders worked assiduously to assimilate into the broader white community and tended to view poor Catholic immigrants as a nuisance and a burden. But faced with an existential threat from the Know-Nothing Party, not just locally but in Congress, too, the Catholic community came together in unprecedented ways. "We all live upon persecution and we are now well supplied with food," wrote the Washington correspondent to the Catholic Mirror in 1854. Immigrants such as Father Timothy O'Toole of St. Patrick's Church responded by rejecting assimilation and building strong, self-sufficient Catholic institutions. St. Aloysius, built in Swampoodle in 1857, was a proudly immigrant and overwhelmingly Irish church that ministered to the needs of its labouring congregants and developed a wide range of social services, including an orphanage and benevolent society to care for the poor, sick, and aged. 59. As Washington Catholics united across class lines, they found allies in the city's elite leadership. Blindsided by the Know-Nothings, establishment leaders attacked the movement as, in the words of one letter writer to the Evening Star, anti-American and anti-Christian. The editors and readers of the Evening Star and the National Intelligencer excoriated the movement and defended Washington's Catholics. "Of all places, this city should be the very last to entertain narrow-minded and proscriptive prejudice against Catholic and naturalized citizens," wrote a native Protestant in the National Intelligencer, noting that Catholics such as Notley Young, Daniel Carroll, and James Hoban had been instrumental in the building of the city. 60. The city's white elite sought to undercut the Know-Nothings by lumping them together with the city's most reviled political group, abolitionists. For 2 decades, abolitionists had earned the enmity of much of white Washington. By the early 1850s, as the Whig Party disintegrated over slavery, many prominent abolitionists, including Pennsylvania Congressman Thaddeus Stevens and Massachusetts Senator Henry Wilson, saw the Know-Nothing movement as an opportunity to break the national stalemate on slavery. Led by Wilson, who later became the author of the bill that emancipated Washington's slaves, Northern Know-Nothings pushed for the party to oppose slavery. Know-Nothings in D.C., including Vespasian Ellis, the slave-holding editor of the city's Know-Nothing paper, the Daily American Organ, insisted that slavery was none of the federal government's business. The issue came to a well-publicized head at the party's national convention in 1855, when Southern Know-Nothings beat back Wilson's effort to get the party to officially embrace abolition. Though the pro-slavery forces had won, the political damage had been done. The Know-Nothings and abolition were linked in many minds. 61. During the 1856 elections, the Evening Star denounced the fanaticism of abolitionism and Know-Nothingism and blamed political violence on the treasonable sentiments of abolition and Know-Nothing orators and presses. 62. That year proved to be the high water mark for Know-Nothings in the city, as they lost the mayor's race and most of their seats on the Board of Aldermen and Common Council. But the political violence continued, reaching its climax in 1857 with an election day riot at the Northern Liberties Market on 7th Street NW, site of today's Mount Vernon Square. Abetted by local police, a Know-Nothing-inspired mob of more than 1,200, armed with guns, knives, clubs, and a 6-pound miniature cannon, commandeered the streets, forcing Washington's mayor to appeal for help from President James Buchanan, himself the son of Irish immigrants. Buchanan sent 100 Marines to quell the violence, which they did after a bloody confrontation that left 8 people dead and 24 more wounded. It was the first time since the Jefferson administration that federal troops had fired on American citizens, and many Washingtonians condemned the killings as military executions. The Know-Nothings lost badly in the election that day, and they were never again a serious political force in the city. 63. By the late 1850s, the nativist movement had petered out, yet slave-holding Washington remained a politically volatile city. After abolitionist John Brown attempted to inspire a slave revolt in Harper's Ferry, Virginia, in October 1859, nervous Washington officials requisitioned arms from the Federal War Department, posted guards on all entry points into the city, and ordered police to break up meetings of black people, public or private. During the city's mayoral contest the following spring, Democrat James Barrett won re-election with the help of a paramilitary force that disrupted Republican Party gatherings and intimidated voters. After Republican Abraham Lincoln won election to the presidency in November 1860, nearly 300 enraged members of the National Volunteers, a Democratic militia, ransacked the Republican Party's headquarters in Washington. Political violence, politically motivated arson, and vigilantism plagued the nation's capital as one southern state after another seceded from the Union in late 1860 and early 1861. The country and its capital tumbled toward a civil war that would, in the words of one white Washingtonian, turn everything and everybody topsy-turvy. 64. Yankee City, the Civil War comes to Washington. On the eve of the Civil War, D.C. remained a largely southern city, geographically, culturally, and politically. More than 75% of the population not from the city itself was from the South. Most white residents shared the Southern inclination to defend slavery, condemn abolitionists, and fear the rise of the anti-slavery Republicans. William Oner, a cantankerous and voluble white resident whose diary captured the anger and frustration of many white Washingtonians, wrote that the North simply wanted to subjugate the South and steal niggers. Democrats had controlled the presidency for 8 years and filled federal offices with Southerners and dough-faces, Northerners who supported the South. Many Southern sympathizers held important civil, military, and naval positions, reporter Ben Perley-Poore noted, and they remained, truculent and defiant, to place every obstacle in the way of coercion by the federal government. 65. The district's lack of political rights colored many white Washingtonians' perceptions of the conflict between North and South. As residents of the federal city, they had experienced the frustration of having the national government impose its will on the city's elected representatives, such as when Congress banned the slave trade. They understood the feelings of impotence when government officials failed to safeguard their interests. They shared the Southern fear of an aggressive national government meddling in states' internal affairs. To add to the indignity of it all, they did not even have a say in the election that made Lincoln president. It would be another 100 years before Washingtonians could vote in presidential elections. Yet even after Lincoln's victory in November 1860, few white Washingtonians waved the banner of secession. "The idea of secession or disunion is terrific and appalling," wrote Elizabeth Lindsay Lomax, a white mother and Army widow with Southern roots but Union sympathies. God defend us from such a calamity. 66. Secession and war posed a mortal threat to the city. If both Maryland and Virginia were to secede, the home of the federal government would be surrounded by enemies, an island adrift in a hostile sea. The government would have to flee to the north, leaving behind a city without a purpose. Without the federal government, without the Union, Washington would wither. In an angry editorial, the Star denounced local secessionists for supporting the South even though they know that their own property and that of their friends and neighbors depends on the preservation of the Union. "Washington's destiny is that of the Union," wrote a correspondent in The Atlantic in January 1861. General Winfield Scott, the hulking Virginian who, unlike his protégé Robert E. Lee, chose to stay loyal to the Union even after his home state seceded, told President Lincoln, "Sir, the capital can't be taken, the capital can't be taken. It would be an unimaginable, perhaps even fatal, blow to the Union." 67. For many local white people, preserving the Union remained the top priority, and they worried that too much emphasis on the abolition of slavery could undermine that goal. The prominent Blair family exemplified this perspective. Originally from Kentucky, Francis Preston Blair, called Preston, came to Washington in 1830 to become part of Andrew Jackson's informal kitchen cabinet and stayed to publish the Globe newspaper. Blair and his politically active family lived in a 2-story brick house directly across from the White House, now the official presidential guest house, and spent their summers at a country Maryland outpost along a small creek sparkling with mica, which they named Silver Spring. 68. Though the family owned slaves, they considered themselves political moderates on the issue. They helped launch the anti-slavery Republican Party and opposed the extension of slavery into the Western Territories, but they rejected abolition as impractical and antagonistic toward the South, unless it was accompanied by a plan to provide homes for the blacks elsewhere. Most important for the Blairs, as Francis Jr. wrote, was to support the Constitution and Union about which we care more than we do the niggers. Like the Blairs, many of the city's new immigrants, particularly the Irish, felt strong ties to the Union even as they opposed abolition and rejected the Republicans, where many know-nothings had found a home. 69. Lincoln sought to reassure white Southerners, Northern Democrats, and moderates in his own party that he had no intention of abolishing slavery anywhere that it already existed, including Washington. During the campaign, he had talked about limiting the expansion of slavery, but he never broached abolition. Had he done so, he never could have won his party's nomination, let alone the election. After his aborted legislative attempt to outlaw slavery in the district in 1849, he avoided the issue of emancipation in Washington. "I have no thought of recommending the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia, nor the slave trade among the slave states," he assured one worried Southerner in December 1860. Even after secession and the beginning of hostilities, Lincoln argued repeatedly that the goal of the war was not to end slavery. He sought first and foremost to maintain the physical and political integrity of the Union. 70. Despite Lincoln's assurances, few white people in the South trusted him. They looked at his record and concluded that he was, at best, a closet abolitionist. As the Southern states seceded, Southern political leaders and bureaucrats, including many of the city's oldest, most powerful families, packed up and left Washington, often taking their slaves with them. About 400 white men from the district joined the Confederate Army. Former Mayor Walter Lennox fled to Richmond to work for the Confederate government. Wealthy banker and local philanthropist W. W. Corcoran, who later created a renowned art museum, did not hide his Southern sympathies, though he lacked the courage to act on them. He sat out the war years in Europe. Some white residents stayed in the city and secretly worked to aid the South. In the months between the election and Lincoln's inauguration, rumors about Southern conspiracies to take the city abounded, and Republicans questioned the loyalty of local residents. Mayor James Barrett was arrested for refusing to swear an oath of loyalty to the Union. 71. Lincoln's March 1861 inauguration passed without major incident, but the simmering tensions boiled over barely a month later. On April 12, South Carolina troops fired the first shots of the war at Fort Sumter, a federal fort in Charleston Harbor. Many Washingtonians worried that the Confederacy would target the capital, particularly after Virginia seceded on April 17. With the enemy in sight across the Potomac and without significant military installations for protection, the city was terribly vulnerable. Lincoln himself told his cabinet that if I were Confederate General Pierre G.T. Beauregard, I would take Washington. Residents' fears only grew when a civilian mob in Baltimore attacked soldiers from Massachusetts sent to defend the city, and the bloodied troops arrived in D.C. on April 19 with 4 dead. Local militias hastily mustered in the streets, and residents nervously awaited reinforcements, fearing that an invading Confederate army might arrive first. 72. Jacob Dodson did not simply wait for saviors to arrive. A free black Washingtonian whose family had worked for Missouri Senator Thomas Hart Benton, Dodson had spent many rugged years traveling through the West with famed explorer and presidential candidate, John C. Fremont. Now 35 years old, Dodson was an expert marksman with military experience, and he offered to mobilize the free black community to defend the Union capital. On April 23, he wrote Secretary of War Simon Cameron promising the services of 300 reliable colored free citizens of this city, who desire to enter the service for the defense of the city. But Cameron refused. "I have to say that this department has no intention at present to call into the service of the government any colored soldiers," he wrote a week later. Cameron apparently was willing to risk the capital's safety rather than set a politically perilous precedent of allowing black men to fight on behalf of the Union. 73. 2 days after Dodson wrote his letter, the beleaguered city welcomed several thousand troops from New York. Among them was Robert Gould Shaw, who later would gain fame as the white commander of an all-black regiment and whose name graces a prominent neighborhood. The siege of Washington was lifted. 74. The city soon crackled with life as tens of thousands of migrants of all sorts came to town, soldiers and officers preparing for combat, government clerks administering the war, entrepreneurs seeking to profit from wartime contracts, runaway slaves seeking freedom in the Union capital. Now the headquarters of the Union Army, D.C. became a military camp, a city of barracks and hospitals, visiting journalist Noah Brooks wrote. Long lines of army wagons and artillery were continually rumbling through the streets. At all hours of the day and night the air was troubled by the clatter of galloping squads of cavalry, and the clank of sabers, and the measured beat of marching infantry, were ever present to the ear. Military barracks sprang up in empty lots, and the streets thrummed with drilling soldiers on parade. The city is like a beehive on swarming day, all bustle, activity, and apparent confusion, wrote reporter Lois Adams. The city's population exploded. The Metropolitan Police estimated that D.C.'s population nearly doubled between 1860 and 1864, growing from barely 75,000 to roughly 140,000 people. 75. Northern Republicans streamed into Washington. In an era before civil service protections, Lincoln administration officials such as abolitionist Treasury Secretary Salmon P. Chase systematically replaced pro-slavery government clerks with anti-slavery ones. The character of the district shifted dramatically as ideas once considered radical and taboo a year or two earlier now enjoyed official sanction. Republicans, for instance, invited abolitionist speakers to participate in the Smithsonian Institution's lecture series. Sales J. Bowen, an ambitious white abolitionist from New York who had worked with Mert Illa Minor in the 1850s, attended the lectures and was amazed. Every man who lectured there would have lost his head if he had dared utter the same sentiments in Washington only 1 year before. 76. As in other cities, D.C.'s press was partisan, and leading newspapers in the city were unabashedly pro-Union. The National Intelligencer represented the Lincoln administration, the National Republican spoke for conservative members of the party, and the Daily Chronicle was the voice of the radicals. Even the Evening Star, which had opposed Lincoln, shifted to the Republicans. Southern sympathizers Asch, as they were called by Unionists, may have remained in town, but their voices were drowned in a chorus of pro-Union sentiment. Washington, crowed the National Republican in December 1861, was becoming a Yankee city. 77. A social and political revolution in our midst, Washington's slaves win their freedom. Elizabeth Keckley witnessed Washington's wartime transformation from her perch in the White House, where she served as a seamstress. 78. The daughter of a prominent Virginia plantation owner and his house slave, Keckley had endured emotional, physical, and sexual abuse during the 37 years she was enslaved. Her only son was born after she had been raped repeatedly by one of her owners. Taught to sew by her mother, the resilient and resourceful Keckley became an expert seamstress while still enslaved in St. Louis, and she used her skills to earn money and win friends among the well-connected white women who were her clients. With their help, she purchased freedom for herself and her son in 1855, and 5 years later she launched a new life in Washington. As a free black woman moving into the city, she needed a license from the mayor to stay, and she used one of her clients' connections to secure one. She enjoyed a meteoric rise, earning local renown for designing dresses for the wives of such prominent figures as Robert E. Lee and Jefferson Davis. Just a day after President Lincoln's inauguration, Keckley became the primary dressmaker for the new First Lady, Mary Todd Lincoln. The two women grew extraordinarily close. Lincoln called Keckley her one true friend, and Keckley became an influential part of D.C.'s free black community. 79. Keckley, like other black Washingtonians, strongly supported the Union Army. Her son, George, passing as a white man, volunteered for the 1st Missouri Volunteers in 1861 and was killed at the Battle of Wilson's Creek that August. Despite the president's protestations otherwise, black people across the South viewed the war very much as a war about freedom. They saw the Union Army as an army of liberation, and almost immediately enslaved people began fleeing their plantations wherever Union soldiers appeared. The slaves' initiative in running for their own freedom forced Lincoln's hand and pushed him eventually to support emancipation. 80. For the first year and a half of the war, Lincoln sought to maintain a delicate political balance. On the one hand, he could not allow the seceding states to destroy the Union, so he had to act swiftly and harshly to put down the rebellion. On the other hand, he did not want to alienate the slave states of the border South, whose support was necessary to winning the war. Maryland, in particular, was crucial. If Maryland were to secede, then the federal government and Union Army would have to decamp for safer territory farther north, a crushing blow both symbolically and substantively. Maryland, which had voted for the Southern Democratic ticket in the presidential election, had a know-nothing governor who sought to keep the state neutral in the war, and Lincoln worked to assuage his concerns. Lincoln's desire to maintain the support of Maryland and other border states led him to craft a slaveholder-friendly policy on fugitive slaves. He initially ordered Union soldiers to imprison all fugitive slaves and give them up to their owners. In the first full month of the war, soldiers in D.C. captured 73 runaways, threw them in the Blue Jug, and then returned them to slavery. But that policy defied strategic sense. Enslaved workers, after all, were essential to the South's war machine. Why should Union soldiers act as slave catchers for traitors who had seceded from the nation? 81. Union General Benjamin Butler, a Massachusetts Democrat who had supported Jefferson Davis's failed presidential bid in 1860, defied Lincoln's orders. Operating out of federally held Fort Monroe, Virginia, about 180 miles south of D.C., in June 1861, Butler encountered 3 runaway slaves in his camp and refused to send the men back into slavery, even after the owners came to fetch them. Instead, he kept them with his soldiers, calling them contraband of war. The legally questionable term stuck soon. Fugitive slaves as a group were called contrabands. 82. Other Union officers followed Butler's lead, angering slave owners in southern states that had not seceded. Maryland Congressman Charles Calvert denounced the Army for allowing enslaved people to settle in camps around Washington, claiming that the camps served as receptacles for our slaves. Desperate to maintain their support, that July, Lincoln reasserted his position: generals had to allow slaveholders to get their slaves back. Confusion reigned until early August, when Congress passed the first Confiscation Act, which allowed federal forces to seize and emancipate those enslaved people whose owners were found to have used them to assist Confederate armies. It did not apply, however, to slaves held by owners in loyal slave states, such as Maryland, or in the District. If any of those slaves tried to escape, they were subject to capture and return by force of the Fugitive Slave Act, which remained in effect. 83. In the months that followed the Confiscation Act, hundreds of enslaved people, including many Maryland fugitives, who had no legal protection, flooded into the district, where they found shelter and safety in the homes of local black residents. Their presence in the city raised another important question: how did one know whether a runaway slave's owner was loyal to the Union or not? One man determined the answer to that question: the district's federal marshal, Ward H. Lamon. 84. A Virginian with a Herculean frame and pro-slavery instincts, Lamon had been the president's law partner and later became his self-appointed bodyguard. As marshal, Lamon ran the Blue Jug, which quickly became overcrowded with captured fugitives. Believing that most of the runaways came from Maryland and thus had fled loyal owners, Lamon refused to consider them contraband and instead enforced the letter of the Fugitive Slave Act. He crowded them into the old jail, where they endured wretched conditions in what one government report had described in summer 1861 as a badly ventilated, unwholesome building. 85. The Blue Jug became a lightning rod for anti-slavery criticism. Abolitionists dubbed it the Washington Slave Pen. Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts and his anti-slavery allies in Congress hired pioneering private detective Allan Pinkerton to investigate Lamon and conditions at the Blue Jug. Pinkerton found 60 alleged runaway slaves held without charge, some of whom were actually free, and he charged that unclaimed runaways were still being sold to recoup jail costs. A sensational 2-page set of illustrations appeared in Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper depicting horrific scenes at the jail, sparking outrage nationwide. Criticism became so intense that Lincoln himself had to intervene, ordering Lamon to stop imprisoning runaway slaves unless they were accused of committing an actual crime. 86. Secrets of the Prison House. Washington's Black Hole. Even after the Civil War began, more than 3,000 people remained enslaved in the nation's capital. Arthur Lumley's engraving, published in the December 28, 1861, edition of Frank Leslie's illustrated newspaper, helped encourage Congress to ban slavery in D.C. Library of Congress. The controversy surrounding the Blue Jug helped fuel the movement to outlaw slavery in Washington. By late 1861, secessionist representatives had cleared out of the Capitol, giving Republicans relatively free rein to pursue their legislative agenda. Senator Wilson took the lead in drafting a bill that effectively would emancipate the district's slaves, and he earned the support of not just abolitionists but many moderate Republicans, including the editors of the National Republican. Wilson's bill infuriated most white Washingtonians. The editors of the National Intelligencer railed against the sudden, forcible, and total act of emancipation, while the Evening Star listed 20 reasons why the bill to emancipate the slaves in the District of Columbia should not pass. Though pro-Union, the Evening Star remained pro-slavery, hoping to find a balance between the preservation of the city, which required supporting the Union, and the preservation of white power, which required supporting slavery. Reflecting the prevailing sentiment of white elites, the editors warned that the bill was but the beginning of a social and political revolution in our midst. If Congress could free our Negroes against our will, they reasoned, then it can and perhaps will confer upon them equality in civil and political privileges with the whites. 87. The members of the city's Board of Aldermen and Common Council also sought to dissuade Congress from passing the Emancipation Bill. In a joint resolution of instruction that they sent to Congress in early April, the members warned that the bill would end up converting this city into an asylum for free Negroes, a population undesirable in every American community. Alderman William Moore went further. If this spirit of fanaticism will prevail, we will be in the midst of horrors we never dreamt of, he said. It will be a question of equality or extermination. The races can never exist together as equals. 88. The editors of the Evening Star and other local white people were right on one point: Congress was indeed imposing its will on D.C. residents. But local democracy had never been a congressional priority. Republican members of Congress saw D.C. as a place to test their racial policies. Ohio Senator John Sherman, whose older brother William would win glory as a Union general, argued that Washington was the perfect location for the experiment in emancipation. Washington is a paradise for free Negroes, where black people enjoy more social equality than they do anywhere else, Sherman argued, so it made sense to emancipate Washington's slaves first. 89. Although most Southern representatives were no longer present, the Emancipation Bill met resistance in Congress. Northern Democrats and some Republicans thought that it would hurt the Union's war efforts and argued that Congress did not have the authority to outlaw slavery anywhere. Border state representatives worried that it would set a precedent for outlawing slavery in their home states, with Maryland representatives fearing, presciently, as it turned out, that their slaves would flee to Washington. In the Senate, a battle erupted over colonization after Senator Garrett Davis of Kentucky introduced an amendment that would require emancipated Washingtonians to leave the country. The vote on the amendment stalemated at 19-19. Forcing Vice President Hannibal Hamlin to cast the tie-breaking nay. Instead of forced colonization, the final bill included a clause encouraging voluntary emigration. 90. The bill passed easily, 29-14 in the Senate on April 3, 1862, and 92-38 in the House on April 11. Lincoln signed it on April 16, which became known as Emancipation Day in Washington. From Lincoln's perspective, the bill was not ideal. It ordered immediate emancipation, rather than the gradual emancipation he had long advocated, and it certainly had not gotten support from local residents, as he had wanted. But, as the President wrote following his approval of the bill, I am gratified the two principles of compensation and colonization are both recognized and practically applied in the Act. 91. Titled An Act for the Release of Certain Persons Held to Service or Labor in the District of Columbia, the bill did not even use the words slave, slavery, or emancipation. It allowed loyal slave owners to make claims for compensation for their newly freed slaves. It established a three-man commission to assess claims and make payments of up to $300 per enslaved person, and it created a $1 million fund for those payments. In a remarkable step, commissioners were required to accept testimony without the exclusion of any witness on the account of color. The law also set up a $100,000 fund to help black people to emigrate to the republics of Haiti or Liberia. 92. The Emancipation Bill was just the beginning of what was indeed, as the Star had feared, a social and political revolution in our midst. Not content simply to free the district's enslaved people, Republicans in Congress sought to eliminate the legal vestiges of slavery in the city. In a burst of legislation in late spring and early summer 1862, Congress dismantled the city's black codes, established a public school system for black students, and required that in all judicial proceedings in the District of Columbia there shall be no exclusion of any witness on account of color. Black people now could pursue any economic activities without legal restrictions, they could assemble peaceably without official permission, and they no longer faced a racially discriminatory curfew. 93. It was a legislative revolution of stunning speed and magnitude, and it sparked celebrations in black communities across the North. Yet among black Washingtonians the response was relatively restrained. Not wanting to antagonize their white neighbors or goad them into violence, black church leaders discouraged parades or raucous public festivities in favor of private celebrations and a day of thanksgiving and prayer. Days before the bill passed, Daniel Payne, presiding bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, offered a sermon of advice to the ransomed, the enslaved people who would soon be freed: welcome not to indolence, to vice, licentiousness, and crime, but to a well-regulated liberty that demanded faith, education, and work. Within a week of emancipation, members of the 15th Street Presbyterian Church resolved that by our industry, energy, moral deportment, and character, we will prove ourselves worthy of the confidence reposed in us in making us free men. 94. Though black Washingtonians universally embraced emancipation, they were split on the bill's provision for colonization. President Lincoln remained committed to colonization. One reporter called it his favorite panacea for the national troubles and hoped to organize a party of free black people and newly emancipated slaves to launch a settlement in Chiriqui, in present-day Panama. Several well-known black leaders in the city, including the magnetic Henry McNeil Turner of Israel Bethel Church, endorsed Lincoln's plan and petitioned Congress to fund it. Through the summer of 1862, recruiting agents found a receptive audience among formerly enslaved Washingtonians, who saw colonization as a chance to start afresh in a new place far away from white racists. 95. But other black leaders, including John F. Cook Jr., were angered by the renewed push for colonization. An educator as his father had been, the 27-year-old Cook helped launch the Social, Civil, and Statistical Association, SCSA, a civic group composed of well-educated, relatively well-off black Washingtonians. Many SCSA members harbored suspicions about the colonization movement and pounded colonization agents verbally and physically for taking heartless and unprincipled advantage of former slaves. 96. Cook and other SCSA members were part of a delegation of black leaders who met with President Lincoln that August to discuss the Chiriqui Plan. Before arriving, the delegation issued a sharply worded resolution condemning the idea as inexpedient, inauspicious, and impolite. Lincoln called their opposition extremely selfish and insisted that it was better for us both to be separated. Despite significant high-level support, however, the Chiriqui Plan ultimately dissolved in the face of logistical difficulties, continued black resistance, and diplomatic opposition from Central American governments. The issue faded after the Emancipation Proclamation, which took effect on January 1, 1863 and essentially made freedom not colonization official federal policy. 97. The D.C. Emancipation Bill established a three-man Federal Emancipation Claims Commission to adjudicate claims. The commissioners hired a former slave trader from Baltimore, B.M. Campbell, to help them assess the value of enslaved people. Campbell, one observer later noted, did his job with great particularity, making slaves dance about to show their suppleness of limb, and open their mouths to prove that they had sound teeth. Though some Washington slave owners had either sold their slaves or sent them to live elsewhere, within 3 months of the bill's passage the commissioners had approved 909 claims for 2,981 enslaved people from more than 1,000 owners. Another 111 slaves, deemed too young, too old, or too sick to warrant compensation, were freed without remuneration at all. The city's largest slave owner, George Washington Young, descendant of Notley Young, received $17,771.85 for the 69 slaves that he claimed, about $430,000 in 21st century dollars. Even the Pious Sisters of the Visitation asked for, and received, compensation for the 12 enslaved people the Georgetown convent owned. In all, the government spent $993,406 to compensate the former slave owners. 98. Some of the compensated claimants were black. Throughout the South, free black people periodically purchased family members, but they sometimes did not file the proper paperwork or pay the necessary fees to get them legally freed. One free black man, Gabriel Coakley, purchased the freedom of his wife and family in the late 1850s, but he never submitted their paperwork. Hence, they legally belonged to him. So, with an affidavit from a leading white attorney, he applied for compensation and received $1,489.20.99. Not all slave owners complied with the provisions of the law. Alexander McCormick owned 5 people on a plantation that straddled the border between Maryland and Northeast Washington. Most of his land, as well as the slave quarters, fell on the district side of the border. In early 1862, as Congress debated the Emancipation Bill, McCormick hastily built new homes for his enslaved workers on the Maryland side. Because they no longer lived in the district, he argued, they were not subject to the Emancipation Bill, and he refused to submit a compensation claim for them. Without such a claim, the slaves could not be freed. Realizing that as many as 150 slave owners had avoided the law by failing to submit claims, Congress amended the Emancipation Bill to allow enslaved people to file claims on their own, a revolutionary step. McCormick's slaves, Emmeline Wedge, and her 2 children, her sister, Alice, and her mother, Mary, filed a petition and testified before the commissioners that they actually lived and worked in the district. On December 30, 1862, they finally gained their freedom. 100. So, too, did Philip Reed, a skilled metal worker who was helping to cast the bronze statue of freedom that soon would be placed atop a new Capitol dome. And Eleanora and Caroline Bell, 2 fugitives from the Pearl who had remained enslaved in Washington. And 1-year-old Abraham Lincoln Hawkins, named for the newly elected president. Nearly 3,100 men, women, and children held in bondage in the nation's capital became free. With district emancipation coming nearly 9 months before the Emancipation Proclamation took effect, they were the nation's first freed, a distinction they would hold with pride for generations to come. 101. It had taken more than 60 years of relentless resistance, desperate escapes, political agitation, and, finally, the outbreak of war, but slavery in Washington was dead at last. Already a top destination for escaping slaves and free black people, Washington now became even more powerfully associated with black opportunity. What had been a steady stream of black migrants became a torrent. The city was about to enter a time of unprecedented transformation. 5. Emancipate, enfranchise, educate. Freedom and the Hope of Interracial Democracy, 1860–1869. This district has been experimented upon in various forms of legislation, odious to the citizens. And now the most tyrannic blow of all is threatened by the rude power of radicalism in Congress. The attempt is to be made to force Negro equality upon the unwilling people of the District of Columbia, who have just protested, almost with unanimity, against such equality. National Intelligencer, January 1866. Franklin Square today is a patch of green between 13th, 14th, I, and K Streets NW. Named for Benjamin Franklin, the square does not feature a statue or marker of its portly namesake, but it does offer shade trees, a mesmerizing fountain, and a measure of quiet in a canyon of the city. The square's edges sparkle with glassy towers built for the lobbying elite, with one exception, the red brick Franklin School, designed by renowned German architect Adolf Kluss in 1868. A marvel of sophisticated architecture when it opened, by the late 20th century it had been turned into a homeless shelter. In 2008, city leaders decided to close the shelter, sparking raucous protests that raised questions of race, class, and equity in a rapidly gentrifying city. Franklin Square has long been a site of controversy and celebration. Indeed, 2 years before the Franklin School opened, the square hosted one of the most memorable events in the city's history, the first post-Civil War Emancipation Day celebration. Held on April 16, 1866, the fourth anniversary of D.C. emancipation, the celebration began with a lengthy parade that traversed miles of rutted streets from Georgetown to the Capitol, making sure to stop by the home of dedicated abolitionist Charles Sumner, as well as the Executive Mansion, where marchers called out for President Andrew Johnson. The crowd cheered when Johnson appeared, though its demands for equal rights directly challenged the president's policies. 1. The train of 5,000 marchers representing every form of organized black activity in the city, military battalions, fraternal organizations, church groups, Freemasons, political parties was so long, recalled General O. Howard, the white leader of the Freedmen's Bureau, that there was no point from which one could see the entire length. The procession wended its way to Franklin Square, where upwards of 10,000 spectators, a dense mass of colored faces, relieved here and there by a few white ones, according to Harper's Weekly, joined the marchers in celebration, song, and prayers of thanksgiving. The air was alive with music and energy. Bands were playing, drums beating, men hurrahing in all directions, while the crowd moved to and fro, wrote one reporter. 2. Celebration of the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia by the colored people, in Washington. More than 10,000 people celebrated Emancipation Day at Franklin Square in 1866. The annual celebration on April 16 was among the most important days on the calendar of black Washingtonians for much of the late 19th century. Library of Congress. Festooned with banners and flags, the Speaker's platform held more than 100 people, a veritable who's who of abolitionists and radical Republicans, including General Howard, Connecticut Senator Lyman Trumbull, who co-authored the 13th Amendment banning slavery, and Massachusetts Senator Henry Wilson, sponsor of the D.C. Emancipation Bill. The keynote speech was delivered by Henry Highland Garnet, the black pastor of 15th Street Presbyterian Church, whose renown among orators was matched perhaps only by Frederick Douglass. 6 feet tall with a stately bearing despite an amputated leg, the former Maryland slave captured the celebratory mood with an emotional speech. "Today the principles of liberty are triumphant," Garnet told the crowd. "God is with us and we must be free." 3. The event was not simply a time to celebrate abolition, emancipation, and the Union victory of a year before. It also was an opportunity to flex the black community's newfound political muscle and galvanize supporters for future political battles. Emancipation was but the first step toward first-class citizenship. Freedom alone would be insufficient to protect the interests of black residents. With the slaves freed and the war won, black people now sought to secure the most fundamental right in a democracy, suffrage. "We have received our civil rights," read a banner hanging above the Speaker's platform. "Give us the right of suffrage, and the work is done for." The Franklin Square Emancipation Day celebration was a powerful, public manifestation of the almost unimaginable change Washington had experienced since the beginning of the war. Not even half a decade before, Washington was a slave city ruled by black codes that barred tumultuous meetings of black people. Now thousands of organized black Washingtonians commandeered much of downtown for a day of festivities. Just a few years earlier, individual black people faced legal barriers to owning firearms and no black man could serve in the military. Now entire regiments of armed black militiamen marched openly in the streets. Before the war, politics was the realm of white men alone. Now, with support from white radicals in Congress, black people in Washington organized politically and pushed publicly for the right to vote. It was a stunning transformation that infused black people across the region with hope that they would be able to participate fully in an interracial democracy unlike anything the nation, indeed the world, had ever seen. Conservative white Washingtonians, however, watched the spectacle with dread. The day and night closed with whiskey drinking and all manner of nig devilry, grumbled William Owner in his diary. So many black revelers converged on the area that white people had to take refuge on steps and in stores, as was my case until the nigs passed. As he peered out at the masses of black people taking over the city's streets, Owner's mind raced to the future political implications of the event. What an army of nigs for white men's taxes to feed. 5 Owner feared that he was witnessing a fundamental political shift, one that would force him and other white supremacists to the side as black Washingtonians and their white allies assumed control not just of the streets but of politics as well. For Washington, perhaps even more so than the rest of the nation, the war and Reconstruction were a time of upheaval. Because Congress wielded exclusive authority over the city, Washington was the one place where congressional radicals could implement their policies without interference from state and local authorities. Even as the war raged, radical Republicans sought to turn Washington into what Charles Sumner would call an example for all the land, the prototype of an integrated America where black people enjoyed political and civic, though not social, equality. 6. Each major piece of Reconstruction legislation, from freedmen's relief to black men's suffrage to education, was field-tested in the district before being implemented across a resistant South. The transformation was rarely smooth or uncontested. Critics complained that Washington was being used as an experimental garden for radical plants, and white conservatives fought to prevent the seeds of equality from taking root. But no one could deny that the nation's capital, once a southern bastion of slavery and the slave trade, was at the forefront of racial and political change. 7. With all their worldly goods on their backs, black migrants pour into Washington. In spring 1862, with the outcome of the war still very much in doubt, John Washington had freedom on his mind. 24 years old, enslaved since birth, Washington knew that the Union Army was approaching his home in Fredericksburg, Virginia, and he wanted to join it. Light-skinned and raised as a house slave on a country plantation, he learned to read and write, skills that helped him woo a free black woman named Annie, whom he had wed in early 1862, and later write a memoir of his escape from slavery. By April 18, 1862, just 2 days after President Lincoln signed the D.C. Emancipation Bill, Yankee soldiers were within a mile of the Fredericksburg Hotel where Washington worked as an enslaved barkeeper. His bosses closed the hotel and demanded that he follow them to the Confederate Army lines, but he secretly resolved not to go. Bursting with excitement, he watched from atop the hotel as the Yankees approached. I could not begin to express my newborn hopes, for I felt already like I was certain of my freedom now. That night, listening for the sounds of Union bands playing the Star-Spangled Banner, he and a cousin sneaked up the Rappahannock River, crossed through the Union lines, and left slavery behind forever. 8. Washington worked for the Union Army for several months until he learned that there was a $300 bounty on his head. Leaving his pregnant wife in Fredericksburg, he and 6 family members headed north to D.C. They had to sleep out on 14th Street NW the night they arrived before finding lodging in Georgetown the next day. Washington had no trade then and knew not what to do, but he soon found work bottling liquor for $1.25 a day. Annie Washington and their newborn son joined him soon thereafter, and they began a new life in the nation's capital. 9. The Washingtons were among several hundred black Fredericksburg residents who migrated to D.C. beginning that summer. Many of them, including the Washington family, were members of Fredericksburg's Shiloh Baptist Church. Once in D.C., they worked quickly to re-establish the church in a little shanty on L Street between 16th and 17th Streets. The Washingtons remained faithful congregants as the church expanded to more than 800 members and built a 2-story brick sanctuary before moving in 1924 to its present location at 9th and P Streets NW. 10. The Washington family was part of a torrent of black migration to the city in the wake of the Emancipation Bill. Fugitives fled from across the South, but especially from the neighboring states of Maryland and Virginia. They arrived as individuals and as families, and sometimes in massive groups, and they kept coming for the duration of the war. By 1870, Washington's black population had more than tripled to 43,000, jumping from 19% of the city's total population to 33%. Washington seems to be a kind of a mecca for sable gentlemen, wrote a thrilled William J. Wilson, a black educator from New York who first visited the city in May 1863. It is blacks, blacks, blacks everywhere. Blacks on the government wagons, blacks on the drays, blacks on the hacks, blacks on the dirt carts, blacks in the hotels, in the barbers' shops, in all the houses, on all the streets. The flood of migrants seemed to confirm white Washingtonians' worst fears about emancipation. 11. Combined with the influx of white soldiers, bureaucrats, and wartime entrepreneurs, the black migration pushed the city to its limits. The incoming migrants, called contrabands or freedmen, were overwhelmingly poor, unskilled, and uneducated. Unlike John Washington, the vast majority were illiterate, compared to just a 30% illiteracy rate among free black people in the district. They came to Washington, White House Tailor Elizabeth Keckley recalled, with all their worldly goods on their backs. Wartime demand for unskilled labor was relatively high, so most of the former slaves could find work, but the cost of living in the city was exorbitant due to shortages in housing, food, and basic supplies. They lived in excruciating conditions in often the least desirable locations, erecting shanties along the city canal, crowding into alleys, piling into leaky hovels, and boarding in stable lofts. 12. Black Washingtonians opened their doors and institutions to the new arrivals. In Washington, the weekly Anglo-Africans correspondent wrote, "We rejoice more over one poor downtrodden soul escaped from chains, than over the taking of 99 cities." Henry McNeil Turner of Israel Bethel Church praised the black community for having thrown open their finest parlors, given up their kitchens, garrets, and even closets to shelter these escaping sons of humanity. Elizabeth Keckley, herself not far removed from slavery, spearheaded the formation of the Contraband Relief Association with fellow members of the 15th Street Presbyterian Church, and other churches formed similar organizations. The National Freedmen's Relief Association, NFRA, commended black Washingtonians for the interest and zeal which they have manifested in behalf of their less fortunate brethren. 13. Middle-class black residents wanted to absorb the migrants and help them establish themselves, uplift them, in 19th-century parlance, but the magnitude of the challenges that former slaves faced at times overwhelmed the capacity of private efforts. Former slave and abolitionist Harriet Jacobs, whose autobiography, Incidents in the Life of a Slave Girl, had made her a legend in anti-slavery circles, visited Washington in the summer of 1862 and was appalled by the living conditions she witnessed among the formerly enslaved. "I found men, women, and children all huddled together, without any distinction or regard to age or sex. Some of them were in the most pitiable condition. Many were sick with measles, diphtheria, scarlet, and typhoid fever. Some had a few filthy rags to lie on, others had nothing but the bare floor for a couch." A smallpox epidemic ravaged the city's black community in 1862, spreading rapidly as cold and desperate former slaves huddled together in cramped, dirty conditions. 14. The scale of the migration forced the federal government to step in to help the formerly enslaved adjust to their new lives. The city government refused to offer any assistance. Through a newly created Contraband Department, a precursor to the Freedmen's Bureau, within the Quartermaster Department, the Army put freedmen to work building the ring of forts that were to protect the city from a Confederate invasion. Workers and their families tended to settle near the forts, establishing the roots of black communities that would flourish near Fort Reno, Fort DuPont, and other military installations into the 20th century. Freedmen and women also labored in local hospitals and did a variety of jobs, including digging ditches, cleaning, sawing wood, making fires, gardening, cooking, and scavenging through garbage. Compared to white laborers, one military official claimed, the Negroes are much superior workers, more attentive to their duties, less inclined to dissipation and readily controlled. So-called contraband workers had economic leverage in wartime Washington. Able to sell their labor and choose their employers for the first time, former slaves maneuvered to secure the best deals possible. With demand high, even manual laborers could earn between $20 and $25 a month with rations significantly more than other northern workers, though still not enough to keep up with Washington's rising cost of living. 15. Many of the formerly enslaved, however, were not able to work. They were too old, too young, or too sick. To aid the sick and elderly, the Army created a contraband fund, financed by a deduction of $5 a month from the wages of black workers in the quartermaster department. This contraband tax rankled some free black laborers, who objected to having to pay for formerly enslaved families. One group complained to Secretary of War Edwin Stanton that they should no more pay a tax for the benefit of the contrabands than should white labor ers of our class, but it remained in place. 16. The contraband fund helped finance the contraband camps that the government had established in the city. Like modern refugee camps, contraband camps were intended to be safe, temporary residences where people could get shelter, food, and employment assistance. Once established, however, they attracted long-term residents and became breeding grounds for disease as well as attacks, verbal and physical, from local white people who resented the fugitives' presence. As many as 10,000 former slaves passed through such camps in the district area during the war. 17. The district's military governor, James S. Wadsworth, a wealthy New York abolitionist, struggled to create a humane system for dealing with the large numbers of migrants pouring into the city. Overwhelmed military officials initially threw homeless former slaves into the old Capitol prison, where they shared space with Confederate prisoners. Fears of a smallpox outbreak in early 1862 led Wadsworth to requisition housing along Duff Green's Row, the famed set of boarding houses across from the Capitol that included Abolition House, where Abraham Lincoln had lived while a congressman in the 1840s. The row houses quickly filled up, with some 400 people cramming into space intended for 50. 18. The camps were becoming a humanitarian crisis, and Wadsworth tapped into what had been the pre-war anti-slavery movement to help address the situation. With emancipation, abolitionists' focus shifted from helping fugitive slaves escape to helping former slaves adjust to freedom. Both because it was the nation's capital and because of the massive number of refugees there, Washington became a magnet for Northern missionaries, particularly white women who arrived to work with an alphabet soup of relief organizations such as the National Freedmen's Relief Association and the American Missionary Association, AMA. They saw their work as a divine calling. The Washington chapter of the NFRA, launched by federal employees just weeks after the D.C. Emancipation Bill passed in April 1862, aimed to teach former slaves Christianity and civilization, to imbue them with notions of order, industry, economy, and self-reliance, and to elevate them in the scale of humanity, by inspiring them with self-respect. These private organizations not only provided much of the staff who worked in the contraband camps but also raised funds and solicited in-kind donations from Northern donors as well as local black churches to supplement the scant rations and clothing provided by the government. 19. The Thomas Danforth Nichols, a Methodist minister from Boston with an unblemished abolitionist record, became superintendent of contraband camps in June 1862. One of his first initiatives was to relieve overcrowding by building Camp Barker on 12th Street and Vermont Avenue NW. Located on what had been a cemetery and a brickyard before the war, Camp Barker, or the Washington Contraband Depot, as Nichols called it, opened in July 1862 with 400 residents, but it expanded rapidly. By April 1863, it housed 1,000 residents squeezed into 10 by 12-foot cabins, each of which bulged with more than a dozen people. Residents lacked adequate privies, water, and sanitation, and diseases spread like wildfire. A smallpox epidemic in summer 1863 ravaged the camp, killing more than 24 residents a week. 20. Camp Barker festered barely a mile north of the White House, and President Lincoln passed by each day that summer on his way to and from his seasonal cottage near the Soldiers' Home in Northwest In May 1863, Superintendent Nichols worked with military officials to move the camp inhabitants across the Potomac to a freedmen's village to be built on the Arlington estate of Confederate General Robert E. Lee, a delightful irony not lost on the camp's planners or its residents. Officially dedicated that December, Freedmen's Village symbolized the missionary zeal that Nichols and other white abolitionists brought to their relief work. On paper, it resembled a modern planned community, featuring an orderly set of 52 family homes arranged along a country road that wound around a central pond, with a hospital, a school, a chapel, and a home for aged and infirm freedmen. Camp planners hoped that the pure country air would improve residents' health, and they expected the work program to encourage Yankee virtues of self-reliance, hard work, and thrift. 21. Camp Barker, Freedmen's Village, and other contraband camps in the Washington area provided essential help to newly freed black people, but they also helped transform and ultimately destroy the interracial reform community that had existed in the antebellum era. In part, reformers simply were overwhelmed by circumstances. Emancipation and war had triggered a migration of such size and speed that even those genuinely committed to helping the former slaves struggled to find adequate solutions, particularly given the meager resources available from a war-strapped federal government. But issues of class, culture, and control also tore the community apart, largely along racial lines. Before the war, white and black anti-slavery reformers tended to share middle-class values and tastes: a respect for fine manners, an appreciation of social distinctions, an emphasis on discretion and prudence. The black people who got involved in interracial organizing often were among the city's elite, including relatively wealthy, well-educated, and often mixed-race African Americans who worked closely and interdependently, and at times deferentially, with white abolitionists. When Danforth Nichols arrived in Washington, he toured the city with one black minister and ate dinner with another, noting approvingly that Washington has good tea and the blacks know how to make it and serve it up too according to the rules of etiquette. 22. During the war, however, reformers encountered a very different class of black people. The masses of fugitive and freed slaves who poured into the city tended to come directly from plantation life, and they did not share the tea-drinking refinement of either white reformers or elite black Washingtonians. Penniless, jobless, and unschooled, they encountered educated white Northerners who were sympathetic to their plight but often looked down on them. Camp staff and relief workers developed a sense of paternalistic duty in their relationships with the former slaves, an attitude that often manifested itself by controlling black behavior and decisions. To reason with them is out of the question, Nichols explained. You must tell them what to do. 23. In an earlier era of slavery, the paternalism of sympathetic white abolitionists may have been grudgingly tolerated or even welcomed. No more. Emancipation had broken the grip of deference, and many black Washingtonians challenged any hint of condescension. Throughout the war, they bristled at some of the decisions benevolent white reformers made, they chafed at the restrictions imposed on them, and they challenged the limitations they encountered. They claimed their rights as full citizens, not simply as former slaves. I give up my child upon the word and honor of the government to go and tote his musket, and he had gone and lost his life, testified Freedmen's Village resident Betsy Brown in a complaint against Camp Superintendent Nichols. I think, sir, that is enough. 24. Superintendent Nichols was a particular target for black critics. He made peremptory decisions without consulting either camp residents or local black leaders, earning a reputation for condescension and mistreatment. When he decided to move Camp Barker residents to Freedmen's Village, residents balked. 80% of them simply refused to go, telling one missionary they would rather starve in Washington than go to Arlington to be under Nichols. Where Nichols and other white reformers saw an opportunity to live and work in a healthy environment, the formerly enslaved saw a return to Southern slavery. They viewed Nichols as better suited to an overseer of a Southern plantation. Black correspondent and military recruiter Thomas Hinton called him a perfect tyrant and a brute for evicting aged residents from the community. After opening Freedmen's Village, military officials destroyed Camp Barker, yet more than 500 former residents remained in the area. 25. As Nichols and other white reformers discovered, many black people did not want to be passive recipients of white benevolence. They wanted to control their own destinies in a post-emancipation world. William J. Wilson personified this demand. Wilson served as a teacher at the Camp Barker School, the only black teacher employed in an American Missionary Association school in the area. Born enslaved, Wilson managed to secure his freedom and headed to Brooklyn, where for 20 years he was a teacher and principal. He earned a reputation for both educational excellence and public activism. He wrote under the pen name Ethiop in Frederick Douglass's anti-slavery paper and sometimes ran afoul of local white opinion. 26. Impressed with Washington when he first visited in 1863, Wilson moved to the city the next year to run the Camp Barker School. The building had no privy and only a few broken chairs for furniture, but Wilson and his wife, Mary, turned it into a bustling school averaging about 250 students, including many adults. They needed more help, badly, yet William insisted on one thing: the teachers in the school had to be black. Colored people must be taught to do our own work, being assisted only by the dominant class. This is as essential as the work to be done, he told his bosses. As long as the dominant class are to fill among us the first places, even when it can be avoided and we to be regarded as minors and recipients of favors, we shall be but the same helpless and dependent people, slaves. The Wilsons may have shared the same goals as Danforth and other white reformers. They all wanted to help former slaves become productive, self-reliant, and independent citizens, but they and other black activists placed a high priority on autonomy. The whole point of being free was to be able to do for oneself. 27. Conflicts over class, culture, and control not only divided white and black reformers but also erupted within Washington's black community. Many leading black Washingtonians, such as educator John F. Cook Jr., had been born free, were educated, and lived relatively stable lives before the war. They had worked alongside middle and upper-class white people in the battle for black freedom, and they aspired to middle-class ideals. Before the war, the predominating mores of educated black D.C. absorbed and acculturated the small numbers of migrants from the rural South. That changed with the sudden influx of tens of thousands of former plantation slaves during the war. Elated when emancipation finally came, black leaders nonetheless harbored fears that the rural migrants could undermine their hard-fought gains in the city. These new Washingtonians seemed so different, so country, so boisterous, and, to some middle-class black people, so ill-prepared for freedom. The transition from slavery to freedom was too sudden, Elizabeth Keckley wrote, and former slaves were not prepared for the new life that opened before them. 28. Despite black leaders' efforts to emphasize the middle-class virtues of work, temperance, and education, some former slaves struggled to find employment and got into trouble with the law. Concerns about former slaves circulated within the black community. Black correspondent Thomas Hinton complained of overdressed freedmen who have made up their minds not to hurt themselves at working. The divisions were not lost on white observers. Journalist Lois Adams witnessed conflicts between native black Washingtonians and the newcomers, noting that some of the tinctured natives of Washington affect great disgust towards their more pure-blooded, but less aristocratic contraband brethren and sisters. Military official William Doster wrote, "The free-colored Negroes at Washington hated former slaves as rivals. The slaves despised them for being runaways." 29. Former slaves appreciated the generosity shown to them, but they sometimes resented the air of superiority and condescension they sensed from native Washingtonians. One anonymous letter writer to the Weekly Anglo-African in 1864 had had enough of the unkind criticism and prejudice against Southern migrants, particularly from Northern visitors. "We are a sensitive people, who have been unjustly treated and criticized by persons who think when coming to Washington that they are coming south among a lot of slow ninny heads," the writer cautioned. "Do not come among us with your hastily formed opinions, backed up by hearsay, but bring us light, example, and wisdom, and not so much fault-finding." 30. Despite periodic intramural squabbling, the black community generally remained united in embracing and advocating for expansive definitions of freedom, equality, and citizenship that moved far beyond simply not being a slave. The rapid growth of Washington's black community certainly posed challenges, but it also offered opportunities for redefining race relations in the city. Black Washingtonians, whether native or of more recent vintage, joined together to assert themselves in the face of wartime efforts to restrict the revolutionary reach of emancipation. Freedom, freedom, freedom everywhere, Black Washingtonians push for revolutionary changes. Emboldened by their swelling numbers and empowered by the sense that they had the backing of the federal government, Black Washingtonians challenged authorities in unprecedented ways. Among their first targets was the Fugitive Slave Act, which technically remained in force for slaves escaping from the border South even after the passage of the D.C. Emancipation Bill in April 1862 and the Emancipation Proclamation in January 1863. The D.C. Federal Court created a Fugitive Slave Commission in 1862 to help slave owners reclaim their runaway property, but the commissioners found that they simply could not enforce the law. They struggled with federal officials, notably the district's military governor, James Wadsworth, and they encountered almost insurmountable resistance from Black Washingtonians. Crowds of black residents harassed would-be slave catchers and packed the courthouse to testify before the commissioners. By late May 1862, the National Republican reported, "There were constant brawls and fighting in our streets and daily spectacles harrowing to the feelings of the humane. The Fugitive Slave Act," the editors argued, "cannot be enforced here without excitements and collisions, which will be lamentable, and may even be dangerous to the public peace." Though the law would remain on the books until 1864, by mid-1862 it was rendered all but dead in the nation's capital. 31. One Virginia slave owner discovered the futility of trying to reassert claims to formerly enslaved people now residing in Washington. Accompanied by his Episcopal minister, he journeyed to D.C. to reclaim several enslaved women who had run away from his plantation and found work in Washington as laundresses for the Union Army. During a meeting with Superintendent Danforth Nichols and the former slaves, the owner pleaded for their return, but the women refused. Furnishing Nichols with a butcher knife, one of them instructed him to "Let the wicked blood out of that man who has come to take my daughters." The slave owner left empty-handed. 32. Black residents also laid claim to the city's public spaces. Beginning soon after emancipation, the streets of Washington became a staging ground for black celebrations of all sorts. Black organizations such as the Grand United Order of Odd Fellows took their meetings and conventions into public areas, marching in the streets with what journalist Lois Adams described as their showy regalia, with bands of music playing as they march, bearing wreaths and decorated mottos, with the stars and stripes floating over them along the whole line of their advance. 33. The rhetoric at these public events, bold, emphatic, even confrontational, reflected the striking new sense of power and equality that Black Washingtonians felt. At an 1863 Emancipation Day celebration, Thomas Hinton praised a black soldier who had bayoneted a white soldier for insubordination and excoriated the continued discrimination he witnessed in the city. After thousands of students and teachers from the Sabbath School Union marched from 15th Street Presbyterian Church through downtown to Israel Bethel Church, one participant marveled, the pro-slavery citizens could hardly believe their own eyes. By 1863, black people had transformed the streets of Washington, trod by slave coffles just a few years before, into the proving grounds of emancipation. 34. Black Washingtonians also pushed for full access to education. "Keep your children in the schools," Bishop Payne had urged the newly freed slaves upon emancipation, "even if you have to eat less, drink less, and wear coarser raiments." And they did. "Their great desire is to learn to read," wrote Harriet Jacobs of the newly freed Washingtonians she met. Eager for the education that had been denied them, former slaves flocked to the private schools established by local churches, freedmen's aid societies, and the newly freed themselves. These schools often were housed in makeshift buildings with few resources, but by 1864 the city boasted more than 24 day schools and 18 night schools educating more than 4,600 black students. 35. There had been antebellum black private schools. Now, however, black leaders pushed for access to public education as well. Before the war, city law set aside 10% of tax revenue for a public school fund, but that money supported only white schools. After emancipation, Congress required that 10% of tax revenue collected from black taxpayers be set aside for a system of primary schools for black students to be run by a federally appointed board of trustees of colored schools. For 2 years, however, the city council simply refused to send the money to the schools. Mayor Richard Wallach made his opposition to black public education a winning issue during the June 1862 elections, so D.C.'s first official black public school did not open until March 1864.36. Even with this delay, black Washingtonians established public schools earlier than elsewhere in the South. The schools were segregated, but teaching and running them was an interracial effort. Emma V. Brown, a mixed-race woman who had been a student at Myrtilla Miners School, returned to the city after attending Oberlin College and started a school for black children in her home on P Street in Georgetown. Working closely with white school commissioner Daniel Breed and a white assistant from the New England Freedmen's Aid Society, Francis Perkins, Brown began teaching at one of the first black public schools in the city. She later became principal of the Sumner School at 17th and M Streets NW.37. Black Washingtonians not only pushed for their rights as free citizens but also sought to shoulder one of the foremost responsibilities of citizenship, serving as soldiers to defend the nation. Since Jacob Dodson's unaccepted offer to supply black men to defend the city during the tense days in April 1861, black leaders and their white allies had pushed the Lincoln administration to enlist black soldiers in the Union Army. They saw fighting in the military as an indisputable claim to full equality and manhood. "When you get the gun," said district resident Samuel Wilson, "you will be a man." 38. The Emancipation Proclamation opened the door to black military service in January 1863, and a biracial effort led by educator John F. Cook, Jr., Underground Railroad conductor Anthony Bowen, and the Reverend Henry McNeil Turner soon emerged to recruit a black regiment in Washington, the first United States colored troops. Some volunteers came from prominent black families, but the bulk of the 3,265 black people in Washington who served in the Union Army were former slaves who had migrated to the city. Some better-off black men, like their white peers, chose to pay for substitutes to serve in their place, a practice that incensed Bowen. "The war offered a golden opportunity for the colored man to fight for our own freedom," he told a crowd at Wesley AME Zion Church in 1864. "We ought to prove ourselves worthy of the freedom we enjoy." 39. By the end of June 1863, the city's first black soldiers assembled for duty and began training on Mason's, now Roosevelt, Island in the Potomac. The sight of black men in crisp blue Union uniforms drilling confidently on Washington's streets captured the vast changes in black status engendered by the war. Where once black people had occupied a clearly subordinate role and depended on white magnanimity, they now asserted themselves as full citizens in a democracy, holding events in public spaces, educating their children at public expense, organizing for political action, and taking up arms to fight for the Union. White supremacists in Washington reeled in response to the massive changes that were transforming the city. Whereas black people saw emancipation as just the first step toward becoming full citizens, most white Washingtonians viewed emancipation as the final destination, a ceiling for black aspiration. Many white Unionists in Washington may have grudgingly accepted the reality of emancipation, but they rejected anything beyond that. Black people could be legally free, but they could not be equal to white people. City leaders such as Mayor Richard Wallach sought to limit the impact of emancipation through political maneuvering and obstruction. Their intransigence led white journalist Lois Adams to decry the timid, truckling spirit of office holders of the district, whose truly Southern horror of such words as abolitionism, radicalism, progress, etc., has shown that if slavery is dead, its spirit is not. 40. Company E of the 4th Colored Infantry, stationed at Fort Lincoln in Northeast Washington. More than 3,200 black Washingtonians served in the Union Army. Their service and contribution to the Union victory helped propel post-war efforts to win the right to vote. Library of Congress. Businesses, particularly the city's new streetcar companies, struggled to find a balance between rising expectations among black customers and the reactionary anger of many white customers. Chartered in 1862, the district's first streetcar company, the Washington and Georgetown Railroad, followed the general custom established by the city's omnibuses. Black people were not allowed to sit inside the cars but could stand along the outer platform, where they would be exposed to the elements. Black riders now objected to the practice. Military recruiter and journalist Thomas Hinton called such segregation one of the features of slavery as it exists in our midst. Black soldiers in particular refused to stand on the outer platform. As one reporter noted, "The soldiers all ride the streetcars or any other cars they want to ride in, and you might just as well declare war against them as to declare that they can't ride there because they are colored." 41. White conductors firmly resisted any change in custom. One highly publicized incident involved Major Alexander Augusta, a black surgeon in the Union Army who was tossed off a 14th Street line streetcar into the rain. The streetcar company sought to avoid trouble by opening separate cars for black riders, but in post-emancipation Washington that simply was not enough. Protests continued, and in 1864 Congress, led by Republican Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts, used its power to grant charters to force the Metropolitan Railway Company to offer equal service to white and black passengers. 42. Some white residents reacted to the revolutionary changes with violence. Black soldiers became a prime target. The Constitutional Union, a newspaper started during the war by white Unionists who opposed emancipation, fumed about the swagger and air of hauteur displayed by black soldiers. White violence in the face of such arrogance was understandable, the editors argued, because black men in uniform are puffed up with vanity on account of their new profession as soldiers, and, thinking themselves better than white men, are insolent and overbearing. 43. Bands of white thugs also attacked the city's most visible black institutions, churches and schools, and sought to intimidate preachers and teachers. White vigilantes used violence to send a clear message that black people should still expect to be treated as second-class citizens. White policemen rarely intervened to stop such violence, and too often there was little redress for black victims. The law, seethed Thomas Hinton in The Liberator, is simply for the white man, not the black. 44. White violence, however, could not prevent black Washingtonians from laying claim in 1865 to the two most symbolic public buildings of American democracy. In February, the pastor of 15th Street Presbyterian, Henry Highland Garnett, became the first black person to speak in the Capitol when he addressed Congress on the passage of the 13th Amendment banning slavery. The event carried tremendous symbolic importance. Enslaved people had helped build the Capitol, slave coffles had passed in its shadow, and black people had once been barred from the grounds. Now one of the city's foremost black leaders stood in the speaker's well. Described by Lois Adams as an educated, well-read man, an earnest, pleasing speaker, and a fervent pleader for the rights of his oppressed and suffering people, Garnett spoke before galleries that were thronged on all sides, mostly with eager black visitors. Not only did Garnett praise Congress for ending what he considered a sin against both God and the founders of the country, but he also laid out a post-emancipation agenda for Black America: emancipate, enfranchise, educate, and give the blessings of the gospel to every American citizen. 45. The assassination of Abraham Lincoln and the end of the Civil War in April 1865 inspired black Washingtonians and their Republican allies to mourn, celebrate, and rally in front of the second prominent symbol of democracy, the Executive Mansion. To maximize its symbolic import, planners chose to host the event on the 4th of July. Before emancipation, the 4th of July had grated on black nerves, a cruel reminder of American hypocrisy on race and freedom. But with the end of the war and the passage of the 13th Amendment by Congress, it had yet to be ratified by 3/4 of the states. The holiday became yet another chance for black people to claim their rightful status as full citizens of the country. They prepared a massive celebration on what is now called the Ellipse, south of the President's house. Sponsors claimed that it was the first time that the colored people have attempted any celebration of a national character, and thousands turned out with banners, flags, and food. With John F. Cook Jr. presiding and abolitionist Senator Henry Wilson as the keynote, a series of speakers made the case for black rights in a post-emancipation world as President Lincoln's successor, Andrew Johnson, looked on from afar. 46. By 1865, it was clear that Washington had changed in irrevocable ways. Comparing the city to its antebellum counterpart, white abolitionist James McKim wrote to a friend, "Now, what do I see today? Freedom, freedom, freedom everywhere. In the presidential mansion, in both houses of Congress, in the Supreme Court. In the hotels, in the public parks, on the streets, everywhere is freedom and everybody free. Not nominally and abstractly, but really and actually." McKim captured the excitement that many people felt about the stunning transformation of the city, but he exaggerated the extent of actual freedom enjoyed on the streets of Washington. How much freedom everybody would get to enjoy in Washington would depend in large part on the political battles that loomed in the years immediately after the war. 47. An opportunity to support themselves, the Freedmen's Bureau and the transition to post-war freedom. The stunning new dome atop the Capitol, completed in December 1863, overlooked a city transformed by war from what one observer called a quiet, retired place housing a seasonal government into the administrative nerve center of a burgeoning federal state. Wartime exigencies had forced Congress to begin modernizing and improving the city's roads, sewer system, and waterworks, including the $3.3 million Washington Aqueduct that opened in 1863. For 4 years, the city pulsed with the energy of newcomers, and Congress's wartime appropriations fueled an economic boom that employed thousands of workers in government offices, army stockyards, military forts, and hospitals. The city's population swelled to nearly 127,000 in 1865, the majority of whom had arrived since the war began. About half of white residents and two-thirds of black residents were newcomers to Washington. 48. The transformation within Congress was no less remarkable. No longer the dominion of slave-holding Southern scions, Congress now was ruled by the upstart Republican Party, emboldened and embittered by 4 years of war and the assassination of the party's first president. Led by radicals such as Senator Charles Sumner of Massachusetts and Representative Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania, Republicans in Congress saw the post-war period as an opportunity to expand federal power and remake the nation along more egalitarian lines and a chance to punish their enemies. They pursued an ambitious set of policies that established a firm foundation for black rights and opportunities in housing, work, education, and politics. The best place to begin implementing these policies was Washington, where Congress had exclusive legislative authority. Though the city had never been occupied by the Confederacy, radical Republicans viewed the local white population as rebels at heart and treated Washington as a laboratory for what became known as congressional, or radical, Reconstruction. One of the first experiments in that laboratory was the Bureau of Refugees, Freedmen, and Abandoned Lands, known as the Freedmen's Bureau, a new federal agency focused on helping former slaves adjust to a life of freedom. After 2 years of wrangling, in part because many black leaders, including Frederick Douglass, feared the paternalism inherent in such an agency, in March 1865, Congress established the Freedmen's Bureau within the War Department. With pious Union General O. Howard at the helm, it quickly became among the most visible post-war government agencies. Until it was dissolved in 1872, the Bureau pursued creative and controversial programs that would shape race relations in the city for years to come. 49. The Bureau was responsible for all subjects relating to refugees and freedmen from rebel states, a sweeping mission that encompassed housing, education, family reunification, and employment assistance, a striking expansion of federal power at a time when no federal agency had ever dispensed aid directly to individuals. This aid came with a set of expectations, however. An unstated but driving part of the Bureau's mission was to civilize the formerly enslaved by teaching them to be self-sufficient and encouraging them to embrace middle-class virtues of work, thrift, prudence, and faith. Because of its status as the capital, its proximity to lawmakers in the North, and the migration of nearly 30,000 former slaves to the city, Washington became a focal point for Freedmen's Bureau activity. 50. The Freedmen's Bureau faced daunting challenges. The city was in shambles at the end of the war. The Union Army had turned the National Mall into a stockyard, nearly all the trees within the city limits had been felled, many city parks had become open-air hospitals, and the roads were rutted almost beyond repair. The rapid demobilization of the military devastated the local economy as army-dependent business dried up. Washington is a seething, steaming, groaning maelstrom of used-up humanity just now, wrote Lois Adams in June 1865.51. The community of freed people was in dire straits. Still labeled contrabands by many local white people, William Owner groused that it is perfect nonsense to call a stolen Southern nigger a freedman. They struggled when the manual labor jobs on which they depended disappeared with the army. With unemployment upwards of 80%, they congregated in squalid camps and festering slums, stalked by disease and hunger. One desperate group of former slaves in Northwest collected bones from dead horses and sought to peddle them as fertilizer to farmers. Fearing the spread of disease, Bureau health officials ordered the operation closed. A city councilman estimated in 1866 that half the migrants who arrived in Washington since the war began had already died. 52. To address this humanitarian crisis, the Freedmen's Bureau worked with both the military and private aid organizations to coordinate relief efforts, providing food, fuel, blankets, and clothing to destitute Washingtonians. Such direct charity was intended to be temporary. Bureau officials worried that freedmen and women might become too dependent on federal aid, and white critics such as Mayor Richard Wallach claimed that thousands of contrabands were being allured to this paradise of freedmen by the temptations to indolence offered by the gratuities of the Freedmen's Bureau. 53. Yet the need was so great that the Bureau continued to dispense direct aid throughout the life of the agency. With the military gone, Bureau officials struggled to find work for freed people within the district. Washington during peacetime simply did not offer enough economic opportunities for unskilled workers. So the Bureau became a labor placement office, with agents connecting northern employers with black laborers. The Bureau even paid transportation costs for black people to leave the city, leading to charges that it was trafficking in Negroes. Within 3 years, Bureau officials claimed, they had helped more than 7,600 former slaves find employment outside D.C. Such work, the Bureau's John Eden said, gave freed black people an opportunity to support themselves, free from the vices and diseases which are likely to arise from inhabiting abodes of filth and spending their time in idleness, a sanitary and social peril and an expense to the government. 54. Many former slaves, however, refused to leave Washington, where they had established themselves and where they believed that they could count on federal protection. By the thousands they squatted on unoccupied land, particularly near Union forts, or lived in squalid, privately owned barracks, often incurring the wrath of white neighbors. Determined to remain in the city, they pushed not only for temporary aid but also for land of their own. 55. Freed people's desire for land, combined with the Bureau's own interest in developing black self-sufficiency, pushed officials to create programs that encouraged black land and home ownership. Sensitive to white criticism, Bureau officials looked to create Negro colonies in areas that were either already black or were uninhabited and thus far from white neighbors. In this way, the Bureau encouraged the process of racial segregation in housing that would mark the late 19th century. 56. Perhaps the most successful home ownership program was the Berry's Farm community in southeast Washington. Berry's Farm had its roots in white landowners' attempts to evict black squatters living on their lots in the Meridian Hill area of Northwest. General Howard met with black families in the area to discuss the issue, and several of them told him what they wanted: land. Howard proposed creating a black colony on the eastern side of the Anacostia River, just south of the small white community of Uniontown, an area that remained almost entirely rural at war's end. 57. In 1867, Howard used Freedmen's Bureau funds to purchase 375 acres from the family of a deceased slave owner, James Berry. Given local hostility to black land ownership, a white intermediary purchased the land, and the family had no idea that it was to be turned into a black settlement. The Bureau divided the area into roughly 1-acre plots and sold them to former slaves for $125 to $300 per acre, including enough lumber to construct a 2-room house. Residents had 2 years to pay. One early resident was Emily Edmondson, the famed former slave who had attempted to escape on the Pearl in 1848. Within 2 years, 266 families had moved to Berry's farm, and residents soon built a school, a church, and other community institutions. Officially renamed Hillsdale in 1874, the area formed the nucleus of what would become the city's largest black community. 58. Another Freedmen's Bureau success was education, where the agency's priorities dovetailed with the black community's interests. The Bureau built dozens of schools for black children, often by incorporating existing private black schools into the public system. Indeed, the line between public and private blurred as the Public Bureau worked closely with teachers and staff members supplied by private freedmen's relief organizations. In January 1866, there were 5,600 black students enrolled in more than 50 day schools. By June, more than 10,000 students were attending school. When City Superintendent of Education Henry Barnard conducted a survey of black education in 1867, he found that a higher percentage of black children were in school than white children. Black students displayed a remarkable avidity for learning, Barnard wrote. In no case has a colored school ever failed for the want of scholars. 59. The drive for learning extended to higher education as well. Immediately after the war, the National Lincoln Monument Association proposed building a college for freed black people to honor the slain president. Though that idea faltered, in March 1867 Congress chartered a new, coeducational, racially integrated university to be built near the site of a former contraband camp on 7th Street NW. Originally financed by the Freedmen's Bureau, the campus featured a 3-story, granite foundation academic building with 32 classrooms, a dormitory for female boarding students, named for antebellum educator Myrtilla Minor, and a hospital. The trustees named the university in honor of Bureau head O. O. Howard, who later became its 3rd president. 60. From its inception, Howard University was open to all races. The 3 daughters of Danforth Nichols, the white former superintendent of contraband camps, attended, but it focused primarily on black students, who were the vast majority of the student population. Under General Howard's leadership, the university, like other colleges for black students founded across the South during this time, sought to instill the virtues of piety, discipline, and work. But it also emphasized intellectual pursuits, offering a comprehensive curriculum with mandatory Greek and Latin courses as well as professional education in law and medicine. By the late 19th century, Howard had earned a reputation as the nation's premier black institution of higher education. For all its successes, however, the Freedmen's Bureau faced serious challenges. The Bureau staff was a combustible mix of people with conflicting approaches to providing relief. Veterans of the anti-slavery movement, attracted by the organizational mission, put a priority on compassion, equality, and racial justice. They often clashed with the Bureau's military men, who emphasized self-sufficiency and efficiency, and political superiors, who feared possible electoral consequences. Josephine Griffin, a white Connecticut abolitionist and women's rights advocate, lasted just a year on the Bureau's D.C. staff as she fought repeatedly with her supervisors. After being fired, she complained to a friend, "I do not mean to say there is a direct conspiracy and intent to kill off these blacks, but I do assert that in this city thousands have died who only needed the aid that could have been secured if the President and the Freedmen's Bureau had been disposed to acknowledge the just claims of these emancipated people." 61. Whether military or civilian, Bureau officials generally shared a commitment to reshaping black behavior to conform to the standards of white society, a paternalistic approach that ignored freed people's desire for autonomy. One troubling example of how the Bureau interacted with the local black community came in 1866 during the cleanup of Murder Bay. Located south of Pennsylvania Avenue in what is now called Federal Triangle, Murder Bay was overcrowded, disease-ridden, and desperately poor. In a report to Congress, Police Commissioner A.C. Richards described extended families crowded into stifling and sickening 8-foot square hovels without light or ventilation. 62. Bureau officials feared that such squalid living conditions fostered moral as well as physical decay, so they secured wagon loads of lime and forced residents to disinfect their homes and then whitewash both the outside and inside walls. No one in the community was consulted, no permission was granted, and no one could refuse to participate. Though Bureau officials boasted that the homes were in as good a sanitary condition as was possible, the experience revealed a lack of respect for black autonomy. After a life of slavery, freed black people treasured autonomy above all else, and they often resisted the paternalistic attitudes and policies of Bureau officials. 63. The Bureau's mission also ran afoul of many local white leaders, conservative members of Congress, and other opponents of black equality. Local officials such as Mayor Wallach viewed the contraband community as a serious problem and complained that it was impossible to fund the Bureau's efforts. City Councilman Samuel Pugh worried that the oppressive duty Congress has imposed upon us would force the city to cut services to white people. 64. Other white residents accused the Freedmen's Bureau of racial favoritism. From his window on F Street, NW, William Owner fumed as he watched Bureau agents deliver wagons of firewood to black neighbors, with not a stick delivered to the poor white trash. In his characteristically blunt language, Owner complained in his diary, "The nigs get all white men pay for it." 65. Such criticism helped force changes in Bureau policy, and it began distributing aid to destitute white people as well. Of the 9,264 people who received aid in 1,866, about 45% were white. 66. Despite relentless opposition, internal dissension, and a tendency to control black behavior, the Freedmen's Bureau made significant progress in a remarkably short time. By the time it closed its doors in 1872, it had helped countless people survive a difficult period, found employment, both in D.C. and elsewhere, for thousands more, helped lay the foundation for black public education, and created a self-sufficient black community in Anacostia. The first federal agency committed to improving social welfare, the Bureau helped drive the tremendous transformation of the city in the years after the Civil War ended. Without the rights of suffrage, we are without protection, the fight for black men's right to vote. George Hatton embodied the promise of the new era that dawned with the end of the war. Born enslaved in Prince George's County, Hatton gained his freedom in an unusual way from Henry Hatton, his own free black father. After George's original owner died, Henry Hatton purchased George, his mother, and his siblings, and the family moved to Washington. Henry never filed the official paperwork to legally free George and 2 other children, so when the D.C. Emancipation Bill passed in April 1862, he filed a compensation claim for his 3 slaves. He was paid $1,839.60.67. Described as a dark mulatto, George Hatton stood a stocky 5'6", brimful of wit and good sense in the words of a contemporary, with a powerful voice, a winsome speaking style, and a combative personality. At an 1863 Emancipation Day celebration, the 20-year-old Hatton adamantly insisted that he would not ride in the streetcars until he had his rights and could sit inside. 2 months later, he was among the first black men to sign up for military service with the U.S. colored troops. As he and other black men stood in line at the enlistment station, a crowd of angry white people and policemen accosted them. Hatton refused to budge, daring them to fire. None did. 68. Fighting in the war convinced Hatton that black men had earned their freedom. "The fetters have fallen, our bondage is over," he wrote, but lingering racism within the Union Army made him skeptical that black people would be treated as full citizens in America. Hobbled by a gunshot wound to his left knee suffered at the Battle of Petersburg, Hatton returned to Washington in 1864 ready to assert his rights as a combat veteran and full citizen. He joined the Republican Party and waded into political battles over suffrage, integrated schools, and labor rights. Within 5 years, the 27-year-old former slave was elected to the city's Common Council. 69. George Hatton's meteoric rise from slave to councilman shows just how much had changed in Washington since the 1850s. He and other black office holders were the fruit of perhaps the most controversial seed in the experimental garden for radical plants, suffrage. The push for black male suffrage began during the Civil War. The D.C. Emancipation Bill and the Emancipation Proclamation made no mention of suffrage because the issue was so explosive. Only the most radical of white Republicans supported the idea in 1862 or 1863. President Lincoln and other moderate Republicans argued that civil equality emancipation did not necessarily involve political equality, the right to vote. But black advocates and their radical white supporters insisted that the two could not be separated. To be full Americans, they argued, black men had to be able to vote. There simply was no in-between, non-voting status between slave and citizen. During the war, black men began to organize politically through the Union League. Founded in 1863, the Union League in D.C. initially advocated racial separation, but within a year it had become interracial, filled with many of the men who had been involved with recruiting black soldiers. The Union League was an early foray into the realm of interracial politics, giving black leaders a chance to work with white counterparts and learn the ways of political organizing. 70. The war itself, and the crucial role that black soldiers played in helping to win it, pushed more and more white Republicans to embrace black men's suffrage. By 1864, when Congress began debating the renewal of the city charter, Charles Sumner and other radicals sought to require black men's suffrage. To withhold the franchise from any human being solely on account of his color, is unmanly, unchristian, and un-American, wrote the editors of the National Republican in December 1864. By April 1865, even President Lincoln began to bend to the call, stating that he preferred that the franchise were now conferred on the very intelligent, and on those who serve our cause as soldiers, an utterance that moved John Wilkes Booth to scuttle his plans to kidnap the president and instead settle on murder. Yet resistance from conservative Republicans and local white leaders stymied the wartime push. 71. After the war, black Washingtonians placed suffrage at the top of their agenda. During the massive 4th of July memorial to President Lincoln held in front of the White House, speaker after speaker insisted that the right to vote was essential. Senator Henry Wilson, author of the D.C. Emancipation Bill, pointed out that Mayor Wallach had declined the invitation to attend the event, but I have a sort of dim idea that if you held the right of suffrage, Mayor Wallach and perhaps the whole city government would be here. Soon thereafter, black church leaders organized a united franchise league to coordinate a suffrage campaign. In the heavily black First Ward, which covered much of downtown Washington from the Canal to Rock Creek, black professionals spearheaded the First Ward Civil Rights Association, which promoted voting rights and organized boycotts of businesses that opposed suffrage. 72. One of the First Ward's most prominent leaders, educator John F. Cook Jr., helped lead a petition drive to encourage Congress to support black men's suffrage. The petition emphasized that black men had earned the right, noting the sacrifices of black troops, the success of D.C.'s black entrepreneurs, and the black commitment to constructive community institutions. We are intelligent enough to be industrious, to have accumulated property, to build and sustain churches and institutions of learning, the petition read. Without the rights of suffrage, we are without protection, and liable to combinations of outrage. It attracted more than 2,500 signatures before it was sent to Congress in fall 1865.73. The petition found a receptive audience among radical Republicans. Though a minority within their own party, radicals set the post-war legislative agenda, and they made the D.C. suffrage bill a top priority. It was H.R. 1, the very first piece of legislation that the House considered when the new 39th Congress convened in December 1865. As with emancipation, radical Republicans hoped to use Washington as a testing ground for black men's suffrage, which they planned to implement across the South. In extending the franchise to black men, Congress was inaugurating a policy not only strictly for the District of Columbia, but in some sense the country at large, argued Senator Lot Morrill of Maine. The bill completes emancipation by enfranchisement and would set an example to the whole country, Senator Sumner agreed. It becomes a pillar of fire to illumine the footsteps of millions. 74. Yet black men's suffrage remained intensely controversial, even among Republicans. The Evening Star, a moderate Republican newspaper that grew increasingly conservative as the decade wore on, considered the suffrage bill to be the opening of a war on the rights of the white laboring men of the whole Union. Giving the franchise to the most ignorant and incapable contraband Negroes, the Star's editors warned, would Africanize the city and turn it into a Negro utopia. Only one local paper, the Chronicle, supported suffrage, and then only with restrictions against giving the ballot to former slaves and men without property. The Radicals stood alone in advocating universal manhood suffrage, without exclusions. 75. Opponents of black men's suffrage also recognized that the district could set a precedent for the nation. The fight over suffrage in Washington is but an experiment, a skirmish, an entering wedge to prepare the way for a similar movement in Congress to confer the right of suffrage on all Negroes of the United States, warned Senator Garrett Davis of Kentucky. It is following up the tactics of the party 4 years ago, when the assault upon slavery in this district heralded the general movement that was to be made against it. 76. As Washington went, so would go the nation. Fear of black political power fused with fears of social equality in the minds of many opponents of black men's suffrage. Few public figures, black or white, claimed to support social equality, which implied no social distinctions or restrictions on interracial relationships in private life. Knowing the power of the social equality bogeyman, even supporters of black men's suffrage took pains to argue that they supported civic equality, equal protection of the laws, and political equality, suffrage and office holding, but not social equality. 77. Opponents, however, insisted that one would lead to the other. The editors of the National Intelligencer, who fairly represented the views of white Democrats, explained how granting the right to vote to black men would lead inexorably to race mixing. Black voters would, by the hocus-pocus of caucus, outwit and outvote whites for a nomination and then help elect black officials, who would work closely and start spending time with their white colleagues. They would mingle in the levees and in fashionable gatherings of that set, send their children to the same schools, and finally have and hold all the relations in business and other associations as if they were of the same race, blood, stock, or lineage. 78. Most white Washingtonians reacted to the post-war push for black men's suffrage with alarm bordering on hysteria. In late 1865, local leaders hastily implemented a referendum on black suffrage. Restricted to white voters and boycotted by white Republicans, the referendum yielded predictable results. In Washington City, only 35 voters supported extending suffrage to black men, while 6,591 opposed the idea. In Georgetown, the vote was 7-12-1 against. Given what Mayor Wallach deemed the unparalleled unanimity of sentiment, white leaders used the referendum results to argue that the principles of democracy itself demanded that Congress reject the suffrage bill. 79. Negro equality against self-government, blared the headline of a National Intelligencer editorial, one of several illuminating articles in early January 1866 that outlined the white community's case against black men's suffrage. The people of the District of Columbia are not the slaves of Congress, the editors insisted. This district has been experimented upon in various forms of legislation, odious to the citizens, and now radicals sought to force Negro equality upon the unwilling people of the District of Columbia, who have just protested, almost with unanimity, against such equality. As the district's representatives, the editors continued, Congress should abide by the democratically expressed wishes of local white voters, particularly given the fact that only 5 of 24 northern states allow black men to vote at the time. The issue will be between the right of self-government, as vested in fully qualified citizens, and the radical attempt to force Negro equality over the dearest privilege of Americans. 80. The Union may have won the war, but the battle over black men's suffrage stiffened the rebellious spine of many white Washingtonians. They brazenly displayed a spirit which was supposed to have collapsed with the rebellion, wrote an astonished Ohio journalist, Emily Edson Briggs, in early 1866. Great flaunting pictures of General Lee appear at conspicuous places to attract the attention of passers-by. He has taken Washington at last. 81. A select committee of the City Council, led by Councilman Samuel Pugh, flatly rejected any notion of black equality. The white man, being of the superior race, must, and ever will, rule the black, Pugh declared. This is a white man's country and government, not a colored one's. A report from the House Committee on the District of Columbia called it degrading to allow poor weak-minded Negroes who have no idea of government, any number of whom have just emerged from a state of slavery, to exercise the highest political privilege given to man upon earth. Pushing the suffrage bill, warned the editors of the National Intelligencer, could lead to a war of races. 82. Believing that black people, particularly the former contrabands, had little capacity for or interest in politics, many white Washingtonians blamed the controversy on scheming, power-hungry Northern Republicans. At an 1866 meeting in Washington, the Central Executive Committee of Irish Citizens condemned radicals in Congress for attempting to convert the Negro slave at once into the Negro voter, and thus virtually give the government of the slave states over to whatever body of sharp white men who could wheedle or control the Negro. An irate William Owner wrote that Nig suffrage would place the majority of the whites under the rule of the minority and give the whole political power to the ignorant Negroes who will be under the rule of Northern emissaries and by whom their votes will be controlled. 83. Suffrage did indeed appeal to a growing number of Republicans, for both egalitarian and political reasons. Many radicals, including Charles Sumner, Henry Wilson, and Thaddeus Stevens, genuinely believed in black political equality and saw suffrage as an essential element of full citizenship. Only with the ballot could black people hold political leaders accountable and protect their community's interests. More strategically minded Republicans recognized the political benefit of building a broader base for the party. Once granted suffrage, black voters could be expected to vote almost uniformly for the party of Lincoln, the party that had freed the slaves. Black voting thus was key to maintaining political power and implementing the Republican vision of post-war Reconstruction. The issue also touched an emotional chord. Radical and moderate Republicans alike remained bitter about the war and particularly resented the pervasive pro-South sentiment in Washington during the conflict. Some did not hide their hostility toward local white people. Indiana Representative George Julian argued that black men should be granted the right to vote not just as a matter of justice to them but also as a matter of retributive justice to the slaveholders and rebels. In D.C., Congress has the power to punish by ballot, and there will be a beautiful poetic justice in the exercise of this power. It did not matter, Julian continued, whether black men were qualified to vote, as between black men and white rebels, who deserve to be hung. Black men are eminently fit. 84. The House passed the Black Men's Suffrage Bill in January 1866. Black spectators and white supporters in the House galleries whooped with excitement when votes were counted. Throughout 1866 black Washingtonians pressured the Senate to pass the Voting Rights Bill. At the Franklin Square Emancipation Day celebration in April, in letters to local newspapers, during speeches and sermons they made it clear that they could not be fully free without the ballot. Our right of franchise, wrote one black Washingtonian, is something which we will never cease contending for until obtained. 85. Their support helped bolster the strength of the radical Republicans, who grew increasingly influential within their party as they clashed with President Andrew Johnson, a Southern Democrat and former slaveholder who appeared more sympathetic to former Confederates than to former slaves. Johnson's leniency toward the South and Southern states' refusal to ratify the 14th Amendment angered many Northern voters, who propelled Republicans to massive victories in the 1866 congressional elections. Conservative and moderate Republicans edged toward the Radicals' camp, particularly on black men's suffrage in D.C. In December 1866, even before the newly elected members took office, the Senate passed the suffrage bill. President Johnson promptly vetoed it, arguing that it was imposed upon an unwilling people and would engender a feeling of opposition and hatred between the races by allowing black voters to have the supreme control of the white race. 86 Congress overrode the veto on January 8, 1867, however, and the bill went into immediate effect. What had been unthinkable a half-decade before had become the law of the nation's capital and soon would become the law of the land. Quite a revolution, the end of the white monopoly on political power. Black men in Georgetown had the first chance to show the power of the franchise. In February 1867, they voted to oust incumbent Mayor Henry Addison, who had complained about nigger voting and had long been a scourge of the black community. Black voters, the Evening Star reported, exercised their new privilege with becoming modesty, and their success inspired Republican leaders in Washington City, where citywide elections would be held in June. Black leaders hurriedly organized their own political clubs and joined the interracial Central Republican Association to mobilize and register new black voters. 87. To the chagrin of white conservatives, the black elite educated, prosperous, native to the city joined forces with the maligned former contrabands in supporting the Republican Party. Through the ward Republican clubs, established black leaders such as John F. Cook Jr. worked alongside young black Civil War veterans like George Hatton, former slaves such as Michael Shiner, and new Southern migrants, including the Reverend William J. Walker of Shiloh Baptist Church. These clubs not only registered voters but also gave black men a chance to exercise collective power on behalf of black Washingtonians. The 7th Ward Republican Club, for example, challenged advocates of colonization and organized a citywide campaign against the Potomac Ferry Company for discriminating against black customers. The political organizing efforts were remarkably successful, despite being only 30% of the population. By election time black men were nearly 50% of registered voters. 88. This unprecedented exercise of black power triggered a counter-response from white supremacists. Fearing that lingering resentment might depress white voter turnout, the National Intelligencer and other white leaders called for a vigorous registration drive. At white voters' meetings in the spring of 1867, they sought to shake white residents out of their political apathy. "There's only one way whites can beat blacks," argued one white voter. "That's by out-registering them." And register they did. 70% more white voters registered for the 1867 elections compared to the year before. By election day, about 9,800 white men and 8,200 black men had registered, but white anti-radicals knew that the black vote would go almost entirely to Republicans while the white vote would be split. If the Republicans won, warned one speaker at a raucous pre-election rally, they would extend the right of suffrage all over the southern states to the cornfield Negroes and thereby trigger a war of races, and the result must inevitably be the annihilation of the black race. 89. A new political day was dawning. Starting at 2 a.m. on Election Day, June 4, 1867, black buglers and horn players marched through the streets reminding folks to vote. Black Washingtonians came out in force, lining up as the polls opened and waiting patiently with umbrellas to protect against the sun. Though no black candidates were on the ballot that day because the city charter still barred black office holders, black voters wrought significant change. Republicans, who had played only a marginal role in local politics before 1867, won a majority of seats on both the Board of Aldermen and the Common Council. Black people celebrated with bonfires and singing in the streets. The outgoing president of the council, William W. Moore, criticized the better-informed portion of the African race residing in the city for having allied themselves with lower-class black people for the purpose of overshadowing the white race, and wresting from them all political power. 90. District Republicans were creating an interracial, cross-class coalition that promised to be a political juggernaut. Racial discrimination remained, however, particularly in employment. In early 1868, nearly 5,000 black workers petitioned Congress to address racially biased hiring for public jobs. There is still such prejudice against our color, and especially against our condition as freed people of color, that we are excluded from almost every sphere of employment, except those which are most burdensome, temporary, and menial in their character, they wrote. White laborers often refused to work with their black peers, making it difficult for black workers to secure decent jobs. 91. Lingering discrimination not only undermined black economic prospects but jeopardized the Republican political project. Even as party leaders stressed equality, racial tensions undermined the party. As D.C. Republicans mobilized for 1,868 municipal elections, they split on the question whether to put black candidates on the ticket. Black Republicans petitioned Congress to remove color and property qualifications for office holding. The black man has shown his valor, his patriotism, and his worth in the field, and his ability, his integrity, and his fidelity in civil life, read one petition from George Hatton and other Fourth Ward Republicans. The test for public office should be the Jeffersonian criterion. Is he capable? Is he honest? Is he just? 92. Congressional Republicans did indeed change the city charter to allow for black candidates, but some white Republicans offered pragmatic political objections, fearing that defeat was certain if black candidates were on the ticket. During one tumultuous meeting of the First Ward Republicans, the argument became heated and someone yelled, "Monkeys," as black members spoke. A disgusted black Republican, Alfred Day, explained why he supported black candidates for office. The white man did nothing for the colored man, and we want nothing more to do with them. 93. Despite such tensions, Republicans came together in the mayoral election of 1868, which pitted abolitionist and radical Republican Sales J. Bowen against Democrat John T. Given, who ran on an anti-radical or conservative ticket. A tall, bearded New Yorker who had moved to Washington in the 1840s, Bowen had an abrasive personality but earned strong support within the black community for his long-standing support of black public schools, his vociferous defense of black men's suffrage, and his efforts to help former slaves get relief. He ran on a platform of economic progress, promising to modernize the city and undercut a nascent effort to relocate the national capital to St. Louis. 94. Significant election scene at Washington, June 3, 1867. Black voters first cast their ballots during 1867 municipal elections in Georgetown, February, and Washington City, June. Black men voted and served as election officials, as depicted in this sketch from Harper's Weekly. Library of Congress. Bowen's appeals to black voters unnerved his opponents, who attacked him as a falsifying and fraudulent office beggar and an ultra-demagogue. On election day, the National Intelligencer ran an anti-Bowen editorial under the headline "The Negro War Upon Whites" and claimed that the Republicans were importing black men from the countryside and paying them $3 to vote. 95. The contest ended in controversy. Bowen won by fewer than 100 votes, but incumbent Mayor Wallach refused to allow him access to the mayor's office. The conservative Georgetown Courier warned, "The races are now pitted against each other in deadly animosity, and but very little added excitement is required to drench the streets of the national capital in human blood." It took several weeks of political chaos before the new mayor could take office, joined by the city's first black elected officials. The black-majority First Ward chose educator John F. Cook Jr. as alderman and Barber Carter A. Stewart for the Common Council. 96. Bowen's administration brought remarkable change to the city and its politics. Determined to reward his supporters, the new mayor appointed black people to about 30% of the positions in his administration. He named 2 black men to the all-white fire department, installed black men as ward commissioners, and tapped a black doctor as public health physician. In June 1869, 2 black police officers integrated the city's police force. 97. Bowen inaugurated an era of massive public works projects as city workers planted trees along K Street, built 4 miles of sewers and 15 miles of sidewalks, and smoothed and graded the notoriously rutted roads. These projects not only put thousands of unemployed laborers to work but also strengthened Bowen's political support among working-class black voters. Because Washington lacked an industrial base, black workers relied heavily on public works projects for employment. Black people shared in and enjoyed the general prosperity of that time, recalled Perry Carson, Mayor Bowen's bodyguard, who later became a prominent black political leader in Southwest. Many a modest little home had been erected and maintained from the nest egg started during Bowen's regime 98. By 1869, the movement for biracial democracy in Washington seemed to be on the verge of making revolutionary changes. Newly elected Republican President Ulysses S. Grant took office with a vision of transforming Washington into a powerful symbol of federal supremacy, a goal that meshed well with Mayor Bowen's plans to modernize the city. Grant immediately signed bills vetoed by his predecessor that struck the word white from the charters and laws of Washington and Georgetown, and gave black men the right to serve on juries. 99. In May, after a group of black and white city councilmen were denied service at two city eateries, the city council banned racial discrimination in places of public entertainment and a majority of the white city council members voted for the bill. The next year, the council strengthened the law by extending the ban to include eateries, hotels, and other private establishments. These laws later provided the legal foundation for D.C.'s post-World War II civil rights movement. 100. Washington's reputation as a haven for black advancement attracted some of the nation's top black intellectuals and political personalities, including Ohio lawyer John Mercer Langston, who led the new Howard University Law School, and Frederick Douglass, who became owner and editor of the New National Era. The June 1869 elections brought a new crop of black elected officials to power as John F. Cook won the citywide office of the Register, and black men from each of the city's 7 wards, including George Hatton from the 4th Ward, won election to the Common Council. 101. It was quite a revolution, the Evening Star conceded. No longer governed by an all-white, pro-slavery elite, Washington instead embraced biracial democracy. The white monopoly on political power was over. Or so it seemed. 102. 6. Incapable of self-government. The retreat from democracy, 1869–1890. The old fogies are opposed to Negro suffrage, and as they cannot withdraw it, they seek to diminish, if not destroy, the opportunities for its exercise. Here is the whole secret of the recently inaugurated movement to take away our municipal government. New National Era, January 1870. A small, grassy triangle is all that marks the junction of Virginia Avenue, 6th Street, and D Street in southwest Washington today. Across Virginia Avenue lay the railroad tracks, down the block rises a nondescript, 1950s concrete box of an office building. Noisy and drab, the intersection attracts few pedestrians. There are no historical markers in the vicinity, nothing to indicate that anything of note has ever happened there. More than a century ago, however, on this forlorn spot that was once part of Notley Young's sprawling plantation, stood a grand, 3-story brick building called Island Hall, which served as a staging ground for the drama of race and democracy in post-Civil War Washington. Island Hall got its name from the surrounding southwest neighborhood. Sandwiched between the Potomac to its south and west and the notorious City Canal to its north and east, southwest was a rural backwater cut off from the rest of the city. It was an island, literally and figuratively, and it retained its moniker and its distinctive culture for generations, even after the canal was filled in during the 1870s. Part port city with a thriving wharf, part suburban enclave with large residential plots featuring gardens and chickens, the island was perhaps the post-war city's most diverse area. Home to a large Irish community, it boasted several Catholic churches, and its richest resident was an Irish contractor named Patrick Cullinane. A thriving community of German Jews lived near Island Hall, its Talmud Torah synagogue later rising along E Street. Along the Potomac were fishing families living a river-oriented lifestyle that seemed quite foreign to the government clerks a mile to their north. 1. In the decades after the Civil War, the fastest-growing population on the island was black. The area east of 4½ Street SW had long been home to a small community of free and enslaved black people, including Underground Railroad conductor Anthony Bowen. After the war, freed people in search of inexpensive housing were drawn to this enclave. The area thickened into a bustling, densely populated neighborhood that was nearly 80% black and almost all working class. Many of the poorest residents crowded into burgeoning alley communities, where families piled into unsanitary hovels without indoor plumbing. By 1880, almost 10% of the city's black population lived on the island. Point 2. Island Hall was a common meeting ground for this diverse set of Southwest communities, serving protean purposes that reflected the varied nature of neighborhood life. Its cavernous ballroom hosted church services, community fairs, and political meetings, while its smaller rooms welcomed students, lodge members, politicians, and entrepreneurs. During the war, the Union Army requisitioned it to serve as a hospital for wounded soldiers. When the armed conflict ended, Island Hall became a venue for democracy in all its participatory, contentious glory. It played host to a wide range of groups discussing the issues of the day: the Hope Division advocating temperance, the Fenian Brotherhood talking about Irish independence, the Workingmen's Convention calling for an 8-hour day. Point 3. But the most vexing issue on the floor of Island Hall was district politics. The wartime growth of the black community on the island ushered in a tumultuous period in the area's political history, as it had elsewhere in the city. Island Hall served as the central arena and polling site for the surrounding political precinct, which was evenly balanced between black and white. During the 1871 election, there were 940 registered white voters and 930 registered black voters. As battles over black suffrage and interracial democracy escalated in the late 1860s and early 1870s, the hall became an explosive venue that hosted competing groups under its roof. Point 4. Island Hall was the regular stomping ground of the 7th Ward Republicans, a boisterous bunch whose raucous meetings often featured heated internecine disputes and challenges to party authority. Shortly before the 1869 elections, the group assembled there to select representatives for the D.C. Republican Party's nominating convention. The party's Central Committee had determined that 15 men would be chosen, 10 black and 5 white, but the 7th Ward Republicans would have none of it. After much debate, they rejected the color requirements, insisting that there were no such words in the Republican Party as white or colored. Instead, they would choose on merit alone, and they selected an interracial slate that included Anthony Bowen, Irishman Patrick Cullinane, and Perry Carson, Mayor Bowen's burly black bodyguard. Point 5. That same week, conservative white Democrats convened in Island Hall, their angry voices filling the air as they denounced the course of post-war events. At the Republican meeting, a cacophony of voices had overwhelmed the chair. The seething conservatives were more orderly, listening carefully to Chairman Thomas Lloyd, a former city councilman, as he issued a powerful attack on the radicals and their black allies, who had ousted him and other white Democrats from office. The power of the Radical Party is only temporary, deluding the Negro to his own injury, Lloyd warned. The handwriting is on the wall, the time is coming when the Negro will find out who their true friends are. Having endured reckless extravagance in government, the old citizens were ready to reassert control. They would take their city back and would not give the Negro the right of suffrage but would give him food and employment. 6. Lloyd and his conservative allies appeared to have lost the battle to prevent biracial democracy. Since the end of the Civil War, Washington had been the vanguard of a political revolution that swept the South. With the ratification of the 15th Amendment in February 1870, the Constitution now enshrined the black man's right to vote, and across the South black voters changed the complexion of state legislatures and even Congress. Black Washingtonians voted in high numbers and grew more experienced in political organizing and mobilization with each passing year. The 1869 elections had solidified Republican control of the city, and black men now held posts at all levels of public life and in every ward. A retreat from suffrage and empowerment back to simply food and employment seemed unthinkable. The long-term outcome of the experiment in racial equality and biracial democracy remained uncertain, however. For all the accomplishments of the immediate post-war period, biracial democracy in the district was fragile, a fledgling endeavor vulnerable to changes in economic conditions, national politics, and powerful personalities. As Thomas Lloyd warned, a counter-revolution percolated below the surface of D.C. politics as white supremacists organized in opposition to radical rule. At places like Island Hall, they clashed with their Republican opponents and challenged the basic premise of self-government in the district. The outcome of these battles would determine the fate of democracy in the nation's capital for nearly a century to come. The old fogies are opposed to Negro suffrage. The counter-revolution against interracial democracy begins. Alexander Shepard did not embrace democracy, biracial or otherwise. Born in Southwest in 1835, just a few blocks from Island Hall, Shepard was the son of a wealthy, slave-owning lumber and coal dealer. Any hope of inherited prosperity crumbled, however, after his father's death when Shepard was just 10 years old. He soon had to drop out of school to help support the family. He found his niche in the booming construction business of 1850s Washington, rising quickly to junior partner of a prospering plumbing and gas outfitting company. When the Civil War erupted, he enlisted and served honorably in the Unionist D.C. militia, the National Rifles. Even before his militia term was up, Shepard ran for political office, winning a seat on the city's Common Council in mid-1861. He immediately began promoting the cause that would define his political career, economic development and physical improvements that would, he emphasized in 1862, make this metropolis worthy of the hallowed name it bears, and worthy to be the capital of the great republic of the world. After losing a bid for a spot on the Board of Aldermen in 1864, Shepard, by now one of the city's wealthiest men, remained an active public promoter of economic development through both the city's largest newspaper, the Evening Star, of which he became a part owner, and the Washington Board of Trade, which he co-founded in October 1865. Square-jawed and powerfully built with abundant energy and a humorless intensity, Shepard was a visionary leader who combined the sense of entitlement of an aristocrat with the restless ambition of a self-made man. 7. During the war, Shepard was strongly pro-Union but not anti-slavery, certainly not a radical. Like most white Washingtonians, even those who supported the Union, he opposed emancipation, dismissed the idea of black equality, and rejected black suffrage. As a city councilman, he voted with a 14-4 majority opposing the district emancipation bill in 1862, and he helped at least one slave owner get compensation for her emancipated property. 2 weeks after the bill had passed, Shepard argued that agitation on racial issues should cease and that he hoped the discussion on the Negro question in this city was at an end so that city leaders could focus on more important issues. By 1864, he had come to accept emancipation, but he opposed efforts by red-mouthed abolitionists to put black men on an equality with white men and was opposed to the principle of allowing Negroes to vote, in toto. 8. Shepard did not simply seek to preserve white supremacy and whites-only politics. He also objected to the broad-based white democracy that had spread nationwide since Andrew Jackson's time. Embracing the founders' restricted definition of democracy, Shepard believed that property owners alone should shoulder the responsibilities of leadership. Only the propertied had the long-term stake in the community necessary for thoughtful policy making, he argued. Allowing the poor to rule would give them license to tax and spend other people's money. Even as radical Republicans in Congress and their local black allies pushed for a much more expansive definition of democracy that would include black men, Shepard and the businessmen, bankers, and real estate developers who supported him began a counter-campaign that ultimately would destroy democracy in the district altogether. The city's journey from biracial democracy to universal disfranchisement, loss of voting rights, was a confusing one, with a variety of political twists and shifting alliances. It began with a movement to consolidate the district's three governments, Washington City, Georgetown, and Washington County, into a single administrative unit directly under the control of presidential appointees. Advocates of what became known as consolidation sought more than simply to dissolve administrative boundaries. They also aimed to revoke self-government in the district and replace it with an unelected board of commissioners appointed by the president. The taxpayers of this city did not want elections of any kind, and had not wanted them for 20 years, Shepard explained in early 1868. We want an honest board of commissioners and no broken-down political demagogues. 9. Supporters of consolidation and commission rule cast themselves as nonpartisan reformers interested in efficient and harmonious government and economic prosperity. Having three separate jurisdictions, they argued, bred confusion and complexity, delaying development and generating overlapping, often exorbitant expenses. A consolidated government ruled by commissioners would be more effective and efficient, Shepherd and his supporters believed, enabling the district to pursue citywide improvement projects. They insisted that Washington would blossom economically if Congress cleared away the underbrush of fractured self-government that choked off economic growth. Point 10. Shepherd argued that consolidation and a commission government were a business necessity, and should not be mixed up in any degree with politics, Negro suffrage, or anything else. Yet supporters and opponents alike understood that it was a direct response to the radical push to extend voting rights to black men. The timing of the movement, the undemocratic solution it advocated, the conservative composition of its supporters all indicated that consolidation aimed to offer a seemingly race-neutral solution to the problem of black political power and the excessive taxation, uncontrolled spending, and endemic corruption that white conservatives believed necessarily would follow black suffrage. To prevent such a calamity, they recommended eliminating democracy in the city. Point 11. The consolidation movement began to gain traction in late 1865, just as radicals started agitating for black suffrage, and it accelerated in direct proportion to the extent of black political power. It attracted support from a wide range of white conservatives, uniting self-described old citizens, native white Washingtonians with antebellum city roots, and Democrats who vehemently opposed black suffrage with the businessmen of the newly formed Washington Board of Trade. A nonpartisan organization that included both Democrats and wealthy Republicans, the Board of Trade promoted economic growth above all else. Its founding members including Shepherd, banker George W. Riggs, and financier W. W. Corcoran mobilized taxpayers and intelligent citizens in support of consolidation and commission rule. In 1868, when the city's charter was up for renewal, Shepherd and his allies on the Board of Trade pushed to amend the charter by replacing the elected municipal government with a federally appointed commission government. The Evening Star, which had supported consolidation but had been skeptical of rule by commissioners, began to soften its stance, perhaps because it was now partly owned by Alexander Shepherd. Its editorials began arguing against self-government. The right to vote has proved a delusion and a snare, causing us to grasp at the shadow of representation and power, and to lose the substantial benefits that might have been gained by a system of rule for which the national government would be responsible. The privilege of voting, the Star's editors argued, is perhaps a bauble that we had better exchange for more substantial benefits, namely, federal funding for a system of improvement and adornment for the national metropolis commensurate with the grand scale upon which it was planned. 12. The idea of trading the right to vote for increased federal funding touched off a furor among district radicals, black and white, who responded with a full-throated defense of democracy. The radical-dominated city council issued a blistering resolution condemning the effort as an anti-republican scheme and an attempt to deprive the people of this city from exercising the common prerogatives of freemen, and to govern them by means of a moneyed aristocracy. Incensed district residents sent petitions to Congress attacking the movement and its supporters. One petition dismissed consolidation advocates as speculators in real estate and adventurers and all those who sympathized with or assisted the rebellion, and who are determined at all hazards to deprive the colored man of his vote. Congress, still under radical sway, voted in May 1868 to renew the city's charter without changing the structure of government. 13. Despite its wealth, influence, and newspaper power, the consolidation movement floundered initially because it ran counter to the democratic spirit of the times. Too many people were too invested in the political system to consider abandoning self-government. Stymied, Shepherd and his business allies abruptly shifted strategies. Rather than push directly for a consolidation bill that would disfranchise district residents, they sought to pursue their economic goals by co-opting the radical movement. As it became clear in early 1868 that Congress had no intention of amending the charter to his liking, Shepherd and his Evening Star, which for years had aggressively opposed black suffrage and the radicals' racial agenda, suddenly embraced mayoral candidate Sales Bowen, hoping that having a radical in office would make Congress more willing to fund city improvement projects. Shepard's new direction alienated old-line conservative Democrats, but it revealed Shepard to be a shrewd political opportunist. Temporarily bowing to political realities, he laid aside his concerns about race and democracy in order to pursue the economic development he championed. The alliance did not last long. Bowen was elected mayor, but his political coalition began to crumble early in his term as many erstwhile supporters turned against him. Bowen angered many black voters when he pushed a plan to combine the separate white and black school boards into a single city-run board but rejected calls to integrate the schools themselves. The issue split the black community, with many prominent black leaders such as John F. Cook openly opposing the mayor and questioning his motives. Many black voters also questioned the mayor's attempts to build an interracial coalition of Republican laborers, complaining that the radical Irish were getting jobs at the expense of black workers. 14. More crippling, however, were the financial problems that undermined his administration. Bowen's ambitious agenda to remake the city with massive public works projects appealed to both workers who wanted jobs and businessmen who sought city contracts. But the projects required significant sums of money that the city simply did not have. Bowen turned to Congress in the summer of 1869 yet came away empty-handed. He reassessed property values and issued bonds, which only swelled the city's debt and raised the local tax burden, antagonizing moderate Republicans and energizing the administration's opponents. Hobbled by debt and chronically cash-strapped, the city could not afford to pay its workers, alienating a core constituency. "A man that works and is not paid is still a slave," read one sign at an anti-Bowen rally. As the city debt ballooned, the mayor became the target of corruption allegations. 15. D.C.'s Republican Party began to splinter. A new group, the Independent Reform Republicans, broke from Bowen and created an interracial coalition of the mayor's critics. It was a testament to the extent of voters' alienation that the new party attracted both former slave-turned-councilman George Hatton and businessman Alexander Shepard. A vocal supporter of school integration and an advocate for black workers, Hatton objected to the mayor's mishandling of the schools and his inability to get the city's fiscal house in enough order to pay its workers. Shepard saw the Bowen administration as too incompetent to carry out the public works projects needed to transform the city. 16. Shepard and Hatton agreed on one thing: Bowen had manipulated black voters. To cheers and laughter at one meeting, Hatton insisted that the time is past for the corrupt individuals who desire to ride into office on the backs of the black man, to crack the party whip and say, "Niggers, wheel into line." The Evening Star accused Bowen and his ring of having a thorough contempt for the great mass of the colored people, treating them as so much merchantable voting material, to be bought by a little gutter work. Just a few years later, Shepard himself faced similar accusations. 17. In the 1870 mayoral elections, the reformers nominated Matthew Emery, a successful stonemason and architect who embodied the pragmatic, economically minded republicanism that many Bowen critics craved. Abandoned by national Republican leaders as well as many of his local black allies, Bowen was crushed in the June elections and never again played a significant role in district politics. Though Emery was not a radical, he publicly acknowledged black voters as an important constituency to be courted. The great questions of universal freedom and universal suffrage have been settled by the voice of the nation, Emery emphasized in his first message as mayor. "We feel that these questions no longer concern us, and we are glad to be permitted to dismiss them and turn our attention to matters of more immediate local interest." 18. But Emery was premature, or perhaps disingenuous, in declaring suffrage a closed question. Conservative leaders in the district refused to concede that black voting and biracial democracy were irreversible, and during the next 4 years they waged a successful battle to eliminate suffrage altogether. Even as they supported Emery's mayoral campaign in early 1870, Shepard and other Reform Republicans joined with conservative Democrats to push a new strategy to consolidate and revamp the district's governing structure. The Bowen administration had been such a disaster, Shepard contended, that it raised questions about the capacity of black voters to rule responsibly. Here the experiment of universal suffrage was first made, and unfortunately, Sales J. Bowen was placed in his present position as a representative man, to demonstrate that our colored citizens were capable of choosing proper men as rulers. 19. Shepard's point was clear: the experiment had failed. Black voters had had their chance and had chosen poorly. Now it was time not simply to change mayors but to alter the structure of voting to ensure that such mistakes could not happen again. Instead of trying to get everything they wanted all at once, consolidation plus rule by unelected commissioners, the reformers chose a new path, a consolidated territorial government modeled on the governments established in the Western Territories. Shepard and his allies wined and dined members of Congress, taking some on a Potomac River cruise complete with champagne and music. Their intensive lobbying worked. In February 1871, Congress created a single territorial government for a consolidated District of Columbia. The new government was a democratic hybrid, consisting of a presidentially appointed governor, upper legislative council, and Board of Public Works alongside a popularly elected lower House of Delegates and non-voting representative in the U.S. House. 20. Though district voters could still elect some officials, most of the power in the new territorial government was vested in the presidential appointees, particularly the Board of Public Works, which controlled the distribution of contracts and patronage. President Grant shared Shepard's vision of using public works to transform the city physically into a grand capital appropriate for a powerful national government, and he appointed Shepard to the five-man board. Shepard immediately asserted control, turning it into the most powerful arm of city government. Shepard's nominal boss, Governor Henry Cook, served as a mere figurehead and rubber stamp. "Why is the governor like a gentle lamb?" asked the Daily Patriot. "Because he is led by a shepherd." 21. Shepard claimed that 90% of the city's bona fide taxpayers and property holders supported consolidation and the territorial government, but one significant bloc within the party was vociferously opposed: black voters. Though many black voters had abandoned Bowen for the Reform Republican Party, few supported consolidation because they saw it as a step toward disfranchisement. George Vashon, a black Freedmen's Bureau official who became Howard University's first professor, condemned the movement as a base plot, designed to defraud the 8,000 freedmen therein of the elective franchise, and cheat them of their newborn freedom. 22. As the reinvigorated consolidation movement began making calls for territorial government, black voices rose in opposition. The New Era, a weekly black newspaper launched in Washington in January 1870, made consolidation one of its early targets. "The old fogies are opposed to Negro suffrage, and as they cannot withdraw it, they seek to diminish if not destroy, the opportunities for its exercise," editors J. Sella Martin and Frederick Douglass wrote. "Here is the whole secret of the recently inaugurated movement to take away our municipal government." That same month, the Board of Aldermen and the Common Council passed a resolution drafted by Black Alderman Carter Stewart condemning a commission form of government because it implied that the people of this city are not qualified for the exercise of the right of suffrage and of self-government as allowed to every other people under our republican institutions. 23. Black opposition to the new territorial government spanned all classes. While the black elite took to their lecterns and presses to express their discontent, black workers took to the streets. On June 1, 1871, the first day the territorial government took charge, public workers black and white walked off their jobs to protest the $1.25 a day wages that city contractors paid. Most white workers went back to work after a couple days, enticed in part by contractors who sought to exploit racial divisions by recruiting Irish workers for $1.50 a day. But black workers stayed on strike for nearly a week, demanding $2 for an 8-hour day. Condemned in the white press, the black strikers ultimately settled for a $1.50 compromise brokered by Alexander Shepard. Their short-lived strike improved wages, but they soon discovered that they wielded far less influence in the new system than they had during the Bowen years. 24. Though many black people distrusted him, Shepard sought to cultivate their political support through patronage. About one-third of the territorial government's appointees were black, and Shepard helped engineer, through Governor Cook, Several high-profile appointments: Frederick Douglass, who had recently moved to the city and edited The New Era, joined the Legislative Council. John Mercer Langston was appointed to the Board of Health, and John F. Cook was named the city's registrar. 25 Shepherd also hired black workers for public works projects and solicited black voters' support for a major loan referendum in late 1871. Shepherd's efforts earned him significant support within the black community, though it was not universal. George Hatton, who had helped organize the strike, became an outspoken critic. Most black voters appreciated the economic opportunities that opened during the Shepherd era, yet remained wary of Shepherd's tactics and any limits on the franchise. They were right to be skeptical. A government city without a city government, D.C., loses the right to vote. Shepherd enthusiastically embraced his new power. Focused on promoting economic growth, Shepherd turned the Board of Public Works into an engine of taxpayer-funded development. When the new government took control in June 1871, the board proposed a $6.6 million, $864 million in 21st century dollars, comprehensive plan of improvements that promised to remake the city, by first refurbishing the downtown area and Pennsylvania Avenue and then moving north and west along Connecticut Avenue. The plan required a $4 million loan, which district voters, white and black alike, approved overwhelmingly that November. Loan in hand, the Board of Public Works went on a building binge. View of Washington City. Despite significant growth during the Civil War, Washington City in 1869 was still a relatively undeveloped urban area. As the controversial head of the Board of Public Works, Alexander Shepherd pushed for rapid economic development, particularly in Northwest Washington. Library of Congress. The results were extraordinary. With a Brook no dissent style bolstered by unwavering support from President Grant, Shepherd hired laborers to build more than 150 miles of city streets, 120 miles of sewers, and 200 miles of sidewalks. City workers planted more than 60,000 trees, filled in the disgusting city canal, illuminated Washington nights with some 3,000 street lamps, and raised the crumbling Northern Liberties Market. They improved streets and streetcar lines, spurring development in outlying areas and triggering a real estate boom. The area around Pacific Circle, now known as DuPont Circle, began to sprout Victorian mansions of the elite. Washington, wrote one admiring journalist, has clothed itself anew, thrown away its staff, and achieved a transformation bewildering to its old residents. 26. Shepherd's ambitious agenda and debt-fueled spending ran afoul of wealthy, white conservatives, particularly Democrats and longtime Washingtonians. They had supported consolidation and the shift to territorial government in the hopes of limiting black political power, but they quickly grew disenchanted when President Grant appointed only Republicans to the new government. Not one old resident, nor a Democrat, nor a Catholic nor an Irishman, huffed the Georgetown Courier. Republicans dominated the April 1871 elections for the House of Delegates, though only 2 black men were among the 22 new legislators, and Democrats feared that the new government would continue to shut them out of power. 27. Among the fiercest critics were 2 bankers whose names would resonate in D.C. for generations, W. W. Corcoran and George W. Riggs. Their jointly owned Riggs Bank was a city institution until it was bought out by PNC Bank in 2005. Corcoran, a Southern sympathizer, spent the Civil War in self-imposed exile in Europe, where he added to his world-class art collection. Returning home following the war, he became a leading voice in the business community and earned accolades with the opening of an art gallery in early 1871. His business partner, Riggs, also had deep roots in Washington and had been active in the Board of Trade after the war. Though they had supported consolidation, Corcoran and Riggs recoiled when the territorial government ran up the public debt. They helped lead an opposition movement by launching an anti-Shepherd newspaper, the Daily Patriot, organizing a petition calling for a federal investigation into the city's finances, and testifying against the government during congressional hearings. 28. Organized as the Citizens Association of the District of Columbia, opponents of the territorial government charged the municipal government with wild spending and accused Shepherd of bribing and manipulating black voters. Ignorant black men, they argued, supported corrupt officials, who then raided the treasury. An 1872 Daily Patriot editorial titled "Our Black Rulers" charged that venal adventurers in the government used black people as political puppets to amass power. These Negroes bring nothing with them but empty hands and hungry mouths, and they produce nothing in the shape of subsistence, the editors claimed, yet they made up the machinery of the territorial government. To rid the city of corruption and restore economic sanity, they argued that Congress should abolish democracy in the district. The majority of the voters here, Riggs testified in 1872, are incapable of self-government. 29. A Shepherd-friendly 1872 congressional investigation turned up little evidence of corruption and issued only a mild rebuke of the territorial government. But Shepherd continued to accumulate political enemies as rapidly as the government took on debt. He unabashedly linked public jobs to political support and rewarded his allies with hefty public contracts, leading critics to label him a boss in the mold of the infamous Boss Tweed of New York. Shepherd's government was a little monarchy, wrote one observer. Controlling the poor colored man's vote, and making his labor depend on it, and using it against the property and people of this city, is what these men are themselves doing. Shoddy work and bungled street grading projects triggered lawsuits, while residents of Capitol Hill and other areas accused the administration of favoritism in its focus on developing the Connecticut Avenue corridor in Northwest. As the scandal-ridden President Grant stumbled in his second term and Congress continued its retreat from Reconstruction in the South, national reporters, particularly from Democratic papers, descended on the Capitol, eager to expose corruption in the Republican-run city. 30. The territorial government might have been able to outlast its critics had it not been for its financial difficulties. The public projects that transformed the city came with a hefty price tag, and like Mayor Bowen, Shepherd had no money to pay for them. By early 1873, the government was nearly broke, and it stopped paying teachers, laborers, and other city employees. Shepherd sought to issue more bonds, levy higher taxes, and win further federal support to finance planned improvements, but his political support was eroding. Yet he still had the confidence of President Grant, who appointed him governor in September 1873 after Henry Cook resigned. 31. Just a few days after Shepherd assumed the governorship, the bottom fell out of the national economy. The Panic of 1873, triggered by the financial fall of Henry Cook's brother, mega-financier J. Cook, hit the district particularly hard because as governor Henry Cook had invested city funds heavily in his brother's enterprises. When J. Cook went bankrupt, so did the city. Shepherd's government essentially collapsed. "Washington is certainly a beautiful city thanks to Shepherd," wrote The Nation, "but the territorial government has broken down, its debt is enormous, and its accounts in such confusion that the amount is unknown. Taxes are onerous and discriminating, contracts are unperformed, and school teachers unpaid." 32. As the city collapsed, so did the Freedmen's Savings Bank, a particularly crushing blow for the black community. Founded in Washington in 1865 by abolitionist financiers, the bank aimed to encourage former slaves to save money, accumulate property, and establish themselves as productive citizens. It grew tremendously. By 1873, there were members in all 37 states with millions of dollars in deposits, and the bank became a source of tremendous pride for black Washingtonians. During the Shepherd era, however, white bank officials began to loan money to themselves and their friends at below-market rates, and Governor Cook used bank funds to bail out his brother's failing Northern Pacific Railway. When the city went bankrupt in 1873, they allowed the Board of Public Works to repay outstanding loans with ease rather than cash. Within a year, the bank had folded, and thousands of small depositors and black organizations lost their savings. Furious, black leaders in D.C. who had been involved with the bank, including Frederick Douglass, denounced the grand rascals who had caused the collapse and called on the federal government to repay depositors. It never paid a cent. The Freedmen's Savings Bank, founded to promote thrift and saving, ultimately encouraged black cynicism about financial institutions, the Republican Party, and even America itself. 33. The economic mess prompted a new bipartisan congressional investigation of the city government. This time, investigators turned up evidence of serious graft. Though nothing suggested that Shepard personally profited, the investigation highlighted the extent to which his relentless ends justify the means push to improve the city led to conflicts of interests, influence peddling, no-bid contracts, and cost overruns. The bill for his public works projects reached nearly $21 million, nearly $3 billion in 21st century dollars, about $14 million more than originally projected and more than double what Congress had allowed. 34. The investigating committee's report excoriated Shepard and the Board of Public Works for excessive spending, but it also laid blame on district voters for allowing the legislature and the board to spend so freely. Given the inability of voters and their elected representatives to restrain themselves, the committee recommended returning the city to rule by unelected commissioners, as it had been governed in its founding era in the late 18th century. 35. Congress, not a body accustomed to moving quickly, rendered a swift and painful judgment not only on the excesses of the Shepard administration but also on democracy in the district. In June 1874, just 2 days after the committee's report came out, Congress voted 216-22 to end the territorial government and revert to a presidentially appointed board of 3 commissioners to manage the city and pay its debts. By law, 1 commissioner had to be a member of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. By custom, the other 2 commissioner spots were split between Democrats and Republicans. In response to local pressure, Congress pledged to cover 50% of the city's annual budget, acknowledging that the federal presence in Washington added expense, by requiring upkeep for public buildings, and curtailed revenue, because federal property was not taxed. Though this new system of commissioner rule initially was intended as a temporary measure, Congress made it permanent in 1878.36. District men, white and black, rich and poor, lost their right to vote. They would not cast another meaningful ballot for nearly a century. 37. The scope of disfranchisement was remarkable. Under this bill, wrote the editors of The Nation, not a vestige is left of popular municipal government, aldermen, common councilmen, mayors, boards of works, school boards, police boards, primaries, conventions, all are swept away, and the entire government is handed over to 3 men, appointed by a foreign authority, responsible not to their fellow citizens, but to the President and Senate. With the new law, explained District Commissioner Thomas Bryan, Congress hoped that it could be forever free from the disturbing influence of elections in its immediate neighborhood. Washington had become a government city without a city government, white writer Mary Logan later observed. 38. Losing the franchise stunned district voters and elected officials. Members of the House of Delegates, now unemployed and powerless, responded with a symbolic protest in which they temporarily looted their chamber, taking everything from desks and chairs down to soap and a feather duster. Though the items were all returned the next day, reformers seized on the prank as evidence of the inherent corruption of D.C. democracy. For decades, mere mention of the feather duster legislature elicited guffaws from elite Washington and became a pithy shorthand for the excesses of biracial democracy. 39. The racial implications of the shift to commissioner rule were not lost on contemporary observers. In this district, the experiment was first made of giving the black man the suffrage, wrote the National Republican in 1874. Has it come to this, that the Republican Party admits and acknowledges its failure? And is it ready to try the further experiment of taking the suffrage away from white and black alike? 40. For many Republicans weary of the radical focus on civil rights, the answer was yes. Only 2 of the maligned House of Delegates' 22 members and none of Shepard's close advisers were black, yet critics blamed black voters for the scandals and spending of the feather duster legislature, as well as the Shepard administration. Put in place by ignorant Negro voters, Shepard's government had exercised irresponsible power, concluded the nation. The city should be controlled by the responsible and not by the irresponsible portion of the people who chanced to dwell there. Harper's Weekly, a Republican publication that had generally supported the radicals' racial agenda, nonetheless supported the return to commissioner rule as a matter of expediency and administrative efficiency. It is not Negro suffrage, it is ignorant suffrage, which is dangerous, the editors argued. By moving to an appointed city government, Washington could set an example for other municipalities. 41. Alexander Shepard, the man who had done so much to undermine democracy in the district, struggled to find his place within the new government. President Grant nominated him to be one of the district's 3 new commissioners in 1874, but the Senate overwhelmingly rejected him. Within 2 years, Shepard was bankrupt. In 1880, he abandoned the city to seek his fortune in Batopilas, Mexico, where he built a prosperous silver mining operation that he ran for more than 20 years before his death in 1902. 42. In his absence, Shepard's reputation grew. Elite white Washingtonians, many of whom had fought him while he was in office, now celebrated his accomplishments. Washington owes him an inextinguishable debt, editorialized the city's new Democratic paper, The Washington Post, in 1885. To his talent, his courage, his indomitable purpose, this city is indebted for its beauty, its attractiveness, its prosperity. In 1909, white city leaders commissioned a statue of the man they hailed as the father of modern Washington to be placed in front of the municipal building. As black scholar W.E.B. Du Bois reflected ruefully decades later, the harm and dishonesty of the Shepard regime was charged to the colored voter, while the beauty and accomplishment of the reborn city was put to the credit of white civilization. 43. Although Shepard was lionized, other leading figures of the Reconstruction era did not fare so well. Former Mayor Sales Bowen remained in the city, a shell of his former self. Wealthy when he was elected, he made a series of bad investments, lost his fortune, and wound up working as a night watchman in a federal building. Cantankerous to the end, he died with little fanfare and few friends. He was buried in an undistinguished grave in Congressional Cemetery. Few, then or now, recalled his advocacy of black education and suffrage. 44. George Hatton, who had catapulted from slavery to the city council and helped organize black opposition to both the Bowen administration and the territorial government, also struggled. After his political career ended with the imposition of commissioner rule, he turned his rhetorical skills to the ministry, leaving Washington for Kentucky in the 1870s. Bedeviled by alcohol, he attempted suicide in 1894 and later returned with his wife to the Washington area, where he died in 1904. 45. Like Bowen, Hatton's extraordinary life and contributions to the city largely have been forgotten. Congress's two-step retreat from democracy in the district, first by limiting voter influence in the territorial government, then by abolishing elected offices altogether, was a precursor to the national Republican retreat from Reconstruction across the South. 3 years after Congress passed the D.C. Disfranchisement Bill, the Compromise of 1877 ended Reconstruction by removing federal troops from the South. Within a generation, bills limiting voting rights had passed every Southern state legislature. It also set an undemocratic precedent for how to deal with non-white peoples abroad. More than 2 decades later, after the Spanish-American War left the American military in charge of the Philippines, the Army general responsible for drafting Manila's city charter cited D.C. as a reason for denying the Filipinos self-government. 46. The Republican Party, no longer interested in defending its civil rights agenda, instead followed Alexander Shepard's model of promoting economic development for the benefit of white elites. In Washington, this meant downplaying or ignoring the interests of the black community and focusing on economic growth to build a grand capital worthy of the name. Development had triumphed over democracy. The era of biracial elected government in the district was over. It would take nearly a century for a new one to begin. Mecca of the colored pilgrim, D.C.'s educated black community flourishes. Orondatus Simon Bolivar, OSB. Wall witnessed firsthand the retreat from democracy. Serving as one of the city's justices of the peace, Wall held out hope that the setback was temporary, a slight detour on the long march to freedom that his own life exemplified. Born in 1825 to an enslaved mother and her white owner, he was sent at age 12 to be raised in a Quaker community in Ohio. Wall became a shoemaker in Oberlin, a center of abolitionism, and in 1858, he and other anti-slavery vigilantes defied the Fugitive Slave Act to rescue a runaway slave threatened with recapture. 47. During the war, he joined with his brother-in-law, John Mercer Langston, to recruit black volunteer soldiers for the celebrated Massachusetts 54th Regiment and other black units. He himself became among the first black men to reach the rank of captain. At war's end, Wall joined the Freedmen's Bureau and was sent to protect freed people in South Carolina. Broad-shouldered and thickly built, the light-skinned Wall approached middle age with high hopes for the post-war era. 48. Wall arrived in D.C. in 1867, just as interracial democracy began to flourish in the city. He took full advantage of the city's opportunities for black political power and economic advancement. When Langston launched Howard University Law School, Wall was among the first students. He bought a luxurious home on the outskirts of the city, near Howard. His $3,500 property was worth more than any other in his integrated neighborhood. He opened a law office while his wife, Amanda, taught in a local black school, and the couple integrated the First Congregational Church. 49. In the next decade, Wall held a variety of public posts, including city tax assessor, representative in the territorial government legislature, and magistrate of a police precinct. Even after disfranchisement, he stayed active in public life. He founded the Howard Hill Aid Society to help poor people living in his neighborhood, and he served as Master of Ceremonies for the 20th anniversary of Emancipation Day in 1882. The Walls, the Langstons, and other highly visible black families helped solidify Washington's reputation as a haven for black opportunity. Despite disfranchisement, D.C. remained a magnet for black migrants in the 1870s and 1880s. As biracial Reconstruction governments were overthrown across the South and lynching became a gruesome feature of the Southern landscape, a steady stream of black men and women made their way to Washington. The city's black population grew by 74% between 1870 and 1890, staying roughly one-third of the total population and reaching more than 75,000. With the largest black population of any city in the country, Washington was the capital of the African race, wrote one white reporter for Harper's. 51. Though political life had shriveled, Washington still offered unparalleled educational, economic, and social opportunities for the small slice of black residents who could take advantage of them. Black intellectuals, activists, and educators poured into the city, attracted by Howard University and civic institutions such as the Bethel Literary and Historical Society, a private club founded in 1882 that featured debates among the leading black thinkers of the time. One regular speaker at the society was black educator Mary Ann Shadd Cary, who claimed that D.C. was the Mecca of the colored pilgrim seeking civil, religious, social and business enlightenment and preferment or protection. 52. Shadd Cary herself was among these pilgrims. Born free in Delaware, the outspoken and often combative Shadd Cary launched an abolitionist newspaper in Canada, becoming the first black woman in North America to be a newspaper editor. She recruited black soldiers for the Union Army before moving to Washington in September 1869 to teach school. Her brother, two sisters, and a niece followed her to the city soon thereafter. She had family connections to Washington. Her brother-in-law, Isaac Cary, had won a suit against D.C.'s restrictive black code back in 1836. Shadd Cary graduated from Howard University Law School in 1883, the second black woman in the nation to earn a law degree, and at age 60 she began practicing law. A prolific journalist who wrote for the New National Era and the People's Advocate, she also promoted women's suffrage and founded the Colored Women's Progressive Franchise Association. She and other educated, active, and ambitious newcomers helped the city's elite black community thrive in the late 19th century. 53. As Shad Carey's example attests, the city's black public schools were a national draw for teachers and students alike. By the 1880s, the haphazard post-war collection of semi-private black schools had solidified into a stable system of black public schools run by an integrated city board of trustees, which also oversaw the white school system. By congressional mandate, the board provided relatively equal resources to the two school systems, paid black and white teachers roughly the same amount, and gave black school officials significant autonomy in running the schools. 54. Table 3. Washington's population, 1870–1900. Under the leadership of Francis Cardozo, a South Carolina transplant who had been the first black person in the country to hold statewide office, colored preparatory, known as M Street, High School developed into the nation's top black high school, and perhaps the best school in the city, black or white. Established in 1870, 2 years before a white high school opened in Washington, M Street was America's first black public high school and offered a college preparatory curriculum. Its teachers boasted degrees from prestigious institutions such as Harvard and Oberlin. Often limited by racial prejudice from pursuing other, more lucrative careers, these highly qualified faculty members devoted themselves to preparing future generations of black leaders. M Street graduates went on to Amherst, Williams, and other top colleges. 55. Along with educators, federal workers formed the core of Washington's growing black middle class, a feature of black life that made the city unusual, particularly for the South. Other southern cities, notably New Orleans and Charleston, boasted a well-connected black elite alongside the poor masses, but Washington had a sizable and important middle class composed largely of people holding relatively well-paid and secure jobs within or connected to the federal government. During Reconstruction, black people parlayed their newfound political power and access to Republican lawmakers into increased public employment through patronage. After disfranchisement, they relied on their connections to powerful Republicans to maintain their federal positions. Frederick Douglass, for example, served as U.S. Marshal and later became the Federal Register of Deeds, a lucrative post that was held for 2 decades by black men. Despite their lack of voting power, black Washingtonians often found their loyalty to the Republican Party rewarded in the form of government jobs, helping to counterbalance the increasingly restrictive private job market. 56. The creation of the nonpartisan system of federal civil service in 1883 helped give less well-connected black applicants the chance to compete for a burgeoning number of clerkships and other mid-level positions. By 1891, 10% of the federal workforce was black. With steady work and decent pay, federal agencies such as the Treasury Department, Government Printing Office, and Freedmen's Hospital gave ambitious black Washingtonians a chance to buy homes and provide stable lives for their families. Federal jobs, appointed or merit-based, attracted black migrants to the city and sustained the black middle and upper classes. 57. Because of federal jobs, opportunities for black teachers and other professionals, and impressive educational opportunities, the city became renowned as the capital of the black elite. The district, an 1887 tour book claimed, had more intelligent, cultured, well-to-do colored people than any other American city. Washington was home to top black intellectuals such as Alexander Crummell, a New Yorker and one-time colonization advocate who became the prominent pastor of St. Luke's Episcopal Church, wealthy entrepreneurs like James Wormley, whose prestigious hotel hosted the negotiations leading to the Compromise of 1877 that ended Reconstruction, scions of old-line Washington families, such as city tax collector and businessman John F. Cook Jr., political activists such as W. Calvin Chase, the pugnacious editor of the city's foremost black newspaper, The Bee, and high-ranking black officials and former office holders, including Blanche K. Bruce, a U.S. Senator from Mississippi who remained in the district after his Senate term ended in 1881. The Washington Negroes are probably the wealthiest group of black people in the country, wrote black scholar W. E. B. Du Bois. 58. The dean of the black elite was Frederick Douglass, the former fugitive slave, abolitionist, and indefatigable champion of human rights, whose high personal character and great abilities, wrote Harper's Weekly, have won universal recognition and esteem. Though he had helped launch the new era in 1870, Douglas did not move to the city permanently until 2 years later. He eventually settled in Anacostia and bought a majestic, 15-acre hilltop estate with sweeping views of the Anacostia River and downtown Washington, not far from the black community of Barry's Farm, where his 3 sons lived. His sons helped run the new era and threw themselves into community activism. 59. Being elite in black Washington was not simply a function of money. Indeed, some elite families struggled financially as they sought to keep up the appearance of wealth. A variety of factors played into whether an individual or a family could be considered part of what the Bee dubbed the 400, the wealthiest, most accomplished families in the city, though the number of upper-class families was likely fewer than 100. Being employed in a white-collar federal position conferred higher social status, as did how long a family had been in Washington, though many prominent figures within the elite black community were newcomers with high-level positions, including Mississippian Blanche K. Bruce and P.B.S. Pinchback, a Louisiana native who had been the first black governor in the nation. 60. Skin color also mattered. Because many of the city's most successful black families had tangled racial roots, prominent black leaders including O.S.B. Wall, John Mercer Langston, and Blanche K. Bruce were mulattoes, having one black parent, quadroons, having one black grandparent, or octoroons, having one black great-grandparent. Evidence of white ancestry was a source of status and pride, and mulattoes were twice as likely to work in professional positions. Black newspapers ran ads for face bleach that promised to turn the skin of a black or brown person 5 shades lighter, and a mulatto person perfectly white. At the Tony 15th Street Presbyterian Church, light-skinned parishioners in the late 1880s objected to the appointment of a dark-skinned pastor, even though the church's founder, John F. Cook Sr., himself was dark-skinned. Given the vast differences in education, ambition, and opportunities, social equality within the black community was absolutely impossible, wrote the editors of the Black People's Advocate. 61. In the years after disfranchisement in 1874, Washington's black leadership was composed primarily of people who had cut their teeth during the abolitionist movement, the Civil War, and Reconstruction. Having fought for and witnessed the tremendous progress that black Americans had made during their lifetimes, they generally believed in the possibility and ultimate wisdom of assimilating into the larger American society. Assimilation, not isolation, is our true policy and natural destiny, Douglas told one Emancipation Day crowd. Wherever possible, they sought to gain membership in existing white organizations, rather than create their own. Still committed to integration as an ideal, this cohort sought to win recognition of its own elite status from white society and shared the Victorian tastes of their white counterparts, from dress to leisure activities to the lavish homes where they could entertain in the manner of the day. 62. Crucial to winning full respect and being treated as equal citizens was regaining the right to vote. As the Bee's Calvin Chase wrote in 1884, "We can do what we want when we have suffrage, but not before 63." When Congress passed the 1878 bill to strip Washington of democratic self-government, it claimed that it was making a permanent change to the structure of the city's government. But black Washingtonians refused to accept disfranchisement as a final verdict. Losing the ballot rankled, particularly after it had taken so long for black people to win the right in the first place. Unwilling to give up the gains of Reconstruction, they fought to restore voting rights in the city where they had been able to wield unprecedented political power just a few years before. A sacred right or a meaningless bauble? Washingtonians debate the right to vote. Disfranchisement hurt both black and white voters, but it had a devastating impact on black Washingtonians because it crippled their ability to defend and advance their interests. Suffrage, Frederick Douglass told the Star, was the greatest protection of my race. Without the ballot, black leaders struggled to hold city officials accountable or secure access to public jobs. The commissioners who ran the city, all 3 of whom were white men, as all commissioners would be until 1961, routinely ignored black concerns. Black laborers complained that they were denied city contracts, which were an important source of jobs in a city without major industries. The commissioners also turned a blind eye to black poverty, which persisted at distressingly high rates. By 1890, nearly 40% of the black population was illiterate, 80% of patients at Freedman's Hospital were considered too poor to pay for health care, and the black infant mortality rate was a stunning 338.5 per 1,000 births. 64. Appointments to city positions vanished. During Reconstruction, black men could expect to land roughly a third of city appointments, but in 1879 only one black officer was among the 50 appointments to the police force, and no black men at all received positions in the fire department. Not surprisingly, perhaps, anti-black police brutality increased, becoming a source of bitterness in the black community and a regular feature in black newspapers. Negroes are not respected by police, charged Perry Carson, a leader of working-class black people in Southwest. After a white officer killed a young black man in Hillsdale, Carson called D.C. police assassins and led an indignation movement to get city officials to prosecute the officer. 65. As during the abolitionist movement and Reconstruction, black leaders sought white allies to win back the right to vote. After the Permanent Disfranchisement Bill passed in 1878, O.S.B. Wall joined with John F. Cook, white former Mayor Sales Bowen, and white former Police Commissioner A.C. Richards in organizing an interracial movement to press the case for unlimited suffrage before Congress and the American public. Richards was an Ohio abolitionist who came to Washington in the 1850s, and he was one of 4 city councilmen who had voted to support emancipation in 1862. Within months, the local Republican Central Committee had a full-fledged suffrage operation headed by Charles Purvis, a black doctor at Freedman's Hospital. The interests of the district will never be protected until the people have a voice in selecting their rulers, Purvis argued. Throughout the 1880s, the suffrage movement remained an interracial endeavor. 66. Suffrage supporters appealed primarily to the idea that voting was an essential element of citizenship. The argument was simple: as American citizens, Washingtonians were entitled to the ballot. Like their abolitionist forebears, they freely used the language of the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution to advance their cause, insisting that suffrage was a sacred right of all Americans and could not be denied on any basis. This is a republican form of government, where each and every citizen ought to have equal political rights, no taxation without representation, read in 1883 Emancipation Day Proclamation calling for the restoration of suffrage. 67. Not only was suffrage a basic right of citizenship, supporters argued, but it also was necessary because the commissioners did not represent the people of the district. In the early years of commissioner rule, the appointees were men with few ties to the city or its residents. Many Washingtonians, even some who supported the new government, considered them to be out of touch and insufficiently knowledgeable about the city or its needs. Men are selected to rule over us who are strangers to our people, complained A.C. Richards. The commissioners, the be charged, were an aristocratic coterie. The National Republican dismissed the district government as arbitrary, oppressive, and to some extent lawless, and has excited wide dissatisfaction bordering on disgust. The only way to improve it, suffrage advocates argued, was to abolish rule by commission and re-establish democratic self-government. 68. The interracial push for suffrage won strong support from an increasingly vociferous labor movement. Beginning in 1892, the Knights of Labor and the American Federation of Labor, claiming to represent about 20,000 Washington workers, joined forces to initiate a class-based push for local self-government. With suffrage, labor leaders argued, workingmen of both races would be able to hold city officials accountable and secure beneficial city contracts. An aggressive new labor newspaper, the Washington Times, committed itself to a self-described crusade for voting rights, arguing that no issue was of more vital, all-pervading interest to the people of the District of Columbia than this question of suffrage, of self-government. Labor leaders held mass meetings, led petition drives, passed resolutions in support of universal suffrage, for male and female, black and white, and testified before Congress repeatedly in favor of an 1896 bill introduced by Senator Jacob Gallinger of New Hampshire that called for a referendum on suffrage in the district. 69. Despite a flurry of activity, however, the Gallinger bill failed and the suffrage movement fizzled. Supporters simply could not convince Congress to reconsider its blanket ban on district voting, in large part because they confronted widespread and well-organized opposition from the local white press and the white business community. Once the commissioner government had been established in 1874, it quickly gained the favor of the city's white elites, who soon ceased even to regret the loss of the right to vote, wrote The Nation. Instead of having government in the hands of black Republicans and their untrustworthy white allies, the city now was safely in the hands of three esteemed white men, all appointed by a Congress that had abandoned its radical agenda and was growing far more attuned to elite concerns. 70. Former U.S. Postmaster General and longtime Washington resident Horatio King voiced the sentiments of many white property owners when he wrote that a wise and merciful act of Congress had happily eliminated suffrage. Under democratic government, the taxable, that is, propertied citizens had not only but a partial voice in the matter. They were utterly powerless, as they will be again, if unqualified suffrage is restored. For King and other white elites, it was far better to keep power in the hands of the few rather than the many. 71. Part of the opposition was economic. Many of Washington's most influential white leaders believed that self-government would jeopardize the federal government's 50% contribution to the city budget. They feared that Congress would not be willing to foot the bill for a city run by locally elected officials. The maintenance of streets and avenues, and the proper administration of its government, far beyond any local need, are necessarily so great that they cannot be met without federal funding, argued the Board of Trade. Budgetary stability and administrative efficiency simply were more important than political rights, and the city's taxpayers willingly gave up suffrage to promote economic development. When weighed against the tangible benefits of federal money, the Star concluded, the ballot is a meaningless bauble in this district. 72. But beneath these economic arguments lay a core of racism, manifested by the distorted, racialized memory of biracial democracy that had become the common-sense consensus among many white Washingtonians. As elsewhere in the South, white people came to remember Reconstruction in Washington as a tragic, turbulent era when the excesses of interracial democracy overwhelmed the forces of moderation and responsibility. The taxpayers were completely swamped by newly arrived former slaves, wrote the Star, and scheming Murder Bay politicians, shorthand for radical Republicans, took advantage of them and controlled the whole elective machinery. Facing excessive spending, widespread corruption, and racial animosity, a conservative Northern element felt obliged to interpose in order to save the common property and respectability of all, wrote journalist George Townsend in Harper's. 73. This dubious interpretation of Reconstruction quickly hardened into incontrovertible truth among most white Washingtonians, even though the infamous territorial legislature had only 2 black members and white appointees on the Board of Public Works had committed the worst abuses. An experiment had been tried in Negro suffrage and it had failed, concluded one influential academic study in 1893. Men fresh from the plantation, where they had had absolutely no schooling in the duties of citizenship, men without any interest of associations or property in the welfare of the district beyond the fact that they expected to make a living there, had been at one stroke clothed with powers equal to those of the white race, which was best qualified to lead the community. 74. A blunter encapsulation came from Senator John Morgan of Alabama, a former Confederate general, during an 1890 debate on restoring D.C. suffrage. The black-supported local government had been abominable and disgraceful, Morgan claimed, and Congress found it necessary to disfranchise every man in the District of Columbia, no matter what his reputation or character might have been or his holdings in property, in order thereby to get rid of this load of Negro suffrage that was flooded in upon them. It was akin, Morgan claimed, to burning down the barn to get rid of the rats. the rats being the Negro population and the barn being the government of the District of Columbia, the feather duster legislature. 75. Suffrage would lead once again to Negro domination, wrote the Star, and that explains why taxpayers are almost unanimously opposed to the restoration of suffrage here. Even though the present form of alien government is about as bad as can be devised, declared the Post, a system which gives the control of the district to ignorant and depraved Negroes, is still worse. According to Mary Logan, an astute observer of elite Washington who came to the city with her war hero husband, John, white people in D.C. declined to subject themselves to the dangers of the vote of so large a colored element in municipal elections. It does not take long for the Northerner who settles here to become used to this way of thinking. 76. The best way to restore democracy in the district, some suffrage opponents argued, was to encourage black migration out of the city. Washington, an 1878 Post editorial argued, had surplus Negroes. It was a white-collar town without many farming or industrial jobs, so unskilled black workers who migrated from surrounding plantations had no economic role to play. The city would be wealthier, healthier, and happier for an immediate exodus of 15,000 or 20,000 of her Negro population, the Post surmised. In the absence of mass emigration, the only solution was a firm, but benevolent movement on the part of the white race as a whole to disabuse the Negro of the delusions which have been instilled into him during the last dozen years, including suffrage. One Star reader reiterated the point some 17 years later: if you get rid of the 90,000 Negroes residing in this city, I am in favor of suffrage. As long as they are here, I am opposed to it. 77. In the face of such racially charged opposition, white supporters of suffrage felt compelled to confront the issue of color. The fear that the colored vote would control is the old, stale bugbear, worn threadbare, lamented Joseph Potter, the Secretary of the American Federation of Labor. Former Union General Charles Hovey challenged the notion that black voting caused corruption during Reconstruction, pointing out that the officers who participated in the corruption were appointive ones. Simon Wolfe, a well-respected diplomat and Jewish leader, told the Post, "The Negro is as much entitled to vote, and his vote would be more intelligently cast as the ignorant Irishman, the ignorant German, or the ignorant white American." 78. Suffrage advocates rejected the argument that black voters were necessarily ignorant and depraved, as opponents charged. With the advance of black education, they argued, more and more young black men were becoming fit for citizenship. If popular government were now restored, a considerable percentage of the colored voters would be found to possess fair educational qualifications and would vote responsibly, the Daily Critic noted in 1883. Black people had changed with the times, said one white suffrage supporter. When suffrage in the district was abolished, the population was largely made up of colored persons from the South. Then they were ignorant and there was trouble, but now that they have become educated, they are good citizens, and suffrage now would not be what suffrage was shortly after the close of the war. The B's Calvin Chase agreed. There is a young educated element in this city that would exercise its right to vote intelligently. 79. But suffrage opponents remained unconvinced. The problem was not that a few educated, thoughtful black men such as Frederick Douglass or John Mercer Langston might vote. It was the black masses, and their ability to wield power through their numbers, that they feared. The difficulty with suffrage here is in the slum element, explained former Governor Alexander Shepard when he visited Washington in 1895. I do not mean that to insult the Negroes, for there are many intelligent colored people in the capital, who are fully competent to have a voice in affairs, but in recent years there has grown up a large population who would dominate affairs if there were suffrage. 80. When white critics envisioned a world of universal suffrage, they imagined contraband supporters looting the city treasury under the direction of the imposing leader of working-class Washington, Perry H. Carson. Respectability and rowdyism, class and color divide D.C.'s black community. Perry Carson and his constituents, poor, numerous, loud, and uninterested in deference, embodied what white people feared in black voting. Carson was a Southwest political maestro, a former whitewasher who rose to become a bailiff, saloon keeper, and government appointee. Born free in Princess Anne County, Maryland, in 1842, Carson had been arrested as a teen for helping abolitionists find safe houses for escaping slaves. He volunteered with the Union Army during the war and afterward came to Washington, where he found work as Mayor Sales Bowen's bodyguard and later Alexander Shepard's messenger. During Reconstruction he organized an informal black regiment called the Boys in Blue, which earned respect within the black community by defending residents against attacks from Irish hooligans and Swampoodle. The regiment served as a useful vehicle for political mobilization and gave him the title he carried thereafter, Colonel 81. Though unschooled, Colonel Carson was literate and had a magnetic presence and a powerful speaking style. In the 1870s, he became the most prominent leader of working-class black Washington. Carson practically controlled the great colored vote of the district for years, the Evening Star claimed. His personal story inspired supporters. 20 years ago this man came to Washington poor, despised, with his whitewash brush on his shoulder. Today he teaches what can be done for he takes his place in the foremost ranks, one supporter told a crowd of Republicans in 1884. 6 foot, 6 inches tall, nearly 250 pounds, with dark skin and prematurely silver hair, he cut an unforgettable figure as he sat in his bright yellow regalia atop an impressive gray horse at the front of each year's Emancipation Day Parade. 82. Carson drew his support from black workers, who were the vast majority of black Washingtonians. In the 1870s, only 3% of black workers were classified as government workers, clerks, or professionals. Nearly 75% were unskilled laborers or domestic workers. 83 Pushed by economic necessity and the hardening of the color line, low-income black workers lived in increasingly black neighborhoods throughout the city. Some of these black neighborhoods, such as the U Street Corridor, Hell's Bottom near today's Logan Circle, and Fort Reno in Upper Northwest, grew from contraband camps that had been located nearby. As freed people put down roots in the city, they branched out to nearby areas. Other black neighborhoods, including the growing enclave on the island, east of 4½ Street SW, had long been home to free and enslaved black people. Many working-class black residents lived in alley communities that became a notorious feature of Washington's urban landscape. The city's grid layout created massive blocks with narrow alleys that extended deep into the extensive block interiors. Along the street front stood large homes or row houses generally occupied by middle and upper-class residents. Within the alleys, 1- and 2-room shacks were home to the working class. The residents of the two communities often never met and had little to do with one another. Relatively rare in antebellum Washington, alley communities flourished during and after the Civil War as residents scrambled to find homes in the increasingly populous and crowded neighborhoods of the Old City. Real estate developers eager to meet increasing demand for housing maximized the earning potential of large city blocks by lining the alleys with dozens of dwellings. Many homes were built in blind alleys that were accessible only by way of another alley, thereby creating communities completely hidden from street view. Early alley communities were segregated by class but not necessarily race. One Union soldier patrolling Tin Cup Alley on the island in 1863 commented that the alley was occupied by white and black, all mixed up together. 84. But as the number and size of alley communities grew, they became increasingly segregated and absorbed much of the large black migration during and after the war. By 1880, there were about 231 named alleys in the city, housing 10,614 people, 87% of whom were black. By 1897, a police department special census found 18,978 alley residents, 93% of whom were black. Nearly a quarter of the city's black population lived in alleys. 85. Alley communities generally were poor, crime-ridden, and unhealthy. With no indoor plumbing and little ventilation, alley dwellings spawned and spread diseases that ravaged residents already suffering from insufficient diets. Alleys had an exceedingly high mortality rate, particularly among newborns. An 1873 Board of Health report, written under the direction of John Mercer Langston, decried the miserable dilapidated shanties that characterized many alleys and insisted that they were unfit for human habitation. 86. Alley life was hard, but the alleys also fostered a resilient sense of community. Like a modern suburban cul-de-sac, alleys offered a quiet haven far from the bustling street, a place where everyone knew everyone else and adults could pass time visiting on the stoop as the children played in the street. United by poverty and isolation, hostile to outsiders and street people, self-described alley people relied on one another for childcare, emotional support, emergency assistance, and camaraderie. Cooperation helped them survive the brutal living conditions and sustain their communities. Indeed, though few residents owned their homes, alley communities endured, often through generations. 87. Alley residents and other working-class Black Washingtonians played an active role in local politics. During the Reconstruction era, they voted, planned rallies, attended conventions, and made their voices heard in the public sphere. After disfranchisement, they remained involved in Republican Party politics. Stories periodically surfaced of Black Democrats, a rare breed within a party that was committed to white supremacy, and they threw their support behind Perry Carson. Carson exerted his influence through the Republican National Convention, RNC, at which state delegations gathered to nominate a presidential candidate, hammer out the party platform, and set the national party's agenda. Although D.C. was not a state and had no electoral votes, the National Party allowed local Republicans to select delegates to participate in the conventions. The local party took this selection process very seriously because it represented the only chance for city residents, black or white, to register their political desires within a national party. Working-class black men turned out in force for the meetings, giving Carson their overwhelming support. Carson served as Washington's black delegate to the RNC for every election between 1880 and 1900. Often raucous affairs full of theatrical oratory, intense lobbying, and the occasional physical flare-up, these meetings repulsed the post and other suffrage opponents, who described them in graphic, racially tinged terms. It is scarcely possible to form an adequate conception of the brutality and diabolism, the beastly ruffianism, the unrelieved and loathsome animalism of the gangs that yelled, shrieked and fought in the primaries, the Post told readers in 1888. This wild behavior, with all its Senegambian features and worse than Senegambian methods, underscored the importance of keeping control of the district government safely in the hands of the unelected white commissioners. Property holders and order-loving citizens may well be pardoned for their dread of being governed by such mobs. Never again should black voters control the city, the Post vowed. There is a law that is higher than any human enactment, a law of nature that forbids Negro rule in white communities. 88. Carson and his supporters not only attracted criticism from white suffrage opponents. They also antagonized many elite black leaders, who rejected the Post's racism but nonetheless viewed Carson as an embarrassment. To men such as Calvin Chase, Carson and his rough-hewn constituents were an obstacle to the restoration of suffrage because they reinforced the negative stereotypes that white people held about black politics. Chase was the sharp-witted, passionately political editor of the city's most prominent black newspaper, the Bee. Born free into an aristocratic, light-skinned black family in Washington in 1854, Chase wrote provocative editorials attacking white racial prejudice and challenging black people to stand up for their rights. The paper's masthead promised honey for our friends, stings for our enemies. After disfranchisement, when many black elites abandoned politics, he dove headlong into the political fracas, hoping to lead a movement of educated black people, the community's best men who could assert themselves as the city's proper leaders. Few could match Perry Carson's physical presence, but Chase came close. Standing 6'3" with broad shoulders and a booming voice, he did not cower during convention showdowns with Carson and his followers. For nearly 3 decades, the two men personified the political split in the black community. 89. Chase believed that Congress would never reconsider suffrage unless and until black voters proved themselves worthy of the ballot. The best way to do so was by electing honorable men to serve as leaders. As long as rowdyism reigns in this district, he wrote, so long are we to be denied of self-government. Winning back the ballot would be a dangerous thing and a disgrace to the intelligence of this community, so long as the mob reigns. The key to earning suffrage, he believed, was to defeat the Carson machine, and he used the B to attack Carson personally and politically. If the city of Washington was searched, there could not have been a more ignorant man found to represent this community than P.H. Carson, he wrote. 90. Despite his near monopoly on the black press and his widespread support in elite circles, Chase struggled to match Carson's popular appeal. Every 4 years, Chase mounted a challenge to Carson's control of delegates' election to the RNC. Every 4 years, Carson emerged the clear winner. Frustrated by his inability to win over the masses of black voters, Chase attributed his opponent's success to whiskey and other bribes. After a defeat in 1884, he fumed, in a line that echoed the rhetoric of white suffrage opponents, "Negroes who would sell themselves out are incapable of self-government." The solution, he came to believe, was to place qualifications on who could vote. If we are to have suffrage, let it be restricted. Let us convince all that we, as young men, represent the sentiment of respectability and that this cause of ours is a just one. 91. In his embrace of qualified, rather than universal, suffrage, Chase typified the view among elites, black and white, in Washington and across the country, who lived very different lives than the masses of laborers. Reconstruction had helped unite the black community behind the radical push for biracial, cross-class democracy, but in the wake of disfranchisement, the expanding reach of Jim Crow forced black Washingtonians out of politics and the public sphere. Mirroring the divisions emerging nationwide, black life in D.C. became more stratified as the color-conscious elite pursued educational and economic opportunities that largely were unavailable to their poorer, less educated, darker-skinned neighbors. As business owners, teachers, federal clerks, and other professionals, they lived in nicer homes, enjoyed different leisure activities, and aspired to respectability. These differences in lifestyle and outlook manifested themselves politically. Many elites considered themselves, and were officially classified as, mulatto rather than black, and they chafed when white observers lumped them together with the rest of the black population. Alice Park Shadd, whose husband was a doctor at Freedman's Hospital, voiced this elite frustration in an 1890 post feature on black aristocrats. Described as a white woman with no appearance of the African blood in her, Shadd complained of the humiliation she felt because the white race refuses to consider this mixture of blood, or our education and abilities. It persists in classing such men as my husband with the lowest of the race. 92. Black workers, in turn, resented elite condescension. John E. Bruce, a satirist whose parents had been enslaved and whose mother was a domestic in Washington, mocked wealthy black people who wouldn't be caught dead with an ordinary Negro. Elite black society, he wrote, was all tinsel, shadow, and show. Writer Charles W. Chestnut, who later gained fame for his novels exploring the complexity of racial identity, wrote that the colored people of Washington are very extravagant and spend all their earnings, great and small, in a vain attempt to keep up style in a high-toned society. 93. Often accused by Calvin Chase of pandering to the lowest of the race, Carson adroitly tapped the deep currents of class conflict, at times questioning the commitment of black elites to the community. There are plenty of mulatto men in this district who, like myself, have never tried to get rid of their race, who have never tried to play white, and who have always been found working to build up that downtrodden race which Sumner, Lincoln, and Grant brought out from servitude, he told one applauding audience. But there are some in this town who want to be white men, who have advertised for white ladies to act as servants in their homes. One leader he singled out in particular was John Mercer Langston, whom he labeled a white man's man who had never been in his taste, habits, or association, a Negro at all. 94. The percolating anger between well-to-do black people and the black working class and between Chase and Carson erupted publicly over Emancipation Day celebrations. During the Reconstruction era, Emancipation Day was the most important day on the calendar of black Washingtonians. The annual parade brought all classes of the black community together and galvanized them for political action. By the 1880s, however, Emancipation Day began to lose its unifying appeal, becoming instead a stage for internecine black conflict, a public airing of class tensions within the black community. 95. Chase and other elites grew increasingly distressed by the celebrations that Carson led and, more broadly, the behavior of the working class black people he represented. Emancipation Day had become increasingly dominated by ruffians whose outlandish outfits and rowdy behavior mortified the most thrifty and self-respecting among us, Chase charged. We are not to be governed by the rabble and mob that has been a disgrace to this community. What the people desire is a respectable gathering. 96. Like Chase, Frederick Douglass feared that the disorganized event gave ammunition to white critics intent on belittling the black community. Emancipation Day should help us shorten the distance between ourselves and the more highly advanced and highly favored people among who we are, Douglass argued. Instead, it had become a wild melange of tinsel show, gaudy display, and straggling processions, which empty the alleys and dark places of our city into the broad daylight of our thronged streets and avenues, thus thrusting upon public view a vastly undue proportion of the most unfortunate, unimproved, and unprogressive class of the colored people, and thereby inviting public disgust and contempt. 97. For many years after disfranchisement, Chase sought to wrest control of the event from Carson, who served as Grand Marshal. He used his editorial platform to promote a different kind of Emancipation Day, one that would project an image of refinement, decorum, and education, the image that he and other elites hoped would help win respect among white people and lead to the resurrection of rights lost after Reconstruction. By 1886, a frustrated Chase proposed a competing celebration, a subdued parade that would culminate at Israel Bethel Church, where a series of dignified speakers would be united in their message of uplift and responsibility. Urging all respectable people to attend his event, Chase argued that the black community had to choose between respectability and rowdyism. But the Colonel's grip on Emancipation Day only strengthened. His supporters had no interest in moving off the streets to sit quietly in church pews, and both groups went ahead with their plans that year. In subsequent years, the dispiriting factionalism only worsened. Are the colored people of Washington, D.C. as a mass retrograding, wondered one reporter for the Black Cleveland Gazette in 1888. Chase dismissed the 1888 parade as void of dignity, uniformity, and respectability. A disgrace, and called on black people to raise money for charities rather than spend it on showy parades. 98. The event lingered on for another decade, though fewer and fewer of the black elite or middle class participated. Marred by outbreaks of violence in the late 1890s, the annual parade lost its official imprimatur as local school officials no longer gave black public school students the day off to attend. The last large-scale parade was held in 1901. By then, even Carson called on the black community to stop the parades in favor of indoor celebrations at schools and churches. Small neighborhood celebrations continued into the 1950s, but it would be another century before Emancipation Day returned as an official holiday in the district. 99. By the time the last Emancipation Day band stopped its march, it was clear that Washington was a very different place for black people from what they had hoped it would be a generation earlier. During the Civil War and Reconstruction, Washington was a Yankee city on the leading edge of racial change in America. Thousands of former slaves migrated to D.C., joining white radicals and educated black leaders to drive an ambitious experiment in biracial democracy. They made remarkable progress in a short period of time. Black men won the right to vote, black leaders won elected office citywide, black workers gained access to public and private sector jobs, black schools became national models, and city officials passed sweeping anti-discrimination laws. Yet that very success triggered a backlash from white conservatives and business leaders who persuaded Congress to retreat from the promise of biracial democracy, first by limiting electoral power in a territorial government in 1871 and then by eliminating self-government altogether in 1874. In the decades that followed, Washington rolled back Reconstruction-era racial progress, part of a region-wide effort to enforce white supremacy. When city commissioners compiled the district code in 1901, they quietly dropped the local anti-discrimination laws from the books, though they did not repeal them. The city continued to boast a diverse and growing black middle class, but black political power and aspirations withered. The door to biracial, cross-class democracy seemed to have been slammed shut. 7. National Showtown. Building a modern, prosperous, and segregated capital, 1890–1912. A city without factories, without tenement houses, without many foreign-born citizens, a city without a mayor or alderman, and in which no one votes, a government city without a city government. A city in which the servants, coachman, driver, and many of the businessmen, even policemen, are Afro-Americans. A city unique in all these respects, and many others, is Washington. Mary Logan, 1901. LaDroit Park in the early 21st century can feel a bit like a different city from a different era. Going north from downtown Washington across Florida Avenue, what used to be called Boundary Street, the streets suddenly break free from the rigidity of L'Enfant's city grid, thrusting at odd angles as if to defy the haughty French-born engineer and his antiquated plan. Gothic-inspired cottages and elegant Italianate villas with expansive porches sit majestically back from narrow roads. Many of the original 19th-century homes survive and were rehabilitated in the early 21st century as well-heeled investors and residents rediscovered the area. Though the city has imposed its numeric system on LaDroit Park, residents today resolutely retain the tree-inspired names that marked the roads when the neighborhood was first developed in the late 19th century. Now enveloped by the city, LaDroit Park was Washington's first post-Civil War residential suburb, a bucolic area that attracted wealthy city residents looking for a touch of rural tranquility. It was the vision of Amzie Barber, a white Ohioan who came to the city shortly after the Civil War to run Howard University's education department and later became the school's acting president. A minister's son, Barber had studied for the ministry at Oberlin but found more earthly rewards in Washington real estate. In 1873, he and his brother-in-law persuaded the university to sell them 55 acres less than half a mile south of campus, and they began developing LaDroit Park, which they named in honor of their father-in-law. Barber's success with LaDroit Park, combined with acrimony over his abortive, scandal-ridden tenure as Howard's president, led him to abandon education and devote himself to business. 1. From its inception, LaDroit Park was exclusive. Early advertisements promised no poor buildings and protection from all nuisances and undesirable features. It offered a full range of city amenities in a country setting, all within a couple miles of the capital. Famed architect James McGill designed dozens of homes. By 1880, there were 64 unique country mansions that sold for up to $12,000 at a time when government clerks might earn $1,000 a year. Like a modern gated community, the neighborhood had its own private trash service and hired watchmen to keep out intruders and undesirables, one early observer wrote. It was as exclusive a settlement as one might want or imagine, and its residents were of the very highest type. For the first 2 decades of its existence, LaDroit Park was entirely white. 2. But Barber worried that his vision of an exclusive enclave was being shadowed by the looming presence on the hill to its north, Howard University. By the 1880s, Howard boasted some of the nation's top black scholars and was gaining a reputation as the nation's top black university. The area surrounding the university, known as Howardtown, attracted growing numbers of black residents of all classes. The presence of an expanding black community on LaDroit Park's northern border jeopardized the very exclusivity that Barber wanted to promote, so he sought to cordon off the development with a fence. On the southern end, facing downtown, he built an elaborate iron and wood structure with an ornate gate. On the northern end, facing Howardtown, there was just a high board fence, unpainted and unsightly, the Post reported. 3. As both LaDroit Park and Howardtown grew in the 1880s, the fence became a lightning rod for controversy. Howardtown residents complained that the fence blocked the most direct route between the university and downtown, forcing people to take a circuitous detour around LaDroit Park anytime they wanted to shop or go to work. Some LaDroit Park property owners also complained that the fence depressed property values by limiting access to their neighborhood and preventing residents from enjoying city services such as fire protection. By 1886, many Howardtown residents had begun sneaking through the fence, which prompted LaDroit Park leaders to enforce a neighborhood ban on outsiders. Tensions escalated in August 1888 when a group of disgruntled LaDroit Park property owners, aided by black workers, tore down the fence. Incensed fence supporters quickly rebuilt it, added barbed wire, and hired a black police officer to guard it. The ragged barrier was torn down and rebuilt several times in the next 3 years as a fence war raged, to the delight of reporters who covered the controversy with undisguised amusement. 4. Most observers understood that race and class were the underlying causes of the tension. Howardtown, the Post wrote, was a more or less odorous locality featuring a picturesque collection of tumble-down shanties inhabited by colored people. Without the fence, one LaDroit Park resident explained, the most objectionable element in our population will crowd through here at all hours of the day and night, and the object that made us build our homes here will be entirely defeated. At one point, fence supporters asked city commissioners to buy Howardtown, level it, and turn it into a park. Doing so, they claimed, would remove all grounds for our objections to the removal of the fence. One incredulous commissioner wondered if they desired to drive the colored people off the earth. 5. After a series of lawsuits brought by white homeowners, the fence came down for good in 1891. Black pedestrians walked freely through LaDroit Park's streets, and black buyers began seeking homes in the area. In 1893, a Capitol Hill barber named Octavius Williams became the neighborhood's first black homeowner. His daughter lived in the neighborhood into the 1970s. The Williams family endured shots fired into their home and other indignities, but black residents continued to trickle in and white owners began to trickle out. The complexion of the neighborhood slowly changed. By the early 1900s, LaDroit Park featured a substantial colored colony of black homeowners. By World War I, it was almost exclusively black and would remain so for the rest of the 20th century. It became home to the city's best-known black leaders, including activist Mary Church Terrell and her husband, Robert, educator Anna Julia Cooper, and poet Paul Laurence Dunbar. LaDroit Park addresses became a coveted sign of success, a marker that one had made it into the black elite. 6. The development of LaDroit Park as a rural retreat for wealthy white residents and its transformation into the prime neighborhood for the black upper class exemplified the massive demographic and spatial changes that reordered the racial geography of the city in the decades between disfranchisement in 1878 and the election of Woodrow Wilson to the presidency in 1912. Through Reconstruction, Washington featured racially and economically diverse neighborhoods in every quadrant of the city, and downtown Washington remained a vibrant residential and commercial area. By the second decade of the 20th century, however, the city looked vastly different. As the federal government expanded and real estate boomed, the city burst its bounds and extended far beyond the central core. Driven by real estate developers, urban planners, and congressional leaders who could act without local democratic accountability, the city became a national showtown featuring a monumental core of federal buildings and monuments. Its residents spread out into surrounding neighborhoods that were increasingly segregated by race and class, as exclusive suburban enclaves put physical and psychological distance between wealthy white Washingtonians and the masses of poor residents, black and white. Without the pull of integrated politics to promote interracial interaction, life in Washington became more segregated than ever before. The rim of Washington is knocked off, D.C. grows racially and economically segregated. From his experience to his profession to the handlebar mustache that graced his face, Myron M. Parker epitomized the white businessman of Gilded Age Washington. A Vermont veteran who served under Union General George Armstrong Custer during the Civil War, Parker came to Washington in 1865 to become a clerk in the War Department. He studied law at night and earned a degree from Columbian College, precursor to today's George Washington University, but like LaDroit Park founder M.Z. Barber, he was lured by the city's biggest private industry, real estate. He launched his own real estate company and grew fabulously wealthy as the city expanded. By the 1880s, he had established himself as a major player within D.C.'s business community. Like most Vermonters at the time, Parker was a lifelong Republican but not a radical. As a young man busy with education and work, he did not get involved in the political struggles of Reconstruction, but he soon discovered that being a wealthy businessman opened many political doors, particularly after disfranchisement in 1874. In an age when businessmen were heavily involved in public affairs, he stood out as an ambitious civic leader who earned lavish praise from the press. Parker, the Post gushed, was a public-spirited, go-ahead citizen who is thoroughly imbued with modern ideas of progress and improvement. 7. Parker was well positioned to take advantage of the tremendous changes that were sweeping Washington in the last decades of the 19th century. Despite the political and financial scandals of the Shepherd era, the city boomed, with the population more than doubling from 131,700 in 1870 to nearly 280,000 by 1900, making D.C. the third largest city in the South, after Baltimore and New Orleans. The expanding power and prestige of the federal government, as always the engine of the Washington economy, drove that growth. Having assumed unprecedented authority during the Civil War, the federal government continued to play an ever larger role in American life, and its bureaucracy grew apace. The number of federal employees in Washington rose from a mere 2,200 at the start of the war to more than 28,000 by the turn of the century. 8. Although the majority of migrants to Washington in the immediate post-war period were black, after 1,870 more white people arrived in the city. Many of the newcomers resembled Myron Parker, young, relatively well-educated Northerners in search of white-collar economic opportunity. Because Washington is a government city and nothing else, as Massachusetts Senator Henry Cabot Lodge noted, it lacked a strong industrial base to attract the masses of immigrant laborers who packed the factories of other eastern seaboard cities. 9. The city also attracted a new breed of spectacularly wealthy Western mining magnates and other nouveau riches who were interested in Washington not only because it was the center of national power but because it was easier to break into high society in D.C. than elsewhere. These new Washingtonians changed the composition and character of the city as old-line Southern families faded in importance and new families emerged on the scene. The city was so awash in new people and new money that Mark Twain used Washington as the setting for his satiric 1873 novel The Gilded Age, which eventually became a shorthand moniker for the excesses of the time. 10. The city itself expanded, due in large part to a transportation revolution. Before the Civil War, Washington was a walking city. Residents generally could walk to their jobs, the markets, entertainment venues, and other places. Nearly all city residents, white and black, rich and poor, lived within the confines of downtown Washington or Georgetown. The hilly areas beyond Boundary Street remained sparsely inhabited and rural. Horse-drawn streetcars first appeared during the war, an early form of public transport that gave Washingtonians a slightly larger range of distance they could travel. Technological innovations by the 1880s led to electric streetcars, which allowed people with means to live atop the escarpment north of Boundary Street. The improved transportation, combined with the growing population and accompanying housing shortage, helped drive the development of land far from the city center. The rim of Washington is knocked off, noted the newly formed Board of Trade in 1890. Washington was now reaching far beyond the original city laid out by Peter L'Enfant. 11. As the city grew larger, more prosperous, and more modern, it also grew more segregated. Antebellum D.C. neighborhoods were racially and economically diverse because there simply was not enough room for people to isolate themselves to any significant degree by class or race. In 1860, the city's wealthiest man, banker W. W. Corcoran, lived on the same H Street block as a low-income black widow, Letha Turner, and successful black hotelier James Wormley. 12 But the new neighborhoods that emerged in the late 19th century were far more likely to be racially and economically homogeneous, creating a segregated geography for the city that would last throughout the 20th century. Among the first areas to become segregated was the West End, just east of Georgetown. The transformation of the West End was due in large part to a particularly conspicuous and influential newcomer named William Stewart, who arrived in Washington in 1865 as the first senator from the new state of Nevada. A New Yorker with a Yale pedigree, Stewart went west and made a fortune in mining. His wealth paved his way into the U.S. Senate, and he came to Washington, cowboy hat perched atop his head, ready to make even more money. He immediately turned his entrepreneurial vision and risk-taking temperament to the city's real estate market. Betting that the city would develop toward the northwest, he joined with two of his mining buddies to spend $600,000 at 10 cents per square foot, more than $10 million in 21st century dollars, on land out in the city's West End, then a fringe area inhabited largely by low-income workers. He staked a claim to Pacific, now DuPont, Circle, building a massive 5-story, red brick mansion in an area dotted with worker shanties and little else. 13. Initially dubbed Stewart's Folly by skeptics, the house helped pioneer the transformation of the area. Under Alexander Shepard, a friend of Stewart's, city improvements such as street grading, water mains, and sidewalks flowed primarily to the northwest along the arteries of Connecticut, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts avenues, which converged at Pacific Circle. By the time the mansion opened in 1873, land was selling for $5 a square foot and Stewart looked like a real estate genius. During the next 3 decades, the city's wealthiest residents and foreign delegations built ever larger, more elaborate homes and embassies that dwarfed Stewart's castle and sent land values soaring. 14. For a time, the area remained racially and economically mixed. Black residents of the area, noted a Harper's reporter in 1875, were particularly resolute in remaining on the land. The tenacity with which they cling to property is one of the most remarkable manifestations in human development, and although graded, underpinned, taxed, and tempted, they hold to their lots and shanties in the fashionable West End of the city with a prescience and resolution. Mary Logan noted, "On many streets the mansion and the shanty yet stand side by side." 15. Some black families managed to sell their land at a handsome profit, but as the assessed value of their land grew, so did property taxes. It became increasingly difficult for low and middle-income people to afford to live in the West End unless they were live-in servants. Poor people remained in neighborhood alleys, including Chinch Row between 18th, 19th Streets, L, and M Streets. Chinch Row featured outdoor box toilets without water, sewer connections, or sometimes even doors. But on the streets of the West End, what was once an integrated, lower-income neighborhood hosting small farms, slaughterhouses, and other small businesses changed into an exclusive, upper-class white neighborhood. By the turn of the 20th century, the West End had become a fashionable district inhabited primarily by the wealthy. 16. Senator Stewart's friend and fellow Nevada mining millionaire Francis Newlands had even grander ambitions. Not content simply to make money, he wanted to build an ideal community, Chevy Chase, named for a Scottish hunting ground. Using a series of straw agents and front companies to conceal his plans, Newlands spent millions of dollars in the 1880s buying 1,700 acres of land in the far reaches of northwest Washington, on both sides of the city's border with Montgomery County, Maryland. He financed a streetcar line that stretched from downtown 8 miles out to Chevy Chase Lake, and he devoted more than 3 decades to developing a model community that featured large country homes and luxurious amenities. 17. Early boosters did not specifically reject black residents, but Senator Newlands was well known for his antipathy to black people. He once proposed a white plank to the Democratic Party platform that would disenfranchise black voters and bar Asian immigrants because this should be a white man's country. All prospective home buyers were carefully screened. As one brochure promised, the only restrictions imposed are those which experience has proven necessary in any residential section to maintain or increase values and protect property builders against the encroachment of undesirable elements. In the context of turn-of-the-century Washington, it was clear what lessons experience had taught and who might be considered undesirable. 18. The Chevy Chase Land Company actively protected its segregated exclusivity. In 1909, the company sued a developer who had sold homes to black families in a subdivision called Belmont near the intersection of Western and Wisconsin Avenues. It reacquired the land and chose to let it remain undeveloped for decades rather than allow black residents to live there. Even in the 21st century, relatively few black or poor people live in Chevy Chase. The area that would have become Belmont now houses Saks Fifth Avenue and other luxury stores. 19. Where real estate developers and wealthy politicians were not involved, diverse communities grew organically. One such community was Tenallyton, now spelled Tenley Town, a hilly area in upper northwest just a bit west of Senator Newlands' Chevy Chase. Still relatively rural in the late 19th century, Tenallyton was a sprawling neighborhood with about 1,000 residents, roughly one-third of whom were black. Some free black families had owned land in the area before emancipation, including the prominent Wormley's patriarch James T. Wormley had owned perhaps the finest hotel in the city in the 1870s and 1880s, and his extended family owned hundreds of acres in Tenallyton. Most black residents, however, arrived as refugees during and after the war. They squatted in the area around Fort Reno, the highest point in the city, and bought land there when the Army sold off its property following the war. They lived on large lots and tended spacious gardens alongside white neighbors. Though black and white residents attended separate churches and schools, they lived in close proximity and built an interdependent, integrated community that thrived for decades. 20. But Tenallyton was exceptional. LaDroit Park, the West End, and Chevy Chase were more emblematic of an era that witnessed the rise of racially and economically segregated communities throughout the city, sometimes displacing older communities that had been mixed. In the decades after disfranchisement, developers cashed in on the real estate frenzy by building suburban residential areas for white home buyers along what would later become the Red Line of the metro. Some developments, such as Colorama and Washington Heights, were intended for the upper class, others, such as Brookland and Petworth, aimed for the middle class. None were created for the poor or black. As a rule, suburban subdivisions were racially and economically segregated. 21. Representative aristocracy, white Washingtonians embrace and control government by commission. This new pattern of residential segregation found support not only among city leaders who controlled the new commissioner form of government but also among white residents who organized themselves into citizens' associations to protect their neighborhoods. Made up of white male property holders, citizens' associations proliferated in the 1880s and 1890s. They had a mission to maintain property values, keep taxes low, and lobby for city services in their neighborhoods. The earliest one, the East Washington Citizens Association based in Capitol Hill, had its roots in Reconstruction and had charged the Shepherd regime with unfairly channeling city projects to favored wealthy constituents in Northwest. After disfranchisement in 1874, citizens' associations mushroomed across the city as people struggled to make their voteless voices heard. 22. By the turn of the century, there were 20 white neighborhood groups that regularly petitioned the commissioners to voice their concerns. The great success of this peculiar city government, observed a scholar in 1897, is due in no small degree to the jealous watchfulness of these citizens' associations. The associations, wrote another, furnish a substitute for representative self-government and helped ensure that the city government, though autocratic in nature, was nonetheless democratic in operation. The democracy claimed by the citizens' associations excluded black citizens, who comprised nearly one-third of the population. Black Washingtonians responded by organizing their own neighborhood groups, which they differentiated as civic associations. Into the 21st century, neighborhood citizens' associations remained primarily white, while civic associations were primarily black. When white groups formed an umbrella federation of citizens' associations, FCA, in 1910, leaders explicitly rejected including the black civic associations. 23. The citizens' associations helped to justify and enforce residential segregation with their emphasis on defending property values, a protean idea that encompassed everything from beautifying the neighborhood to securing city services to policing potential residents. For many white homeowners, the presence of even a single black family in a neighborhood meant a decline in property values. Black families, they feared, would inevitably bring crime, poverty, and ugliness to their streets. White property owners used the citizens' associations to improve their neighborhoods by keeping black and poor people out of them. As the Columbia Heights Citizens Association boasted in a brochure, nowhere within the District of Columbia can be found a community freer from the objectionable classes than on the Heights. By focusing on maintaining property values, citizens' associations helped drive the shift to a segregated city. 24. Citizens' associations generally shared the same goals of improving their neighborhoods, but they often bickered with one another and regularly accused the commissioners of favoring one of their rivals. Some of the most active associations were in East and South Washington, where residents complained that the commissioners ignored their needs and allowed railroad tracks, industrial sites, and poor infrastructure to disrupt their communities. With so many aggressive neighborhood groups competing for the commissioners' attention and funding, some local leaders feared that too much parochial sectionalism hurt the city and made Washingtonians seem like small-minded people narrowly interested only in their own neighborhoods. In December 1886, these leaders coalesced to form the Committee of 100 dedicated to the improvement of our local government through a reliable expression of local opinion. 25. The Committee of 100 did not survive long. Though its founders pledged to avoid politics, the committee could not avoid the fractious issues of suffrage, governance, and race. Many members from East and South Washington, led by Michael Weller of the East Washington Citizens Association, objected to the three-man commission that ruled the city and argued that the committee should push for the restoration of full suffrage and representation. An Englishman whose grandfather was among the Redcoat troops who burned the city in 1814, Weller immigrated to America shortly after the Civil War, married a Capitol Hill woman, and went into real estate, becoming a passionate advocate for Eastern Washington. Though a Democrat, he became perhaps the city's most aggressive white advocate for suffrage, defending the ballot and home rule as a simple matter of principle. The present form of government is undemocratic. 26. Weller's insistence on self-government ultimately split the Committee of 100. Conservative members worried that any change in the structure of government could jeopardize the federal government's 50% contribution to the city's budget, and they feared that tinkering with the commissioners could lead once again to black voting. They abandoned the organization in the fall of 1889 to form the Washington Board of Trade, a new group that accepted disfranchisement as an unchangeable reality and focused instead on economic growth and preserving the federal government's financial support of the city. 27. The Board of Trade soon became the most important political organization in the city, often more powerful than the commissioners themselves. More than any other local organization, it helped create and perpetuate a modern segregated Washington. 28. The Board of Trade portrayed itself as an unbiased, nonpartisan group of respected, civic-minded leaders who put the city's interests above their own personal or neighborhood interests. Because of the city's peculiar relationship with Congress and its lack of self-government, board founders considered it essential to have an organization that could represent the city's interests in a public, impartial, unsectional way. In a city dependent on government more than the private sector, the board focused less on trade than on economic development and city beautification. From its inception it sought to win congressional approval and funding to carry out the great plan conceived and inaugurated by the projectors and founders of our city. 29. Composed primarily of men born in the Northeast and Ohio, rather than the District or the South, the board attracted lawyers, realtors, and merchants from across the city, though most lived in increasingly prosperous Northwest. Among the board's 27 charter members were Berea Wilkins and Crosby Noyes, the editors of the Post and Star, grocer John H. Magruder and retailer Samuel W. Woodward of Woodward and Lothrop, whose businesses would become long-standing Washington institutions, and James T. Wormley, the black owner of the Wormley House Hotel. Throughout the 1890s, the all-male board was lightly integrated. Of the more than 400 members, 4 were black. For president, board members chose Realtor Myron Parker. 30. The board flourished under Parker's leadership, quickly becoming the most influential voice in city affairs. Stepping into the void that disfranchisement left, it offered elite Washingtonians an outlet to express their political desires and gave them an organized presence within the commission form of government. The board worked to position itself as the most knowledgeable source of local information, the experts on whom the commissioners and congressional policy makers could rely. It set up more than 20 committees to study everything from public buildings and transportation to water supply and public health. Revealingly, there were no committees on poverty or suffrage. Board members regularly wrote reports, testified at hearings, and lobbied the commissioners and members of Congress, and they worked to cultivate personal relationships with the city's masters. "The board knows the strength of social influence," wrote one observer. Its annual dinner attracted dozens of congressmen, and it regularly took policy makers out for dinner cruises along the waterfront. The Board of Trade was practically a state legislature, city council, and chamber of commerce combined into one, Parker claimed in the board's second annual report. 31. In 1892, just 3 years after the board's founding, its influence became much more direct when Parker stepped off the board and became a commissioner. Parker helped solidify the relationship between the commission and the board, and his tenure began a long period in which Board of Trade membership became almost a prerequisite for local leaders to be considered for a commissioner's post. Board members and commissioners collaborated closely to advance their shared interests. By the turn of the century, there was comparatively little of the old wrangling before Congress of contending delegations of citizens, boasted board president Theodore Noyes. What has been accomplished through the cooperation of the district commissioners, the Board of Trade, and the congressional committees dealing with district affairs has been an object lesson in the value of harmony. 32. Board members had little interest or incentive to return to self-government. Indeed, they vigorously opposed efforts to restore the ballot because suffrage would disrupt the board's cozy relationship with the commissioners. Government by commission, Parker wrote in 1891, was economical and better because it was free from political entanglements. When the issue of suffrage arose in Congress in 1896, commissioners referred the matter to the board, which squelched it. 33. An appointed government running the capital of a democracy seemed paradoxical, and political scientist C. Meriwether pithily captured its contradictions. By law, the system is a benevolent despotism; in practice, it is a representative aristocracy, he wrote in 1897. But elite white Washingtonians touted the virtues of what the Star labeled the best-governed municipality not only in this country but even in the world. The absence of popular voting, the Star argued, gave commissioners the freedom to offer honest government because they have no obligations which conflict with their sense of public duty. Disfranchisement, in effect, had created good government. Although many good citizens have regretted that in the national capital taxation without representation is the principle of government, argued City Commissioner Henry B. F. McFarland in 1900, it is generally admitted that for the District of Columbia the present form of government is the best possible. Washington's government excelled, McFarland insisted, because it was a government by the best citizens. 34. Government by the best citizens appointed commissioners who worked in close cooperation with the businessmen of the Board of Trade may have been effective and harmonious, but it was fundamentally undemocratic. It was essentially a government of, by, and for the elite. Scholar Delos Wilcox warned that the long-term impact of this kind of government corroded democracy, and he insisted that the city ultimately should govern itself. Otherwise even the most beautiful city and the most perfect administration would only go to demonstrate the failure of democracy as a means of working out our great national problem of municipal government. Wilcox and other dissenters, however, were lonely voices as a chorus of city and national leaders at the turn of the century called for Washington to be remade into a sparkling, segregated city. Beautiful. 35. White City and Capital City, the Macmillan Plan and the rise of the monumental capital. When Charles Moore arrived in Washington in 1889, few could have predicted the extraordinary role he would play in reshaping the physical layout of downtown Washington. Born in New Hampshire shortly before the Civil War, Moore graduated from Harvard and settled in Michigan to become a journalist. He befriended a Detroit businessman and Republican Party leader named James McMillan, who was making a fortune manufacturing railroad cars and promoting utilities. McMillan used his millions to win a seat in the U.S. Senate in 1888, and he asked Moore to join him in Washington as his aide. At 34 years of age, the earnest, bespectacled, and well-connected Moore arrived in town with little knowledge of or interest in local affairs. When Senator McMillan became chair of the Senate Committee on the District of Columbia in 1891, Moore assumed the role of committee clerk, a position that placed him at the center of intense debates over the future of the city during the next dozen years. Because of D.C.'s unique political structure, Moore, neither a native Washingtonian nor an elected official, neither an urban planner nor an architect, wielded extraordinary influence over the shape and structure of the city. 36. Soon after Moore began his work with the Senate District Committee, the Panic of 1893 triggered the deepest economic downturn in the nation's history to that point. Washington became a theater for social unrest when an integrated group of several hundred unemployed men dubbed Coxey's Army marched from Ohio to the Capitol to demand a massive public works program to put people back to work, the first such protest to come to D.C. Though the presence of the federal government sheltered Washington from the harshest effects of the Depression, the city struggled. As wealthy and middle-class residents moved out to the leafy suburbs touted by the Board of Trade and real estate developers, older neighborhoods within downtown Washington deteriorated and alley communities burgeoned. 37. Moore viewed these troubles through the lens of a powerful social movement that came to be called progressivism. The progressive movement arose in response to the social ills associated with urban life, disease, crime, overcrowding, unsanitary living conditions that had resulted from the tremendous growth of the nation's cities in the last decades of the 19th century. Worried that economic turmoil could lead to social tumult, middle-class reformers sought to create order, stability, and cleanliness out of the chaos of the urban environment. The movement took many forms. Temperance advocates sought to limit liquor, good government reformers pushed for the secret ballot, and social workers built settlement houses to improve living conditions in poor neighborhoods. In Washington, perhaps the most influential progressive effort was the City Beautiful movement, which aimed to shape and improve the character of urban residents by beautifying the physical structures of the cities in which they lived. Reformers believed that if they could improve how cities looked and functioned, then they would improve how city residents behaved. Beautiful buildings, parks, and common areas would inspire people to show moral and civic virtue. Landscapers, architects, and engineers revolutionized civic design, emphasizing grand, monumental civic buildings that dominated cityscapes and evoked pride and awe in residents. 38. The ideal envisioned by City Beautiful enthusiasts was the White City of the 1893 World's Fair in Chicago, a unified, gleaming expanse of shimmering, neoclassical buildings that captured international attention and inspired a generation of city planners. Progressive planners such as Daniel Burnham, the architectural mastermind behind the World's Fair exhibition, saw a potential white city in Washington. A planned city from the outset, Washington appealed to planners' sense of order and possibility, offering them an opportunity to show the world how the City Beautiful movement could reshape a city. In an article titled White City and Capital City, Burnham wrote, "Here, in the nation's capital, the American people have declared shall be the theater for an exhibition of what plan, single and comprehensive, can do to develop and correlate the diversified parts of the urban and rural landscape of an already beautiful city." 39. Unlike other eastern cities, Washington did not have an extensive industrial sector that polluted the water and air, and it lacked a large population of immigrants who crowded into filthy slums elsewhere. No other city seems to have made beauty its first thought, and relegated the harder and coarser things of life to a secondary place, as Washington has, wrote one observer in Scribner's magazine. With thoughtful planning, the national capital could be the embodiment of national ideals, a unique expression of American beauty and a model for cities across the country. 40. A second feature of Washington that appealed to city planners was what made it unique among American cities: disfranchisement and government by commission. In the minds of men such as Daniel Burnham and Charles Moore, Washington was simply a creature of the federal government, a national city that should be ruled by the nation, not locals. The nation's capital is governed by the citizens of the United States, who choose its aldermen and the members of its legislature when they elect senators and representatives, and that Congress deals with the District of Columbia in an enlightened spirit, Moore wrote. Indeed, concurred Montgomery Schuyler in the New York Times, the power to determine what is beautiful and harmonious was more safely lodged with the authorities of the District of Columbia than with those of any city dependent for its government on the suffrages of all its adult male inhabitants. Without having to be concerned about local democratic accountability, planners could work with a relatively small group of local and national leaders to implement their vision. District residents who might object to the planners' efforts, including the black community and the poor, had little opportunity to shape the conversation. 41. Local leaders on the Board of Trade and in the press strongly supported the progressive effort to beautify the city and make it a national showpiece. Since its inception, the board had consistently sought to strengthen the relationship between the federal government and its capital, and it had long advocated for the federal government to establish a new comprehensive plan for the city. In the 1890s, economic difficulties and complaints from thrifty congressmen led Congress to back away from its pledge to pay 50% of the district's budget. Fearing an erosion of federal support, city leaders sought to reinvigorate the relationship by supporting efforts to revitalize downtown Washington and make the national capital the most beautiful in the world. Using the city's centennial in 1900 as an opportunity to make their case to the nation, city leaders urged Congress to improve the District of Columbia in a manner and to an extent commensurate with the dignity and resources of the American nation. 42. They found a willing ally in Charles Moore's boss, Senator James McMillan. Unlike William Stewart, Francis Newlands, and other businessmen turned senators, McMillan did not seek to enrich himself in the D.C. real estate market. Instead, as chair of the Senate's District Committee, he became an effective advocate for the beautification of the capital. Working closely with the Board of Trade, he pursued an ambitious agenda to remake Washington and challenged his colleagues in Congress to live up to their fiduciary commitment to the city. At his behest, in early 1901 the Senate created the Senate Park Improvement Commission of the District of Columbia, with McMillan himself as chairman and Moore as secretary. They assembled a team of prominent architects who had been responsible for the White City, including Daniel Burnham, Charles McKim of Boston, and Frederick Law Olmsted Jr. The trio, with Moore in tow, spent 7 weeks visiting European cities as they began imagining how to transform America's capital into a monumental city with the grandeur and gravitas of its Old World counterparts. 43. In January 1902, less than 6 months after they returned from Europe, the commissioners produced a plan that would dramatically reshape the city. Though many of its ideas had been proposed in various forms at one point or another, the McMillan Plan, as it became known, combined them into a unified whole. Launched with a sophisticated public relations effort that included glossy brochures, a stunning model of the future city, and a gala event at the Corcoran Museum of Art, President Theodore Roosevelt and his wife, Edith, attended. The McMillan Plan earned widespread praise for the breathtaking scope of its vision and the elegant beauty of its design. 44. Enamored with Peter L'Enfant's original plan for the city, the McMillan Commission members believed that the city should be treated as a work of civic art. Deviations from L'Enfant plan, including the railroad tracks across the mall, the Smithsonian Castle that stood incongruously in the middle of it, and the Victorian architecture along its sides, were to be regretted and, wherever possible, remedied by removal. The McMillan Plan proposed turning the mall into a civic park, a wide expanse of grass stretching between the Capitol and a proposed memorial to Abraham Lincoln, bounded on the sides by trees and neoclassical government buildings. The plan also called for a unified system of parks along Rock Creek and the Potomac and Anacostia rivers, connected by aesthetic bridges and tree-lined parkways. 45. Despite strong support from President Roosevelt, city leaders, and many members of Congress, the plan faced several formidable challenges, including the untimely death of Senator Macmillan in August 1902, powerful opposition from the territorial and parsimonious Speaker of the House Joseph Cannon, and controversies about the placement of the Department of Agriculture and the Lincoln Memorial. But over time the Macmillan Plan proved remarkably resilient and withstood most challenges, particularly after the creation in 1910 of the Commission of Fine Arts, which served as a permanent protector of the plan's principles. Charles Moore served on the commission for nearly 3 decades and helped ensure the implementation of his boss's vision. Even with the interruption of World War I, the plan proceeded apace with the construction of the Lincoln Memorial in the 1920s and Federal Triangle in the 1930s. Its principles have guided planners ever since. The Macmillan Plan helped turn downtown Washington into a city of marble and monuments, the closest physical expression of the White City the nation would ever see. 46. With the implementation of the Macmillan Plan, yet another new Washington was born, wrote awestruck architectural critic Montgomery Schuyler. Isaac Marcosson in Munsey's magazine claimed that to see the transformed D.C. is to behold the realized dream of a triumphant democracy, clad in beauty and power. It was a triumph for Charles Moore and other boosters who saw Washington primarily as a capital city that would serve as a national monument, rather than a living city for local residents. It was a triumph of buildings over people, of the capital over the city. 47. The Negro shanties in the heart of the city will disappear, reformers target alley communities. Like the reforms pursued by Alexander Shepard 30 years before, the Macmillan Plan paid little attention to Washington's poor. In their quest to beautify the city, planners emphasized landscape design, building architecture, and conceptual unity. They barely paused to consider the effects that their plans might have on poor residents. Despite a call from the Associated Charities of Washington to give a special consideration to the city's poorer neighborhoods, the 171-page plan mentioned low-income people only once as an impediment to the construction of a parkway. 48. The Macmillan Plan, boasted Daniel Burnham, embodied Americans' desire for their leaders to remove and forever keep from view the ugly, the unsightly, and even the commonplace. Indeed, much of the plan hinged on the removal of many slums and alleys surrounding the Capitol and the Mall to make way for new public monuments and government buildings. In the gleaming vision of the new White City, the poor had no place. One writer in Washington Life put it bluntly in 1904, "The greatest drawback to the civic beauty of Washington is its Negro population, whose poor dwellings are found on every hand, and constitute the greatest menace to real estate values in the city." The Macmillan Plan helped make good on a prediction by a Harper's Weekly reporter several years earlier: "It will not be many years before the Negro shanties in the heart of the city will disappear. They are already giving way to the march of wealth and splendor." 49. The construction of Union Station, one of the early projects implemented after the approval of the Macmillan Plan, exemplified how the creation of something beautiful came at the expense of the poor. The railroad tracks that crisscrossed the National Mall had long been a source of dismay among city leaders and city beautiful planners. The unsightly tracks marred the view, the pollution and noise spoiled the ambience of the setting, and trains sometimes hit animals and people. Removing the tracks was key to realizing the larger vision of the plan, so it was an early priority. With personal lobbying from Daniel Burnham and $3 million in financial incentives offered by Congress, the Pennsylvania Railroad and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad agreed to abandon their stations near the mall and unite to build a majestic Burnham masterpiece of neoclassical design. Union Station, named not for the Union of the Civil War but for the union of the two major railroad companies serving the city, was planned for just north of the Capitol, on the southern edges of Swampoodle. Teams of mules helped lay the foundation, and hundreds of Italian stoneworkers were imported to work on the project, which lasted from 1903 to 1907.50. More than 1,500 of Swampoodle's poor Irish residents, along with their black neighbors who lived primarily in the alleys, were forced to leave as the construction leveled hundreds of homes. Homeowners were paid for their property, and some moved to more spacious homes up North Capitol Street, but renters had to find new homes in already crowded alleys elsewhere. Hardscrabble Swampoodle transformed into a gleaming gateway to the nation's capital. As its residents moved away, the neighborhood slowly vanished. By the 1940s, it ceased to exist and few even remembered its whimsical name. 51. Although the destruction of Swampoodle was perhaps an unintended consequence of building Union Station, the ugly and unsightly alley neighborhoods of downtown DC were directly targeted for destruction. In the decades after the Civil War, the city's alleys had attracted the intermittent attention of government officials, and during the 1870s the Board of Health condemned nearly 1,000 alley dwellings. After disfranchisement, however, alley construction boomed as health officials lost the power to condemn buildings. The growth of alley communities and the deterioration of alley dwellings, particularly in older neighborhoods, inspired a new generation of progressive reformers to fight for an outright end to all alley housing in the city. Clearing out the alleys became a compelling priority that united white city planners and business leaders interested in making downtown a beautiful, monumental city with white social reformers intent on improving the lives and character of the poor. To build public support for their efforts and inspire lawmakers to act, reformers published vivid reports, shocking photographs, and sensational news articles that exposed the deplorable living conditions of DC alleys. With funding from local community groups, Labor Department investigator Mary Claire de Graffenried surveyed life in 50 DC alley dwellings in 1896. The overcrowded dwellings she studied lacked sewer connections and drainage, relied on pumped water from dirty wells, and often had outdoor privies that created a smothering stench. The disgusting surroundings had a debilitating effect on alley residents. These unfortunates are beyond the pale of decency and morality, de Graffenried wrote, and only an exceptional few could lead wholesome, though laborious, lives in such an environment. 52. De Graffenried's report helped inspire local housing reformers to launch a philanthropic housing movement to attract private investment and apply business principles to build abundant low-cost housing. Driven primarily by concerns about public health, the city's reputation, and the debilitating effect of inadequate housing on the character of the poor, reformers such as George Kober, a professor of hygiene at Georgetown, promised philanthropy that pays dividends. But they struggled to raise significant capital to fund their plans, and their business orientation led them to focus not on the poorest alley residents but on the upwardly mobile deserving poor. Preference should be given to the industrious and respectable applicants, housing officials insisted, on the theory that providing solid housing for the better class of wage earners would encourage this ambitious class to vacate decent homes that the poor could then occupy. Despite modest successes by 1904, housing reformers had built homes for 140 low-income families, 30 of which were black. The movement failed to make a significant dent in the housing problem. 53. Washington's centennial in 1900 and the Macmillan Plan only attracted more scrutiny to the alleys of the nation's capital. Famed photographer Jacob Riis, whose 1890 book How the Other Half Lives inspired legions of muckraking journalists, declared Washington's alleys among the worst in the world. Riis shot photos that juxtaposed the dispiriting alleys with the majestic Capitol and other impressive government buildings. The alleys were a festering mass of corruption that kill the home life and kill the home spirit, Riis told a packed audience at First Congregational Church in December 1903. He urged Congress and his friend President Roosevelt to act immediately to eliminate alley housing. 54. Reporters wrote breathless stories in the manner of anthropologists visiting foreign cultures, invariably highlighting the most dysfunctional aspects of alley life. Willow Tree Alley in Southwest, hidden within a block adjacent to the U.S. Botanic Garden just a few hundred yards from the Capitol, was among the largest alleys and attracted significant attention from the media and reformers. Home to more than 500 low-income residents, including many poor Irish families whose homes in Swampoodle had been destroyed, Willow Tree was, according to the Post, a foul slum in which the criminal and degraded classes congregate, dwelling together under every circumstance of physical and moral depravity. During one raid in Willow Tree, police found 15 men in a 10 by 15-foot room, sleeping on straw covered with vermin. One reporter found no water whatever, sanitary drainage practically non-existent, disease stimulated by uncleanliness of every sort, shacks without cellars, without any drainage, swarming with child life. 55. White alley reformers, city leaders, and the local press all agreed, a capital city that hoped to be the beautiful representative of a nation with global ambitions certainly could not tolerate the danger, dirtiness, and dysfunction of the alleys. Alley clearance was a matter of enlightened self-interest. As de Graffenried wrote, improving alley conditions was both the selfish interest and the highest moral obligation because alleys were urban health destroyers that can introduce filth, diseases, and epidemics into an otherwise healthy community. The Monday Evening Club was more graphic, producing a map of an alley under a blaring headline, "The Blind Alley of Washington, D.C. Seclusion breeding crime and disease to kill the alley inmates and infect the street residents." 56. With their emphasis on orderly middle-class virtues, their fear of contagion from alley dwellers, and their presumption that they had all the answers, the progressive alley reformers are easy to condemn as arrogant busybodies who sought to impose their worldview on the poor. Indeed, their language can seem hopelessly patronizing to modern ears. However, unlike planners and city leaders who generally ignored the poor or fantasized about simply removing poor people from the city, alley reformers such as Charles Frederick Weller of Associated Charities put the lives of poor people front and center in discussions of D.C. life. A Chicago progressive and leader of the National Playground Movement, Charles Weller, no relation to suffrage advocate Michael Weller, came to Washington at the turn of the century to open a settlement house in Southwest. On his arrival, he lived for several weeks at a time in Willow Tree Alley, Swampoodle, Howardtown, and other notoriously poor areas to get first-hand experience in the lives of the poor. He then spent nearly a decade giving lectures, writing reports, testifying in Congress, and advocating for alley clearance in a city where too many people, he complained, were blinded by a self-confident complacency. 57. Appointed to the President's Homes Commission by President Theodore Roosevelt, Weller wrote a powerful plea for alley reform titled Neglected Neighbors, in which he detailed stories of alley dwellers from across the city. He called for something akin to a Macmillan Plan for the poor, a comprehensive plan for the steady, progressive, uncompromising elimination of all the evils represented by the alleys, tenements, and shanties of the national capital. He envisioned alleys being replaced by garden cities abounding with parks and playgrounds and common areas, all of which he believed would encourage alley dwellers to live more wholesome lives. 58. Though Weller shared some of the same goals as local leaders who sought to turn Washington into a city beautiful, he differed significantly by linking the city's future to suffrage and self-rule. Weller saw disfranchisement as being at the root of much of Washington's dysfunction and concluded neglected neighbors with an impassioned appeal for democracy in the district. In Washington, he wrote, a comparatively small number of resourceful citizens wielded influence on the appointed government, but the less resourceful masses had little opportunity to be involved. Without the franchise, most Washingtonians either did not know about public issues or did not care about what was going on because they could not do anything about it. Suffrage is an important, and even an indispensable step to improving the city because it would help develop a more adequate social consciousness, he argued. Weller recognized that race was a major impediment to democratic reform, but he urged leaders to move beyond it. The local bugbear, the presence of a large colored population, should not be deemed a conclusive argument against popular suffrage in Washington, for in any democratic government it is not safe in the long run to exclude any group of citizens from this educational relationship to the community's life. 59. Weller did not make much headway on disfranchisement, but the alley reform movement earned some symbolic victories in the early 20th century. The infamous Willow Tree Alley was among the first targets of congressional action. With funding from Congress, the city bought the alley from individual landowners and turned it into a park with a baseball diamond, wading pools, and sandboxes to inspire the moral improvement and well-being of the community, according to the Star. Alley reformers won powerful allies, including the district's commissioners and the local press as well as First Lady Ellen Wilson, who led high society matrons and others on grand tours of local alleys to bring attention to the issue. Wilson was a particularly effective advocate. As she lay dying from a terminal kidney disease, she continued to pressure Congress to act on alleys. On the day she died, August 6, 1914, Congress passed a bill to end alley housing in Washington by 1918.60. The Alley Dwelling Act was a striking triumph for alley reformers, but it did not actually eliminate alley housing. World War I intervened, creating an acute housing shortage that led Congress to delay implementation of the ban, and the delays continued through the 1920s. As of 1925, despite 3 decades of agitation, more than 13,000 poor people still lived in alleys. 61. Even when successful, alley clearance had unintended consequences because it magnified the shortage of low-cost housing, particularly for black residents. As Charles Weller explained, in some places, for example, an alley inhabited by colored people will be changed into a minor street where only white families will be accommodated. In other cases, land values will be increased by the opening of an alley, more costly houses will be erected and the supply of places available at low rentals will be diminished. Intended to improve the lives of poor people, alley reform often uprooted them from their neighborhoods and pushed them out of the city center. For black residents barred from moving to the new, segregated suburbs, finding housing became exceedingly difficult. 62. The progressive reforms of the late 19th and early 20th centuries dramatically reshaped the physical layout of the nation's capital. As city beautiful planners sought to build a capital city worthy of the name Washington and alley reformers worked to rid the city of its slums, the city came to look quite different, slowly taking the shape that is familiar to modern-day residents and visitors, a core of federal buildings and public monuments downtown, with increasingly segregated neighborhoods radiating outward from the city center. The process of transformation was uneven and contested, as different visions for the city clashed in often vociferous debates. But one important element missing from many conversations about planning the city were the voices of the people who would be among the most affected by the changes that reform wrought, the city's black residents. What it means to be colored in the capital of the United States, Jim Crow settles in the district. Mary Church Terrell never lived in an alley. Born in Memphis in 1863, Terrell was the daughter of former slaves who became successful business owners and were among the wealthiest black people in America. She excelled in school, earning both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree in classics from Oberlin. After college, she spent more than 2 years in Europe studying foreign languages, a highly unusual experience for a black woman of her time. She came to Washington in 1890 to teach at the preparatory school for colored youth, known as M Street High School, where she met Robert H. Terrell, the Harvard-educated scion of an elite black family from Virginia. They married in 1891 and became one of the city's most highly respected black couples. Encouraged by Frederick Douglass to continue her career even after marriage, D.C. school regulations forbade married women from teaching. Terrell founded the National Association of Colored Women in 1896 and was appointed to the city's Board of Education, the first black woman in the nation to serve on a school board. She wrote frequently for popular publications across the country and became well known for her outspoken views on race relations, women's suffrage, and education. Tall and slim with fair skin, Terrell embodied upper-class black refinement. 63. Washington offered Terrell and other black people significant opportunities unavailable anywhere else in the South. As the national capital, Washington held out a promise of freedom and opportunity, a hope that the federal government would enforce the Constitution. Washington wasn't South, insisted Velma Davis, a black domestic who migrated to the city in the early 20th century. It's the capital, and you had more chances for things. Jim Crow segregation was there, but it was still not the South to us. A black South Carolina tailor explained in 1906 that he planned to move to D.C. because I want to be as near the flag as I can. 64. As the rest of the South sank into an abyss of lynching, debt peonage, and codified segregation in the late 19th century, black migration to Washington remained strong. The city's black population increased by more than 45% between 1880 and 1900, and it had the nation's largest black community, nearly 87,000 people, accounting for more than 31% of the city's population. Though schools were segregated, many public institutions were not. Black residents could freely read in the majestic Carnegie Library at Mount Vernon Square, newly opened in 1903, ride the city's streetcars, dine in federal cafeterias, and stroll along the mall without restriction. They enjoyed a wide range of public leisure activities, from gardening to biking, and they devoured the Washington Bee, the Colored American, and other black-run newspapers. Some prominent black writers even contributed to white newspapers such as the Evening Star. 65. The federal government remained a major employer of black people, and through Republican Party patronage, African Americans won both federal and local government appointments. President Theodore Roosevelt appointed Robert Terrell as D.C.'s Justice of the Peace in 1901 and later elevated him to become the nation's first black federal judge. Black Washingtonians even could challenge white authorities in court and win. In one celebrated incident, police arrested a Census Bureau clerk named Robert Pelham Jr. for interfering with a white police officer who was beating a black woman. In court, Republican Senator William Alden Smith of Michigan represented Pelham. The jury acquitted him, and the policeman was later fined for conduct unbecoming an officer. 66. The opportunities for employment and advancement in Washington stemmed in part from the city's undemocratic political structure. As progressive journalist Isaac K. Friedman explained in Collier's magazine, because all Washingtonians, black and white, lacked the ballot, the numerical majority, and hence the political superiority, of the African is not feared by the Caucasian. Despite periodic complaints about living in a republic but lacking the fundamental right to vote, the conservative men of business, dreading nigger rule, are quite content to leave this paradox well enough alone. 67. The city's black residents had more leeway than their peers in the region, but that was not to be confused with power. Instead of being respected and even feared for their political potential, as they had been during Reconstruction, black Washingtonians were at times patronized as an amusing feature of the capital city. Harper's Weekly reporter Henry Loomis Nelson wrote, "Whether the black of Washington was free or slave, or the offspring of bondman or freeman, he is kindly treated at the Capitol, treated as we treat irresponsible children, and with that feeling, too, of friendliness that one cannot help entertaining for those that afford amusement and add to the pleasures of life." Mary Logan observed, "The Negro does not lack encouragement so long as he makes no effort to run things." 68. Despite Washington's reputation as a colored man's paradise, many black Washingtonians struggled to make ends meet. Although the federal government offered middle-class salaries and opportunities for educated black clerks and professionals, it gave black manual laborers little pay and few benefits. More than 80% of black federal workers made less than $840 a year, roughly $21,000 in 21st century dollars. The municipal district government, meanwhile, was even less hospitable to black employees. Only 9 of 450 city clerks were black, as were just 9 of 398 firefighters. Outside of government, black workers endured harsh working conditions and minimal pay, and black migrants to the city found few job opportunities. 69. Women, who made up a majority of black residents, often had little opportunity for advancement, even if they were educated. Roughly 90% of employed black women at the turn of the century worked in domestic service. "A kitchen was where a colored woman got work," lamented Geneva Wilson, who had arrived in the city with a teacher's certificate from Tuskegee Institute. "There's not a thing else for you to do. Just clean, cook, and hope for a change." For Mary Johnson Sproul, the daughter of former slaves in Virginia, life in D.C. meant to clean and scrub, days in and days out. "Work is all for a poor girl like me." Women who could not find work as domestics took in washing and sewing or sold the flowers, vegetables, and eggs that they grew on tiny plots around their houses. 70. Black Washingtonians of all classes suffered as Jim Crow spread across the region in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Disfranchisement in D.C. had proved to be the beginning of a region-wide movement to remove black people from politics across the South through literacy requirements, poll taxes, and grandfather clauses. After 1901, not a single black man remained in the U.S. Congress. By the turn of the century, the federal government had abandoned any effort to enforce Reconstruction-era laws protecting Southern black rights, and the Supreme Court's 1896 ruling in Plessy v. Ferguson legitimized separate but equal treatment in public institutions. The court cited Congress's support of separate schools in Washington as evidence of the constitutionality of segregation. Jim Crow laws passed in neighboring states impinged on the rights of black Washingtonians. After Maryland passed a law segregating its trains in 1903, Perry Carson boarded a train in D.C. and immediately was ordered to the colored section. "I'm certainly in the District of Columbia, conductor," Carson protested. "There is no Jim Crow law in this place." To which the conductor replied, "I don't know about that, nor care, but you colored folks will have to take the Jim Crow car when we start from Washington." In a hurry and unwilling to make a scene, Carson retreated. 71. Within Washington itself, the racial climate chilled considerably. Public theaters, restaurants, and other venues that once had been integrated now began to set color restrictions as emboldened Southern Democrats in Congress and their local allies sought to impose Southern-style segregation more firmly across the city. At the behest of Senator Ben Tillman of South Carolina, Congress passed an anti-vagrancy bill that broadened the definition of vagrant to include the unemployed and threatened to throw all such people living in idleness into the workhouse for up to a year. The target of the bill, Tillman explained, was the city's large black population, which he blamed for criminality caused by the overeducation of some Negroes who are made to have higher aspirations than it is possible for them to attain. 72. Representative Thomas Heflin of Alabama not only sponsored a bill to segregate the city's streetcars but also took vigilante action. In March 1908, he shot and wounded a black man whom he claimed had been using foul language on a streetcar. A wayward bullet hit a white bystander as well. Though roundly criticized, Heflin spent not a minute in jail and returned to Congress determined to push his streetcar segregation bill through. Former D.C. Schools Superintendent William Chancellor praised Heflin and criticized timid whites for letting thousands of brutal Negroes run amok in the city. He called on Congress to give the district prohibition, separate cars, ordinances calculated to encourage industrialism, practical schooling, and laws against vagrancy to help the disfranchised and helpless city answer its Negro question. 73. Mary Church Terrell, like other black elites, was sheltered from the harshest effects of Jim Crow, but she burned with resentment at the myriad ways in which skin color limited opportunities for black people in the city. In a widely read address she delivered in 1906, she detailed what it means to be colored in the capital of the United States. It meant a daily dose of humiliation as black Americans in contrast to dark-skinned foreigners as well as white people of any class were thrust out of restaurants, hotels, and other public institutions like lepers. It meant limited economic prospects as black workers were barred from unions and relegated to menial occupations. It meant facing intolerable discrimination in stores, streetcars, housing, and elsewhere. The result, she warned, was that early in life many a colored youth is so appalled by the helplessness and the hopelessness of the situation in this country that in a sort of stoical despair he resigns himself to his fate. 74. Compared to the rest of the South, Washington at the turn of the century still offered relatively more opportunities for employment, education, and economic advancement, and it did not suffer the brutal racial violence ravaging the South. But despite all the opportunities and accomplishments, particularly among the black elite, Negro life in Washington is a promise rather than a fulfillment, wrote poet, and LaDroit Park resident, Paul Lawrence Dunbar in 1900.75 compared to life in the city a generation before and compared to black aspirations the decades bracketing the turn of the 20th century witnessed a frustrating decline in political power, social standing, and economic opportunity for black residents. Jim Crow was settling in Washington, and a new generation of black Washingtonians struggled to stake their claim to the city. We want our own, black Washingtonians demand autonomy despite Jim Crow. In the face of an increasingly hostile white community, the internal divisions that had wounded the black community in the latter part of the 19th century slowly began to heal. Class distinctions remained, particularly in social life, but by the early 20th century, the black elite had shifted its approach away from assimilation toward uplifting the race as a whole. Where once they had sought entry into white clubs and organizations, often excluding the black poor, now black leaders created their own parallel groups. Where once they sought to win white approval by strenuously accentuating the differences between themselves and the black working class, they now created cross-class alliances to strengthen the entire community. Where once their wealth depended primarily on white benefactors, now their fortunes increasingly were linked to the black working class through business and community institutions. The black members of the Washington Board of Trade resigned, tacitly acknowledging their lack of influence in the group. The city became more visibly segregated. In Washington, the separation of the races is more nearly complete than in any other city of the Union, wrote black social worker Osceola Madden in 1908. The better class of white and colored people know absolutely nothing of each other. 76. Mary Church Terrell exemplified this new approach among black elites. She was part of a younger generation of black leaders in Washington who had come of age in the wake of disfranchisement and segregation. Unlike Frederick Douglass, John Mercer Langston, and others of the Civil War era, this generation had not tasted the victories of abolition and the war, they knew only the bitter fruits of Reconstruction's demise. Educated and ambitious, yet convinced that white Washington had little interest in racial equality, they urged racial solidarity rather than assimilation, black self-sufficiency rather than dependence on white patronage, black institutions rather than interracial politics. Faced with growing local and national hostility to equality, these new leaders advocated a strong sense of racial pride and channeled their energies into developing and sustaining their own businesses, schools, and institutions to survive and thrive in a city that seemed to have lurched off the track to freedom. Terrell and other black leaders called for racial solidarity across lines of class and skin color. Negroes as white as the executive mansion, or as black as the subcellar of the Capitol, are lumped together and discriminated against alike, noted the colored American. Hence, it made pragmatic sense for the black community to make common cause. Frederick Douglass's son, Charles, urged fellow black Washingtonians to close ranks in the face of white hostility. A veteran, civil servant, and former president of the Bethel Literary and Historical Society, Douglass seethed at the ways in which white supremacists were rolling back the gains of Reconstruction. After the Grand Opera House decided in November 1899 to re-establish the color line and force black customers to the balcony, he called for a boycott and criticized the lack of self-respect of black patrons who paid for a Jim Crow seat. "Build your own theaters as you do your churches," he advised, adding, "Are we forever to be dependent upon the whites for theaters, hotels, cafes, and stores of all descriptions?" 77. In advocating for the creation of black businesses, Douglass echoed the calls of Andrew F. Hillier, a leading advocate of the new business movement. Born enslaved in Georgia shortly before the war, Hillier grew up in the Midwest and came to Washington to attend Howard University Law School in 1882. He became an accountant for the Treasury Department, dabbled in real estate, and devised two profit-generating inventions. But his passion was cultivating black business. Seeking to build a sense of camaraderie and shared mission among black entrepreneurs, in 1892 he began publishing the Union Directory, a compendium of black business achievement, and he spoke frequently about the need for black people to embrace business as the means to social progress. 78. Black businesses benefited from the rise of segregated black neighborhoods such as on the island in Southwest and along U Street between 7th and 14th Streets NW, later known as Shaw. White businessmen often refused to work in black neighborhoods, leaving the market open for black businesses such as the Capital Savings Bank, in which Robert Terrell was an officer. Whereas black businessmen of earlier generations made their mark by catering to wealthy white patrons, recall Beverly Snow and his fine Epicurean restaurant and James Wormley's upscale hotel. Black entrepreneurs in the late 19th century focused on serving black customers. Black-owned funeral parlors, barbershops, restaurants, and retail stores proliferated across the city. By 1901, Hillier's Union Directory cataloged more than 1,000 black-owned businesses in Washington. 7 years earlier there had been just 120.79. Perhaps the most vigorous and effective promoter of self-help and racial pride was Nanny Helen Burroughs. The dark-skinned daughter of former slaves, Burroughs excelled at M Street High School, where she had both Mary Church Terrell and Anna Julia Cooper as mentors, but struggled to get a job in the D.C. school system after her graduation in 1896, which she attributed to politics that gave advantages to better connected, lighter-skinned peers. The snub became a burr in her saddle, driving her on a life's mission to open educational and employment opportunities for low-income black women. A powerful orator, she became head of the National Baptist Women's Convention and spoke out often against lynching, employment discrimination, voting restrictions, and other impediments to black progress. She also took aim at class divisions and colorism within the black community. Her 1904 essay, Not Color But Character, brimmed with indignation at the wholesale bleaching of faces and straightening of hair by black people suffering from colorphobia. Color is no badge of superiority of mind nor soul, she wrote. 80. Students of the National Training School for Women and Girls, Washington, D.C. Nannie Helen Burroughs founded the National Training School for Women and Girls in Northeast Washington in 1909. Imbued with Burroughs's spirit of self-reliance, the school encouraged students to work, support thyself, to thine own powers appeal. Library of Congress. Among Burroughs's lasting achievements was the National Training School for Women and Girls, which she founded in 1909. The school opened with 35 students on a 6-acre site atop a hill on 50th and Grant Streets NE, now home to the private Nannie Helen Burroughs School. Burroughs called it the School of the Three B's. The Bible, bath, and broom, and its motto captured its spirit of self-reliance: work, support thyself, to thine own powers appeal. Though it offered classes in classics and Burroughs insisted on proper grammar, the school focused primarily on Christian education and preparing its students to work, even as domestic laborers. 2/3 of the colored women must work with their hands for a living, and it is indeed an oversight not to prepare this army of breadwinners to do their work well, Burroughs said. 81. The emphasis on self-help and building black institutions did not preclude politics and collective organizing against segregation and racial discrimination. Although all Washingtonians, black and white, were denied the opportunity to exercise political power in traditional electoral ways, white community leaders wielded considerable influence with the commissioners and Congress through the Board of Trade and neighborhood associations. By contrast, black community leaders often felt that their concerns were routinely ignored. This imbalance of influence did not inspire black people to slink away from the public sphere to the confines of a secret city, the term used by many turn-of-the-century observers to describe the life of black Washington that was hidden from white view. Instead, they remained politically active and routinely registered their collective demands before the city's congressional rulers. Mass meetings were one way in which black people sought to organize the community, attract media attention, and press their case in the court of public opinion. Usually hosted by churches, mass meetings often were held in response to particular incidents: a lynching in the South, a racially motivated attack such as Rep. Heflin's streetcar shooting, or a racist comment from a local official. In early 1900, for example, an outraged black community held multiple mass meetings to protest Commissioner John White likening D.C.'s black residents to safecrackers and criminals. Washington people can't vote, you know, black federal worker Swan Kendrick wrote his fiancée, and the mass meeting is the only means we have of letting public men, congressmen, etc. know what we think about things. Kendrick's assertion notwithstanding, black Washingtonians expressed their grievances in a variety of public ways, from signing petitions to staging protests. Mary Church Terrell and other outspoken leaders regularly testified before congressional committees. The black press powerfully articulated the community's concerns to a broad readership, and black residents organized their own neighborhood associations. 82. Perhaps most important, many black Washingtonians channeled their political energy into the public school system. At the turn of the century, the city's black public schools were the pride of the black community, and black leaders viewed education as an essential precondition for racial uplift. They argued that by becoming educated, productive members of society, black people would prove themselves worthy of being treated as full citizens. Yet black schools were not simply a vehicle for accommodating the next generation to the realities of segregation. They also undermined the mindset of white supremacy by instilling pride and offering opportunities for black power and leadership. Although they resented the inferiority implied by segregated schools, black Washingtonians actively defended D.C.'s black school system and fought tenaciously for Congress to uphold the latter part of separate but equal. Compared to their counterparts in the rest of the South, they were able to exert significant influence within the schools. For more than 3 decades after the creation of the segregated school system in 1868, the black schools had been run by a black assistant superintendent, George F. T. Cook, the Oberlin-educated brother of John F. Cook, Jr. Cook reported directly to the school district's Board of Trustees, which by custom was integrated, and white trustees generally deferred to black board members on matters concerning black schools. Denied the ballot, black citizens petitioned Congress directly and testified in support of schools at congressional hearings. They pushed for equal funding for facilities and equal pay for teachers, which were mandated by law but rarely followed in practice. Despite continued discrimination, the per-pupil expenditures for black students in Washington were double the amount spent for students of either race in neighboring Virginia. Black school advocates also insisted on hiring black people to work in black schools. White women had taught extensively in black public schools for decades, but by 1901 no white teachers remained. From the central office administrators to the manual laborers who maintained the facilities, the schools were black. Though they were never fully autonomous, they still had to report to white authorities and seek funding from congressional appropriators. Black administrators had wide latitude to run their schools. 83. Black control of the schools came under direct attack in 1900, as Jim Crow was hardening across the city and region. Accusing Assistant Superintendent Cook of nepotism and negligence, white school officials encouraged Congress to assume control over the black schools. "I do not think black Washingtonians are fit to be let alone to run their schools," argued white school trustee General George Harries at a congressional hearing. "We have our heredity, and we have a little more civilization than they have, and I think we have a keener sense of what is right and what is wrong than they have." As Congress considered a bill proposing to abolish the position of black assistant superintendent altogether, the city's black community mobilized to defend their schools' administrative autonomy. 84. Black opponents of the plan emphasized the symbolic importance of having a black official serving in such a prominent role and thus being a proper role model for the black community. "Abolish this system and you strike a death blow to the pride, incentive, and esprit du corps of the colored citizens of Washington," warned black resident N.B. Marshall. They also staked a claim to their rights as citizens to run their own schools. "We want our own," wrote Calvin Chase in the Bee, rejecting white leadership of black schools as reminiscent of the old antebellum idea, that the colored people are unfit for self-government. If white people were intent on enforcing segregation, then black people had the right to run their own schools, and they would exercise whatever political muscle they had to demand it. Through letters to members of Congress, congressional testimony, newspaper editorials, and mass meetings, black Washingtonians argued forcefully and effectively that black schools should remain in the hands of black school officials. 85. Black pressure forced a modest retreat. Congress adopted a reorganization plan that preserved black autonomy, but in diminished form. Instead of abolishing the black assistant superintendent post, Congress created a new, white, superintendent position to supervise 2 assistant superintendents, 1 white and 1 black. The plan also created a new director of high schools, meaning that the black community lost direct control over M Street High School and Minor Normal School, which trained teachers. Unsatisfied with the new system, black community members refused to accept the reorganization as a final verdict. Their simmering concerns boiled over in 1904 in response to a controversy at M Street High School, where Principal Anna Julia Cooper sought to assert her administrative independence from the white director of high schools, Percy Hughes. A former slave, Oberlin graduate, and celebrated author who was in many ways the doppelganger, and at times a rival, of Mary Church Terrell, Cooper pursued an ambitious agenda of strengthening the school's classic curriculum, raising the number of graduating students, and helping graduates win scholarships to prestigious colleges. Hughes considered her to be insubordinate and sought to discredit her by publicly accusing her of neglecting discipline and relaxing academic standards. Incensed by the attack on a beloved school leader, much of the black community rose to her defense. The ensuing controversy prompted several investigations and helped precipitate another congressional reorganization of the schools in 1906. Driven in part by black complaints, Congress abolished the director of high schools position and placed M Street High, Minor Normal School, and the Armstrong Manual Training School, built in 1902, under the direction of the black assistant superintendent. Once again, black political pressure had protected black autonomy in the schools. 86. The reorganization battles united the black community. Though class divisions remained, black Washingtonians almost unanimously fought for black autonomy and equated educational excellence with their ability to run their schools relatively free from white interference. Their political mobilization solidified the city's black school system's reputation as a model for the nation. Whereas many of their Southern peers languished in ill-equipped schools that reinforced their subordinate role in society, black students in D.C. enjoyed relatively well-maintained schools with top-notch faculty members who taught courses in African American history and encouraged them to attend colleges of all kinds. The district's black schools stayed up to date with such progressive educational reforms as improved teacher training and the introduction of kindergarten, and they offered a variety of enrichment programs, including a lecture series featuring prominent black leaders and field trips to the area's cultural and historical sites. M Street High School, renamed in honor of poet Paul Laurence Dunbar in 1917, became the flagship high school for all of Black America, graduating more students than any other black high school in the country. 87. The success of D.C.'s black schools and the local community's successful defense of autonomy in the schools inspired black people nationwide. In the early 20th century, D.C. was more than just the seat of the national government, it also embodied the hopes of Black America. The influence of a man of our race who resides in the District of Columbia is far from local, it is national, said Booker T. Washington at M Street High School's graduation in 1905. Failure here is not local but national, and success here is not local but national. 88. But the city also symbolized the frustrating disconnect between the nation's egalitarian ideals and its reality of racism. Surely nowhere in the world do oppression and persecution based solely on the color of the skin appear more hateful and hideous than in the capital of the United States, wrote Mary Church Terrell in 1906, because the chasm between the principles upon which this government was founded, in which it still professes to believe, and those which are daily practiced under the protection of the flag, yawns so wide and deep. A new president taking office in 1913 would widen that chasm even more. 89. 8. There is a new Negro to be reckoned with. Segregation, War, and a New Spirit of Black Militancy, 1912–1932. Injustice to the colored community of the nation's capital has in the past and in the future always will arouse resentment throughout the land. Archibald Grimke, 1918. The main building of the Bureau of Engraving and Printing sits on the southern edge of the National Mall, just across 15th Street from the groves of cherry trees that festoon the tidal basin. A massive neoclassical building of Indiana limestone and granite trim with columns soaring nearly 100 feet along its facade, it occupies more than an entire city block, with a 224,000 square foot vault and nearly 10 acres of floor space for its 1,300 employees. The Bureau's imposing size does not deter tourists. Each year, about 250,000 people take a peek at the presses rolling out fresh greenbacks. The Bureau's DC facility prints more than 3.4 billion notes a year. 1. The Bureau's main building opened to great fanfare in March 1914. Dubbed the last word in factory construction, it cost $2.8 million, roughly $300 million in 21st century dollars, and incorporated the most modern features of its time, including a state-of-the-art cooling system that kept drinking water at a chilled 45 degrees and 32,700 panes of glass that filled the floors with abundant natural light. Spacious lunchrooms led to a rooftop promenade with panoramic views of the Potomac. Though not part of the original 1901 Macmillan Plan, the Bureau's new building followed the plan's call for architectural coherence and was part of the transformation of downtown Washington in the early decades of the 20th century. Gone were dingy, poorly lit Italianate structures as well as modest row houses and alley tenements. In their place rose neoclassical behemoths, marble testaments to the growth and power of the federal government. The Bureau's new home spoke to the solidity and stability of the federal government and the seriousness of the work that its employees conducted. 2. The Bureau epitomized the tremendous growth of the federal government in the decades following the outbreak of the Civil War. The agency did not even exist when the war began. Federal officials quickly realized that the nation's money supply was inadequate to meet the financial exigencies of the war. So in 1862 Congress gave the Department of Treasury authority to begin engraving, printing, trimming, and inspecting paper money. With 5 employees, Treasury official Spencer Clark launched what eventually would become the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. It got its permanent name in 1874. The Bureau expanded rapidly as the federal government embraced an ever larger role in national life. By century's end, it employed more than 2,300 people in its cramped plant on the corner of 14th and B Streets SW. By World War I, employment topped 8,400. Much of the Bureau's work was hard, noisy, and dirty, more akin to an industrial factory than a white-collar federal agency. It attracted hundreds of both Irish immigrants and black workers from nearby neighborhoods. Male printers and their female assistants endured low pay and notoriously poor working conditions. Women at the Bureau were among the first federal employees to organize a union. Bureau work may have been difficult, but like other federal jobs it offered black workers a measure of employment security, social mobility, and prestige, as well as insulation from the racism of the private labor market. 4. Despite periodic complaints about subtle racism within the federal hiring process, the government remained relatively meritocratic and accessible. An ambitious, educated black worker could take the civil service exams and earn a white-collar clerkship that could lead to a middle-class future. Because most upper-level positions were closed to blacks, the Post observed in 1909, the most capable of the Negroes competed for mid- and low-level clerkships. Naturally, the colored man often comes out ahead in the examinations, and when that happens there is nothing to prevent his getting the appointment. 5. In addition, political patronage through the Republican Party remained a vital source of opportunity for black office seekers. The number of black federal workers in Washington more than quadrupled in the decades after the Civil Service Commission was established in 1883, reaching nearly 2,800 by 1907. More than 400 black professionals and clerks worked in Washington's federal offices, including James Napier, the Register of the Treasury, whose signature appeared on every dollar bill printed by the U.S. government from 1911 until March 1913. 6. Black employment at the Bureau followed a similar pattern. The agency hired its first black female employee, Frances Flood, as a printer's assistant in 1890. When 2 white printers balked at working with her, the Republican chief of the Bureau fired them, earning widespread praise from the black community. Black applicants thereafter flocked to the agency. By 1893, about a third of the Bureau's examination applicants were black and nearly 100 black women worked as printers' assistants. 7. But the federal government could be a fickle friend. Even after the civil service reforms of the 1880s, the fortunes of black employees in federal government jobs remained vulnerable to shifts in the political winds and changes in leadership. At the Bureau, the doors of opportunity closed soon after the appointment of Kentucky Democrat Claude Johnson to head the agency in 1893. Described as a Negro hater by the B, Johnson led a systematic purge of skilled black employees. Within a year, fewer than 10 black printers' assistants remained. A Civil Service Commission investigation condemned the firings, yet Johnson remained on the post. Only with the return of Republican rule in 1897 did the Bureau reopen to skilled black employees. By 1908, the number of black women printers' assistants had climbed past 200.8. Racial problems within the Bureau flared again after Democrat Woodrow Wilson was elected president in 1912, mirroring tensions within the federal bureaucracy and the city at large. During Wilson's 2 terms in office, race relations within the federal government became perhaps the most important issue facing the city's black residents. It was a time of new freedom. Wilson's progressive vision of an orderly society and new slavery. Black Washingtonians' description of the imposition of Jim Crow across the city. It was a time when calls for self-determination, both for black people and for the city itself, rang with renewed resonance as the city became the administrative command center for a war to make the world safe for democracy. It was a time when the federal government itself became a battleground as a new spirit of militancy infused racial struggles throughout the nation. These were decades of racial conflict and contestation, of resentment and resignation, both within the columned cocoons of agencies such as the Bureau of Engraving and Printing and outside on D.C.'s streets. The Bureau's sparkling new building, like the other beautiful federal monuments dotting downtown Washington, conveyed a sense of grandeur and modernity, but they could not ameliorate the racial inequality and rage that roiled the nation's capital in the 1910s and 1920s. The new slavery. Black Washingtonians challenged segregation in the federal government. Rose Budmer had been working as a printer's assistant at the Bureau of Engraving and Printing for 9 years when Democrat Woodrow Wilson took office in March 1913. A native Washingtonian officially classified as mulatto by the census, she was born in 1885 and graduated at age 19 from Scotia Seminary in North Carolina. Shortly after graduation, she took the civil service examination and earned an entry-level position in the Bureau. She worked her way up through several promotions and by 1913 had reached, she wrote, as far as I could go. Active in her community and her church, Myr lived near the burgeoning black cultural and commercial strip along the U Street corridor in Northwest Point 9. Myr and her co-workers at the Bureau found themselves on the front lines of a renewed battle over segregation in federal departments that gained intensity after Wilson's arrival in the White House. Virginian by birth, academic by training, progressive by politics, Wilson catapulted from the presidency of Princeton to the governorship of New Jersey to the White House in less than 3 years. The first Southerner elected to the presidency since before the Civil War, Wilson embodied the regional reconciliation among American whites that had taken place since Reconstruction. He campaigned on a promise of new freedom, and he brought to Washington an administration of Democrats committed to progressive ideals of governmental efficiency and experimentation. Many of Wilson's appointees also embraced Southern ideals of white supremacy. Like the new president, they did not see a contradiction between progressivism and segregation. Soon after his inauguration, Wilson replaced all but 2 of his predecessors' black appointees with white men, and his administrative appointees quietly encouraged the racial segregation of federal workers, building on sporadic efforts that had begun under Presidents Roosevelt and Taft. With Wilson's blessing if not his direct orders, administration officials isolated black workers in Negro corners, forced them to use colored toilets, and even erected a few whites-only signs in federal buildings. When challenged by activists to explain the growing segregation in his government, Wilson argued that physical separation of the races was necessary to avoid racial friction, discontent and uneasiness, and thereby both promote efficiency and protect black workers from further discrimination. Point 10. Emboldened Southern Democrats in Congress attacked the city's residual integrated customs, reintroducing bills to segregate streetcars and prohibit interracial marriage in D.C. Senator Francis Newlands of Nevada, the founder of Chevy Chase, proposed sending all black people out of the United States, while the National Democratic Fair Play Association lobbied hard against the appointment of black people to federal positions. The persistent attacks on black federal workers undermined black morale in the city. I have never seen the colored people of Washington so discouraged and so bitter as they are at the present time, wrote Booker T. Washington in August 1913.11. Federal employees wait for treatment at a public health service dispensary. President Woodrow Wilson solidified racial segregation throughout the federal government, demoralizing black Washingtonians and stunting black economic ambitions. Although most federal buildings in Washington did not have explicit segregation signs, they sometimes appeared, as in this Public Health Service dispensary. Library of Congress. The Bureau of Engraving and Printing was among the first agencies to feel the brunt of the new emphasis on segregation. One evening in early April 1913, not even a month after Wilson's inauguration, Acting Secretary of the Treasury John Skelton Williams, a native Virginian, dropped by the Bureau and was horrified to see that young white women and colored women were working together side by side and opposite each other. Williams put the Bureau's director, Joseph Ralph, on notice that the new administration would no longer tolerate such laxity. 12. Though initially worried that segregation within the Bureau would be unpracticable, Ralph and other agency officials hurriedly complied with Williams's request. They established separate toilets and lockers, and they set aside tables in the back of the lunchroom for black employees. Encouraged by the new, more militant spirit of segregation, some white employees initiated complaints about their black co-workers. In July, a white woman named Rose Miller complained about a black supervisor, Louise Nutt, in the wedding division. Within a week, Director Ralph had replaced Nutt with a white man. 13. Like antebellum slaveholders who insisted that their slaves were happy with their condition, Williams, Ralph, and other administration officials claimed that not only did their black employees benefit from segregated treatment but they actually preferred it. Responding to criticism from Belle La Follette, the rabble-rousing wife of Progressive Senator Robert La Follette of Wisconsin, Williams reported that there was no general order to segregate the Bureau at all. The lunchroom tables for black workers were set aside simply because it is believed that it would be better for them to associate together when eating their lunches. Most black workers, Director Ralph said, complied without complaint. Colored employees have expressed themselves as believing that arrangements of this kind, including separate toilet conveniences, were very satisfactory and proper, explained Ralph, and it would seem that the claim of discrimination is made only by colored persons who do not desire to associate with members of their own race. 14. Not everyone at the Bureau was willing to go along with the new system. Not long after Williams's initial visit in April, Rosebud Murr and two other black printers' assistants, Bertha Saunders and Maggie Keyes, deliberately challenged him by repeatedly sitting at tables with their white co-workers, even after two employees, one white and one black, suggested that they move. Ralph called them into his office. With him was Charlotte Hopkins, a prominent white housing reformer, who lectured the women about accepting the way things were. When the women pushed back, noting that there actually was no separate lunchroom, just a waiting room next to the toilets, Hopkins responded, according to the Bee, "Why will you go where you are not wanted? Do you know that the Democrats are in power? If you people will go along and behave yourselves, and stay away from places where you are not wanted, we may let you hold your places." 15. Murr, apparently, was unwilling to behave. According to Ralph, she was impertinent and insolent at the meeting. She and her co-workers decided to boycott the lunchroom entirely because they felt our food choked us. Not all the black employees supported them, however. According to an anonymous black employee, an old-time Negro mammy upbraided the young women for complaining and told them that they should be grateful that they still had jobs. 16. Stymied internally, Murr and her partners in protest brought their complaints to a new organization that had first appeared on the local scene a year earlier, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP. Founded in 1909 by an interracial collection of liberals, the NAACP sought to create a nationwide network of civil rights organizations that would fight the spread of Jim Crow and push for full political and civil equality. Though black Washingtonians had participated in a variety of short-lived political groups in the early 1900s such as the National Negro Suffrage League and the Negro Personal Liberty Party, none proved to have the staying power or political clout of the NAACP. With scholar-activist W.E.B. Du Bois as its intellectual driving force, the NAACP represented a direct challenge to the most prominent black leader of the time, Booker T. Washington. Washington, a politically savvy Southerner popular among white people, encouraged black self-sufficiency and economic sustainability within the reality of segregation. He adroitly used patronage and his connections to white politicians to build a powerful political machine based out of the Tuskegee Institute he founded in Alabama. The bristly, Northern-born Du Bois dismissed Washington's accommodationism and urged Black Americans to reject segregation in all forms. Equally brilliant, ambitious, and headstrong, Washington and Du Bois had a complicated relationship and grew to resent one another, each encouraging his supporters to disassociate with the other's ideas and initiatives. 17. The Bookerites and the Radicals clashed periodically in the district, but many Black Washingtonians refused to choose sides, borrowing liberally from the ideas of both camps. Mary Church Terrell, for example, worked closely with W.E.B. Du Bois and championed radical ideas, yet she nonetheless declined to speak ill of Booker T. Washington, and as a member of the Board of Education she supported the vocational training that the Bookerites championed. I appreciated Dr. Washington's effort to train the masses to earn a living because I knew that no race can hope to stand on a firm financial basis without a well-trained laboring class, she later wrote. Her husband, Robert, was an avowed Bookerite who owed his judgeship to the Tuskegee machine and claimed that 99% of D.C.'s Black residents supported Washington. 18. Howard University's Kelly Miller also sympathized with both approaches. A math professor whose passion for racial equality drew him into sociology, Miller became one of the most prolific Black political writers and speakers of his time, but he was accused of straddling rather than taking a clear side in the struggle. Miller defended himself by responding, "Effective horsemanship is accomplished by straddling in a treacherous, ever-shifting political arena." Miller and many other Black Washingtonians preferred deft maneuvering to rigid dogmatism. 19. The D.C. branch of the NAACP, launched in March 1912, was a big tent that encompassed the full range of opinion within the city's Black leadership. With its large base of middle-class supporters and its proximity to federal lawmakers, it soon became the largest and most influential NAACP branch in the nation. Unlike the national organization, it was predominantly Black. The local D.C. branch had but few white members, some of whom, like Belle La Follette, were neither native Washingtonians nor longtime residents. White Washingtonians generally were unaware of or uninvolved in the increasing activism within the Black community. 20. When Rosebud Murr and her colleagues arrived at the NAACP in spring 1913, however, they received little help from the branch's founding president, J. Milton Waldron. They eventually took their story to Belle La Follette, who published an interview with the three women in La Follette's magazine. Murr later was fired for insubordination, and La Follette helped her find a new job. Waldron was embroiled in a draining leadership crisis of his own making. The headstrong pastor of Shiloh Baptist Church, Waldron had grown increasingly disenchanted with the Republican Party and campaigned for Democrat Woodrow Wilson in 1912. After Wilson was elected, Waldron told a Richmond audience that white Southerners were our best friends in everything except politics, and effectively blamed Black people for their own disfranchisement with their slavish loyalty to the Republican Party. 21. Waldron's speech ignited a firestorm of criticism within the D.C. branch. Local critics, led by educator and activist Nanny Burroughs, joined with national NAACP officials who hoped to rein in the growing power of the D.C. branch, and they ousted Waldron in the summer of 1913. In his place they appointed Archibald Grimke, who took over as interim president in September before being selected officially in January 1914. 22. Grimke was a man who defied stereotype. Born enslaved in 1849, one of three mixed-race sons fathered by a prominent South Carolina planter, he was the nephew of Angelina and Sarah Grimke, perhaps the most important white Southern abolitionists in the antebellum era. After the Civil War, he moved north, attended Lincoln University in Pennsylvania, and became the second Black graduate of Harvard Law School. He worked as a lawyer, editor, and author before earning an appointment from Democratic President Grover Cleveland to serve as U.S. Consul to Santo Domingo from 1894 to 1898. Shortly after returning to the United States, Grimke moved to D.C. to live with his brother Francis, the pastor of 15th Street Presbyterian Church. As a columnist for the widely read New York Daily Age and president of the American Negro Academy, Grimke was, in Kelly Miller's words, a radical among radicals who forcefully rejected white supremacy. Fiercely independent and provocatively iconoclastic, he at times supported and criticized both Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. With snow-white hair and a trim mustache to match, Grimke became the city's most recognizable and effective black leader in the 1910s. Grimke seized on the issue of segregation within the federal government, viewing it as an opportunity to unite the city's fractious black community behind the fledgling D.C. NAACP and build a national interracial movement for racial equality akin to the antebellum abolitionist movement. Within months, he brought focus and energy to the D.C. branch, and it grew from 143 to 700 members. The branch coordinated a series of protests and mass meetings, including one October 1913 rally that attracted an overflow crowd of nearly 10,000 to the Metropolitan AME Church just 5 blocks from Wilson's White House. Wilson had delivered the unkindest blow ever dealt us by a president since emancipation, Grimke charged, and efforts to segregate black employees in the federal government aimed to insult, to humiliate, to degrade, and to reduce black people to a new slavery. 24. The campaign against federal segregation built on Washington's rising stature in the national consciousness. With the United States asserting itself as a global power in foreign affairs, Washington assumed added significance as the center of an expanding national government. No longer dismissed as a dusty country town, the city received national adulation as the gleaming federal city envisioned by the Macmillan Plan took shape. Grimke and other local black leaders sought to capitalize on the city's new cachet to draw attention to its racial injustice. Seizing on Wilson's penchant for sweeping, idealistic statements, they pointed out just how far the nation's capital fell short of those ideals. Race discrimination in Washington, wrote the editors of the Black Weekly Independent, is not patriotic, it is not democratic. 25. The NAACP's efforts helped thwart passage of many anti-black measures in Congress, but it failed to prevent the spread of segregation within the federal government. Throughout Wilson's 2 terms in office, white administrators refused to hire or appoint qualified black applicants, wrote negative personnel reports about black employees, and denied promotions to veteran black workers. A 1914 executive order required photographs to accompany federal job applications, and many agencies began requiring personal interviews, making it easier for administrators to discriminate against black applicants. 26. The Wilson administration's uneven but ultimately successful effort to segregate the federal workforce did more than simply demoralize black federal workers in Washington. It also placed a ceiling on their ambitions and effectively narrowed one of the few avenues for economic advancement and job security still available to educated black people. 27. Table for Washington's population, 1910–1930. The case of John Abraham Davis shows the impact that Wilson's policies had on black federal workers. A native Washingtonian born to a white lawyer and his black housekeeper, Davis graduated as the valedictorian of M Street High School and began his career at the government printing office in 1882. He started as a low-level laborer earning 25 cents an hour. 3 decades later, he had risen to a white-collar clerk position. Described by one supervisor as thorough, energetic, and conscientious in his work, which is of the highest order, Davis earned a $1,400 salary and supervised a staff of 10, including 9 white workers. His family enjoyed a middle-class lifestyle with a fine home on S Street NW and an 85-acre farm in rural Virginia. But the Wilson administration put a halt to Davis's upward mobility. A month after Wilson's inauguration in March 1913, Davis's GPO supervisors demoted him and cut his salary 15%. The next year, they pushed him all the way down to laborer, where he earned $500 annually in the position in which he had begun his career 30 years before. Davis protested vehemently but could not undo the damage. Dependent on his federal salary, his family's fragile middle-class existence crumbled, and they descended into poverty. 28. As the federal government became less and less hospitable to black employment, the city's appeal as a beacon of black advancement dimmed. Black migration to Washington slowed. By 1920, barely 25% of the city's population was black, the lowest level since before the Civil War. 29. The disgrace of democracy, racial discrimination in wartime Washington. In their battle to contain the spread of segregation, Black Washingtonians gained rhetorical ammunition from America's involvement in a European conflict that erupted in 1914 and came to be known as the Great War, and, later, World War I. Like the Civil War before it, the Great War had a transformative effect on the nation's capital. Washington was, in one journalist's estimation, the wartime capital of the civilized world, the command center of an extraordinary bureaucratic war effort as the Wilson administration asserted unprecedented control over the nation's economy and industries. In addition to the expanding armed forces, the government raised an army of white-collar workers, clerks, bookkeepers, stenographers, and other low-level employees, most of them women, for a host of new federal agencies that would oversee the war effort. The town has jumped in population like a bonanza mining camp, marveled a Harper's correspondent. Within 4 months of the U.S. entry into the war in April 1917, an estimated 60,000 to 75,000 new workers had arrived in the city. By war's end, D.C.'s population had swelled to 526,000, an increase of about 50% since the war began. 30. Unlike the Civil War, however, the vast majority of the Great War-era migrants to Washington were white, and many of them were from the Deep South. While northern industrial cities such as Chicago and Detroit experienced massive influxes of rural black people fleeing the South to work in booming defense factories, black migration to Washington was but a trickle by comparison. Given the barriers to federal employment erected earlier by the Wilson administration, few black migrants could expect more than a menial position in the burgeoning bureaucracy. 31. White newcomers quickly absorbed the racial customs of the city, but wartime exigencies often made it difficult to enforce rigid segregation, particularly in residential areas. The crush of war workers strained the city's meager housing resources, and rents spiked, more than tripling in the first year of the war. Housing officials abandoned the plan to eliminate alley housing by 1918 and instead scrambled to create more space. The federal government built dozens of temporary dormitories near Union Station, and officials sometimes seized unoccupied homes and pressured homeowners to open their doors to boarders. "Our homes are no longer our castles," groused one Washington woman. "If you leave your house overnight, you are likely to find it full of gum-chewing young women in the morning." 32. Despite the difficulties of finding housing, many white migrants refused to seek rooms in black neighborhoods. One estimate claimed that even at the height of the housing crisis, 4,000 rooms remained vacant because they were not located in Northwest and were thus outside the pale. At times, however, the desperate need for rooms led white workers to board in black homes. White war worker Josephine Lehman helped friends from Michigan find a place to stay, but, she lamented, it was kept by a woman of too dark a complexion to suit us, and was in a neighborhood settled entirely by others whose skin was of the same shade. They took the room, but Lehman resolved to find them a better place. 33. The war not only undermined the practicality of racial segregation, it also gave black Washingtonians, and African Americans across the country, a powerful weapon to attack the intellectual foundation of Jim Crow. By donning the uniform and fighting for their country, black soldiers could prove their manhood and stake a strong claim to full citizenship. If the nation could trust black soldiers to make the world safe for democracy, the argument went, then surely it could not deny them their basic rights as citizens. Though local NAACP head Archibald Grimke and others harbored grave doubts about the wisdom of the war, most black leaders in Washington calculated that support would do more than dissent to advance their cause. Touting what one local church official called the Negro's high sense of patriotism and faithful sense of duty, they organized rallies to urge black men to register for the draft. Nearly 26,500 did so. 34. Black Washingtonians were among the first soldiers called into service. The 50 officers and 929 enlisted men of the 1st Separate Battalion of the D.C. National Guard mustered in late March 1917, a week before President Wilson officially declared war. They took up posts to protect the White House and other strategic points around the city. Nearly 600 black Washingtonians served in the 372nd Infantry Regiment of the segregated 93rd Division, which was organized by Frederick Douglass's son Charles Raymond Douglas and won the respect of French and American military officials alike. 35. Service during the Great War and the racial discrimination within the military that they often endured catalyzed many black veterans who returned to Washington eager to fight for racial equality. Rayford Logan, an M Street High School alumnus and Williams College graduate who later gained fame as a pioneering historian at Howard University, was an officer in the 372nd. After his combat service ended, he remained in France for several years rather than return to face continued discrimination in Washington. Negative wartime experiences spurred another M Street graduate, an Amherst College alumnus, Charles Hamilton Houston, to become a civil rights litigator. 36. Back home, black leaders linked the war to the ongoing battle against disfranchisement, segregation, and racial violence in America, seizing on the wartime rhetoric of democracy and self-determination to call for greater racial justice. Howard professor Kelly Miller made the connection clear on the pages of the Evening Star just days after Congress declared war on Germany. There need not be the slightest apprehension concerning the black man's loyalty, soldierly efficiency, or willingness to serve his country, Miller assured his readers. But black loyalty should be rewarded. Those who fight for the honor and glory of the flag are worthy of a full measure of freedom and privilege under that flag. 37. Persistent racial discrimination, however, threatened to undermine black support for the war. Soon after the mobilization began, it became clear that the military did not intend to train black recruits for combat. Instead, they would be relegated to serving white soldiers in subordinate roles as cooks, custodians, and other manual laborers. Aware that exclusion from combat would perpetuate black soldiers' second-class citizenship rather than bolster their claims for equality, Miller joined with Archibald Grimke and other black Washingtonians to push for integrated military training camps at a meeting with Secretary of War Newton Baker in early May. Baker refused but later agreed to establish segregated training camps to prepare black officers for command. Jim Crow camps were not ideal, Grimke and Miller knew, but black soldiers at least would get the chance to prove their mettle in battle. 38. Black Washingtonians used the rhetoric of the war to challenge racism on the home front as well. When the Red Cross refused to register black nurses, the College Alumni Club, a local group of educated black women, and a precursor to the National Association of University Women, wrote a public letter to President Wilson to register their frustration. The Irish, the German, even, is treated as any other citizen, they wrote. We, alone, are in this, as in everything else, segregated. They challenged Wilson to show your belief in democracy by striking a blow at its enemy in America, racial discrimination. After black guests were excluded from the Ladies' Gallery and the restaurant in the U.S. Capitol, Grimke and the NAACP questioned their mistreatment in terms of Wilsonian idealism. Is our country at war to make the world safe for democracy, irrespective of the race or color of its multitudinous peoples, or has our country declared war against Germany merely to make the world safe for white peoples? 39. Within the war bureaucracy, black workers also encountered discrimination, as Mary Church Terrell discovered. Terrell took the civil service examination and filled out a questionnaire detailing her abilities, including her fluency in both German and French. Impressed with her qualifications, a supervisor called her into his office but was taken aback to see that she was not the white woman he had expected. He refused to hire her. Instead, she found an entry-level clerk position in the War Risk Insurance Bureau. Her supervisor there mistakenly assigned the fair-skinned Terrell to an all-white room, where she worked for 2 months before officials realized the error and dismissed her on trumped-up charges of incompetence. It was one of the most galling experiences of my life, she later wrote. She found a new position in the Colored Women's section at the Census Bureau, but objected when agency officials barred black women from using the bathroom they had been using for years. She challenged the official who issued the order and resigned in protest when he refused to rescind it. The work was enjoyable and I needed the money, to be sure, she recalled. But the idea of remaining in a section over which were placed men who had no regard for the feelings of colored women was abhorrent to me. 40. Even as black Washingtonians experienced and fought government-sanctioned bigotry in the military and bureaucracy, they also reacted angrily as racial violence erupted across the country in summer 1917. In East St. Louis, Illinois, sensationalistic press reports of a black crime wave fanned smoldering political and economic resentment among white men toward black migrants newly arrived from the South. After 2 white people, including a policeman, were killed in a black neighborhood, angry white mobs spent 3 days rampaging through the black part of town, burning homes and brutalizing anyone they saw. Unchecked by local authorities, the mobs murdered more than 100 black people, yet no one was brought to justice. A month later, black soldiers in Houston retaliated against ill treatment at their segregated base by marching into town in assault formation and killing more than a dozen white people. Unlike in East St. Louis, however, authorities moved quickly to punish the perpetrators. 13 of the soldiers were executed immediately and another 16 were sentenced to death. 41. The East St. Louis race riot and the execution of the black soldiers in Houston, along with a series of gruesome lynchings that year, outraged black Washingtonians. Dunbar High School teachers defied school board policy by wearing symbols of mourning in protest. At a public meeting at Howard Theater, 2 black veterans warned, "We owe no special allegiance to a government that discriminates, segregates, and permits lynching and burning at the stake." Black leaders such as Kelly Miller and Archibald Grimke sharpened their criticism of President Wilson. In an August 1917 open letter to the president titled "The Disgrace of Democracy," Miller called the president's domestic efforts to support freedom a lamentable failure and challenged him to do more to protect black rights and prevent racial violence. Why democratize the nations of the earth if it leads them to delight in the burning of human beings? Grimke grew increasingly frustrated as the war progressed, angered not only by the persistence of racial discrimination but also by what he perceived as the national NAACP's morally compromised strategy of supporting the war effort. 42. Black dissent drew the attention of military officials, who feared that black residents of the nation's capital were turning against the war. The Military Intelligence Division, MID, had an office dedicated to Negro subversion, and its agents kept tabs on Kelly Miller and other outspoken black leaders and regularly reported on what it considered evidence of German propaganda among black Washingtonians. "It is remarkable how many Negroes in Washington are pro-German," one German shopkeeper in the black neighborhood of Uptown, now called Shaw, told a military investigator. One nervous military official asked that the black D.C. National Guard troops protecting the White House be removed due to the unsettled condition of the country at large, and of Washington in particular, especially in connection with the Negro question. 43. In June 1918, the MID dispatched its only black agent, Major Walter Loving, to investigate the feeling of unrest among the colored people of this city. An M Street High School graduate who had spent his military career as an Army musician and band director before the war, Loving found that there could not be a more trying time in this city. He defended the loyalty of the black community but acknowledged that some black workers were capitalizing on the war to earn a better living. With so many new war workers in town, Loving wrote, "Servants know that the demand for help is much greater than the supply and they are taking advantage of the opportunity to demand higher wages, more schedule flexibility, and greater autonomy in the workplace." One cook whom he interviewed insisted that she would not cook for any white person for less than $75 a month because she knew that cooks were hard to get and she could get a job anywhere. This air of independence, even arrogance on the part of the servants, Major Loving noted, greatly alarmed the white people of the district. It should not, however, be taken as German propaganda, but as a feeling of their own importance to the household. 44. The self-assertion that Loving found among Washington servants was part of a larger shift among many black Americans during the Great War and afterward. The rhetoric of freedom and democracy that permeated the war effort and the strong record of black troops abroad encouraged black people nationwide to think differently about themselves and their country. Having fought for freedom overseas, many black veterans returned to America unwilling to conform to custom, unwilling to submit once again to an inferior status. "The black soldier has come back not as he went but a new Negro," declared Archibald Grimke. "He has come back to challenge injustice in his own land and to fight wrong with a courage that will not fail him in the bitter and perhaps bloody years to come." 45. Race War in Washington, the 1919 race riot and its consequences. A new spirit of militancy, embodied by national figures such as Union leader A. Philip Randolph and black nationalist Marcus Garvey, infused black life in post-war Washington as black veterans and non-veterans alike pushed to make sure that the war would lead to significant changes in the city's racial climate. By his demonstrated loyalty, valor, and efficiency in practically every branch of military service, the Negro has proved his right to be granted a fuller measure of justice, respect, opportunity, and fair play in time of peace, wrote Emmett J. Scott, a Howard University administrator who had been the highest-ranking black official in the Wilson administration during the war. Local NAACP member J.R. Hawkins issued a black 14 points manifesto to parallel President Wilson's post-war plans. It called for political rights, economic opportunity, and the abolition of segregation, lynching, and discrimination. 46. The confidence and swagger of the new Negro frightened and angered white people in Washington and elsewhere who hoped to reinforce the segregated status quo after the war ended. Their resentment of black progress and perceived militancy only grew after the November 1918 armistice, which ended the war overseas but triggered economic and social upheaval at home as millions of soldiers returned home to recession, unemployment, and labor strikes. Racial violence swept across the country during the Red Summer of 1919, leaving hundreds dead and wounded in places from Philadelphia to Elaine, Arkansas. Washington would not be able to escape the violence. 47. The city faced significant challenges as it transitioned to peacetime. Its population leveled off at 455,000, about 100,000 more than when the war started. The bureaucracy shrank, the military demobilized rapidly, and the economy withered, leaving few jobs for the many servicemen and war workers who decided to stay in the Washington area. Many demobilized soldiers skirted the line between federal and local authority by remaining in uniform, though they no longer were active in the military. Hundreds joined the Home Defense League, a quasi-military community vigilance group. Young, restless, and often idle, these trained military men regularly caroused in the streets. 48. To this volatile mix was added a final spark, a series of sexual assaults by a black man in June and July 1919. As police rounded up black suspects and white posses scoured the city for the perpetrator, the local press tapped into deep-seated white fears of interracial sex by printing sensationalized stories about the attacks on white women, even though the first victim was a black teacher. Fully aware of how the press had inflamed racial tensions in East St. Louis in 1917, the D.C. NAACP wrote a letter in early July to the editors of the city's 4 major newspapers warning that they were sowing the seeds of a race riot by their inflammatory headlines. Those seeds bore fruit less than 2 weeks later. 49. At about 10 p.m. on Friday, July 18, a young white woman, Elsie Williams, was walking home from her job at the Bureau of Engraving and Printing when 2 black men reportedly accosted her and tried to steal her umbrella. Though Williams was unharmed, the incident triggered what the New York Times dubbed the race war in Washington. Williams's husband worked at the Naval Aviation Service, and word of the incident spread quickly through the city's military community. The next night, a mob of several hundred white men, mostly soldiers and some in uniform, descended on the black neighborhood of Bloodfield in Southwest and attacked several black residents. The mob, wrote the Baltimore Sun approvingly, was bent upon showing the Negro population of Washington that this is a white man's town and that white men not only propose to run it but to make safe their homes. The police intervened, but no arrests were made. The officers simply asked members of the mob to disperse, and they did so without further incident. 50. The NAACP immediately wrote to Navy Secretary Josephus Daniels demanding that he restrain the sailors and Marines who were responsible for the disturbances. But Daniels and other federal officials did little after the first night of attacks. City authorities, too, failed to take adequate measures to prevent further violence. Encouraged by the lack of police enforcement, the mob grew larger and bolder on Sunday night. The Post estimated that it reached between 1,000 and 2,000 men and surged through the downtown district, seeking Negroes along Pennsylvania Avenue. Wielding knives, guns, clubs, and rock-filled handkerchiefs, white men in the mob attacked two black men in front of the White House, savagely beat black passengers they dragged off of streetcars, and drove through black neighborhoods firing shots. 51. As the violence escalated, black leaders met with city officials and called on local and federal officials to act to quell the extreme lawlessness in the city. But the violence continued, in part egged on by the press. On Monday, July 21, a front-page Post story informed readers that a mobilization of every available serviceman stationed in or near Washington or on leave here has been ordered for a clean-up that will cause the events of the last 2 evenings to pale into insignificance. 52. Black Washingtonians, particularly war veterans, interpreted the notice as a clear warning of imminent attack. Unwilling to let D.C. become a new East St. Louis, they organized to protect their community from both white mobs and the authorities. Critics accused the police of abetting the violence by giving the impression both to Negroes and white men that they were the allies of the white men. Because local gun dealers refused to sell firearms to black customers, some black men drove to Baltimore to secure weapons and ammunition to distribute in D.C. Snipers positioned themselves atop row houses, and armed black patrols walked U Street between 6th and 14th Streets NW. At Howard University, ROTC officers prepared to deliver weapons and ammunition, while light-skinned veterans infiltrated the white mobs. The black community was calm and determined, unterrified and unafraid, wrote NAACP investigator James Weldon Johnson. They had reached the determination that they would defend and protect themselves and their homes at the cost of their lives. 53. With the black community now retaliating against white attacks, Monday night witnessed the deadliest violence. Secretary of War Newton Baker ordered cavalry to the city, and Police Chief Raymond Pullman called up a provost guard of 400 men to cordon off the downtown areas, but the fighting spilled out across the black areas of Uptown and Southwest. Bands of whites and blacks hunted each other like Klansmen through the night, reported the Washington Times. There is no precedent in Washington's history for such a race riot as this. 54. On Tuesday, after 3 nights of escalating violence, Secretary Baker asserted control of the situation. President Wilson, who had been on a Potomac River cruise when the violence erupted, was too sick and preoccupied to pay the riot much attention. Baker dispatched hundreds of federal troops, and within hours, the Post reported, the national capital was practically an armed camp. Aided by torrential rains that fell that night, the federal troops kept the streets relatively clear, and the violence ebbed. After 4 days of chaos, 6 people lay dead, scores were injured, and hundreds were in jail. About 10 black people were arrested for every white one during the course of the riot. For all the bloodshed, there was remarkably little property damage, as rioters focused on attacking one another rather than destroying buildings. 55. As city residents swept up the broken glass and patched up the wounded, a surge of pride coursed through the black community. Rather than allowing the white mob to rampage with impunity, they had stood up and defended their neighborhoods, prepared to die for their race, and defy the white mob, wrote a thrilled Naval Thomas, an NAACP member and Dunbar history teacher. "We are dealing with a new Negro and not a slave," preached the Reverend J. Milton Waldron of Shiloh Baptist Church on the Sunday after the riot. The Negroes saved themselves and saved Washington by their determination not to run but to fight in defense of their lives and their homes. An admiring James Weldon Johnson wrote in the magazine Crisis. If the white mob had gone on unchecked and it was only the determined effort of black men that checked it, Washington would have been another and worse East St. Louis. 56. The riot revealed not only the physical power of the black community but also its legal, political, and media strength. As violence raged, black leaders held public rallies, spoke to the press, and conducted back-channel diplomacy with white authorities. After the riot, black lawyers fought to exonerate those arrested during the melee. With black spectators jamming the courtrooms, they were able to overturn most of the convictions and fines. Even Carrie Johnson, a black 17-year-old convicted of manslaughter for killing a white detective during the riot, eventually was freed. 57. Black leaders and their allies went on a national media offensive to set the record straight about the causes of the riot. In Survey magazine, Georgie Haynes, a black economist at the U.S. Department of Labor, blasted the sensational press coverage in the weeks before the riot and blamed the violence on unpunished lawless acts of white persons against Negroes as well as mutual misunderstandings, fears, and suspicions. The NAACP's Herbert Seligman, writing in the New Republic, argued that black crime was simply a public cover for the real reason for white violence, a determination to put the Negro back where he was before the war because white men feared that Negroes were getting too high wages and were becoming independent, i.e., were no longer as servile as Southern white men wished. 58. The race war in Washington, coupled a week later by an outbreak of racial violence in Chicago, frightened many white observers in the district and around the country. Shocked by the scope of the violence and the willingness of black residents to retaliate, they laid much of the blame on the black community's new spirit of militancy. The majority of the Negroes in Washington, before the Great War, were well-behaved, with a half-Northern and half-Southern viewpoint, wrote the editors of the New York Times. Most of them admitted the superiority of the white race, and troubles between the two races were undreamed of. 59. Major J. E. Cutler of the Mid, a white sociologist who specialized in race relations, identified several reasons for the riot, none of which implicated the white soldiers who had formed the mob. The root cause, he argued, was the long-continued propaganda that has been carried on here urging the colored people to insist upon equality in all respects with white people and to resort to force, if necessary, in order to establish their rights. Having fought back, many of the Negroes are convinced that they won out against the whites in the riots, that they showed their superiority over white rioters and over the police, that even the troops were unable to do much against them. This attitude could produce some very serious race clashes in the near future, Cutler warned. Beyond a doubt, there is a new Negro to be reckoned with in our political and social life. 60. Major Walter Loving, Cutler's black colleague in the Negro Subversion Unit of the Mid, offered a more sympathetic perspective on this new Negro. Praised, or damned, by his military superiors as the best type of white man's Negro, the conservative, circumspect Loving had grown increasingly frustrated by the mistreatment of black soldiers and the targeting of black civilians during the war. As he analyzed the riots in Washington and elsewhere, Loving saw a people pushed to their breaking point. The Negro has decided that he has endured all that he can endure, he wrote in his final report before leaving the Mid. He has decided to strike back. 61. The defiance of Washington's black community inspired black observers nationwide, highlighting once again the city's strategic and symbolic role in Black America. Commenting on the effects of the riot in Washington, the editors of the Chicago Defender, the nation's largest black newspaper, wrote, "The younger generation of black men are not content to move along the line of least resistance as did their sires." 62. Unlike the civil disturbances that would ravage D.C. after the assassination of Martin Luther King in April 1968, the 1919 riot caused little long-term damage to the city's black neighborhoods. Resentment over official inaction during the riot lingered, but many black Washingtonians felt justifiably proud of their community's courage in the face of white violence. Riot participants were patriots in the cause of democracy, one writer in the Bee proclaimed, hailing the dawn of a new democracy. The riot helped forge a more confident, assertive black culture in Washington and elsewhere that would flourish even as segregation hardened in the decade to come. 63. This suffering, yet beautiful little world of striving, D.C.'s assertive black culture in the 1920s. Naval Thomas was not a young man in the 1920s, but he certainly was one of the new Negroes who frightened Major Cutler. Born in Ohio in 1874, he came to Washington at the turn of the century and worked at the Library of Congress while earning 2 degrees at Howard. Like Mary Church Terrell, he loved traveling and developed a global perspective on race and democracy that he taught to his history students at Dunbar High School, where he spent nearly 3 decades. A bachelor who dedicated his life to the struggle for racial equality, he was among the founding members of the D.C. branch of the NAACP and developed a reputation for uncompromising militancy. When Archibald Grimke stepped down as the head of the local branch of the NAACP in 1925, the dapper, determined Thomas was the unanimous choice to be his successor. 64. Thomas exemplified the assertive spirit that suffused D.C.'s black community in the 1920s. Like many of his black neighbors, he felt a keen sense of pressure to challenge racism in the city. As Howard Professor Kelly Miller explained in 1925, a heavier weight of responsibility rests upon the colored citizens of the national capital to insist in and out of season on the full rights of the race, because what is done here is taken as a pattern for other communities to copy. Resisting racial insult and humiliation was a duty that the black man in D.C. owes himself, his race and the nation. Throughout the decade, black Washingtonians openly and vigorously challenged the city's resilient racism and built strong community institutions that instilled black pride and undermined the intellectual basis of white supremacy. 65. In the year or two after the riot, black Washingtonians had reason to be cautiously optimistic about the possibility of racial progress. Local white newspapers, though not apologetic about their role in fomenting the crisis, nonetheless offered more positive coverage of the black community. The city honored black veterans at a December 1919 rally at which a variety of white dignitaries, including former President Theodore Roosevelt, praised their efforts during the war. The presidential election of 1920 also offered a measure of hope, as the despised Woodrow Wilson left office after 8 racially tumultuous years. During the campaign, Republican Senator Warren Harding of Ohio, who was rumored to have black ancestry, unequivocally endorsed racial equality and insisted that African Americans had earned the full measure of citizenship bestowed. 66. But cautious optimism soon gave way to frustration and anger at what the black-run Washington Tribune called the growing Southern sentiment that has pervaded the capital. The Tribune, the local NAACP, and other black organizations vociferously objected as President Harding and subsequent Republican administrations severed the party's historical connection to black voters by solidifying rather than dismantling the Wilson administration's segregationist policies. Harding barely cracked the door of black federal employment, appointing only 3 African Americans to federal positions in his first year. When Harding's supervisor of public buildings and grounds brazenly blanketed picnic areas in Rock Creek Park with "For White Only" and "For Colored Only" signs on Easter Sunday in 1922, the NAACP mobilized its allies and quickly got the signs removed. 67. Black voices also condemned the disgraceful treatment of black visitors at the May 1922 dedication of the Lincoln Memorial, a massive, Greek-inspired shrine on reclaimed land at the western edge of the National Mall. In time, the memorial would become a potent symbol of freedom, a marble monument to the egalitarian ideals of the man known as the Great Emancipator and the Union that he had preserved. On this brilliant spring day, however, the memorial marked just how far the nation had regressed on race. Event organizers forced black ticket holders to sit in a segregated area far from the stage. Many angry guests walked out before the event began. 68. During the dedication itself, the assembled dignitaries studiously avoided Lincoln's legacy of emancipation and instead celebrated the regional reconciliation among whites that had taken place since the Civil War. The day's sole black speaker was Robert Russa Moton, who had succeeded Booker T. Washington as president of Tuskegee Institute. Moton originally drafted an incisive, angry speech highlighting how America had failed to achieve Lincoln's expansive vision of freedom. After Lincoln Memorial Commission censors objected, he delivered a tame paean to the nation's racial progress, a speech that consisted only of platitudes, lamented the Washington Tribune. He failed to measure up to the opportunity that was his, to truly represent the race. 69. Naval Thomas compared Moton's timid, acquiescent remarks to the bracing rhetoric of Henry Highland Garnet, whose speech before Congress in April 1865 had urged the United States to emancipate, educate, enfranchise black Americans. At the dawn of emancipation, the emboldened Garnet spoke with unbridled moral force in challenging the nation to do right by its black citizens in the promising era to come. After a half-century of racial violence and growing segregation, the chastened Moten could but mouth soothing bromides to salve the consciences of white listeners. Much had changed since Garnett stood before Congress, and not for the better. 70. The dedication of the Lincoln Memorial took place at a time when the Ku Klux Klan had re-emerged as a national political force. Defunct since the 1870s, the Klan was reborn in Georgia in 1915 and quickly grew into a powerful organization with chapters across the nation, including the district. The D.C. chapter, founded in 1921, claimed several hundred members and sought to present a benign image. It even fielded a baseball team. According to the Grand Goblin of the Capitol Domain, the local Klan chapter was merely a volunteer auxiliary to the police department. Its newsletter, however, railed against insolent and presumptuous black Washingtonians who feel that once they cross the Potomac and come under the federal government, they may indulge in liberties and even license. Though the local chapter was never very active, the National Klan dramatically displayed its strength when more than 30,000 Klan members from across the nation paraded along Pennsylvania Avenue in full regalia in 1925 and again in 1926, despite protests from the NAACP as well as local Jewish and Catholic organizations. 71. The resilience and visibility of segregation in the nation's capital frustrated Naval Thomas and other black Washingtonians. In a 1923 essay for The Messenger, a monthly that actively promoted the goals of the New Negro, Thomas articulated the anger that many of his educated black peers felt. Except for a few years of the Reconstruction, the national capital has been to the Negro a scene of sorrow, Thomas wrote. The more cultured and ambitious the Negro, the greater is the delight in humiliating him, and in forestalling his progress, and since the World War for democracy the greater is that determination. And yet, Thomas refused to give in to despair. The white man keeps the full weight of his superior numbers, oppressive spirit, and unjust monopoly of political power, hard-pressed against this suffering, yet beautiful little world of striving, but we grow to fuller stature in spite of it all. Many successful black Washingtonians responded to national insults and local inequality with a defiant sense of pride. I have not been to a white playhouse in Washington for more than a quarter century, wrote Kelly Miller in the Afro-American. I know that I have missed much. But some values are better missed than gained at so great a sacrifice of self-respect. Manly ignorance is preferable to servile intelligence. 72. Despite and in part because of the strictures of segregation, much of black Washington thrived as the city's economy boomed in the 1920s. Shut out from pursuing opportunities in the larger white society, black entrepreneurs and community leaders channeled their energies into developing self-sufficient neighborhoods and institutions where black enterprise and culture flourished. The locus of D.C.'s middle and upper-class black culture was U Street. Anchored by Howard University to the east, the U Street corridor stretched for a dozen blocks to 16th Street on the west. The greater U Street area boasted more than 300 black-owned businesses and organizations, including the Whitelaw Hotel and the Industrial Savings Bank, both established by a remarkable, unschooled black entrepreneur named John Whitelaw Lewis. Home to Howard professors, federal employees, teachers, and other successful black professionals, the area epitomized black striving and economic achievement. It also was known as Black Broadway, featuring numerous theaters and music clubs where native son Edward Kennedy Duke Ellington rose to jazz prominence. U Street, one resident remembered, was the place where you put your finery on. 73. Black intellectual life flourished along U Street as well. Howard philosophy professor Elaine Locke, the first black Rhodes Scholar, was a driving force behind the nationwide cultural movement that came to be known as the New Negro Renaissance. Though the movement was associated most commonly with Harlem in New York, black Washingtonians played an active role. Locke's New Negro, published in 1925, contained works by 35 authors, poets, and playwrights, nearly half of whom had lived in or were from Washington. Many were women, including Angelina Grimke, daughter of NAACP head Archibald Grimke, who taught at Armstrong and Dunbar high schools while writing poetry on the side. Grimke and other black intellectuals gathered on Saturday night at the S Street Salon hosted by Georgia Douglas Johnson, a Department of Labor bureaucrat by day and a poet and activist by night. The Saturday Nighters, along with the Howard Players and a bevy of black literary societies, encouraged a sense of camaraderie among D.C.'s black intellectuals. 74. The intellectual ferment along U Street challenged prevailing notions about race, class, gender, and sexuality. Novelist Jean Toomer, who had skin so light and hair so straight that he often was mistaken for a white man, even by black neighbors, questioned the very idea of race. The grandson of P.B.S. Pinchback, who served briefly as the first black governor in the nation, Toomer lived in LaDroit Park and was a product of elite black Washington. A graduate of M Street High School and Howard University, he regularly joined the Saturday night gatherings at Georgia Douglas Johnson's house as he worked on what became his breakthrough novel, Cain, published in 1923. He identified as black but chafed at America's rigid racial duality. After Cain won critical acclaim, Toomer rejected being labeled a great Negro writer and articulated a vision of racial hybridity that was more than a half-century ahead of its time. 75. Toomer never passed for white, but some light-skinned African Americans did, capitalizing on their fair skin and white obliviousness to gradations in skin color within the black community to enjoy the benefits of whiteness. Passing could be a form of subterranean resistance to the culture of white supremacy, an individual challenge to an unjust system of racial categorization. Stories abounded of black Washingtonians who worked in white jobs by day, then returned home to their black families and neighborhoods at night. Light-skinned black patrons often took seats in white sections of local theaters, prompting the white owners to hire black spotters who could identify and remove black customers seated in the wrong section. The cultural fascination with passing and the threat that such racial fluidity could pose to America's dual racial structure peaked in the 1920s, as popular literature and even movies explored the topic. 76. Passing was a risky, fraught phenomenon. It was a strategy accessible only to those with the fairest skin, a group already privileged within black Washington. Though it highlighted the absurdity of Jim Crow and the arbitrariness of racial categorization, passing also challenged black self-identity and undermined the elite black community. Many prominent, mixed-race black Washingtonians of the late 19th century including O.S.B. Wall, Richard Greener, and Blanche K. Bruce had children or grandchildren who eventually chose to live their lives as white people. Passing may have offered tangible benefits such as access to better jobs, housing, and education, but it also came with a heavy price, as those who passed often felt disconnected from their communities and lost their sense of self. 77. Another Saturday nighter, writer Marita Bonner, gave voice to the particular rage percolating within many black women of the new Negro era. A Boston native with a degree from Radcliffe College, Bonner arrived in D.C. in 1924 to teach at Armstrong High School and soon penned an essay that catapulted her to prominence within black intellectual circles, on being young, a woman and colored. Published in The Crisis in 1925, the essay explored the depths of Bonner's anger at being entangled and pinioned in the seaweed of a black ghetto. At a time when white flappers were breaking cultural taboos with their short hair, smoking, and frivolity, Bonner offered a serious critique of racism and sexism. "Every part of you becomes bitter," Bonner wrote. "You long to explode and hurt everything white." Black women were expected to sit quietly and simply endure abuse, but Bonner offered a subversive twist. "You must sit quietly. Like Buddha who brown like I am sat entirely at ease, entirely sure of himself, motionless and knowing. And then you can, when time is ripe, swoop to your feet at your full height at a single gesture." 78. Bonner, Toomer, and other black intellectuals also challenged the pomposity, materialism, and smug self-satisfaction they saw within elite black Washington. Langston Hughes, an aspiring poet who was the grandnephew of Reconstruction-era leader John Mercer Langston, spent a year living with his mother and other relatives in Washington. He came away unimpressed by the stuffy strivers of U Street. "Never before, anywhere, had I seen persons of influence, men with some money, women with some beauty, teachers with some education quite so audibly sure of their own importance and their high places in the community." Just a few blocks away, he found a more vibrant, exciting culture in the working class communities along 7th Street NW. 7th Street was always teemingly alive with dark working people who hadn't yet acquired culture and the manners of stage ambassadors, and pinks and blacks and yellows were still friends without apologies, Hughes wrote. Disenchanted with the conformity of the city's cultured class, Hughes, Toomer, and other black thinkers fled the city for Harlem. 79. Divisions of class, color, and culture undermined the short-lived sense of shared purpose among black Washingtonians that marked the 1919 riot. Even as black pride surged with the new Negro movement, elite black Washingtonians took pains to distinguish themselves from the working class, and light skin remained a marker of social status. Wealthier black Washingtonians attended different schools, usually the college preparatory Dunbar High School, rather than Armstrong, which focused on industrial training. They prayed at different churches, refined congregations such as 15th Street Presbyterian rather than the boisterous Baptists. And they resided in different areas, Ledroit Park and U Street, rather than Southwest, 7th Street, or in alleys. Even in 1925, more than 10% of the black population lived in alleys. 80. Refined and sober in their tastes, members of the black middle class and elite looked with disdain on what they perceived as the exuberant religiosity and frivolous spending habits of lower-class black Washingtonians. There was as much prejudice between blacks themselves as there was between blacks and whites, recalled Edward Fegans, a dark-skinned, middle-class black resident. If you were light and bright, and almost white, you could fit into the social realm of the city without meeting the economic criteria. Anna Murray, an elderly, light-skinned black woman, acknowledged such discrimination to an interviewer, explaining, "I think most of us do it in order to protect our children from the negative influences of the lower class." The social breach between the masses and the classes of Negroes in Washington is more pronounced than in any other city of the country, Howard's Kelly Miller claimed. 81. The lower-income black community that many elites scorned also flourished in the 1920s. It grew significantly as Southern migration to Washington increased during the decade. By 1930, the city was more than 27% black, and the vast majority of black residents were poor or working class. Many migrants were women who came not to pursue their own dreams but instead to fulfill family obligations. They boarded with their kin and took over household responsibilities, caring for children and the elderly, cooking and cleaning, taking in laundry to allow other family members to work outside the home. Over time, they, too, found paid work, often as servants in the homes of white families. The newcomers struggled with homesickness, relentless work schedules, and occasional condescension from native black Washingtonians, and they felt significant financial pressure to support their families back home. Once you started work, you knew people in Tennessee was dependent on those pennies you earned, recalled domestic worker Dorothea Otis. You dared not quit. 82. Despite the pressures of work and family, black domestic workers asserted themselves to preserve their dignity and protect their interests. They used their records of faithful service to push their white employers for greater benefits, such as annual visits back to their Southern homes, and they seized opportunities to catch a show at Howard Theater or a club on 7th Street. They scrimped and saved to escape live-in work, where they resided in the home of their employer, donned starchy uniforms that made them feel servile, and were isolated from their community and church. Despite the economic security of such work, they yearned for the autonomy of live-out work, which gave them more flexible working hours and a chance to live on their own. 83. Working-class migrants built critical community institutions to help themselves survive and thrive in their new home. Often through local churches with ties to communities across the South, they formed penny savers clubs that offered microloans and gifts to help members in need. They established home groups and sponsored dinners for newcomers, and they maintained their Southern cultural and culinary traditions. Having family and church and being around people from home, recalled domestic worker Fannie King, that's what helped you get set and straightened out, and let you give help to others. Many of the community institutions founded to help migrants adjust to city life during this era, including the Georgetown Club of South Carolina, endured into the 21st century. 84. Drive the colored folk out of Washington, restrictive covenants and the push for segregated neighborhoods. No matter their social or economic class, Black Washingtonians struggled to find decent housing. Shut out from new suburban housing developments, Black residents in the 1920s increasingly sought homes in older, predominantly white neighborhoods, often along trade and transportation routes such as U Street, 11th Street, Georgia Avenue, and Florida Avenue in Northwest. What followed was an uneven, tense, and often confrontational process of neighborhood transition that would be repeated across the city in the decades to come. In a seminal 1929 study commissioned by the Washington Interracial Council, Howard University sociologist William Henry Jones analyzed how neighborhoods shifted from white to black. At the root of neighborhood change, Jones argued, was the reluctance of wealthy white people to live in racially integrated areas. White people with considerable social and economic status, the class that is capable of maintaining racial solidarity of the community by prejudice and public opinion, do not prefer to live in culturally heterogeneous communities, he wrote. Once black people began moving into predominantly white areas, white residents with means took advantage of improving transportation to move farther from downtown, into Chevy Chase, Tacoma Park, or other segregated suburbs. Their departure signaled to their less privileged white neighbors that the neighborhood was in decline. Conditioned by real estate agents, developers, and policy makers with an interest in preserving segregated neighborhoods, many white residents assumed that black neighbors would bring crime and blight, thereby depreciating property values. In a survey of white attitudes, Jones found that white people left racially changing neighborhoods for a variety of reasons, including the sense that black people were too gregarious and would be bad for the community. A handful believed that blacks were inferior, though an almost equal number worried that they might grow to like the Negroes. By far the most common and powerful explanation for leaving was social pressure, the fear of public opinion and the attitudes of other whites. They left their homes primarily because they thought their white neighbors would think less of them if they didn't. Those who remained in the increasingly black neighborhoods tended to be poor, elderly, and foreign-born. 85. Some white residents, however, refused to move. Instead, they hoped to stem the tide of black encroachment by enforcing racial solidarity through racial restrictive covenants that were written into housing deeds. Enforced by the courts, these covenants were private contracts in which white property holders agreed to restrict the sale, rent, or transfer of their properties to racial and religious minorities. Racial restrictions on housing had existed in Washington since 1854, when the city's first suburb, Uniontown, located across the Anacostia River from the Navy Yard, was developed exclusively for white residents. But restrictive covenants proliferated in the wake of a 1917 Supreme Court decision that prohibited state and local governments from mandating segregation through zoning ordinances but did not address exclusionary agreements among private individuals. As the black population in D.C. and other cities grew and spilled over into traditionally white areas in the 1920s, more and more white residents turned to racial restrictive covenants as a tool to protect the racial character of their neighborhoods. These covenants not only barred black residents but also often specifically excluded Jews, Arabs, Persians, and other groups. 86. Restrictive covenants raised many legal questions, and the test case on their constitutionality arose in D.C., triggered by a black Washingtonian named Helen Curtis. The wife of a well-known black ophthalmologist, Curtis had the resources to buy a home anywhere in the city. Like many other black home buyers, she looked at homes in white neighborhoods because they tended to be more modern and in better condition. She hired a white real estate agent. Otherwise, she likely would have been shown only homes in well-defined black areas and chose a well-kept, three-story row house at 1727 S Street NW, about equidistant between the fashionable white areas near DuPont Circle and the burgeoning black cultural mecca of U Street. 87. Curtis was hardly alone. For years, black homeowners had been moving steadily westward along S Street, and by 1920 few white families remained on the 1,400 and 1,500 blocks. West of 16th Street, however, S Street remained predominantly, though not exclusively, white, and a determined group of 30 white homeowners on the 1,700 block sought to keep it that way. The group, which included lawyers, government officials, and businessmen, signed a pact pledging that they would never let their properties be used or occupied by, or sold, conveyed, leased, rented, or given to Negroes or any person or persons of the Negro race or blood. Filed in August 1921 and solidified by a $5 fee, the agreement was intended to remain in force for 21 years. 88. Just a few months later, however, the covenant was broken when one of the signers, Irene Hand Corrigan, accepted Helen Kittis's offer to buy her home. Confronted by her angry white neighbors, Corrigan claimed that she did not know that Curtis was black and tried to renege on the deal. Curtis pressed forward with the sale. Corrigan, desperate to sell the property, complied. A white neighbor and a co-signer of the covenant, Jack Buckley, sued Corrigan for violating the covenant. Another neighbor and co-signer, James S. Easby Smith, became lead attorney in the case. The trial court and the D.C. Court of Appeals supported Buckley and upheld the constitutionality of restrictive covenants, citing the city's widespread use of segregation laws as precedents. Backed by a coalition of local black groups, NAACP lawyers appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, arguing that restrictive covenants would drive colored folk out of Washington. But the court refused to hear the case, declaring in Corrigan v. Buckley, 1926, that it lacked jurisdiction to intervene because the restrictive covenant was a valid contract among private individuals. 89. This devastating precedent gave white homeowners legal sanction to bar black buyers from their neighborhoods. Restrictive covenants flourished in D.C. and throughout the nation in the decades that followed. In Washington, citizens associations took the lead in organizing homeowners to sign covenants on their property. In the months after the decision, the North Capitol Citizens Association, which represented the Bloomingdale area, convinced nearly all neighborhood homeowners to sign covenants. Prospective black home buyers were threatened with lawsuits, and if a covenant was broken, the association assumed the expenses of the ensuing legal challenge. The Mount Pleasant Citizens Association created a committee devoted to restrictive covenants and hired a full-time worker to gather signatures and monitor property sales in the area. Within 3 years, covenants covered about 90% of the neighborhood. Mount Pleasant remained virtually all white until after World War II. 90. Ironically, however, the restrictive covenant that sought to keep the 1,700 block of S Street segregated proved ineffective. Though Curtis and her husband eventually gave up on the S Street property, they bought a place a few blocks away. Other black people moved in elsewhere on the block. A few months after the initial hubbub erupted over Curtis, Howard Administrator Emmett J. Scott purchased a home just 3 doors down. Infuriated white neighbors quickly sought an injunction against allowing him to move in, but the wily Scott surreptitiously moved his furniture in under the cover of darkness and promptly ensconced himself in the property, thereby establishing a fait accompli that could not be undone. As the Curtis case wound its way through the courts, Scott remained on the block and other black residents followed. White people, including Jack Buckley, the instigator of the case, moved away. By the time the Supreme Court ruled on the case in 1926, the block was mostly black. 91. What happened to the 1,700 block of S Street confirmed the fears of many white Washingtonians who worried that once the wall of segregation was breached, there would be no stopping a rising tide of black people. They foresaw for the entire city what happened in LaDroit Park, which in one generation had turned from an exclusive enclave for wealthy white residents into an all-black neighborhood. But the reality of life in Washington was never quite as clear-cut as a wall metaphor suggests. Segregation in Washington was uneven and quirky, a confusing array of unwritten customs rather than formal laws. Black people could sit on streetcars, read in the public library, and watch the Washington Senators play at Griffith Stadium, but they could not go to concerts, sit next to white people at the movies, or watch the 4th of July fireworks from the Capitol steps. Black shoppers could shop at Garfinkel's and other department stores downtown, but they could not try anything on. Black people lived all over the city, and even in supposedly white or black neighborhoods, white and black families lived side by side or on the same block, often for many years. Even U Street, the signature street of Black Washington, included white-run cafes, ice cream parlors, and stores that operated on a segregated basis. The rules were never fixed and were constantly challenged and redefined. 92. Within segregation, interracial relationships could and did develop, particularly in low-income areas where white immigrants lived alongside black neighbors. Though many immigrants quickly absorbed the larger culture's racist view of African Americans, their poverty and physical proximity meant that they had far more regular and relatively egalitarian interaction with black people than their higher-income peers. They also shared a sense of being outsiders. In the context of early 20th century racial classification, Jewish, Greek, and other Eastern European immigrants were not considered fully white and experienced racial and religious discrimination. In the small Greek community that developed around St. Sophia Greek Orthodox Church at 8th and L Streets NW, Greek business owners employed black workers and served black customers in Mavrico, black, restaurants that were open to black and Greek patrons alike. 93. Southwest Washington was an area where segregation particularly struggled to take root. In the 1920s, much of Southwest remained a land of low rents, dilapidated housing, and outdoor plumbing, a world away from the stately row houses of U Street or the comfortable country manners of Chevy Chase. 4½ Street was the major commercial thoroughfare, running north from Greenleaf Point all the way to B Street, now Constitution Avenue, on the Mall. The area, one observer wrote, had a reputation of being one of the toughest sections of the city, and was home to three distinct communities that clustered in different sections: black residents generally to the east of 4½ Street, native-born white residents to the west, and Jewish immigrants in between. 94. Within each group, residents recreated the communal institutions and kinship networks that had sustained their people in the far-flung areas from which they originated. Native-born white residents were often the children or grandchildren of Irish, German, and English immigrants, and they lived in tightly knit neighborhoods that resembled the small towns of the old country. Jews built 2 synagogues in Southwest and created a family and community-oriented life reminiscent of an Eastern European shtetl. African Americans lived in a communal culture of extended family and church that harked back to their roots in the rural South. Though there may have been little social interaction among the three groups, there was no strict segregation, and many blocks had a multicultural mix. U Street was considered black and Connecticut Avenue was white, but 4½ Street was both, as Jewish, German, and Irish shopkeepers developed long-term relationships with their black customers, and black businesses catered to an integrated clientele. United by class, Southwest residents shared many common experiences and developed interracial relationships that were increasingly rare in the more prosperous areas in the north of the city. 95. The personal relationships that individual Jews or Greeks developed with their black neighbors did not counterbalance the pervasive system of segregation that relegated black Washingtonians to second-class citizenship. Though never as rigid as many white Washingtonians might have hoped, segregation proved remarkably effective at undermining black progress and stifling black ambition in the early decades of the 20th century. Democrat Woodrow Wilson institutionalized racial subordination within the federal government, a policy solidified during a decade of Republican control of Congress and the White House in the 1920s. Racial violence targeting D.C.'s black community, highly visible demonstrations of white power at the Lincoln Memorial and in Klan parades along Pennsylvania Avenue, and the spread of racial restrictive covenants all revealed the strength and resilience of white supremacy in the nation's capital. And yet, despite the suffocating climate of segregation, black Washingtonians built self-sustaining neighborhoods and community institutions that affirmed black self-worth, cultivated black pride, and challenged the culture of white supremacy. Black self-assertion by middle-class NAACP members fighting segregation in the federal bureaucracy, by cooks demanding higher wages during the war, by veterans insisting that their military service entitled them to full citizenship, by residents posting themselves on rooftops to protect their neighborhoods from white mobs, by intellectuals challenging hierarchical ideas about race and class, by domestic workers carving out their own niche within a harsh work environment defended black dignity. In a city that black residents claimed as their own. For all its flaws, wrote Kelly Miller in 1926, Washington is still the Negro's heaven, and black residents refused to relinquish control of it. 96. 9. Washington is a giant awakened. Community organizing in a booming city, 1932–1945. The Negro of Washington has no voice in government, is economically proscribed, and segregated nearly as rigidly as in the southern cities he contemns. He may blind himself with pleasure-seeking, with a specious self-sufficiency, he may point with pride to the record of achievement over grave odds. But just as the past was not without its honor, so the present is not without bitterness. Sterling A. Brown, Works Progress Administration's 1937 Guide to Washington. Langston Terrace Dwellings is a public housing project with architecture remarkable enough to earn a spot on the National Register of Historic Places. Located near the intersection of Benning Road and 21st Street NE, the project became known as Little Vietnam for its drug-related violence in the late 20th century. In 2001, the D.C. Preservation League listed Langston Terrace Dwellings as one of the city's 10 most endangered sites, and residents today continue to struggle with violence and drugs. 1. When it opened in 1938, however, Langston Terrace embodied the optimism of the New Deal. Named for Black Reconstruction-era hero John Mercer Langston, the 274-unit complex was the first federally funded public housing project in the city, and second in the nation. It was a model of federal-local collaboration, with funding provided by the Federal Public Works Administration, PWA, and implementation in the hands of the Washington Committee on Housing, a coalition of local housing groups. Intended for black renters, the project employed black laborers, skilled tradesmen, and construction engineers. The principal architect was Hilliard Robinson, a native black Washingtonian, graduate of M Street High School, and World War I veteran who took leave from Howard University to design the project. 2. Robinson and his team created a modern, neighborly landscape with large swaths of open space, accessible playgrounds, and celebratory sculptures sprinkled throughout the 13-acre campus. Adorning the buildings of the central courtyard was the progress of the Negro race, a terracotta frieze by sculptor Daniel Olney portraying inspirational scenes of African Americans on their historical journey from slavery to freedom. Designed in the international style, the utopian community promised spacious units with central heating and electricity at below-market rates, a place where a family of moderate means can live in modern comfort, claimed the Afro-American. With a government-subsidized rent of $6 a month, including utilities, private enterprise cannot even hope to compete, the Star wrote. 3. Langston Terrace attracted more than 2,700 inquiries from interested black renters, most of them working people with modest incomes who sought a way out of deteriorating neighborhoods. PWA officials screened applicants in search of model citizens who would ensure the success of the project. Competition for spots in the complex was fierce. One hopeful even included a letter of recommendation from First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt and was rejected. Applicants stressed their wholesome respectability and their desire to lead a better life. "We are very anxious to get settled in a nice home in a decent neighborhood where we can bring up our child successfully and make desirable friends," wrote applicant Myrtle Middleton. After its opening in 1938, Langston Terrace won plaudits from observers and residents alike as one of the most attractive low-cost housing projects of the federal government. 4. Langston Terrace is an enduring legacy of the Great Depression in Washington. Contrary to some observers' notions that D.C. was depression-proof, Washingtonians suffered along with the rest of the nation. More than 18% of the city's residents were on emergency relief, compared to 10% in New York and 12.5% in Baltimore. Panhandlers dotted city streets even outside the gates of the White House. "They ply their trade," wrote one reporter. Federal workers also felt squeezed as Congress slashed civil service salaries by more than 8% in 1932 and another 15% the next year. 5. The Depression hit the black community particularly hard. More than 75% of the city's unemployed were black, and more than half of the city's 132,000 black residents received federal relief. Domestic workers, the vast majority of whom were black women, saw their wages drop from $40.50 to $30.35 a month. Washington had the nation's worst black infant mortality rate, with more than 115 black children under age 1 dying for every 1,000 live births. Transient camps sprang up across the city, housing hundreds of homeless black people in squalid conditions reminiscent of Civil War-era contraband camps. Even in the middle-class black community of LaDroit Park, homeowners struggling to make ends meet converted their Victorian homes into apartments. "I detect an air of dank and crumbling decay in the once glamorous neighborhood," lamented a Washington Tribune reporter. 6. Washington became the site of national protests as the unemployed sought to make their voices heard. In early June 1932, a ragged but resolute band of World War I veterans, black and white, converged on Washington to demand an early distribution of a promised federal payment, dubbed a bonus.